Chapter 1 Becoming the Villain. Go ahead and kill me if you dare. Let me tell you the truth, your mother and sister, TSK, playing with them was, ha ha ha. In the basement, with both my arms and legs broken, I lay limp on the floor, staring with manic eyes at the stunning yet ice-cold woman before me, Jiang Shiyu. At this moment, I was bursting with excitement because this goddamn 10-life cycle was finally coming to an end. I must make this she-devil stab me hard today. Once she does, I can finally return to being an ordinary person. Kill you? That'd be too merciful. I'll personally skin you alive, then chop you into pieces to feed the dogs. Jiang Shiyu's tone was icy, her aura sharp as a blade. Ha ha ha, then come at me. It's not like I can run away now anyway. A wicked grin curled at the corners of my mouth, utterly unfazed by the prospect of torture or death. You despicable scum, she cursed, but verbal assaults of this caliber felt like a gentle breeze against my skin, utterly insignificant. Heh, Jiang Shiyu, how many piglets have died at your hands over the years? Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. What fucking difference is there between you and me? How dare you call me scum? What a joke! I had to provoke her mercilessly. Unexpectedly, her expression grew even colder upon hearing this. She strode over to me in a few steps, lifted her slender high-heeled shoe, and stomped down hard, grinding her heel viciously as if unsatisfied. Her face was filled with cruel delight, and by the end, she even wore an expression of vengeful satisfaction. Ah! SSS! I let out a pig-slaughtering howl of pain, gritting my teeth as I sucked in a sharp breath, my cheeks flushing crimson from the stimulation. Not that the pain was unbearable, but damn, my mom was absolutely ruthless. When I saw the villainy points continuously rising on the panel, my emotions became indescribably complicated. Fucking hell, this woman is pure poison. Goddamn broken system, forcing me to do inhuman shit every single day. Other people's systems shower them with beginner rewards right off the bat, simple missions, zero life-threatening risks. I was originally the brand operations director at an e-commerce company in another world, having achieved modest success in life. But one day after getting drunk, I was thrown into this parallel world and simultaneously awakened the ultimate villain cultivation system. The absurd mission assigned by this system was to cultivate villainous characters in this world. For every major villain cultivated with a villainy value of 100, I would receive rewards, and when the villainy value exceeded 100, I could even obtain additional rare rewards. Only after cultivating 10 major villains would I be able to return to a normal life. The system assigns targets for me to complete, fortunately only one at a time. However, the frustrating part is that if a target shows zero growth in villainy value within a year, and fails to reach over 100 points within 10 years before being killed by the ultimate villain, the system will transform me into an idiot who only eats feces. To avoid becoming a feces-eating idiot and to regain my freedom sooner, I've spent over 60 years in this world. Not only have I committed every imaginable evil deed, but my heart has grown increasingly cold. I'm somewhat frightened by my current state of apathy toward worldly affairs, which is why I just want to end this as quickly as possible. Yet things haven't gone as planned. Over half a century, 9 regionally notorious villains have emerged under my guidance. They're now influential figures with formidable backgrounds and power, making it impossible to judge or punish them through ordinary legal means. Take Lady Windsor, the first major villain, for example. As the current president of the Nordic Bernese Pharmaceutical Group, like all targets with a villain score exceeding 100, she has undergone certain abnormal changes, appearing as a woman in her 30s, which is undoubtedly the system's doing. Jiang Shiyu, on the other hand, is the 10th and final villain I'm cultivating. Her public identity is the helm of the Jiangshi Group in Shanghai, but behind the scenes, she's the notorious boss of an overseas telecom fraud syndicate, ruthless and responsible for countless deaths. Of course, in the eyes of this viper-hearted woman, those sacrifices were all worthwhile, merely to ensure that more valuable individuals could live better lives. After Jiang Shiyu's villainy points exceeded 100, the eerie ability she gained reached an astonishing level of power. Even with 9 lifetimes of experience and system rewards enhancing me, I wasn't certain I could reliably suppress her. 5 years ago, Jiang Shiyu was just a young woman who had graduated from university less than 2 years prior. I had just completed my mission in the previous life and was reborn into this world. After my resurrection, I coincidentally discovered a group of foreign mercenaries secretly entering Shanghai. These men had originally infiltrated China intending to assassinate a certain high-tech talent living in Shanghai City, but were misled by the house numbers I had secretly swapped. They stormed into the home of Jiang Group's chairman, resulting in a terrifying explosion. That explosion sent the entire Jiang family to meet their maker, leaving only Jiang Shiyu, her younger sister Jiang Shernan, and their mother behind. By my 10th reincarnation, I had truly grown numb, acting recklessly without considering consequences, only wanting to end this final lifetime as quickly as possible. So at that time, Jiang Shiyu's relatives were no different from NPCs in my eyes. Over the next 5 years, I deliberately arranged chance encounters with the emotionally vulnerable Jiang Xiyu, then used every means possible to help her build Shanghai Jiang Group into one of China's top real estate conglomerates. I also established overseas telecom fraud operations in Southeast Asia, specializing in scamming money from those old dogs in Europe and America. But these actions didn't earn enough villain points. Ultimately, after my relentless persuasion, she ventured into the business of medical ships in international waters, specializing in kidney harvesting. Soon, Jiang Xiyu's name became infamous in the underworld, and her villain points skyrocketed dramatically. After she had gained formidable strength, I began my clumsy performance. I seized opportunities to betray her from within, secretly collaborating with other companies to dismantle the Jiang Group. Before making my move, I carelessly leaked the rebellion plan, even revealing my intention to imprison Jiang Xiyu after succeeding. As expected, this crude rebellion failed, and after much resistance, I was captured by Jiang Xiyu. However, this ruthless female demon seemed to spare me, perhaps out of recognition for my years of hard work for the Jiang family, or for some other reason, and didn't immediately kill me. But that just wouldn't do. You see, her villainy score had been hovering around 90 points for ages, stubbornly refusing to rise. So I had no choice but to escalate things prematurely. I arranged for her mother and younger sister to be forcibly kidnapped, deliberately staged a series of outrageous photos and videos to send to her, and then accidentally leaked the truth about the Jiang family's downfall through a third party, ensuring it reached her ears. From that moment on, Jiang Xiyu completely descended into darkness. Her villainy score skyrocketed to 125, and the ability she awakened left me utterly stunned. Now, all I need is for Jiang Xiyu to kill me, and I, the system's workhorse, can claim the overachievement reward and be resurrected somewhere in the world to truly live my own life. To be honest, returning to an ordinary life is just this one step away, and I can barely contain the excitement in my heart. But in Jiang Xiyu's eyes, she knows that without my wholehearted efforts over the years, the Jiang family wouldn't have reached its current strength. Not just anyone can handle the position of CEO of Jiangshi Real Estate Group, let alone take a struggling regional business and elevate it to a national level, something far beyond an ordinary person's capability. At the time of the incident, she had always harbored doubts in her heart. Not only was I exceptionally capable and wholeheartedly helped her rise to power, but I also took meticulous care of her and even the Jiang family's daily lives, completely embodying the template of a perfect son-in-law. If I had wanted her body, there had been plenty of opportunities over the years. She had hinted at it several times before, yet I never showed any interest, always skillfully deflecting with various excuses. If I had been after wealth, I never took any shares over the years, merely accepting the CEO's salary of a few million and a modest year-end bonus, completely disproportionate to my contributions and rewards. And the most exaggerated part was that I, a single man living alone, maintained an impeccably clean lifestyle. To better care for the Jiang family, I even rented a small townhouse next to their villa just to promptly handle any issues for her and her 2 daughters. From rushing to the emergency room with her sick mother in the dead of night, to unclogging drains and shuttling her younger sister to and from school. Sometimes I even had to moonlight as both therapist and tutor. After all, her temper was truly terrible, constantly sparking conflicts with others. I was always the one cleaning up the mess and smoothing things over. But why exactly was I doing all this? What did I hope to gain from her? What could that clumsy little rebellion possibly prove? It was downright laughable. Expecting someone who could take a regional business to a multinational conglomerate to be a fool? Might as well believe she's the reincarnation of Empress Wu Zetian, that'd be more plausible. But the undeniable fact remains, I kidnapped her family, and this has made her unusually agitated, causing her to overlook these faint doubts. I'm Shinsu. Once, I thought I'd witness the downfall of the Jiang family with my own eyes. Never did I imagine it would end like this. Jiang Xiyu is now solely focused on extracting the truth from me to save her mother and sister. That day, a subordinate in a black suit walked in carrying several documents and told Jiang Xiyu they couldn't find her family. The minivan caught on surveillance footage had likely already been dismantled for parts and melted down, making further investigation impossible. Jiang Xiyu flew into a rage upon hearing this, ordering her men to keep searching. She wanted to see them alive or dead. She took the documents, her expression growing colder by the second. Whatever affection she'd held for me evaporated completely when she saw photos of her mother and sister being assaulted, along with the kidnapping videos I hadn't had time to delete from my computer and evidence of my collusion with rival companies to poach her employees. She demanded through gritted teeth to know where I'd hidden them, saying if I told her now, she might spare my life, offering money, women, whatever I wanted. I spat directly onto her astronomically expensive custom-made bodycon dress, telling her to kill me if she wanted and stop wasting words, reminding her that villains die from talking too much. Furious and humiliated, she subjected me to torture. After more than 10 minutes, I was beaten unconscious, covered in bruises from blunt objects and joints bent backward at unnatural angles. My face had been scalded with boiling water and raked repeatedly with a pet grooming brush until it was a bloody mess. Jiang Xiyu dropped the steel brush and crouched down to look at me, her expression complex. Her eyes held anxiety for her loved ones, hatred toward me, confusion at how things had escalated so quickly, and a trace of something indescribable. She asked me why I was doing this, saying she'd give me anything if I just asked. I told her it was because her father had killed my parents years ago, and I wanted to drag him to hell, to smash his wife and children's happy lives with my own hands. I added that the feud between our families could only end when one side was completely wiped out, so she should kill me to settle everything, since I no longer had any reason to live. She asked where her mother and sister were, offering to make it quick. I laughed mockingly, saying I'd never tell her. I wanted the Jiang family utterly destroyed. Enraged by my provocation, she grabbed a fire axe and split my skull with it. My eyes widened in shock as I died beneath the blade. She ordered her subordinates to clean up the scene and investigate my background thoroughly, digging deep into my past. Afterwards, she returned to her villa, stripped naked, and lay submerged in the bathtub's cold water. Later, I heard Jiang Shiyu visited Shiliping Cemetery and placed flowers on my gravestone. Her calm facade couldn't conceal the torment in her bloodshot eyes and tightly clenched fingers. Having killed me with her own hands, she felt as if the softest part of her heart had been hollowed out. The memory of my gaze, my smile, my care and tenderness made her heart contract with such pain she could barely breathe. She believed she'd murdered the one person she truly loved, and that no one might ever touch her soul so deeply again. She asked her mother if she had done something wrong, saying that despite my hatred for the Jiang family, I ultimately couldn't bring myself to harm them. Her mother told her she wasn't wrong, and neither was I. The mistake lay in our identities, destined to keep us apart. Jiang Shinan channeled the pain of my death into hatred for Jiang Shiyu. She accused Shiyu, declaring she would never forgive her in this lifetime, then ran out of the cemetery. Jiang Shiyu stopped her mother from chasing after her, saying it was better to let her vent. Hating her was preferable to complete despair. At least it would keep her from doing something reckless. On the other side, Jiang Shinan, overwhelmed by pain and anger, ran to the cemetery gate and stood in the middle of the road, stopping a car with a Chu County license plate. I am Shinsu, having just emerged from a long nightmare. At that moment, I saw a middle-aged driver, unshaven and scruffy, who leaned out and shouted when he noticed someone blocking the way. In the passenger seat sat a middle-aged woman. She rolled down the window and looked at the beautiful girl, her face streaked with tears and snot, with sympathy in her eyes. She opened the car door and stepped out, wiping the filth from Jiang Shinan's face before asking softly, "What's wrong? Get in the car first. It's too dangerous on the road." Jiang Shinan boarded the vehicle like a puppet. The middle-aged woman also entered the back seat, asked the driver to pull over, then hugged the girl and asked, "Tell Auntie, what exactly happened?" Jiang Shinan said she didn't want to stay in Shanghai anymore and wanted to go to another city. She also mentioned not wanting to contact her family, calling them cold-blooded, likely thinking of her sister's indifferent face, her heart filled with resentment. The couple were kind-hearted. After piecing together fragments of the girl's words, they eventually contacted Ms. Li Huihua. Li Huihua understood the young girl's desire to visit another city to clear her mind. She added the couple on WeChat, transferred them 20,000 yuan, and told them to take their child to Chu County for a good trip. After all, Jiang Shinan was only 19 years old, just graduated from high school during summer break. Going out to have fun was better than sulking at home and quarreling with her sister. Jiang Shiyu got into the driver's seat of the Bentley Bentayga and asked her mother if the girl had left. Li Huihua said she had let Shinan go wild for a while and even sent someone to follow her. As she spoke, she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with a tissue. Jiang Shiyu thought her mother was too soft-hearted and said she would take charge of Shinan after school started. With a 10-year age gap between Jiang Shiyu and Jiang Shinan, she knew clearly that if this incident could mature Shinan, she would have no regrets even if it later worked against her. Moreover, she felt she might never marry in this lifetime. Since her younger sister would eventually take over the Jiang family business, as the heir to this vast commercial empire, she must develop a ruthless heart and mature temperament to control both the Jiang Corporation and the dark organization. Why sure. The high-speed drive from Shanghai to Chu County took about 5 hours. The couple, having accepted the money, took meticulous care of Jiang Shinan. But Jiang Shinan kept silently crying while looking out the window the entire way. She cried non-stop for over 5 hours during the drive, worrying the couple that she might cry herself blind. Fortunately, upon arriving at Longqing's most luxurious 5-star hotel, the young girl collapsed onto the bed in the Riverview room and fell asleep. Her steady breathing finally allowed the couple to relax. After settling Jiang Shinan in, they reported her safe arrival to Li Huihua before heading home, planning to return early the next morning to take her out. As for me, after being pushed into the crematorium and reduced to ashes, I heard a bizarre voice clearly speaking in my ear. I digested the flesh and soul prepared by the system, and after loading Shinsu's memories, I opened my eyes and accessed the system panel. The Deep Purple Epic Quest, Heaven's Fall, was completed, and the rewards were distributed. I checked the system notifications and saw, the 10th major villain successfully activated, host liberated. The host can now conditionally designate targets to activate the villain cultivation system. though completion is not mandatory. Rewards will still be issued based on difficulty and performance ratings. I read it over and over a dozen times, and my emotions instantly collapsed. My eyes reddened as tears streamed down my face. I cursed inwardly finally, after more than 60 years of torment. This damned system forced me, an originally morally average person, to commit countless acts of evil against my conscience. The soul-deep interrogation tormented me beyond endurance. Damn! I, Shinsu, am finally free. Years of pent-up emotions erupted as I slammed my fist onto the counter with a deafening crash. A man engrossed in his book jumped at the noise, cursing at me. His coffee spilled across the table, his face dark with irritation as he glared. I hurriedly apologized. So sorry about that, just had a nightmare. This coffee's on me. Let me make you a fresh cup. Years of hardship had honed my emotional control to perfection. Still apologizing, I grabbed a towel and darted from behind the counter, swiftly wiping the table clean. Then I returned to the bar counter and freshly brewed a pour-over coffee for him, even creating latte art right in front of his eyes. My impeccable service attitude and professional skills made the originally angry man nod silently in approval. He complimented my craftsmanship and good service attitude. I thanked him and told him to call me if he needed anything else. Returning to the counter, I continued checking the system. Both my attributes and skills had improved significantly. I'd now surpassed normal human levels, becoming like the superhumans in movies and TV shows, nearly impervious to ordinary weapons. All of this was earned through 60 years of painful struggle, and it's also the confidence that allows me to dare to die and be reborn time and again. In my eyes, wealth and women are merely worldly possessions, only strength endures forever. But I've had enough of that life now. I just want to live as an ordinary person for a while, take it easy, and then think about what to do in the future. Anything would surely be better than being a villain who forces others to play the antagonist. I turned off the system and found everything around me beautiful, whether it was this slightly old-fashioned coffee shop or the somewhat chilly street outside. As long as there's sunlight, it's enough. I'd been reborn 10 times, and I'm quite familiar with the system's memory infusion. I won't be at a loss after resurrection. This cafe is called Delusions Coffee, which literally means fantasy. The Chinese characters my father wrote beneath the English name translate to delusive thoughts, a rather profound interpretation. I inherited the cafe after my father's accidental death. It's located in Longcheng County, a remote third-tier city under Zhejiang Province. Although this county ranks among the top 100 in China for per capita disposable income, running a coffee and dessert shop in such a small town means relying on the local wealthy patrons. Without their business, you're essentially just working for the landlord. So in one afternoon and evening, we only had about 10 customers, with total spending under 600 yuan. Factoring in materials, rent, and labor costs, it barely covered the shop's operating expenses. Fortunately, I'm working for free and don't have to pay rent. Based on today's income, cutting costs in half should allow me to make around 10,000 yuan monthly profit. After seeing off the last customer, I glanced at the wall clock. It was already 8:30 p.m. Although Zhejiang Province's economy is strong, most areas become quite deserted by 8 or 9 p.m. Except for a few crowded spots, you'll hardly see anyone walking on the streets. I was planning to close up the shop and grab some late-night snacks. After all, since being reborn here, I hadn't yet experienced the local customs and culture. Thankfully, I had the memories I'd absorbed, so I wasn't completely in the dark. As I was pulling down the rolling shutter, I suddenly sensed someone standing behind me. Turning around, I saw a little girl about 8 or 9 years old, with chestnut-colored long hair, blue eyes, and wearing a lace princess dress that looked anything but cheap. Her face was adorable, with a high nose bridge and deep-set eyes, either from an ethnic minority or mixed heritage, and I thought the latter was more likely. "Big brother, I want cake. Do you have any here?" The little girl caught a glimpse of the pastries and desserts in the display case through the glass door and looked up to ask me. "Yes, I do." I nodded, lifting the rolling shutter again and turning on the shop lights to let her in. There happened to be a few unsold cakes left in the glass display fridge. I led her to the counter and let her choose for herself. "I want this one." She pointed at the chocolate blueberry cake at the very back. "Alright, let big brother get it for you." I was quite good with kids. I placed the cake and spoon on the table for her, then fished out a Kuromi hair clip from my personal storage space. "Do you like it? This is for you." "Wow, Nana loves it. Thank you, big brother." She clipped the hairpin onto her head and beamed at me, asking, "Does it look pretty on me?" "It suits you perfectly. Very beautiful." The little girl named Nana had smudges of chocolate and cream on her cheeks, looking adorable and mischievous, which inexplicably stirred emotions in me. After all, over 5 years ago, Jiang Shernan was just a child in my eyes. Looking back now, everything feels like a dream. I instinctively patted Nana's head with a doting expression. Considering my true age must be at least 100 years old, this elder-to-younger affection is genuinely heartfelt. I like children. They're the purest souls, and being with them doesn't require any mind games, allowing me to relax occasionally. But the next second, my good mood vanished. The click-clack of high heels sounded at the shop entrance as a beautiful young woman carrying a small handbag rushed in, her face full of anxiety and unease. Seeing my hand on Nana's head, her expression instantly darkened. "Take your filthy hand off Nana's head." "Yes, ma'am." I've long passed the age where I'd lose my temper at the slightest provocation. I removed my hand from the child's head and calmly returned to the counter. You could tell from this young woman's attire that she was wealthy, but some people who've recently come into money might not have the manners to match. The woman completely disregarded her child's feelings, snatching the half-eaten chocolate cake from Nana's hands and tossing it onto the table. "No more eating random things. The ingredients outside are too poor quality, they'll make you sick, understand?" She then took a tissue and meticulously wiped the smudges from the child's face. "But the cake Big Brother made is so delicious." Nana kept staring at the half-eaten cupcake, her eyes filled with reluctance. "Nana, listen to Auntie." The young woman frowned, lifting the child with her left hand while pulling out her phone from her small handbag to scan the counter's QR code with the other. After paying 100 yuan, she carried the child out of the shop without looking back. It dawned on me that she wasn't Nana's biological mother. Generally speaking, to judge a daughter, look at her mother first. This girl's mother must be a gentle, refined woman of noble character. Nana's features resembled those of an ethnic minority or foreigner, quite uncommon in Zhejiang province, and she clearly wasn't cut from the same cloth as this vulgar young woman. But this has nothing to do with me, it's just a minor episode in life. Once I walk out this door, we'll probably never meet again. After clearing the table and tossing the small cake into the trash, I turned off the lights and rolled down the shutter, ready to go out for a bite to eat. The outdoor heat of the day had faded by this hour. Pedestrians were sparse, and the night snack stalls not far away were already bustling with activity. Longcheng wasn't just industrially advanced, it was also a scenic tourist city with excellent municipal planning and lush greenery. I put on my helmet, hopped onto my electric scooter, and rode toward Yezi Barbecue with the cool evening breeze against my face. Turning onto Longzhou Road, I spotted a golden black Maybach GLS 600 with its passenger door open, two people standing beside it. One was a burly, well-dressed man in his 50s, who slapped the beautiful young woman across the face, sending her stumbling backward. Ah! The woman took a step back, bumping into the car door. She hastily grabbed the doorframe with one hand while the other instinctively covered her reddened cheek, tears streaming down her face in silent distress. "If anything happens to Nana, your worthless life wouldn't be enough to pay for it, goddammit. Hell, even I might get dragged into this. Do you fucking understand?" The burly man roared angrily, jabbing his finger against the woman's head while cursing. I am sorry, I didn't mean to. I was just chatting with my friend for a bit, and the little girl ran off when I wasn't looking." The woman stammered in explanation, trembling. It was clear there was a huge disparity in status between them. The woman had no standing before him whatsoever, like some lowly servant girl. "You can't even take care of a child properly. What fucking use are you? Damn it, you only know how to act slutty in bed, huh? Either do your job properly or get the hell back to that shitty KTV and be a fucking hostess again." The man's rage hadn't subsided. He'd nearly fainted when he heard over the phone that the woman had lost the child. If anything happened to the little ancestor, he'd be heading straight for the crematorium the next second. At this moment, Nana rolled down the rear window, her little face pale. She had never seen the usually kind Uncle Lee fly into such a rage. Though she didn't particularly like this auntie, she knew it wasn't her fault. Realizing she might have caused trouble, Nana spoke up to explain, "Uncle Lee, Nana won't run off again next time. It has nothing to do with auntie." Hearing the little princess speak, Li Jianguo instantly changed his expression, suppressing all his pent-up anger. He turned around with a beaming smile, patted Nana's head, and said kindly, "If Nana says it's fine, then it's fine. Uncle will take you to the amusement park downtown tomorrow. Big brother, Nana's here." Before Li Jianguo could finish speaking, the little girl called out behind him, standing up from her seat and leaning halfway out while vigorously waving her small hand. I had originally planned to ride straight past, with no interest in meddling in other people's messy affairs. But since the little girl had called out and waved at me, I had to respond. After all, children from wealthy families are still children, and as long as they're decent, I like them all the same. I tilted the handlebars of my electric scooter, executed a neat skid turn, twisted the throttle, and came to an elegant stop beside the rear door of the Maybach SUV. I smiled at the little girl and said, "Little Nana. Hello, big brother, we meet again. Young man, may I ask who you are?" Li Jianguo looked at me, his brows furrowing slightly before relaxing as he asked with a smile. Having risen from humble beginnings, he wasn't as snobbish as that young matron. Though I appeared young and penniless, since I'd won the little princess's favor, he had to regard me highly. "My name is Shinsu. I run a small coffee shop across the river. Nana came to play at my place today, had a piece of cake, and that's how we got acquainted." I pointed to the cluster of rural houses under the bridge across the river. Luckily young Shin here is a good man. If anything had happened to the child, I wouldn't know how to explain it to her mother. Li Jianguo smiled with a distinctly mercantile air. He reached into the glove compartment and pulled out a Hermes clutch, unzipped it, and handed me a business card. Youngshin, I'm Lee Jianguo, just running a small business in the southern part of the city. Here's my card. I won't boast about much, but in Longchang, your old brother here still has some connections. If you ever need help, give me a call. This guy was slightly better than that pretty young widow, at least he wasn't brain dead. I'm not some protagonist from a novel who goes around picking fights with the world. I just want to live an ordinary life. City hermits like me tend to steer clear of such unexpected incidents, especially since rich people's affairs are usually troublesome. I nodded, took the business card, and put it in my pocket. Uncle Lee, Brother Shin's cakes are super delicious, the little girl said excitedly. Oh, then would it be too much trouble to ask Mr. Shin to deliver desserts to Nana every day? Lee Jianguo turned to me and asked. Well, I initially wanted to refuse, but seeing Nana's pleading eyes, my heart instantly softened. Alright, what time and where should I deliver them? I asked. Just deliver it to Villa A26 at Guanlan Riverside Residences whenever it suits Mr. Shin's schedule. I'll inform the security in advance, so you can take it straight to his home. Li Jianguo chuckled, yanking the sobbing young woman closer, and added, Brother Shin, add her on WeChat. Alright. I took out my phone and added the young woman on WeChat. Transfer 10,000 to him, it's the monthly subscription fee for cakes and desserts, Li Jianguo said. That's way too much. I quickly protested. Li Jianguo waved his hand and had the young woman transfer 10,000 yuan to me right then and there. This is just pocket change. As long as Nana enjoys eating it, that's all that matters. Remember to use the best ingredients, Youngshin, don't worry about the cost. If it's not enough, just ask her for more. From now on, 10,000 every month, right on schedule. I took a deep look at Li Jianguo. Indeed, those who grow big in business are never simple. When I first took the business card, I glanced at it listed him as the chairman of Xingding Holdings. From the memories I'd absorbed, Xingding Holdings should be the parent company of Xingding Valves, one of Longcheng County's top-tier specialized equipment manufacturers. As for how formidable Xingding Holdings truly was, I'd still need to look into it. Definitely, I replied, accepting the monthly payment of 10,000 yuan with a nod to Chairman Lee, my expression perfectly composed. Uncle Lee, can I go play at Brother Shinshu's shop often? The little girl, excited at the prospect of eating my desserts every day, chirped to Li Jianguo. I'm afraid not. Madam would scold Uncle Lee to death if she found out. Li Jianguo replied somewhat helplessly. While he could fully satisfy the child materially, he had to impose certain restrictions on her freedom, otherwise he wouldn't have lost his temper and hit someone just because the young mother failed to watch the child properly. After all, the girl's status was far too special. He didn't dare let anything happen to her, not even the slightest mishap. Then I'll tell Mom myself. The little girl, about 8 or 9 years old, was at the cusp of her rebellious phase. When adults opposed something she set her mind on, she'd only dig her heels in harder. I pondered their exchange thoughtfully. Seeing Li Jianguo's dilemma, I spoke up to the little girl. Nana, Uncle Lee is just worried something might happen to you. He means well, doesn't he? But, Nana just wants to play at Big Brother's shop. The little girl pouted unhappily. Understanding her disappointment, I reached into my pocket and pulled out a pink Hello Kitty riding a unicorn keychain, handing it to her. Here, Nana, Big Brother thinks you're the most well-behaved girl in the world. This is a little gift from your brother, it has magical powers. If you ever miss me, just talk to it. When you miss me very, very much, your brother will naturally appear by your side. Well, alright then. If Nana misses you very, very much, you must appear right away. Promise. Nana thought for a moment, glanced at the cute keychain in her hand, and then proposed an agreement. Then it's settled. I nodded cheerfully. Pinky promise. Great. Pinky swear, 100 years no changing. Nana and I hooked our little fingers together. Li Jianguo watched from the side with approval, but soon a trace of doubt appeared on his face. He asked, Youngshin, do you have a younger sister at home? No, I'm an only child, I replied, puzzled by his question. Then how come you're better with kids than me after 20 plus years of fatherhood? That boy of mine, sigh, gives me headaches. Li Jianguo's words made me chuckle. Ha ha ha, I just really like children, that's all. As long as it's sincere, kids can always feel it, don't you think? Nana, I said. That's right, Brother Shinsu is the best. The little girl held up the keychain as if this 10 yuan trinket was more precious than any gift. Then Big Brother will go grab something to eat now. Nana, be good and listen to your parents, okay? Okay. After getting her confirmation, I said goodbye to them, turned the key, and rode off on my electric scooter. The little girl watched me leave with reluctant eyes, her mood somewhat desolate. When she could no longer see me, she hid alone in the back seat, playing with a keychain. Get in the car and go back. Li Jianguo turned around, his expression darkening. Carrying the little girl on his back, he gave the young woman's shapely rear a firm slap, ushering her into the car before climbing into the driver's seat himself. The Maybach GLS 600 then roared to life, speeding off toward Guanlan. I arrived at Yezi Barbecue and, relying on memory, ordered a steamed lobster in a clay pot, a plate of spicy stir-fried river snails, and dozens of skewers, grabbing a bottle of Sonya juice to sip while scrolling through my phone. Li Jianguo, chairman of Xingding Holdings, is a major taxpayer in Longcheng County, consistently ranking within the top 10 annually. The company's financial health is relatively stable within the county's economy. As a specialized equipment manufacturer, Xingding Holdings holds strong competitiveness in industries such as valves, metal materials, and piping. Since it's not publicly listed, annual reports are unavailable. However, equity tracing reveals deep foreign investment ties, with 35% of its shares held by several special-purpose companies. Ranking first is Lynx Equipment Manufacturing, holding a 20% stake. Second is Longbridge Holdings, with 11.3%, and third is the Beto Foundation, at 4.7%. All three companies originate from the United States, and through complex holding structures, the ultimate beneficiary is the Norton family entrenched in Ashley State. This is a hidden financial dynasty, one of the super conglomerates wielding real power within the military-industrial complex. The current family helmsman is the ninth major villain I've meticulously cultivated, the tyrannical war queen, Alison Scar Norton. This war queen is a thoroughbred warmonger who takes visceral pleasure in personally decapitating enemies and admiring the resulting geysers of blood. Her corporation is one of the largest manufacturers of rifles and explosives in the entire United States, recognized by gangs as their undisputed queen. She lives a reclusive life with few photos circulating publicly, but those who've seen her claim her beauty is peerless. In her early years, she had a husband who ended up being riddled with machine gun fire by her own hand, hence no prominent families dare propose marriage to her these days. TSK, little Millie has grown quite rapidly these past few years. Humph, Nana, could she be your illegitimate daughter? I wonder who the lucky father was. Smart move sending the kid to China though, I muttered between bites of my grilled skewers. This ninth villain was all too familiar to me, her full name even carried my name from 2 lifetimes ago, Scar. I was that legendary unlucky husband who got turned into Swiss cheese by Allison's bullets. But that's all in the past. Better to enjoy the steamed lobster and spicy stir-fried river snails before me, absolutely addictive flavors. I couldn't stop eating, and had to order another serving to truly satisfy the craving. I washed my hands, paid the bill, and left Yezi Barbecue. Just across the street was Riverside Park, where by 9 o'clock there were hardly any people left, only the sounds of birds chirping, insects humming, and the river flowing in my ears. Thanks to environmental policies, Longcheng County was free of smog, making summer nights exceptionally beautiful. Under the sparse stars and bright moon, visibility stretched far into the distance. Amidst the river maples and fishing lights, I spotted several sandbarges passing in the distance, their engines roaring deafeningly. But before long, a strange noise crept into the fading engine sounds, followed by a loud plop, the unmistakable sound of something heavy hitting the water. The next moment, someone on Donga Bridge immediately shouted loudly, "Someone's fallen into the water. Quick, save them, call the police, hurry, looks like a woman." I didn't want to get involved, but when someone accidentally falls into the water right in front of you, it's hard to just stand by and do nothing. After all, that god-awful life of mine is over now. I ought to do some good deeds to accumulate virtue and restore some normal human values. Having made up my mind, I immediately sprinted in that direction. A distance of 1 or 2 kilometers, with my current physical condition, I could cover it in just a few minutes while holding back my speed. Under the glow of the park's lampposts and the powerful LED lights from the watermelon stall on the bridge, I spotted someone frantically thrashing in the water dozens of meters from the shore. Without a second thought, I hastily stripped off my shirt, pants, and shoes, took a deep breath, and plunged headfirst into the rushing river from the shadows beneath the bridge. Chapter 6, The Drowning Girl. Perhaps it's because the rainfall has been particularly abundant in the East China region recently. The river waters have risen high, flowing swift and fierce. Human beings appear especially insignificant in the face of nature's might. And if one happens to be a non-swimmer, the danger becomes even greater. The drowning person flailed for a moment before going still. Everyone on the bridge thought the victim was probably beyond saving. After all, not a single trace of them could be seen now. They noticed someone had jumped in near the bridge pier to rescue them earlier, but that person too seemed to have vanished into the river's currents. Everyone chimed in with their opinions, and in the end, they all agreed it would be better to wait for the police. Without special lighting equipment in the darkness, ordinary lights wouldn't illuminate very far. It was difficult for the naked eye to discern the situation on the river's surface. But Shinsu was different. He could accurately locate the drowning person through the faintest glimmer of light. He held his breath and dived underwater like a silver streak, swimming with astonishing speed. In just a few minutes, he reached the drowning person's side. Shinsu discovered that the drowning person was indeed a woman. She was face down in the water, her jet black hair loosely floating like strands of aquatic weeds. My body seemed completely unresponsive, being carried away by the river's current. Shinsu didn't wait any longer. He lifted his head above the water to take a deep breath before diving back down to forcefully lift the woman to the surface. With his left arm encircling the unconscious woman's waist, he used his right arm and both legs to paddle vigorously backward. People on the bridge perked up when they saw splashes rising from the river's surface. As the splashes drew nearer, they saw a man climb ashore first, then turn around and lie prone on the ground to drag the girl out of the water. People on the bridge rushed down toward the riverbank. After pulling the person ashore, Shinsu first checked the woman's carotid pulse. Fortunately, she seemed alive, her pulse was steady, otherwise even he wouldn't have been able to save her. Gently laying the woman flat on the ground, he placed his shoes beneath her neck for support. This would help tilt her head backward as much as possible, straightening her windpipe from a right angle into a gentle curve, making it easier for the drowning victim to expel water from her lungs and stomach. Shinsu then turned on his phone's flashlight and carefully cleared the debris from her nostrils and mouth. He then began performing CPR. Folding her hands, he pressed down over 30 times until a torrent of river water gushed from the woman's mouth and nose. Shinsu then took a deep breath and administered 2 or 3 rounds of mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. He resumed chest compressions immediately afterward. Soon, both bystanders from the bridge and police officers responding to the emergency arrived at the park. At this moment, the drowning victim finally regained her breath and showed signs of consciousness. She weakly opened her eyes to look at the man before her, her gaze revealing a trace of confusion. Seeing this, Shinsu felt relieved and finally had time to carefully observe the drowning woman. This girl. She was very young, dressed in a JK school uniform. Shinsu was always quite lenient with kids around 20 years old. After all, he was nearly 90 years old when you added it all up. No matter the reason for jumping into the river, being saved is always a good thing. With a gentle smile, he reached out and smoothed the long hair sticking to her face. His eyes held the tender concern of an elder for a child. You've just regained consciousness, child. Remember to speak less and conserve your strength. Lie still and wait for the ambulance to arrive. Be good now, don't move around, understood? Okay, the girl instinctively replied. The man before her wasn't much older than herself, yet he seemed to radiate an elder-like aura, a striking contrast that felt strangely compelling. Seeing the girl's obedience, Shinsu felt considerably more at ease. Young man, impressive. At that moment, a police officer quickly approached Shinsu and gave him a thumbs up. Just doing my part. Shinsu looked up and replied indifferently before standing up. Officer, is there anything else? If not, I'll head back now. She seems to be in decent shape at the moment. It's nothing serious. Let the doctors handle things here. We just need to go aside and give a brief statement. Shinsu handed his ID and phone number to the police officer, then recounted what had happened. By this time, he had already put his clothes back on properly. Before leaving, he added one more thing to the officer. Officer, could you please not tell the child who it was that saved her? The police officer looked at him with admiration. Young man, your moral character is truly noble. You know how things are these days, just trying to avoid unnecessary trouble. Thanks. Shinsu shook his head with a smile. The words carried a certain world weariness. It completely blocked whatever the officer had been about to say next in his throat. I could only watch as he disappeared through the park exit on the other side. Shinsu quickly returned to his shop. Though his cafe was small, it was a 2-story building. A narrow staircase behind the counter led up to a tiny room where one could sleep. Not only was the room clean and tidy, but its furnishings were also minimalist. A 1.5-meter bed, a solid wood computer desk, a small wardrobe, and a recliner. It seems the attitude toward life is quite decent. Shinsu glanced around and noticed several exquisitely crafted, risque figurines on the desk. A mass-produced print of the Starry Night hung on the wall. There's a charcoal black Predator Bluetooth speaker shaped like a mountain peak charging on the nightstand. These decorative items in the room reflect the financially strained yet refined lifestyle of contemporary urban youth. Most pretentious artistic pretenses often come with shoddiness and half-baked understanding. Just like this highly designed Predator speaker, so poor it only has 2 frequency ranges. Probably because the 3-way frequency costs 3 times more and I can't afford it for now. Besides, this brand doesn't have the glass resonance chamber that comes with Harman Kardon's Crystal series, making it actually more suitable for outdoor or large space use. In such a confined space, the best solution is to add a glass cover to it. Only then can the sound become fuller and more majestic, without any harsh low frequencies. But most people wouldn't bother with such niche knowledge. Simply thinking this niche audio equipment, priced at $130 plus, was not only aesthetically pleasing but also perfect for subtle flexing on social media. Shinsu first took a shower and changed into clean clothes. Then he found a square transparent plastic cake box, cut it with scissors into a conical shape resembling a dog's anti-bite collar, and used transparent tape to form a horn-shaped resonance chamber that clamped onto the grill at the waist of the Shanphone. After connecting via Bluetooth, he played Harman Kardon's dedicated test track, the Song of Falling Leaves. Fallen leaves find no roots to return to, a single thread cannot form a line. With nothing to hold on to, yet no heart to wander. Rather than gifting me red beans, you might as well write me a song. Signed with your name, neat and beautiful. If I were to compare you to a song, you would be the lofty mountains and flowing waters. A beauty dancing, heaven and earth dancing along. The beauty that breaks the strings. The black mountain peak emitted a faint purple glow in the darkened room with the lights turned off. With the help of a simple resonance chamber, this small speaker finally delivered about 90% of its potential performance. The vocals were clear and pleasant, while the instruments had an artificially rich depth. Shinsu stood by the window, gazing at the sparsely populated side street in front of the shop. The streetlights all switched off simultaneously at exactly 10:30. The world seemed to fall into complete silence. He thoroughly enjoyed this moment of absolute tranquility. No schemes, no pretenses, no empty formalities. The world seemed to belong to him alone. Just as he was immersed in this small joy, it was instantly shattered by a phone call. "Hey, bro, pulling an all-nighter?" The caller was none other than his only good friend from memory, Zhuang Chun. Playing innocent. Your dad really has a way with names. Chapter 7, The Brahmin of the County Town. Zhuang Chun came from a very well-off family. His father owned a sand quarry and had secured a river dredging project on Jiangxinsu many years ago. How exactly he obtained the project, who knows? It certainly wasn't through legitimate means. Coinciding with the urban construction boom, housing prices soared like a rocket, changing daily. How did the Jiang family grow into one of China's top real estate developers? Simply by riding the tailwind of favorable policies. Alright, in this world Country Garden was crushed by the Jiang Group over 3 years ago. After the Zhuang family opened the sand quarry, they soared like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate, thriving spectacularly in Longcheng County. After all, good houses require good sand. And Longcheng sand is renowned throughout central Zhejiang as premium river sand, expensive and perpetually in short supply. Natural resource extraction has always been a highly profitable business, with only the initial investment in sand dredgers and sand yards costing some money. After that, just paying labor wages and fuel costs could continuously generate enormous profits. Over the next decade or so, the Zhuang family became one of the local magnates. Zhuang Chun also transformed from a petty hooligan into an ultra-rich second-generation heir, comfortably indulging himself until he turned 18. Until 3 years ago, when policies suddenly shifted, the sand quarry was forced to relinquish a large portion of its shares. His father, overly ambitious, recklessly invested the savings. Almost every investment turned into a loss, squandering nearly 100 million in capital. The family business collapsed not long after, and Zhuang Chun suddenly became low-key as well. Perhaps the family truly had no money left. His father was drowning in debt, and people avoided them like the plague. But after all, his father had spent half his life in the business world and was still quite shrewd. Before the empire could crumble, he swiftly divorced his wife, and their son was granted to his ex-wife. After the divorce, my wife took half of the family assets. No one really knows the exact amount, except for that luxury villa along the Riverside Ring Road, which is now under his mother's name. Just the land alone is probably worth over 10 million, let alone the house on it. As the saying goes, a starved camel is still bigger than a horse. Although Zhuang Chun could no longer live as extravagantly as before, these assets would ensure he never had to worry about food or drink for the rest of his life. After graduation, his mother called him back to Longcheng and found him a contract job at a county bureau. Earning a few thousand yuan a month, he idled his days away in comfortable ease. This was the quintessential county Brahmin lifestyle. He and Shinsu had been classmates since childhood, so they naturally had a close relationship. After returning to their hometown county, whenever they had free time, they would hang out with their buddies, grabbing skewers, pulling all-nighters, or singing karaoke. In fact, this little coffee shop owed 20% of its income to this guy. After all, the wealthy in the county also formed tight-knit circles. Once they discovered a decent spot, they'd all flock there to spend. An all-nighter? Don't you have work tomorrow? Since Shinsu had assimilated both the body and its memories, he naturally wouldn't do anything particularly out of character. When the other person suggested pulling an all-nighter, he would pretend to refuse at first, just as before. Let's talk about it later. Right now I'm dying to play Yasuo a couple rounds, my hands are itching. So are you coming or not? Stop pretending. Did watching the matches today make you think you're hot stuff again? Quit yapping and hurry up. I'll be waiting at Starlight Net Cafe. I'm heading to the VIP room to boot up first. Shinsu smiled faintly upon hearing this and said, alright, you go first. The night was pitch black and chaotic. With Shinsu's Rock and Orn providing strong support, Zhuang Chun's Yasuo utterly dominated the opposing team in every match. The joy of fountain camping lasted until 6 a.m. the next morning, only subsiding when the last traces of dopamine in their brains had burned away. As the morning sun rose outside the window, drowsiness set in. Unlike Shinsu, who wasn't human, Zhuang Chun had long been unable to stay awake. With a dark expression, he sized up his unfazed brother suspiciously. Holy shit, when did you turn into Superman? Didn't even yawn all night planning to ascend through flesh and blood? Shinsu gave him a sidelong glance, thinking to himself, Damn, this kid guessed scarily accurate. Then he chuckled and explained, last night I slept from 8 to 10:30, got up to take a piss, and then you dragged me into gaming. No wonder I couldn't fall back asleep. TCH, alright then. I'm skipping work today, gonna go catch up on some sleep first. See ya. Sure, drop by my shop once you're alive again. Gore. The two parted ways downstairs at the internet cafe. Shinsu watched the guy get into a taxi, then bought himself an extra-loaded scallion pancake and a bottle of milk with excessive additives from a street vendor. Holding one in each hand, he ate while walking toward the fork in the road across the bridge. At around 6 in the morning, it was an awkward time for cafes, too early to open, yet too late to remain closed. Fortunately, Shinsu now hardly needs any sleep. He has twice as much free time as most ordinary people. Whether it's studying or working, he operates with overwhelming superiority. Unless his injuries are severe enough to require ample sleep for accelerated recovery. Back at the shop, Shinsu ultimately decided to open for business. He turned on the shop's sound system and played Pachelbel's Canon in D major performed by the Saturn Royal Symphony Orchestra. He had his father to thank for installing a complete JBL amplifier system during the renovation. The sound quality was excellent, 100 times better than the Treader he'd bought himself. Of course, the price is at least 10 times more expensive. Morning sunlight streamed into the small, verdant cafe. Amidst the elegant surround sound of a symphony, Shinsu, wearing an apron, meticulously cleaned every nook and cranny of the shop. Then he washed his hands and brewed himself a cup of this year's freshly arrived Colombian Caturra. Caturra boasts excellent acidity and aroma, with a generally bright profile and a slightly pronounced sweetness. Under traditional processing methods, Caturra exhibits distinct fruity acidity. Although its body is relatively lighter compared to bourbon and its clean mouthfeel slightly lacking, it remains a high-quality coffee bean, especially the SL28 genome variety. Of course, Shinsu preferred the pricier Panama Geisha and Jamaican Blue Mountain, but why drink Caturra today? Because these beans were already the most expensive and finest available in the small shop. Shinsu finished brewing the coffee, took fresh milk from the refrigerator, and squeezed an intricate latte art onto the steaming coffee, one unlike any design found in commercial cafes. This scene was witnessed by a young girl who had just entered the shop. Hello, could I get one of those, please? Though her words carried a hint of nervousness, the girl's voice was like an orchid in a secluded valley, graceful and subtly beautiful. Certainly. Would you like it iced or hot? Shinsu's voice carried a steadiness uncommon for his age, effortlessly easing the young girl's nervousness. Same as yours will do. No problem. It's just past 8 now. Would you like something light to eat? Sure. Whatever you think is best. Alright, then I'll prepare a raisin scone, a ginger sugar cookie, and a smoked fish ham roll for you. Is that okay? Yep. Today we have a tasting event in the store. Single origin Kadura milk hand brewed coffee without sugar is 10 yuan, raisin scone is 5 yuan, ginger sugar cookie is 5 yuan, and smoked fish ham roll is 8 yuan. That totals 28 yuan. Would you like to pay with WeChat or Alipay? WeChat. The girl was slightly surprised by the price, but since the other party said it was a tasting event, she didn't question it and readily agreed, taking out her phone to scan and pay. In reality, the Kadura fresh milk pour-over cost 48, the raisin scone 25, the ginger sugar cookies 15, and the smoked fish ham roll 38. These were the actual prices. Shinsu noticed that the girl's old Xiaomi phone looked quite worn, suggesting her family wasn't well off. Not charging her at all would feel like charity, so he decided to charge her a bit less. 28 yuan was just the right amount. Shinsu pointed to the windowside seat in the small shop, then gestured toward the bookshelf, saying to her, "Please take a seat by the window. Feel free to pick any book from the shelf to read. I'll bring your order over in about 10 minutes. The girl nodded, flicked her skirt, and walked toward the bookshelf, casually picking up a copy of Dickens' Oliver Twist. She carried the book to her seat, sat down, and propped it open on the table. It looked exactly like someone secretly playing with their phone during class. Only her bright eyes were visible, constantly fixed on the man who was diligently cooking with his head bowed. Chapter 8, Could You Keep Me Company? At this moment, JBL speakers played Can GL, NTE/Budapest Film Orchestras Rule the World. Bathed in morning sunlight and symphonic melodies, the man seemed to radiate light in her eyes, like a fairy tale prince who'd stepped out of another world. Shinsu, who was working with his head down, actually understood the situation perfectly well, but he didn't want to get involved in any karma at the moment. However, the malicious system clearly wouldn't let him have his way, popping up several timely prompts. Ding! Target detected, Shangguan Lin. Talent. 1 extended agony, endured prolonged bullying, possesses willpower more terrifying than ordinary people, willpower +1. 2 aberrant cognition, exceptionally high tolerance for heretical thoughts involving horror, grotesquerie, and cruelty. Physical attributes double while in aberrant cognition state. 3 extremism, rare high probability of breaking through emotional threshold limits under special circumstances, tenacity +1, cruelty +1, embraced by a certain entity. Mission, Demon's Nativity. Rating, Epic, Objective: corrupt the maiden in despair, achieve personal villainy score exceeding 100 points, establish a cult with over 10,000 fanatical followers, accumulate cult assets reaching 1 billion, and attain social influence level surpassing 60 points. Reward: 1 random common talent. Rare reward: upgrade 1 random rare talent. Epic reward: lung piercer, dagger. Select target, yes/no. Though Shinsu appeared calm on the surface, he wrestled with inner turmoil for a long time. After reviewing the target's attributes and mission description several times, he forced himself to close the system panel. He was afraid he couldn't resist clicking yes. After completing 10 mandatory targets, the system rewards had become more humane. Damn it, why were they so tempting now? But this time, it seemed there were no mission penalties for the target. Could it be that he could try some bold moves he'd never dared attempt before? Some particularly peculiar thoughts seemed to surge through Shinsu's mind. Maybe I should wait and see. After all, I did genuinely want to live a stable life for a while. And this girl named Shangguan Lin was the very one who jumped into the river last night. When she first entered, Shinsu estimated her height to be around 155 centimeters. She was slightly ahead in development, with a rather striking figure. The curves beneath her clothes were already perfectly defined for her age. Her face had the rounded softness of a girl next door. A cascade of raven black hair fell freely to her waist. Her slightly curled bangs parted at a 3:7 ratio, framing her face as they tumbled down both sides. Today she was wearing a moon-white high-waisted dress. Though clean and pretty, the fabric was visibly poor quality with multiple loose threads sticking out. Paired with white knee-high socks and a pair of faded white sneakers, her family circumstances were clearly modest. Yet, according to the villain cultivation system, she actually possessed 3 innate talents, a high-potential villain. But this girl looked as innocent as a little white flower, nothing like a major deviant. In the past 60-plus years, only 2 individuals had met this criterion. One was the first major villain target after he was thrown into this world, Windsor Bernice Landry, a noble from a principality in northern Europe, now the helm of a pharmaceutical conglomerate. The other was Jiang Shiyu, the organ-harvesting telecom fraud kingpin from his past life. Both were targets he was extremely reluctant to engage with again, as these two were mentally unhinged individuals whose pursuits would inevitably plunge many into suffering. Time flew by in the girl's eyes. While Shangguan Lin was still carefully observing the subtle changes in his expression, the other party had already walked over with a tray. One by one, visually appealing dishes emitting steam and enticing aromas were placed before him, along with that peculiarly patterned hand-drip coffee. Please enjoy your meal. The coffee is freshly brewed and still quite hot. Let me know if you'd like some ice cubes to cool it down. Then, could you get me some ice cubes? The girl touched the side of the cup, recoiled from the heat, and made a peculiar expression before fixing her lively, large eyes on him. Got it. Shinsu couldn't help but chuckle. He thought to himself, this reaction doesn't seem quite right. He nodded, walked to the icebox, scooped a spoonful of ice cubes into a glass, and brought it to her. The girl picked up the glass and tongs, dropping an ice cube into her coffee cup. Seeing he was about to leave, she immediately spoke up. Hey, I have a small request. I wonder if it's possible. You can speak directly if you have any needs. Shinsu turned around, crossing his hands over his abdomen, his demeanor calm and unhurried, the smile still lingering on his face. This made Shangguan Lin's favorable impression of him grow even stronger. He's really so gentle. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. But, what's with that adult looking at a child gaze of his? Shangguan Lin was practically digging holes through her soles with her toes, terrified she might blurt out what she was really thinking. Yet seeing those slightly doting, world-weary eyes of his, a strange feeling crept into my heart. The contrast was simply too stark compared to his youthful appearance. So it really was the guy who saved people last night. Even his gaze was exactly the same. Could you sit here with me for a while? Shangguan Lin gathered her courage and patted the chair beneath her, signaling for him to sit beside her. Sure. Shinsu nodded, then walked to the door and flipped over the wooden sign hanging on the handle. It read closed. He retrieved his coffee from the counter and naturally took a seat across from the young woman. His demeanor carried an extraordinary air unlike ordinary people. He leaned slightly back against the sofa, yet not fully reclining. His upper body remained upright, though his posture showed subtle relaxation. His gaze would meet the young woman's for about 10 to 15 seconds before drifting away. After another 2 or 3 seconds, his eyes would return, neither intrusive enough to feel oppressive, nor dismissive enough to seem indifferent. Occasionally, he would lift the coffee tray, cradling the cup in his hand, savoring the rich aroma of the pour-over in measured sips. His youthful, vibrant face carried a warm smile, one that had been disarming from the start, radiating the quiet wisdom of someone who had seen the world's many shades. The girl's favorable impression of him rose several more points when he chose to sit across from her. He was completely different from those bad men whose intentions were obvious at a glance. After eating a few cookies and taking a sip of coffee, she asked, Shinsu, did you save me last night? Yes, it was just a fortunate coincidence. Shinsu nodded. The police officer clearly hadn't taken his words seriously. Since she was able to track him down, she must already know the basic information, so it was better to just admit it frankly. My name is Shangguan Lin, you can also call me Lin Lin. Shinsu, I begged the police officer for so long last night before he finally told me. You left in such a hurry, and at the time I didn't have the strength to speak much. Actually, the reason I came today is to ask you. Go ahead, it's fine. Shinsu noticed her hesitation and encouraged her. Did you kiss me after rescuing me? Of course. In an emergency, I couldn't think of a better way. Without CPR, you might not have made it until the doctors arrived. Shinsu shrugged, completely unapologetic. But, that was my first kiss. I'm really sorry about that. How about, I let you kiss me back? How could he say that? How could he say that? Shangguan Lin's delicate cheeks flushed crimson at this moment, her gaze flitting about as if she couldn't quite bring herself to look at him. I was joking, just spoke without thinking in the heat of the moment. Please forgive me. No matter their age, women's thought processes are always somewhat inscrutable. When faced with awkward questions that are difficult to answer, sometimes saying something slightly inappropriate can break the tension. Most of the time, it helps improve the atmosphere between both parties. This makes the subsequent apology easier for the other person to accept. I'm not blaming you. It's gee, never mind, that's not important. But what did you mean by calling me kid earlier? You don't look that much older than me. The moment Shangguan Lin thought about this, she felt a chill run down her spine. Being treated like a child by someone her own age? Absolutely not. I'm already an adult. I've been grown up for ages. Shinsu chuckled helplessly. Most rebellious teenagers always think they've grown up, getting angry when treated like children. Even Shangguan Lin, whose rebellious phase was ending as he reached adulthood, still acted this way. Yet many relatively older women are completely opposite. They genuinely see themselves as children at heart. Chapter 9, Schizophrenia. So when dealing with women of two different age groups, the approach needs to be adjusted accordingly. Shinsu feigned surprise and said, Huh? You're an adult? Of course. I'm 19, almost 20. I'll be starting university right after summer vacation. Sorry about that. Last night I thought you were still in high school since you were wearing a school uniform when you fell in the water. That wasn't a school uniform. That was the JK uniform from Sakura ID Girls High School. My bad. I really don't know much about these things. Shinsu wore a bitter smile. He used to spend every day thinking about how to screw people over. Truth be told, he knew very little about this niche category. He'd only ever accompanied Jiang Shernan to buy some. In his mind, JK fashion was just shirts paired with pleated skirts. He had no clue that JK uniforms could be classified by different collar styles. It can be further divided into 4 types: Sapporo collar, Kanto collar, Kansai collar, and Nagoya collar. Based on the number and color of the collar lines, they can also be classified as red 3-stripe, black single stripe, white no stripe, and so on. This thoroughly consumed body was quite fond of watching anime, but previously it only watched Shonen Battle series aimed at male audiences. The damn thing was also a MILF connoisseur, exclusively into those outrageously proportioned seductresses. Just look at those figurines upstairs and you'll understand. Since you saved me, I'll forgive you this time. Thank you for your mercy, your highness. Ha ha ha. Shinsu naturally stood up and bowed, his movements and expression just like in the movies. Shangguan Lin looked surprised for a few seconds before covering her mouth and laughing like a big white goose. But she didn't know that Shinsu had actually lived with 2 real princesses before and was well aware of their quirks. Alright, I haven't asked why you jumped into the river yet. Was it an accident or? Shinsu had excellent control over the conversation's rhythm. Seeing she'd laughed enough, he smoothly steered the topic back. He'd long since switched from formal you to informal, and their relationship had already grown much closer through their playful banter. I failed my exams. At that moment I felt so hopeless, I thought about jumping off. It's not like my family cares anyway. Shangguan Lin said with an air of indifference, but Shinsu could see the desperate longing for love in her eyes, along with some hidden secret. Failing exams isn't worth dying over, is it? Shinsu sounded puzzled. While he knew many people might consider suicide over poor grades, it was clear this girl's reasons went far beyond academic performance. But I promised my mom I'd get into Tsinghua or Peking University. At the thought of his mother, Shangguan Lin's mood visibly darkened. Tsinghua or Peking? What was your score? 680, 7 points short. Shangguan Lin was deeply frustrated with his own performance. If you're just 7 points short, leave it to me. I've got some connections and can find a way to get you in. This matter was indeed simple for Shinsu. He had plenty of methods at his disposal. Really? Shangguan Lin had almost given up hope on this matter, but now suddenly hearing it was possible, she was overjoyed. Absolutely genuine. Shinsu smiled. There are several ways to get admitted to Tsinghua and Peking University with lower scores: the National Special Program, cross-regional college entrance exams, overseas Chinese student admissions, and comprehensive evaluation enrollment. Among these four options, the National Special Program and the non-local college entrance exam are basically out of the question. But the Overseas Chinese Student Program and Comprehensive Evaluation Admission are viable alternatives. For the Overseas Chinese Student route, the Villain Group system could forge documents for her, and with some additional money, it could be easily arranged. However, he leans more toward the Comprehensive Evaluation Admission, as the Overseas Chinese option requires changing nationality, which is more troublesome. What would it cost? Shang Wanlin was no child. He knew this matter couldn't be simple. It'll cost some money, but I can front it for you first. You can pay me back once you start earning. Shinsu immediately responded. You saved me, and now you're helping me get into Tsinghua Beijing University too. How could I possibly let you pay for it? Shang Wanlin was very considerate. She felt this would trouble the other person too much, yet she genuinely wanted to attend Tsinghua or Peking University, leaving her emotions in a tangled mess. Don't worry, it's not a huge sum, just 30 or 40,000. You can repay me after you graduate and start earning money. Shinsu deliberately mentioned a moderate amount, ensuring the young girl wouldn't feel overwhelmed by the pressure. Okay then, thank you so much. Just do your best to make my help worthwhile. When you get back, send me your details and I'll handle it. Shinsu shrugged, looking completely at ease. Got it. Shang Wanlin was delighted. We chatted for quite a while. The atmosphere between us was wonderful. But when Shinsu suddenly spoke those words, the girl's mood instantly plummeted. Linlin, your mother, is she? She's dead. Shang Wanlin's answer made Shinsu frown slightly, as he instinctively sensed something amiss. Was it the kind of accident you couldn't accept? The young woman instantly raised her head, scrutinizing him with a gaze that carried some eerie, sinister light in her eyes. He could tell from the other's expression that things were about to go south. This guy had serious issues. He immediately started explaining. Just a wild guess, don't get me wrong. Both my parents are gone now too. I was too young when my mom passed away, so I don't really remember much. My father passed away from cancer last year, so I understand deeply the pain of losing a loved one. But no matter what, when they leave, apart from intense reluctance, longing, and remembrance, there shouldn't be any obsessive emotions. Since you chose suicide, that's why I asked. Shinsu kept staring at the girl, watching her facial expression shift between terrifying grimaces, until they gradually calmed under the soothing effect of his words. Indeed, none of these triple-talented freaks were normal people. If left unchecked, the consequences would be unthinkable. I saw with my own eyes how my father pushed her off the cliff to her death. So all men in this world are ungrateful dogs who deserve to be exterminated. Fuck. That expression, that tone, could it be schizophrenia? Shinsu noticed the girl's demeanor changed instantly, as if another person had taken over her body. You're not Shang Wanlin. Does that really matter? What do you think? Shinsu remained expressionless. Schizophrenia wasn't something he encountered for the first time, he had some experience with it. The next second, he opened the system panel and accepted the Demon's Birthday mission. Target, Shang Wanlin, successfully bound. Birth of Evil accepted. Target attributes panel activated. 155 divided by 45 divided by 36D. Human. Villainy value, 0. Physique, 1.1. Mental, 1.5. Status, schizophrenia, congenital patent foramen ovale. The data brought by the system's target binding can directly reflect the changes occurring in Shang Wanlin. It's indeed schizophrenia, coupled with congenital heart disease. This condition easily leads to symptoms like migraines, cerebral infarction, and epilepsy. If readers find themselves suffering persistent headaches, strokes, or seizures without identifiable cause, consider getting a cardiac angiogram. Bubbles indicate high probability of this condition, and pulmonary artery fistulas are another possibility. Target binding proves more effective and timely than any medical intervention. Moreover, as long as she's recognized by the system as a major villain, she'll gradually descend into corruption and develop antisocial tendencies even without external influence. Shinsu, who serves as the catalyst for this major villain, no longer wants to engage in the morally bankrupt actions of his past. He doesn't want this poor girl targeted by the system to spiral into madness. He's determined to completely defy the system's mission objectives and attempt redemption instead. So this mission must be accepted. Do you like this body? Then can you help me kill my father? After he's dead, you can play with me however you want. No restrictions, do whatever you please, even if you break me, it's fine. Just as he was plotting in his mind, the girl stood up with a seductive smile, walked to his side, and took his hand, preparing to place it on her fair thighs. Shinsu remained expressionless, then withdrew his hand from her grasp. Suddenly standing up, he pressed the girl against the bookshelf behind her. His large hand gripped her slender neck, lifting her entire body off the ground. Do you think this is fun? Ugh. What kind of nonsense are you learning? I'm warning you, get away from her right now, or I'll make you taste the Shin family's discipline. Now, immediately, at once. The girl couldn't breathe properly, her face flushed crimson as she desperately clawed and slapped at his arm. But that arm might as well have been forged from steel, she couldn't even scratch the surface. It seems non-violent non-cooperation isn't an option. Shinsu observed the madness practically overflowing from the other's eyes. Without further hesitation, he directly retrieved a barb from his spatial storage. Half an hour later, Shinsu unbuttoned his collar with one hand. He glanced at the girl writhing in pain on the floor. His expression was one of utter exasperation. Truth be told, a villain empowered with 3 talents was fundamentally different from an ordinary mental patient. Shinsu knew this well. Because of the system's influence, the target had become utterly bizarre. Unless she voluntarily relinquished control of her body, Shang Wanlin might never resurface. Just now, he had just closed the shop door and spent over half an hour lecturing Shang Wanlin, but the personality occupying her body stubbornly held on, refusing to give way no matter what. If this continued, it would inevitably lead to permanent disability. But, keep going. Why'd you stop? The girl gasped for breath, spitting out saliva mixed with blood as she roared with a frenzied expression. Shinsu put away his tools and crouched before the girl. It seemed he had successfully stoked her emotions to the boiling point. If the first step doesn't work, then we must proceed to the second step now. Heh, using someone else's body to make me take revenge for you, how utterly pathetic. What would a rotten man like you know? Isn't that the truth? Shang Wanlin's body doesn't belong to you, what right do you have to decide for her? Ha, if I didn't protect her, this fool would have been bullied to death long ago. Besides, we share the same body, why shouldn't I have a say in it? The girl continued to argue defiantly. Pfft, what a joke. She can use your existence to escape reality, but what about you? Do you want to split off another personality to run away to? Throwing a tantrum when suicide fails, if you're so tough, why don't you do it yourself? Selfish bastard. Shinsu scoffed dismissively. Lies are sweet, but the truth pierces the heart like a sharp blade. The girl could no longer hold back and suddenly lunged from the floor, biting fiercely into Shinsu's wrist. That arm, once as hard as steel, now offered no resistance. Her sharp teeth easily pierced the skin, tearing through blood vessels. A thick, coppery sweetness flooded his throat. Gradually, as the girl realized her opponent wasn't resisting, the fury on her face gave way to confusion, and the pressure of her bite slowly lessened. Shang Guanling felt dazed as she slowly withdrew her blood-stained mouth, looking up at the man whose expression remained gentle. Chapter 10, The Stockholm Seed. Had enough fun? This gentle reproach filled the girl's originally hollow heart with intense emotion, effortlessly smoothing over her previous madness with just these words. Her emotions were like a roller coaster. After reaching their peak, they plummeted rapidly before transitioning into a steady return to calm. Good girl. Shinsu reached out and picked up the motionless Shang Guanlin from the ground. He carried her upstairs. Entering the bathroom, he removed her blood-soaked clothes and washed her bruised body with warm water, carefully wiped dry and wrapped in a towel, then gently placed her on the bed, pulled the quilt over to cover her properly, leaned down to lightly kiss her forehead, like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, yet with remarkable effect. Sleep for a while, and you'll feel better when you wake up. If you truly want revenge, have her come talk to me. Don't worry, I won't leave, I'll stay right here with you. Shang Guanlin didn't speak, truly closing her eyes as he'd said and sinking into deep slumber. Shinsu sat at the head of the bed, holding her small hand in his palm. The scene was imbued with the utmost tenderness. Yet at this moment, he sighed. Her schizophrenia was most likely caused by witnessing her mother's murder, an emotional shock that exceeded her brain's safety threshold. She had been medicating to control it, as evidenced by the clozapine tablets in her handbag. But from now on, conventional medication would no longer be able to manage her condition. Because this damn system makes its targets immune to all psychotropic drugs once selected. He guessed the system did this to maximize the extraction of emotional energy from the villain's suffering. If medication could solve it, not a single one of the 10 targets would have gone mad and turned against society. So over all these years, though each villain's descent into madness took different forms, what they shared was intense, uncontrollable emotions immune to pharmaceutical intervention. So how can this schizophrenia be resolved without medication? Shinsu believed the solution lay in understanding its root cause and the personalities of the two identities. Shang Guanlin was originally an innocent, kind-hearted girl, somewhat introverted but never prone to extremes. Her alternate personality, whose name remains unknown for now, clearly matches the system's description: violent, extreme, impulsive, with strong tendencies toward aggression and self-destruction. Actually, Shang Guanlin's situation is quite simple to resolve: help her break free from her family, get revenge on those inhuman parents of hers, and find a way to transfer her to Tsinghua or Peking University. That should pretty much restore her to normal. But the tricky part is the alternate personality. This one is probably the major villain designated by the system. Her hatred for men seems to have reached the point where she'd gladly wipe them all out. She's practically the queen bee of the man-hating brigade. Just helping her get into Tsinghua or Peking University after physically eliminating her father won't be nearly enough. To guide this paranoid personality, she must come to realize it herself. Otherwise, any method will only lead to more severe consequences. But the foundation of all this is to gain her trust and establish a heart-to-heart connection. This is the first step in guiding her back to normality. So Shinsu first gave her a thorough lesson, making sure she understood she was completely outmatched, establishing a certain authority both psychologically and physically. During this half-hour-long lesson, he also discovered that this personality of hers wasn't submissive at all, quite the opposite, she was dominantly aggressive. Therefore, Shinsu proceeded to continuously provoke her, letting her freely indulge her fury. Thanks to the earlier groundwork, when the girl suddenly bit down in rage, he deliberately assumed a posture of non-resistance. This would create a stark contrast in her behavior. At this point, the other party has most likely developed the initial symptoms of Stockholm Syndrome. When there exists a power differential exceeding a certain threshold between two parties, it triggers a behavior of recognition from the subordinate toward the superior. To put it plainly, the girl has fully sensed Shinsu's authority and realized that resistance is futile. It's better to comply for now and plan her next move later. Humans are actually just like animals, capable of being tamed. The process is simply much more difficult, especially when dealing with schizophrenic patients, where extra caution is required. Because Shinsu was now fighting not only against the illness within her, but also against the malicious system. Time passed from morning until well past 2 in the afternoon. The young woman slept soundly for 4 or 5 hours before finally stirring awake. The hum of the air conditioning fan reached her ears. As she opened her eyes, the soft glow of the bedside nightlight illuminated. There was another person visible in this somewhat dim bedroom. Her right hand was being held in the palm of a man who had fallen asleep leaning against the headboard. The warmth transmitted through his touch gave her an indescribable feeling. Covered by an air conditioning quilt, when she pulled it aside, her originally fair and delicate body now bore several visible scars. Oh my god, totally exposed. I'm so dead. Sigh. I just wanted to meet my savior. Why did you have to be so impulsive? What if you scared him away? But he was really amazing just now. So you're actually able to keep him in check. Shangwan Lin kept fantasizing in her mind, though she didn't blame Shinsu. She knew her own situation well, it was her own restless nature acting up again. Only this time, something felt different. In the past, I would always pass out and wake up with most memories gone. This time, it felt like watching the whole thing as a third party, giving her a first-hand experience of that woman's madness and Shinsu's professionalism. Yes, professionalism. He didn't seem the least bit surprised or nervous about this condition occurring in his body. First suppress and discipline, then treat with tenderness. It didn't make her dislike him at all, instead, she felt intensely enveloped in love. Yet the sensation was far too pleasurable. So much so that she voluntarily slipped into slumber, surrendering her body back to herself. No fever, that's good. Shinsu reached out to touch her forehead, then placed his hand on his own. Does your body still hurt? Not anymore. Actually, it feels quite comfortable. The girl's cheeks bloomed like peach blossoms, her eyelids lowered, not daring to meet his gaze. Shinsu felt somewhat awkward. Damn it, two personalities, yet their emotional receptors were worlds apart. Are you hungry? Not hungry. Gurgle. Maybe a little. The girl buried her face under the blanket in mortification. Then rest a bit longer. I'll go downstairs to get you something to eat. Shinsu was tactful enough to leave the girl some private space. As he reached the doorway, he turned and said to her, "Oh, by the way, if you need to use the bathroom, feel free to go. I'll knock before entering." With that, he closed the door and went downstairs. Who knows if Shangwan Lin even registered his words. After he closed the door, muffled sounds came from the bedroom. It sounded like someone was kicking the blankets. So embarrassing. Shangwan Lin wriggled on the bed like a worm. Her little face was flushed crimson. Her heart was already overwhelmed with all sorts of emotions. After struggling for a long time, she couldn't hold it in any longer and stealthily slipped off to the bathroom to relieve herself. Once again lying in bed, wrapped in the air-conditioned blanket, holding my phone without really seeing what's on the screen. 3:30 p.m. Shangwan Lin couldn't bear the shame of staying any longer and prepared to leave. At this moment, the young woman's emotions were extremely complicated. The name of this cafe is so fitting. Her little head seemed filled with all sorts of bizarre delusions. When she returned to the farmer's house on the outskirts of town and faced that cold home, she inexplicably found a bit more courage in her heart. After perfunctorily dealing with her stepmother and younger brother, she retreated to her room. Chapter 11 Siblings. Shangwan Lin stood before the dressing mirror, running her fingers over the expensive summer outfit she wore, her emotions inexplicably complex. The summer ensemble consisted of a snug camisole paired with a lightweight sun-protective jacket, its fabric gentle against the skin. It struck the perfect balance between comfort and style while shielding her fair complexion from the sun's harsh rays. The lower half is paired with full-pleated skirt shorts, both stylish and worry-free about accidental exposure. He also matched them with knee-high white socks featuring silicone grips, ensuring they wouldn't slip while walking. Meticulous attention to detail manifested perfectly. This set of underwear fits exceptionally well too, forming an almost perfect ensemble, as if personally selected in-store. The outfit's design blends innocence with playful charm, showcasing the youthful figure to its fullest advantage. Her curves were well-defined, brimming with vitality. So much so that the taxi driver earlier couldn't tear his eyes away from the rearview mirror. Click, click. The young girl took several selfies in front of the small dressing mirror attached to the old wardrobe, each in a different style. Then I selected the best one, made some edits, blocked my family, and posted it to my moments, accompanied by the kind of caption only a young person would write. The world is full of filth, but you are the only light. The photo had only been up for 10 seconds. My social media feed was instantly flooded with likes and comments. How many floors can a bag of rice carry? Holy shit. The campus belle rarely posts photos. UX, officially declare my love. Heart, heart, heart. Turn right twice at the crossroads, wipe your drool, buddy upstairs. She just graduated, while you, my friend, still have another year of suffering in senior high. How many floors can a bag of rice carry? Murderously brutal. I play Yasuo your daddy. Damn, sis Lin. Haven't seen you in donkey's years. Missed you like crazy. You've grown up way too fast. Coco in person, wow. Lin, that outfit looks amazing on you. Where'd you buy it? I wanna get one too. Torn wound, flash me bro, just flash me hard. 98K lover, holy shit. Just realized I actually have you on WeChat. Now, the itch is back. Beg you for one more pic. Just one more is enough. Tear the wound. Lumang, did your dad smash your head stupid today? How can classmates not have WeChat? 98K lover, piss off, can't a man vent for once? Shangwan Lin kept refreshing this moment's post, indifferent to others' comments. She only waited to see if one particular person would notice. After silently refreshing for over half an hour, suddenly, a message popped up at the top of the screen. This message instantly filled her heart with joy. SX, glad you got home safe, rest early. He's definitely paying attention to me. I'm so happy. When someone you value shows they value you too, your brain floods with dopamine. This must be the passive skill of an Aries. The girl bounced on the bed a few times, then sent a message to Coco in person. I don't know where this outfit was bought either. Someone gave it to me. Ha? Someone gave it to you? Who else would give you gifts besides me? Something's off. Was it a guy or a girl who gave it? Damn, no way. This style, it must have been a guy. Lin, you've got secrets. She replied with a flurry of messages. This made Shangwan Lin even more thrilled. He was just about to continue sending her messages. Then she suddenly video called him. Hey, that's not fair. Just yesterday you were jumping into the river and nearly scared me to death, and now you're not suicidal anymore? You even started dating behind my back. Is this appropriate? In person could tell something was off just by looking at her best friend's expression, her cheeks flushed crimson, her body swaying like willow branches, those big eyes practically dripping with emotion. Don't talk nonsense, who's dating anyone? Holy shit, you think I'm stupid? Look at yourself right now, you look like you've been drugged with aphrodisiacs. Ha, really? Take a look in the mirror yourself. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Lin immediately sprang up from the bed and rushed to the full-length mirror, scrutinizing her face closely. Maybe, perhaps, it seems, there really is something different now. Why is your smirk harder to suppress than an AK-47? Spill it. Which bastard got lucky? Ian Kerson's gossip-loving soul was burning with impatience, nearly dying from curiosity. Geez, there's really nothing. It's that guy who saved me yesterday. I begged the police officer forever to get his contact info, and went to his cafe first thing this morning. And you two hit it off after just one day together? Moving that fast? No, I just think he's so gentle. I just want to stay by his side. I don't even know if this counts as liking someone. Ian Kerson looked at her best friend's silly, love-struck expression and felt utterly exasperated. Oh my god, you've got it bad, you're lovesick. This is terrible, just terrible. Quick, show me what this guy looks like. If he's too ugly, I won't approve. I'll send you a photo. Shangwan Lin immediately flipped through his phone gallery and sent the secretly taken photos to the other person. Damn, such a clean-cut hottie. He looks so charming. I just want to touch him. Ian Kerson was notorious for being boy crazy, but it was mostly one-sided. She'd never succeeded because she was not only a bit chubby but also obsessed with looks. The moment she saw Shun Su's photo, this girl instantly switched sides. In the photo, the boy was tall, clean-cut, and carried an extraordinary charm that struck her as particularly magical. It was as if a 40 or 50-year-old man's soul had been stuffed into the body of a 20-year-old youth. Ian Kerson, aren't you ashamed of yourself? Oh dear, this young lady got carried away, couldn't help myself for a moment. Sorry about that. As they chatted, the conversation drifted further and further off track, even veering into whether it'd be better to have a boy or girl in the future. Bang! The half-closed door was suddenly kicked open with force. The girl reflexively pulled up her blanket, hastily closing the WeChat conversation on her phone before glaring furiously at the intruder. Shangguan Lin, give me some money. That old bastard probably went gambling again and is deliberately ignoring my calls. A boy who bore a striking resemblance to Shangguan Lin, somewhat handsome with a roguish air, leaned against the wardrobe as he walked in. Chewing gum, his tone was downright impudent. Shangguan Li, can't you knock before barging in? Have you no shame? I don't have any money, go ask your mom if you want some. Shangguan Lin said angrily to him. Hey, got money for clothes but none to spare for me? Did that old man secretly slip you some cash? Shangguan Li recalled the outfit she'd been wearing when she returned, definitely not cheap. None of your business. Shangguan Li was mildly intrigued. The brat actually dared to bare her teeth today, something that had never happened before. Had the sun risen in the west? He immediately shot her a glance and sneered. My mom said she's going to discuss with that old man about marrying you off these days. You worthless burden. What's the point of reading books? You'd better get married and contribute to our family. Because both their fathers were addicted to gambling, they had accumulated considerable debt over the years, and life hadn't been easy. Shangguan Lin knew very well that her stepmother had been wanting to sell her off for money years ago. With her looks, she could definitely fetch a good price. Although the law states that women must be at least 20 years old to marry. But in the eyes of the older generation, engagement is perfectly fine. Better to recoup some costs now than to keep feeding an extra mouth at home. Girls, after all, what's the point of so much schooling when they'll just end up benefiting another family? Young Master Li, you bastard. That's right, I am a bastard. Who told you not to give me the money? What rotten luck. Get out. Get the hell out. Gee, I won't leave, I'll just keep pissing you off. Tears glistened in the girl's eyes. But Shangguan Li completely ignored her. He even took out the thoroughly chewed gum from his mouth and casually stuck it on the wardrobe door, his expression utterly indifferent, as if the entire world revolved around him. Chapter 12 Zhuang Chun's Methods. If you don't leave now, I'll have her deal with you. The girl was genuinely angered by his chewing gum trick. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Li instinctively ducked his head. After all, he had been stabbed by that guy with a knife before. But then he remembered his mother was downstairs right now, leaving like this would feel like losing face. So he stiffened his neck, looking at her with a thuggish air and said, who's scared of who? My mom's watching TV downstairs, you freak. I'll have you sent to the mental hospital sooner or later. Shangguan Lin's eyes instantly turned cold as she stared at him like a monster ready to devour its prey. I was just joking. I'll leave right away, right away. Chewing gum. Oh. Shangguan Li removed the chewing gum and fled the room in terror. He arrived downstairs. Mom, I'm going out to play for a while. Remember to come back early. Got it. Shangguan Li mounted his ghost scooter, cranked the speed to maximum, and raced along the ring road. The evening breeze with its slight chill couldn't suppress the restlessness and depression burning within him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. His mind kept conjuring up schemes to torment others. He really needed to find some people to scare the shit out of her. You freak Shangguan Lin, just you wait. With a hardened heart, he changed direction and rode off the other way. Zhuang Chun didn't wake up until 4 p.m. in the afternoon. She scrolled through her Moments feed for a while, liked a few pretty girls' posts and casually left some comments. Got up again, took a shower, then went downstairs for a quick bite. It was already past 5. Just thinking about driving over to my buddy's shop to hang out when a phone call made me stay home for the moment. Hello? Chun Ji. It's me, Shaoli. Ha, what do you want from me? This left Zhuang Chun somewhat baffled. He knew Shangguan Li well. He was the younger brother of Shangguan Lin, the campus belle he'd just seen in his social media feed. Just a troublemaker from launching Third High. His father had worked as a dump truck driver for the Zhuang family for several years. He was a fairly honest man, but he had one bad habit: gambling, so he could never save much money. They had 2 children. At that time, Shangguan Lin was still young, fair-skinned and delicate, clearly destined to grow into a beauty. Shangguan Li was a bit of a troublemaker, a mischievous little devil who loved to follow him around like a shadow. After all, back then he was a rich second-generation heir, with a wealthy family and strong influence. Plus, his parents were extremely generous to their only son, his pockets were always full, and he knew how to get things done. So back in the day, he was one of the top dogs in Longqing's urban district. After his family stopped operating the sand quarry and the employment relationship ended, our contact gradually diminished. Let's talk in person, Chun Ji. I'm on my way to your place right now. Sure thing. It's been ages since we last met. Come on over. Zhuang Chun didn't think much of it, bored anyway. He simply wanted to see what kind of scheme this kid was cooking up. Just a little brat, acting all mysterious. Soon, Shangguan Li stormed into Zhuang Chun's home. With a laugh, he called out, Brother Chun. Though Zhuang Chun's name carried a somewhat pretentious artistic vibe, but he was tall and sturdy, standing at 1.85 meters with a muscular build, just like his father. Seeing the kid come in, he went over and gave his shoulder a squeeze, saying, Alright, what brings you here? Chun Ji, what do you think of my sister? Shang Guanli acted like a timid little lamb in front of Zhuang Chun, speaking very cautiously. What's wrong with your sister? Zhuang Chun was utterly confused. Do you think it looks good? Holy shit, the campus belle, how could she not be gorgeous? Zhuang Chun recalled the photo he'd just seen on his friend's social media feed. The username imyordidawithISOA was his WeChat handle. Didn't you say before that you wanted to hit on my sister? Back then she was aiming for Tsinghua or Peking University, told me straight up she had no time for dating. We kinda lost touch after that. Oh, your sister just graduated high school this year, right? How'd her exams go? She didn't do well on the exam and jumped into the river last night. Someone saved her. Quite a pity. But what's that got to do with me? Zhuang Chun said with some regret. Unexpectedly, Shang Guanli said excitedly, Chunji, if my sister can't get into college, then she can start dating. You just need to find some guys to scare her, then suddenly appear to save the damsel in distress. Winning her over will be a piece of cake. Besides, I heard from my parents that the family plans to marry her off to someone else. I figured, better you than some stranger, right Chunji? Holy shit, is this whole family insane? What the hell do they take their daughter/sister for? Zhuang Chun stared at them speechlessly. Holy fuck, am I hearing this right? Brother Chun, this is a rare opportunity. My sister's in a bad mood right now. If you make your move now, you'll have her in no time. Shang Guanli wasn't actually stupid. If his sister got sold off by their family, he wouldn't benefit much from it. But selling her to Zhuang Chun was a different story. Don't let appearances fool you. The man might seem uninvolved in underworld affairs these days. He had an extensive network and was well connected in every circle of Longcheng. Nowadays, a significant portion of the top figures in several high schools and vocational schools were originally followers of Zhuang Chun. If his brother-in-law were someone like that, wouldn't he be able to strut around school without a care in the world? Even if Zhuang Chun didn't end up marrying his sister, just the rumor that they dated would be enough for Shang Guanli to comfortably call him brother-in-law. After all, in student circles, one can still swagger about on borrowed prestige through rumors. It's not like anyone would actually go ask Zhuang Chun in person. You little brat, do you really think I don't know what you're up to? Zhuang Chun was so angry she laughed, smacking the back of his head with her palm. Back in her younger days, she'd been naive and foolish, trying to emulate the gangster bosses from Hong Kong movies. I'm already in my 20s, not some greenhorn who hasn't even grown hair yet. Having experienced both family decline and betrayal by loved ones, he was no longer that reckless young hoodlum. But Zhuang Chun saw things clearly. The Shangguan family had a stepmother who surely treated Shangguan Lin poorly. That little bastard was rotten to the core, a proper young delinquent, always dreaming of being some big-shot gang leader. He just wanted to push Shangguan Lin onto me, so he could swagger around school under my name later. You're almost a senior in high school, stop scheming. If something happens, even your mother won't have time to regret it. Hear me? Brother Chun, you really won't give it a try? Shang Guanli seemed completely unprepared for Zhuang Chun's rejection. His limited intellect simply couldn't process it. After all, Shang Guanlin is so good-looking anyone would be tempted by her. Try my ass. If I actually did that, my dad would hang me up and whip me if he found out. I'm warning you, don't you dare stir up trouble, or I'll beat you to death if I find out. Zhuang Chun stared at him and said with utmost seriousness. He saw right through the thoughts of this petty thug. Once he steps out that door, he's capable of doing something even more despicable. So we need to administer some strong medicine in advance. Okay, Brother Chun, I understand. Shang Guanli didn't get the outcome he wanted from Zhuang Chun, and was already formulating alternative plans in his mind. But after this threat, he felt a renewed sense of fear. Just as he was about to leave the Zhuang family villa, Zhuang Chun chased after him and called out to stop him. Hey, are you out of money? Did you ask your sister for some and she didn't give it to you? Zhuang Chun frowned as she asked. No, nothing like that. I just think in Dragon City, only Brother Chun is worthy of being my brother-in-law. If I want to pursue your sister, I'll do it myself. No need for such underhanded tactics. Here, for your sister's sake, I'll transfer you 500 yuan. Remember, 'cause less trouble for me in the future. Got it. Thank you, Brother Chun. Bastard, get the hell out of here. Zhuang Chun smacked him on the head again while laughing and cursing. Shang Guanli's simmering resentment was instantly shattered by those 500 yuan. She left with a beaming smile, but deep down, she was even more determined to play matchmaker for her sister and Zhuang Chun. Zhuang Chun watched the ghostly flames vanish along the ring road and shook his head helplessly. In these morally declining times, the speed of self-media dissemination far outpaces that of television and movies. The chivalrous loyalty once valued in the underworld had long been corroded by money and power. If you're broke and powerless, who the hell wants to listen to your bullshit? These young punks nowadays, corrupted by bad influences, keep outdoing each other in vicious cruelty. Who knows if this kid actually took any of it to heart? Chapter 13, Jiang Shernan's unexpected appearance. Though Jiang Shernan had been overwhelmed with grief and emotionally exhausted, children recover quickly after all. After sleeping through the night, she woke up the next morning feeling much more refreshed. Apart from slightly red eyes, there wasn't even any swelling, truly an extraordinary constitution. At 8:30, the hotel called to say her belongings had arrived and asked if they could be brought up. Soon after, hotel staff delivered a large suitcase to her room. The staff member also informed her that someone had prepaid her room for 2 full months, with instructions to relay this message to her. Get some rest, and go back to school when you've had enough fun. It must be my sister, no doubt about it. Humph, this heartless woman. But whether Jiang Shiyu is heartless or not, her love for her younger sister is undoubtedly genuine. This suitcase full of clothes, toiletries, handbags, and that joint credit card with a 10 million limit. It could let her live comfortably for 2 months. Jiang Shinan wrinkled her nose in disgust and shoved the credit card into the innermost pocket of the suitcase. She had no intention of using that cold-blooded woman's filthy money. After all, as a daughter of the Jiang family, her own private funds were more than enough. Why should she rely on her sister's charity to get by? Soon, the couple from yesterday also arrived at the hotel, serving as both drivers and tour guides, taking her around several famous scenic spots in Longcheng County. However, the weather outside was unbearably hot. By around 3 p.m., Jiang Shinan couldn't continue sightseeing anymore. She returned to the hotel, took a shower, and had a nap, waking up just in time for dinner. She changed into a floral-embroidered Eloise dress by Adam Lips, paired with a light Chanel chiffon jacket, and carried a candy-colored handbag studded with crushed diamonds bearing a peculiar logo. From the riverside park opposite the hotel, she strolled along the path towards Dongda Bridge. While passing under the bridge, she was drawn to a small roadside cafe. This is a hidden gem of a shop nestled in an old residential neighborhood. Outside, bicolor roses climb over the porch, while various potted flowers are casually arranged by the floor-to-ceiling windows, their vibrant colors radiating a sense of vitality. The wooden signboard features the English word delusions and its Chinese translation delusion. Quite a distinctive translation. The aroma of premium coffee beans wafted through the cracks of the closed glass door. Jiang Shinan rarely drank coffee, but that didn't mean she didn't understand it. For someone from an affluent family, the quality of coffee beans could be discerned instantly by their fragrance. Following the mingled scent of roses and coffee, she pushed the door open and entered the shop. The sound system happened to be playing producer Avratek's carefree China-type beat. The flute melody lingered in the air, blending seamlessly with Gunna-type's drum beat, relaxing and full of charm, yet never as sleep-inducing as classical string music. This unique and niche aesthetic reminded Jiang Shinan of someone. Longcheng County was a small town under an 18th-tier city, where people didn't rush about like in big metropolises. At the cafe, peak hours on weekdays usually fell between 1 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. and 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. The hours between 3 and 5 p.m. are a rather awkward time slot, when most people are still at work and customers trickle in sporadically. In the past, there would have been more takeout orders during this period, but ever since Shinsu was reborn, he hasn't prioritized making money for the time being, so he's suspended all his food delivery platforms. This is the time he prefers to use for tidying up the shop and preparing some special pastries and dishes. For example, the special edition sweet and sour coconut milk squares I prepared to deliver to Nana tonight. Shinsu was fully immersed in food preparation when he suddenly sensed a girl standing at the doorway. Glancing through the glass door, he froze instantly. Jiang Shinan, how did this kid get to Dragon City? Soon, the door was pushed open. At the same time, Shinsu's expression returned to normal as he looked up at the other person with clear eyes and said, "Hello, what would you like?" The girl held a candy bag in both hands as she glanced around the small shop. That familiar bejeweled candy handbag, it was custom-made at great expense by Shinsu when she ranked top 3 in her grade during the high school entrance exams. The logo on top was even hand-stitched by herself, not only expensive but also full of sincerity, making it one of the girl's favorite gifts. Seeing the object reminded her of the person. Even Shinsu's hardened heart was shattered into pieces by the child's arrival. A surge of deep, familial affection for the younger generation welled up in her heart. After all, it was a child she had personally raised for over 5 years. How could she not miss her? Jiang Shinan noticed this unusual gaze, and when their eyes met, an intensely familiar feeling instantly surged within her. You? Sorry, you're just too adorable. I got distracted for a moment. My apologies. Shinsu averted his gaze first, awkwardly explaining himself. He truly didn't dare meet her gaze any longer. That strange look in her eyes, a mix of scrutiny, resentment, astonishment, and other indescribable emotions, could soften even the most stone-hearted man into feeling apologetic. Quickly, he retrieved a small cake box labeled Delusion from under the counter, packed a few milk squares inside, then took a jar of red jam from the fridge and scooped 2 spoonfuls over them. Finally, he stuck a small plastic fork into the treat and handed it to her. Try this. Freshly made coconut milk squares, just chilled with ice. Thank you. The girl said thank you and forked a piece of coconut milk jelly into her mouth. The tartness of the raspberry jam balanced out the sweetness of the coconut milk jelly. It tasted sweet with a hint of sourness, cool and refreshing, so delicious it was out of this world. After swallowing the food, Jiang Shinan blurted out without thinking, so good, just as delicious as my brother's cooking. Shinsu suppressed the complex emotions in his heart and forced a smile onto his lips. Oh, really? Then your brother must be someone who truly knows how to live life. Of course. The girl's expression suddenly darkened, and soon, glistening tears began to spill from her eyes. What's wrong with you? Shinsu handed her a tissue, pretending not to know. And nothing. Could you make me a cup of coffee? I smelled it at the entrance just now, it was really fragrant. Jiang Shinan was quite satisfied with this young man's skills. To hide her sadness, she took the tissue to wipe the corners of her eyes and hurried to sit at the innermost seat. I'm really sorry, but the better coffee beans won't arrive for a few more days. Right now, this is the only bean we have that's barely passable. Here's your Katura Lime Summer, it's a bit hot, so please enjoy it slowly. Shinsu placed the steaming coffee in front of her, the small mountain of sugar cubes topped with a few mint leaves. Thank you. The girl took the coffee, added not a single sugar cube, and took a small sip. The coffee's raw bitterness made her frown slightly, but she swallowed it all the same. But how could this bitterness compare to the pain in her heart? Shinsu looked at the faint trace of anguish lingering on Jiang Shinan's cheek, when suddenly the memory of attending his first parent-teacher meeting years ago flashed through his mind. He remembered hearing back then that the girl was being called a fatherless bastard at school, isolated and bullied, and how it had already filled him with smoldering rage. He'd stormed onto the podium and openly mocked those parents right to their faces. Let me introduce myself. I'm Shinsu, Jiang Shinan's older brother. I've heard that some people in our class enjoy doing things that aren't particularly pleasant. She never spoke up before out of consideration for classmate camaraderie, and we as parents weren't aware of what was happening. But what I want to say today is, now that this matter has reached my ears, then I'll have to step in and warn some of you. If this kind of bullshit happens again, well, I hope you're on good terms with the hospital. Chapter 14, Little girl, are you mistaken about who I am? After I finished speaking, a few parents in the class seemed quite displeased and started shouting insults, especially that boxer who was making the biggest fuss. He rushed straight off the podium and nearly beat that nearly 2-meter-tall boxer into a third-degree disability. Although he had to pay nearly hundreds of thousands in compensation afterward, from then on, no one in the class or even the entire school dared to gossip or bully the little girl again. This kind of deterrence was something Jiang Shiyu couldn't have achieved at the time. Later, as Jiang Shinan gradually grew more confident and cheerful, she also began to make more friends. This created a virtuous cycle. By the time of her senior year college entrance exams, her academic performance had skyrocketed from the bottom of her grade to ranking third in the entire year level. It was precisely that parent-teacher conference back then that made the girl genuinely acknowledge Shinsu from the bottom of her heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have strived so hard to improve herself. And now, Jiang Shinan, suddenly deprived of her emotional anchor, seems to have regressed back to her former state. She sealed her heart once more, wrapping it in hatred. Shinsu's death inflicted profound psychological trauma on her. If this continues, something terrible will surely happen. He returned to the bar counter and pondered deeply for several minutes. Then he took out ingredients from the fridge and started working. A dozen minutes later, he placed a beggar's simplified version of the absurdity sundae in front of her. This is the shop's new sundae. Try it, it should cheer you up. At that moment, Jiang Shinan's face was filled with astonishment as she stared at the oddly familiar-looking dessert before her. Brother Sue. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm just too excited. You can make this too. It's fine, I only recently saw this dessert online and wanted to give it a try. You taste it first. I don't know how it turned out since it's my first time making it. Shinsu sat across from her with a smile, his emotions complicated. Her suddenly radiant smile made his heart twinge involuntarily. The absurdity sundae, in plain terms, it's just an extravagant banana ice cream. An authentic absurd sundae's edible portion costs around $20,000, made from bananas, natural fruit syrup, and incredibly precious dessert wines. It contains 1960s vintage Daiquim wine and German Trockenbeerenauslese wine. The restaurant serves it to diners using golden spoons from the 1850s. The reason this concoction carries a total price tag of $400,000 lies primarily in its extravagant accompanying products. It came with a first-class plane ticket to Mount Kilimanjaro in Tanzania, a 5-star hotel, and a batch of ice cream made from glacial ice collected from the mountain's summit, handcrafted by the founder. The founder even arranged for cello performances for diners who booked in advance. Shinsu made this ice cream sundae for her when she scored first in class for the first time. Aside from the toppings, he used identical ingredients, resulting in an extraordinarily unique taste. The little girl was overjoyed for ages back then. Though the flavor's a bit different, it's still super delicious. Jiang Shinan hadn't even swallowed yet. Then he immediately scooped 2 more spoonfuls. Her little mouth was puffed full, her eyes curved into crescents. Look how eager you are, it's all over your face. Shinsu picked up a napkin and instinctively moved to wipe the corner of her mouth, but his hand froze awkwardly mid-reach. Jiang Shernan was slightly taken aback by this, but she quickly regained her composure, taking the napkin from his hand to wipe the corner of her mouth. The girl lowered her head and continued eating the ice cream in her bowl. Shinsu, meanwhile, quietly returned to the bar counter and resumed his work. The atmosphere suddenly turned somewhat strange. This lasted for about a few minutes, until an exaggerated roar of an engine sounded at the entrance. Zhuangchun left home, hailed a taxi to the internet cafe parking lot, and drove his Audi RS5 with iron gray tinted film across the river, parking it diagonally in front of the store. After getting out of the car and pushing open the door, he noticed an incredibly beautiful girl sitting inside the store, whose looks were almost on par with Shangguan Lin. However, their styles were different. Shangguan Lin was the delicate, refined type of girl next door, while this one exuded an overwhelming aura of wealth. Not only was her outfit high-end, but her demeanor was effortlessly natural. On the table lay a candy-colored handbag studded with paved diamonds, its side bearing a small Versace logo, while the front displayed an unfamiliar emblem he'd never seen before. This had to be a custom piece. Ordinary wealthy people probably didn't even qualify to purchase it. The girl just sitting there gave off the vibe of a runaway princess. When Zhuangchun was studying in Shanghai, he had the fortune of meeting the eldest daughter of a prominent family. She carried a similar aura. In his memory, not a single person in Longcheng County could afford this bag except the one sitting before him now. Could she be here as a tourist? But there weren't any luxury cars parked outside the shop either. Zhuangchun glanced at the girl with slight confusion before shifting her gaze to Shinsu. Hey, are you busy? Got plenty of free time. Bro, hurry up and get me something icy to drink. It's hotter than hell out there. Alright, take a seat for a bit. I'll make you a glass of chilled lemon black tea. Hurry up. Zhuangchun wiped the sweat from his forehead and slumped inelegantly into the chair by the bookshelf. Shinsu quickly brewed him a cup of black tea, added a slice of lemon, and finally scooped a large spoonful of ice cubes before serving it to him. Zhuangchun took a big gulp of the refreshing iced lemon tea, exhaled a long breath, then tilted his chin toward the young lady quietly reading by the window, his gaze never leaving her. Noticing this, Shinsu leaned in and whispered softly into his ear. Clearly a rich kid from the big city, probably here in Dragon City for vacation to unwind. You'd better keep your damn head straight, don't you dare cause any trouble. Fuck, how'd you know? Zhuangchun widened her eyes in surprise. How the hell did this guy figure out I wanted to add someone on WeChat? Damn it, can you keep your voice down? You want the whole world to hear? Shinsu tightened his grip on the man's neck, squeezing until his facial features contorted. That bag she's carrying? You couldn't afford it even if you sold your piece of shit car. I'm not blind, custom Versace, fully diamond studded. Well, Shinsu, since when did you become such an expert? Never noticed that about you before. Zhuangchun's curiosity was piqued. This guy clearly wasn't from a wealthy family and probably wasn't familiar with luxury goods. The moment he finished speaking, he saw the little girl's eyes light up like they'd been charged with electricity, staring fixedly in his direction. No way, I didn't even say anything. Why does she have such a weird way of looking at people? Shinsu felt the overwhelming urge to strangle this bastard. The current situation had plunged him into excruciating embarrassment. Truth be told, after his rebirth, he had originally planned to change his name. But clinging to a sliver of hope, he figured he'd handle it whenever he found the time. After all, there was no rush. Now, with that guy's shout, it was like poking at the exact wound he wanted to avoid. Before long, the young girl sprang up and dashed straight towards Zhuangchun. Why you there, big brother? Is his name Shinsu? May I ask which characters they are? The Shin with 3 water drops, and Su as an emotion. Being called big brother by a beautiful young heiress clearly delighted this fellow. Without a second thought, the words slipped out, not feeling there was anything to hide. This instantly brought 2 words to Shinsu's mind. Done for. Sure enough, upon hearing Zhuangchun's words, the girl immediately burst into tears, throwing herself into his arms and wailing uncontrollably. Brother Su, I knew you weren't dead. There was no way Shinsu would ever admit it. It didn't matter if Jiang Shernan recognized the wrong person or made contact with him. After all, this kid didn't possess any special abilities. But Guba needed Jiang Shiyu to know of this person's existence and come charging over without hesitation. TSK, the consequences wouldn't be as simple as this little girl crying and needing a hug. He absolutely had to dispel any notion that he was her brother. Little girl, I think you've mistaken me for someone else. Chapter 15, I'll save, never mind. It's almost impossible for a person to completely transform into someone else in this world. Shinsu, possessing this body's memories, could follow the original behavioral patterns to make those around him overlook some of the disorienting sense of personality dislocation. His post-resurrection behavior when playing games with Zhuangchun showed no signs of his friend noticing his brother had become a different person. But today, his sudden knowledge of luxury goods created such a stark personality dissonance that Zhuangchun instantly sensed something was off. Now was the moment to test Shinsu's acting skills. After all, he didn't want the young girl to think he was actually her brother Su, nor could he appear too different from before in Zhuang Chun's eyes, which was actually quite difficult. So his current state of flustered yet slightly smug was just right. He met Zhuang Chun's gaze with perfect naturalness. Don't cry. Look up at me first. I'm really not your brother. Lao Zhuang, what are you standing there for? Say something. Hey, miss, if I had a rich sister like you, would I be stuck running this crappy coffee shop in this godforsaken place? Zhuang Chun immediately caught on, pointing at the old-fashioned storefront as he teased. Whoa. Jiang Shernan slowly raised her tear-streaked face from his embrace to look at him. He looks different, but the aura feels similar. The same gentle gaze, the same doting tone. Brother Su usually carries himself with steady composure, appearing very upright, but beneath the surface he's intensely dominant like a suit-clad rogue, giving off an overwhelming sense of security while making those around him feel he lives exhaustingly. This one, however, is an old soul in a young body, sunny and mild, radiating utter serenity without rush or agitation. When joking with friends, he's completely unlike his brother. Because my brother would never interact with others like this, probably because he's the CEO, so he has to be very mindful of his demeanor in public. Did I really mistake him for someone else? But that scent on him feels so familiar. Miss, you've really mistaken me for someone else. Maybe I just resemble your brother in looks or some mannerisms. Here, take a look at my ID card. Shinsu took out his ID card from his pocket and handed it to the girl. Jiang Shernan held the ID card and stared at it blankly for a while, eventually deflating like a punctured balloon before returning it to him. However, she really couldn't bring herself to keep clinging to him anymore. Her face flushed red as she stammered awkwardly, sorry about that. It's nothing, just a case of mistaken identity. Perfectly normal. You can just call me by my name. Shinsu waved his hand and said with a laugh. Jiang Shernan felt so embarrassed she wished the ground would swallow her. She hung her head, her face burning red, grabbed her small handbag from the seat and bolted out, disappearing like the wind in the direction of Riverside Park. Hey, this girl's loaded and she still skips out on the bill? What a ripoff, Shinsu said with a gloomy expression. Ha. Zhuang Chun was practically dying of laughter. Glancing at the unfinished coffee and desserts on the girl's table, she estimated they couldn't have been cheap. What the hell are you laughing at? I worked a whole day for nothing, this damn ice cream costs a fortune to make. Ha, cough. Bro, what ice cream are you talking about? Forget it. Just my bad luck. Shinsu shook his head and quickly changed the subject. While half-heartedly chatting with Zhuang Chun, he began cleaning up the leftovers from the girl's meal. Hey, let me tell you something funny. A little kid just came to my place, guess what he wanted from me? I'm no fortune teller, what the hell am I supposed to guess? He told me to find some guys to scare his sister, then he'd get to play the brother-in-law. Gotta say though, his sister is, damn, absolutely stunning, a real campus belle too. As Zhuang Chun recounted the events, that final mention of campus belle made Shinsu's brow furrow, sensing something instinctively. Casually he asked, what are the sister and brother's names? Shangguan Lin, Shangguan Li. It was the younger brother Shangguan Li who came to find me. His father used to drive trucks at my family's sand quarry. That kid's always been full of bad ideas, and he's only gotten worse as he's grown older. Sigh, to have such a brother, she's really out of luck for 8 lifetimes. Just you wait, there's bound to be more trouble in the future. Zhuang Chun took a sip of iced lemon tea and sighed. The way he said it even carried a hint of a retired gangster lamenting the decline of morals in the underworld. So what's her family situation like? Her father was a gambler, drowning in debt, while her stepmother was viciously mean, spoiling her own son rotten while constantly scheming to sell off her stepdaughter for money. Utterly disgusting. Zhuang Chun's revelation set off alarm bells in Shinsu's mind. With her birth mother gone, leaving only a daughter behind in a family steeped in extreme son preference, unloved by her father and tormented by a stepmother, it'd be a miracle if her psyche remained unscathed. Add to that Shangguan Lin witnessing her father push her mother off a cliff with his own hands. I probably wouldn't have done any better in his shoes. Damn, this is really tragic. Yeah, what a pity. Oh wait, I've got photos here, let me show you how cheerful he looks now. Zhuang Chun scrolled through WeChat Moments, opened Shangguan Lin's selfie, and zoomed in for Shinsu to see. Damn, what a knockout. Hey, Zhuang Deshao, why aren't you playing the hero and saving the damsel in distress? Shinsu's words carried a probing undertone. He wanted to gauge whether this guy had designs on Shangguan Lin. If he did, things could get complicated. Shinsu had no desire to clash with Zhuang Chun. After all, this girl was his test subject. Until he was certain of success, he needed to minimize any unforeseen variables. Save my ass? You think I'm still some 17 or 18-year-old kid who can't walk straight when I see a pretty girl? Hell, isn't 688 enough? I'm still young. I don't want to be locked up in the prison of marriage this early. Zhuang Chun gave him a look that clearly said, are you stupid? And continued. Let me tell you something straight, bro, I'm not some damn fool. With her family situation, I don't want to be part of some targeted poverty alleviation scheme. And if they start throwing their weight around, especially with her dad being the way he is, my family could end up in deep shit. Besides, I practically watched Shangwan Lin grow up. I can't just mess around with her casually. What the hell am I supposed to do? Fair enough, but since you're not interested, I guess I'll be the one to save her then. Ha, what did you just say? Shinsu's words stunned Zhuang Chun, who immediately straightened up and demanded an explanation. You weren't interested, so I figured I'd give it a try. The man repeated his statement with complete seriousness. Damn it, don't you dare mess around. If you're just playing with her, I won't stand for it. Zhuang Chun jumped up in alarm, pointing at his buddy with a stern warning expression. The boomerang he threw had finally come back to hit him. Old Zhuang, what are you thinking? Do you really think I'm that kind of guy? You can know a person's face but not their heart. Who knows what's going on in your mind? But if you really want some fun, I'll take you to Xingning Club tonight for some entertainment. Just keep your hands off her. Zhuang Chun was tall and imposing, carrying himself with undeniable presence. Seeing his expression soften slightly, Shinsu explained, what I meant was getting her out of that household first. Since her parents want to sell their daughter, I'll just buy her instead. Holy shit, you're serious? Aren't you afraid her family will latch onto you for good? TCH, what's there to fear? I'm not like you, having to consider the bigger picture. I'm completely free and unburdened right now. Once the money's paid, Shangwan Lin will be mine. Speaking of which, don't they dote on their son? If they dare show their teeth again in the future, I'll teach them a lesson on their behalf. It'll be perfectly justified. Shinsu planned to get her out first. Tsinghua and Peking University were must-attends. Even if the scores fell short, he had plenty of ways to get her in by force. But all this hinged on her breaking free from her birth family, otherwise, she'd inevitably slide into the abyss. Chapter 16, Borrowing the Tiger's Might. Shinsu said this with such an earnest expression that even Zhuang Chun couldn't quite decipher his intentions. Though this guy wasn't exactly cowardly, he'd fight when necessary, he'd never been the type to seek the spotlight. Could he actually have taken a fancy to her this time? Damn, how can you fall in love at first sight just by looking at a photo? That's way too exaggerated. Bro, this really isn't necessary. I advise you to think it through first. She's just a pretty girl. If you're spending money to marry her just for some sense of justice in your heart, it's practically a joke. She might not even appreciate it. Zhuang Chun was genuinely afraid this idiot might get carried away and become Shangwan Lin's simp. It would be hilarious if I ended up with nothing after all that ass kissing. As a bro, I still gotta give you some advice. Soon, the clock struck 9. By then, all the customers had left, and Shinsu had already locked the cafe's front door. Zhuang Chun watched him ride off on his electric scooter to deliver desserts to some wealthy client, then reluctantly drove home himself. Even lying in bed, he couldn't stop thinking about what had happened that evening. Suddenly, he realized he couldn't quite see through this childhood friend of his anymore. What's more, the guy had actually been dead set on getting both the phone number and home address of Shangwan Lin's father from him. I actually ended up giving it to him. How inexplicable. I just hope nothing goes wrong. Meanwhile, Jiang Shernan sat on the lawn beneath Longshan Bridge, staring blankly at the colorful neon lights flickering above. Her emotions were in complete turmoil. Brother Su, Shernan met someone today who smelled just like you, and his name was exactly the same as yours. He was a bit younger than you, and a little thinner. He seemed like a very cheerful and gentle person. Your dessert-making skills are quite good too, just a tiny bit worse than yours. At that moment, I really thought he was you in disguise. So without thinking, I just threw myself into his arms. I got carried away by the moment. But Shernan just couldn't help herself. Because I really miss you so much, Brother Su. Please don't blame me. Shernan feels like her heart has been hollowed out without you. Can you hear me speaking from heaven? I think you probably can. Jiang Shernan's thoughts wandered aimlessly. Her reason told her that Shinsu was already dead. This was an indisputable fact. Because she had personally watched as the mortician stitched up the corpse and pushed it into the crematorium, reducing it to ashes. But her cherished memories seemed unwilling to comply, unwilling to accept that the person who had always been by her side had suddenly vanished. She simply couldn't adjust. Today, though, she had met a man who carried a scent eerily similar to Shinsu's. But perhaps it was truly just because I missed him too much. Oh no, I think I forgot to pay. Will he think I was just freeloading? By the time the girl came to her senses, she saw it was already past 9 o'clock. She suddenly remembered something and immediately checked her phone to look at the payment records. It suddenly dawned on me that in my extreme embarrassment at the time, I hadn't even considered this possibility. I just grabbed my bag and bolted. No, I have to go back and pay the bill. It wouldn't be good to be misunderstood. With this thought, Jiang Shernan stood up, picked up her bag, and turned back toward that cluster of farmers' houses. Perhaps because it was too late, the area under the bridge had already fallen silent, swallowed by the darkness of night. It was completely different from the brightly lit scene just moments ago. The pedestrians had also dwindled significantly. Only the streetlights, spaced every 20 or 30 meters, still emitted their dim yellow glow. When she reached the cafe nestled in the Old Town district, she found it had already closed its doors. Jiang Shernan hesitated at the door for a moment before stepping forward to knock, but there seemed to be no response from inside. She then glanced bewilderedly at the pitch-black darkness of the old city district, thinking she might as well come back tomorrow morning to pay the money. Just as she was about to leave this side street and head towards the main road to hail a taxi, at that moment, the already dim streetlights along the riverbank suddenly grew darker. Several motorcycles flashed colorful lights, their modified engines roaring loudly. They sped along the riverside fork, swiftly passing before the astonished girl's eyes one after another. The youth on the lead bike whistled at her and popped a wheelie to show off. The cars behind followed suit and started showing off their tricks. Fortunately, they might have just been passing by and didn't stop. This scared Jiang Shernan so much that she didn't dare delay for a second, immediately running to the main road to hail a cab back to the hotel. These street loafers were none other than Shang Wanli and his gang. He took Zhuang Chun's $500 and immediately called up a few of his hoodlum friends to go street racing together. After tearing up the streets, they planned to head to the riverside for some late-night snacks. This path happened to be a shortcut, which was why they came this way. When Shang Wanli spotted an incredibly beautiful girl standing by the dark roadside, he couldn't help but whistle at her. Her stunning face instantly seared itself into the young delinquent's mind. "Hey, brotherly, that chick just now was pretty hot. Kinda reminds me of your sister." A young man with green-dyed hair gulped down some beer and smacked his lips. "Fuck you, don't even think about my sister. Remember Chun Gu from number 1 high school? He's gonna be my brother-in-law someday." Shang Wanli cursed with a laugh. "Ah, seriously? Of course it's true. I just went to his place today, and when I left, my brother-in-law straight up gave me $500. Otherwise, why the hell would I treat you guys to late-night snacks?" Shang Wanli pulled out his beat-up, who knows how many times resold phone, and shoved the transfer record in their faces. 500 yuan isn't really a huge sum in most parts of Zhejiang province. An average high school student probably spends around 700 or 800 a month. But if it were just about treating these small-town boys to a late-night snack and some karaoke until the money ran out, that wouldn't be considered much. After all, the average monthly salary in Longcheng is only a little over 3,000 yuan. However, the real purpose of this transfer wasn't to treat them to a meal, it was to let Shang Wanli borrow Zhuang Chun's intimidating reputation. "Holy shit, Brother Chun, isn't that Big Brother Jin's boss?" "Yeah, he's the boss of our boss at Longcheng Vocational High." "No way, seriously?" The little hoodlums looked utterly shocked, chattering back and forth, though the rumors they'd heard were mostly consistent. "Of course it's true, but you guys, this midnight snack ain't free, got it?" Shang Wanli glanced around, opened another bottle of beer, and poured drinks for everyone. "Brotherly, just tell us what you want us to do?" Green hair chimed in. "Not now, let's finish eating first, then we're going to sing at Nigui KTV. Oh ho! Brotherly is generous. Brotherly is mighty." After finishing their meal, the group quickly headed to Honey Fruit KTV. After downing several more bottles of liquor in the private room, the space immediately became smoke-filled and descended into a demonic frenzy. Seeing this, Shang Wanli wore a wicked grin as he addressed the group of equally aimless delinquents. "My brother-in-law said that from now on, number 2 high school belongs to me, Shang Wanli." Shinsu rode his bike to Li Jiangwo's house, arriving around 9:30 in the evening. "Nana, Big Brother's here." As soon as the door opened, Nana came running over on her little legs. Shinsu crouched down and let the child throw herself into his arms. With one arm around her, he lifted the dessert in his other hand. "Hee, coconut milk squares with a sweet and sour flavor, you're gonna love these." Yesterday she had chocolate blueberry cake, which was still quite rich despite the blueberry jam, and the high sugar content wasn't ideal for kids to eat too much of. The sweet and sour coconut milk squares were different. Shinsu had garnished them with raspberry jam, enhancing the natural tartness of the already lightly sweetened squares. Chilled and refreshing, they were impossible to tire of eating. "Thank you." The little girl happily enjoyed her treat with a fork, while Li Jianguo politely rose from the sofa to greet her. "Oh my, I thought you weren't coming today. I took the money, how could I not come? I was supposed to deliver it this afternoon, but something came up unexpectedly and delayed me. Really sorry to bother you so late." "Don't mention it. Nana's been talking about you all day. I was afraid you might be busy, Mr. Shin, so I didn't want to rush you. Come in, it's sweltering outside. Have a seat and some fruit first." Seeing the other party being so humble, Li Jianguo couldn't bring himself to say anything more. He had just been wondering why the guy hadn't shown up yet and whether he should call to check, and here he was. Chapter 17, Bad News. "No need, President Li. I should be heading back. Big brother, play with me for a while. Nana misses you so much." Hearing Shinsu was about to leave, the little girl immediately swallowed the milk candy in her mouth and ran over to grab the hem of his clothes, refusing to let go. That's right, now that you're here, stay a while. Young people all stay up late anyway. Gee, go cut some fruit, I want to chat with this young man for a bit. Li Jianguo pointed at the young woman whose face was still slightly swollen, completely ignoring the grievance in her eyes. You can tell Nana really likes you. Li Jianguo chuckled as he watched Nana sitting on Shen Su's lap, popping sweet and tangy milk candies into her mouth. Mr. Li, you flatter me. Perhaps it's just that I naturally adore children, seeing her makes me feel particularly fond. Shen Su's words truly came from the heart, he genuinely felt this way. After all, no matter how you looked at it, she was little Meili's child. Blood ties aside, she was no different from his own daughter. Oh right, Nana, could you tell Big Brother your full name? And how old are you this year? Shen Su lowered his head and asked her softly in a gentle tone. Nana mumbled with her mouth full of food. Big Brother, my name is Farina Scar Norton. I'm 8.5 years old. You must remember that from now on. Okay, Big Brother promises. But, Nana, are you from another country? The moment he heard the name, Shen Su immediately grew tense and pressed further with his question. Mom says I'm American, but I couldn't get used to living there. Not only was the food disgusting, they didn't even know how to say wokeo. Ha ha ha. The child's earnest tone was both amusing and exasperating. This is the most authentic expression of childhood. Dislikes and preferences are immediately apparent, completely unconcealed. This shows that Nana has always been in a nurturing environment, receiving abundant love from her parents. But this sentence made Shen Su feel the probability of things going wrong had greatly increased. Nana, we can't use bad language, or the lady will scold us later. Li Jianguo genuinely couldn't hold it in anymore. As part of the older generation and serving as a white glove, he couldn't very well swear, so he pretended to be angry instead. Mom says holy shit too. She says she learned it from Dad. Nana is still young, understanding wokeo more as an expression of surprise rather than as a curse word. Is your father Chinese? Shen Su asked with some curiosity. No, my father was also American, named Scarl Vincent, but he sacrificed his life defending the country in battle before Nana was born. At this point, Nana's expression turned somewhat sorrowful, but she quickly forced a smile again. But Mommy said Daddy was a great hero, the bravest warrior. He died fighting bad guys to protect world peace. Nana must stay strong and not be sad. Damn, mystery solved. These words made Shen Su tense up all over, nearly losing control of his emotions. Sure enough, when she announced her full name, Shen Su had a suspicion in his heart. But after all, little Millie never remarried, so it was perfectly normal for a daughter out of wedlock to use her name. However, when Nana personally spoke her own name, Shen Su nearly lost his composure. This was actually his own biological daughter, and his only descendant in this world. Before little Millie, he had confirmed countless times that he hadn't left any offspring behind. Damn it! No wonder it felt so familiar. Look at those eyes, that nose, those adorable little dimples, damn it, the more I look, the more alike they are. Oh Millie, dear Millie, how on earth did you manage this? I checked the stats panel before I died, you weren't even pregnant. At that moment, a sudden memory flashed through Shen Su's mind. He recalled that before being killed by little Millie, the two had presumably slept together, but he'd been thoroughly protected at the time. Could it be that? Ha, those Americans sure know how to have fun. Truly all master villains, damn, each one more outrageous than the last. Even in death, you managed to leave me with offspring, impressive. He finally understood why she had sent the child to China. After all, little Millie had lied to Nana, saying her father was a great hero who died in battle. If the little girl ever learned her father was a complete scoundrel, a womanizer, and a traitor to America, that's outrageous. My entire worldview is shattered. Yes, Nana's father is a great hero. Shen Su was overwhelmed with emotion. He truly didn't know how to describe his current state of mind. Li Jianguo noticed Shen Su's unnatural expression and said, Brother Shen, are you feeling unwell? Is the air conditioning too cold? Oh, no, I was just feeling emotional. Nana lost her father at such a young age, it's had quite an impact on her. Shen Su waved his hand to indicate he was fine and spoke sincerely. Yes, that's why his mother entrusted the child to us 6 months ago. After all, without a father, he's more likely to be bullied at school. Studying in China is much safer, unlike in America, where schools openly encourage gender confusion in children. It's absolutely outrageous. Li Jianguo spoke with righteous indignation. To say Nana would be bullied or influenced in America was clearly a joke. Forget about the Norton family, just little Millie's fiery temper alone meant anyone who dared provoke her would have their whole family wiped out by sundown. But Shen Su knew the real reason must be exactly as he had imagined. As Nana grew older, the whispers behind her back would gradually increase. To spare the child from the shock of truth, she painfully severed this familial bond and sent her far away to China. However, Nana is here, so her tyrannical highness will definitely make time to visit her child. And it just so happens to be summer vacation right now. Oh damn, this is bad. Shen Su blurted out immediately upon realizing this, since school's out now, will your mom come here to see you? He thought it would still be necessary to confirm little Mealy's whereabouts, even though he looked completely different in this reincarnation. But just in case, during those days when she might come, he must keep the shop closed, and go on a road trip around the area. The farther away, the better. He didn't want to provoke any of those 10 major villains now. Yes, Mom said she's coming in a few days and can stay with me for a whole month this time. When Mom arrives, I'll introduce Big Brother to her. Nana lifted her innocent little face and said excitedly, absolutely. When the lady arrives, I'll definitely make the introduction for you. If you can gain her approval, young Shin, your future will be limitless. Ha ha ha. Li Jianguo also smiled along. From his perspective, Nana would inevitably inherit the Norton family's investments in China. As long as the child was happy, Li Jianguo was happy, and his relative position would be more secure. This was called foresight. Ah, good. There will be opportunities. Shinsu nodded along on the surface while his heart grew cold with dread. I'm so grateful to both of you. Please don't cause any trouble for me. Shinsu understood very well what a true villain was like. Those bitches were all a bunch of superhumans. He wasn't sure whether he could withstand their psychic screening after rebirth. After all, he'd never tried it before. Otherwise, why would the system dump him in different countries every time he cultivated a major villain? Most likely, he was afraid of running into those women he had cultivated before. If discovered, it would definitely lead to major trouble. He didn't even know if he could be reborn again after death. Better safe than sorry. Back to Delusion Cafe. Shinsu washed up and lay in bed, his emotions in turmoil. Since this rebirth, the experiences had been incredibly eventful, and it had only been a few days. Shangguan Lin, Zhang Shinan, they kept appearing one after another. Even his own damn daughter showed up. System. Speak. Was this your doing? Shinsu roared inwardly, but the system remained as unresponsive as a corpse. Sigh, sleep it is. The boat will straighten itself when it reaches the bridge. He normally didn't need sleep, but sleeping could relax both body and mind. When there's no pressing need, sleeping is actually quite a pleasurable thing. Shinsu fell asleep with mixed emotions. Across the ocean, the tyrannical Lady Allison Scar Norton wore a cruel expression as she viciously stomped on someoe's head. Chapter 18, The Rich Young Lady's Methods, Bonus Chapter 4, Jellyfish Little Colic. Dressed in a custom-tailored women's suit, Allison's 175 centimeters frame appeared even more slender, especially those two long legs, which could easily rival those of a supermodel. She wore 10-centimeter high heels, the slender steel heels seemingly nailing into the scalp of the person beneath her, eliciting agonized wails. If you dare make even the slightest sound again, I'll make sure you're silenced forever, you fool. She raised her foot and stomped down hard, causing the person's head to collide intimately with the ground. But he clenched his teeth tightly, not daring to make a sound. Clearly, he had taken Allison's warning to heart. The nearly 2-meter-tall suited giant tremblingly handed her the continuously vibrating phone. Nana, why aren't you asleep yet? Allison's voice was clear and melodious, brimming with rich and delicate emotions. The halo of maternal love was shining brilliantly at this moment. It formed a stark contrast with the bloody scene before her. Alright, once mommy finishes her work, I'll come see you early without fail. Sleep well, my dear sweetheart. After hanging up the phone, the tyrant woman immediately changed her expression, speaking to the person lying on the ground with a tone of contempt. Starting today, the Arna family is no longer the association's administrator. Norton will bring more profits to the association. Do you understand? Allison, you can't do this. This requires a vote by the association's management. Heh, perhaps I wasn't clear enough. But now, your opinion is no longer needed, Mr. Chairman. Ah, I really was too merciful after all. Having spent these years mostly raising children, it seems some people have already lost their memories. Well then, let's help them remember properly now. After you go to hell, sir, remember to pass a message to Mr. Satan for me. Tell him Ms. Allison sends her regards. Allison grinned ferociously, grabbing the electric chainsaw from the shelf and giving the starter a fierce pull. The buzzing chainsaw was raised high and swung down fiercely. No, you can't. Thud. In an instant, the speaker's words were severed in his throat. Blood splattered, heads rolled. Against the backdrop of a screen awash in crimson, Allison's angelic face, now smeared with copious amounts of blood, transformed into something resembling a demon risen from hell, glaring down at the ant-like creature severed in two beneath her feet. The brutal, bloody scene sent tremors through her body, unleashing boundless joy from the depths of her soul. Ah, this kind of life really suits me best. Today I must chop off at least 10 heads. Early the next morning, Zhuang Chun came again. He felt he still needed to talk some sense into this hot-headed old friend. The hole dug by Shangguan Lin's family is too deep, selling Shinsu probably wouldn't even cover it. Brother, take my advice, think this through carefully. I've already considered it thoroughly. Shinsu responded with a dry chuckle. What the hell kind of depth? More like your brain's fried. You haven't even met her in person. What if the photo was photoshopped? Zhuang was furious just looking at his annoyingly calm face right now. She really wanted to slap him awake. I have met her. I saved her when she jumped into the river the night before last, and she came to my shop yesterday morning. She's a pretty little thing, marrying her wouldn't be a loss. Besides, she's the school belle. Shin So-and-so, hit the jackpot. Jumped into the river? Jumped into what river? Zhuang scratched his head, his face full of confusion as he asked. From what she said, it seems she failed the college entrance exam, got a bit emotionally overwhelmed that night, and tried to jump off Donga Bridge. I happened to be passing by and saved her. Shinsu shrugged his shoulders. There was nothing particularly worth hiding about this matter. Holy shit, bro, that's some smooth work. TSK, never would have guessed. Zhuang finally understood. So it was all about playing the hero to save the damsel, but wanting to devour the damsel after saving her. I have to say, that's just too shameless. Of course, I'm not an idiot. If she were really some gold-digging brother worshipper, why would I spend money to help her? Shinsu continued while making coffee for a customer. Besides, if she gets into a good university and lands a decent job, she could pay me back even if we don't end up married. It's an investment in the future. You've got to have vision, right? Tisk, that's quite the novel perspective. Aren't you afraid she might neither repay you nor let you get close to her? What's the big deal? I'm single with no dependents. Spending some money to pull someone out of the mud is worth it. Expecting returns for doing good deeds is too utilitarian. After all, I'm a model socialist youth with 5 virtues. Oh, what 5 virtues? Enlighten me, Kong. Zhuang was practically blinded by the moral radiance emanating from this guy. You work for the government and don't even know this? Making me educate you is practically a waste of state resources. Shinsu's face was full of astonishment. Get lost, stop disgusting me. I'm just a nobody, what would I need to learn that crap for? Zhuang wore a frustrated expression as she handed over the coffee cup. Virtue, thought, ability, action, and ambition, 5 dimensions for holistic development. Strive to be an outstanding youth of the new era. Want me to explain these 5 dimensions in detail to elevate your moral standards? Shinsu took the cup and teased. Pfft, not as good as my Yasuo getting a pentakill. Go say that in front of your department head. Heh, no way I will. While the two were chatting nonsense, a graceful young woman stood at the bar counter, holding her bag with both hands, watching them with a smile. Good morning, Miss Jiang. Zhuang looked slightly embarrassed, while Shinsu remained perfectly composed. I was in such a hurry yesterday that I forgot to pay you. Zhang Shernan explained with a smile. Hey, it's no big deal. This guy was ready to spend money buying himself a wife. What's a few $100 to him? Zhuang had just been disgusted by Shinsu, and the mischievous urge to retaliate immediately surfaced, deciding to give him a taste of his own medicine. What? Someone as gentle as him doesn't have a girlfriend either, and has to resort to buying one. The young girl looked shocked. Don't listen to his nonsense, he's gone crazy, don't mind him. Shinsu chuckled softly, not the least bit angry, which only infuriated Zhuang even more. The more he looked at this guy, the more something felt off. Since when did Shinsu become so composed? Damn it, even his gaming skills had improved significantly. In the past, it was always a 0/3 or 0 to 5 starred at best, but now I can actually cruise through the platinum tier with ease. No. It must be that I've gotten stronger. Yeah, definitely stronger. Zhuang would never admit she sucked at games, while he was still fantasizing about gaming skills. The girl at the workstation pursed her lips and said, this young man must be such a cheerful and optimistic person too. Ha, you get me. Unlike this tasteless guy here. Zhuang scratched his head, and combined with his physique and expression, he looked just like the cartoon bear Xiong'er, utterly foolish. Ha. Zhang Shernan smiled sweetly, quickly took out her phone from her bag, scanned the QR code, and casually entered a string of numbers. Alipay payment received, 10,000 yuan. Holy shit, is this the power of a wealthy heiress? Absolutely terrifying. Miss Jiang, you're being too generous. Shinsu smiled helplessly. He knew the reason. This money wasn't just to settle yesterday's bill, it also held his feelings of longing for someone. After all, that absurdly cheap knockoff sundae had genuinely lifted her spirits. What he'd brought her was worth far more than just the price of that ice cream. That's why Zhang Shernan was so generous. Not much, an authentic absurd sundae costs more than this. That's just the added value. Exactly, I paid extra precisely for this added value. The girl's radiant and sunny appearance was truly captivating, especially Zhuang, who nearly poured the milk into the sink. Hey, what the hell are you doing? This premium milk was airlifted here, it's expensive as hell. Damn it, how much? I'll pay you back. 500 a bottle. Damn, that's daylight robbery. Who else should I rob? You've been eyeing the customers like a starving wolf, have some shame. Watching their bickering, Zhang Shernan laughed even more delightedly. She seemed to see a different version of Brother Su. Even though she knew the person before her wasn't him, she still felt that someone's shadow lingered in this world. Perhaps then, she wouldn't feel so alone. Chapter 19 Ha, such as woman. Shinsu prepared 2 servings of pan-seared beef ribs and sweetened stone oak cubes, ZZ tofu, for them. First, to thank Zhuang Chun for her help in forcing Jiang Shernan to cross paths with him. He even considered adding some paraquat to Zhuang Chun's portion while cooking the steak, just to send this nuisance packing once and for all. Secondly, since I'd taken Jiang Shernan's 10,000 yuan, I ought to show some appreciation. Once summer vacation ended, this girl would have to return to university. Our opportunities to meet would inevitably become fewer than before. After all, to err is human, who can be completely heartless? At least Su Shin couldn't do that yet. Otherwise he wouldn't be so desperate to complete the mission and return to being an ordinary person. Is it tasty? So good. Super duper good. This was Jiang Shernan speaking as she raised her fork and knife after swallowing a bite of rib meat. Damn, I had no idea you had skills like this. That was the voice of a certain idiot. There's plenty you don't know about me. Do I need to report to you if I'm a 7 times a night wolf too? Shinsu wiped his hands with a towel, watching the 2 of them wolf down their food with an amused smile. Chefs usually don't have much appetite for the dishes they prepare themselves. Compared to eating, they prefer watching diners devour their food with greasy, satisfied mouths. Naturally, Shinsu was no exception to this rule. How shameless. What kind of wolf is a 7 times wolf? A pervert. Hey, don't take away my steak. Damn it, even food can't shut your filthy mouth. Ding ding ding. As the bell chimed, the shop door was pushed open from outside. All 3 immediately looked up toward the entrance. Shinsu had a bit of a headache. Zhuang Chun, on the other hand, was delighted. Yet Jiang Shernan felt an ominous premonition, slightly furrowing her brows as she gazed at the exceptionally beautiful and well-proportioned young girl. Ah, Lin, what brings you here? Zhuang Chun immediately raised her hand to signal to the girl that she was here. Shinsu, I brought you something. Shangguan Lin merely glanced at Zhuang Chun and Jiang Shernan sitting across from her, nodding slightly at Zhuang Chun in acknowledgement. The next second, she cheerfully ran up to Shinsu and handed him the small bag she was carrying. Thank you, I'll gladly accept it without standing on ceremony. Shinsu didn't refuse at all, casually taking it over before opening it right in front of her. When a woman takes the initiative to give you a gift, just accept it graciously, no need for unnecessary formalities. If she truly didn't want to give it, she wouldn't have even mentioned it, let alone offered it proactively. I made it myself. It's a bit rough, but I hope you like it. Shangguan Lin watched Shinsu with eager anticipation as he took the item out of the bag. It was a blue knitted keychain shaped like a vegetable dog. Wow, Lin, your craftsmanship is really good. It's super cute, I love it. Shinsu praised it, then took out the key from his pocket and hung it on right then and there. When a woman gives you a gift, whether it's with ulterior motives or not, just take it as a kind gesture. Besides, quality doesn't matter, nor does the price, what's important is the thought behind it. It's actually a bit simple, I was afraid you wouldn't like it. Shangguan Lin felt a silent relief seeing how sullen the other person was. This silly embroidered dog took her until the dead of night to finish, her fingers were pricked full of holes and still ached. But as long as he liked it, the pain wasn't wasted. After all, it was a gift for him. Honestly, there was even a little thrill in it. Shinsu reached out and grabbed her left hand the next second. Shangguan Lin instinctively tried to pull away twice but failed, because several needle marks were visible on that delicate hand. Wait a moment. Shinsu frowned, then hurried to the bar counter, rummaging through the first aid kit underneath to find an iodine swab. Then he ran back, took her hand again, and carefully examined each wound, cleaning and disinfecting them. Lin, needle pricks can easily lead to tetanus infections. I just checked and it's not too bad, the wounds aren't deep. But next time you play with yarn knitting, remember to wear gloves. It'd be such a shame to ruin these delicate, beautiful hands. I know. I'll be good and listen next time. Shangguan Lin's heart nearly melted. Being treated with genuine care by someone she cared about nearly sent shivers of pleasure through her. She could barely control her body, continuously leaning toward him until she was almost pressing against Shinsu's face. But what kind of person was Shinsu? A seasoned player in the game of love, all too familiar with such situations. He simply stood up to avoid the girl's clingy advance, patted her round little head with a hint of teasing, and said, I'd actually prefer you to be a bit more rebellious. The girl seemed to recall something embarrassing. Her delicate face flushed crimson in an instant, rendering her speechless and utterly adorable sight. Shinsu's outrageous maneuver not only stunned young Master Zhuang, but also ignited fury in Jiang Shernan across from him. Even Shangguan Lin herself was taken completely by surprise, because Shinsu wasn't like this when she came yesterday. She always felt that despite his gentleness, there was an underlying sense of detachment in him. But today, that barrier was completely gone, which made Shangguan Lin extremely happy. Though she felt a bit embarrassed by him ruffling her hair and bringing up old memories, the smile never left the girl's face for even a second. Jiang Shernan, who had been eating across from her, silently put down her knife and fork, crossed her arms, and stared coldly at the young girl before her. In the past, Brother Su was her sister's exclusive property. She couldn't touch him or even think about him. But now, this young man before her, who bore such a striking resemblance to Brother Su in demeanor, was someone she could actually consider. After all, the guy across from her had explicitly stated he didn't have a girlfriend. Still planning to buy a wife, huh? But what the hell is this scene now? Watching the two of them shamelessly flirt right in front of him, Zhuang Chuanzi couldn't help feeling a sour taste in his heart. He'd watched Sister Lin grow up since she was a child. Not only can't I have it myself, but I also have to watch my buddy effortlessly win her over. What's the difference from seeing your own girl get snatched by a pig? This is downright outrageous. Damn it, flaunting your love right in front of me? Have you two no shame at all? What's the value of face? How much does it cost per pound? Shinsu let out a scornful laugh. He had long passed the age of caring about saving face. Embarrassed? That's absolutely non-existent. I'm not afraid of scaring this idiot by saying it out loud. I've even streaked naked under the Eiffel Tower. This shit is all small potatoes to me. Brother Su, didn't you say you were going to buy a wife? What's going on here? At this moment, Jiang Shernan was about to explode. Using the last shred of rationality to suppress the fury in her heart, she extended a slender finger and pointed at Shangguan Lin with a sarcastic tone. Upon hearing these words, Shangguan Lin's expression changed, his eyes flickering with a trace of confusion. Meanwhile, Zhuang Chun instantly turned her head away. Her posture seemed to say, I don't know, I'm not sure, I didn't say anything. It was all Shinsu's doing. I'm just a nobody now. Miss Jiang, you're actually listening to this guy's nonsense. Honestly speaking, finding a wife who suits your tastes is so difficult in today's society. Look at my family situation. Parents died young, education level isn't high, and I lack ambition too. I can only manage to run a shabby little cafe in some backwater county town, barely making enough to feed myself. Even if someone did like me, I couldn't possibly drag them down with me. When I get older, I'll just have to spend some money to marry a wife. Then I'll fulfill my duty of continuing the family line. At least I can face our parents in the afterlife. Shinsu had witnessed countless battlefields of life, and this scene wasn't particularly severe by his standards. Based on his years of experience, strategic retreat often worked better than head-on confrontation. Direct confrontation required formidable charisma and strength as foundation, while strategic retreat merely needed the other party to have you in their thoughts and approach with extremely high cost-effectiveness. Never underestimate a woman's ability to fill in the blanks. The words Shinsu had just spoken were already forming a tragic narrative in their minds, a pitiful tale of a man with a wretched background, crushed by reality, abandoned by love, and ultimately forced to retreat to a small town in resignation. Even Shakespeare might rise from his grave to give a thumbs up. Chapter 20, Jiang Shernan's move. How could that be, Brother Su? Why don't you come back to Shanghai with me? With your cooking skills, I could give you money to open a luxury restaurant. The business would definitely thrive. Her brother Su seemed to be completely dead, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about all this. So, Jiang Shernan really didn't want Shinsu to be captured just like that. As the time spent together grew longer, the doubts in her heart deepened, so she wanted to observe a bit more. For a young lady like her, spending a little money to satisfy her suspicions was no big deal. What she truly needed was time, not money. Miss Jiang, I appreciate your kindness, but I could never get used to big cities. They always felt suffocating to me. That's why I chose to come back and inherit the family business. Please don't misunderstand. Shinsu couldn't help but chuckle. Going to Shanghai was absolutely out of the question. He'd rather be drowned in the sea than set foot in Shanghai. That female demon has immense influence in the area. When Jiang Shernan helped me open a shop, how could she not come inspect it personally? Once she arrives, whether I can stay hidden is another matter entirely. Just thinking about it terrifies me. Better play it safe for now. Oh, alright then. Jiang Shernan felt somewhat displeased by the rejection, but immediately thought of a new solution. But that's fine too. After I graduate, I can choose to invest and develop in Longcheng. Zhuang Chun suddenly found the meat in her mouth tasteless, saying with exasperation, Miss Jiang, what's so great about this guy anyway? It's hard to explain. But I think he's a very gentle person, and also very capable. I admire him. Jiang Shernan almost blurted out the truth, but fortunately, reason made her swallow those words back down. Yet her words made Shangguan Lin feel an intense sense of crisis. Shanghai? Investment? A gentle person? And admiration. He's already politely declined your offer. Don't you get it, you random nobody? Shinsu is clearly rejecting you. But what are you trying to do? Won't you just give it a rest already? At this thought, Shangguan Lin clasped Shinsu's hands in reverse, gently leaning against him and resting her head on his shoulder. Then, with tenderness flowing like water, she said to someone, Shinsu, I can marry you, you know. I don't need money. Put. Zhuang Chun instinctively covered her mouth, spraying chewed meat across her entire palm, frantically grabbing tissues to wipe his hands. Jiang Shernan, who had been smiling across from him, suddenly darkened her gaze. Her expression was exactly like her sister's. This scene was all too familiar to Shinsu, and he knew damn well what was coming next. If only Jiang Shinan or Shang Wanlin were present alone, Zhuang Chun could say whatever she wanted. But today both happened to be standing right before her. Who was Jiang Shinan? She was the younger sister of the notorious Jiang Shiyu. Back then, my sister was as terrible as her temper was bad. But my presence changed many of her original worldviews and social interaction patterns. I kept encouraging her to make the right choices, giving her continuous positive reinforcement. This kind of positive guidance gradually pulled her out of her withdrawn and paranoid state. Shensu knew full well that Jiang Shiyu was the primary target of his mission, while Jiang Shinan was merely an innocent young girl. Thus, his approach toward the two sisters was entirely different. An innocent child, saving even one was worth the effort. But that being said, anyone who underestimated this young mistress was simply being fooled by appearances. Don't be fooled by Jiang Shinan's usual timid demeanor, the kind where she'd endure school bullying without uttering a word. It's simply because her personal threshold for tolerance was low enough, her capacity to endure vast enough, and those incidents hadn't crossed her line yet. But once this little girl's limits are violently breached, her ferocity knows no bounds, consequences be damned. So when Jiang Shiyu personally hacked Shinsu to death and burned his corpse to ashes, Jiang Shinan severed all ties with her sister, swearing she'd never forgive her in this lifetime. Given the chance, this girl would even kill her own sister to bury her alongside her beloved brother Su. As for Shang Wanlin, she was even more extreme. She was a triple-talent super-villain as judged by the system. A patient suffering from schizophrenia. Just a little stimulation is enough to make the crazy villainous personality come out and go berserk. So Shinsu decisively started smoothing things over to prevent the situation from spiraling out of control. Linlin, you're still young, don't say such silly things. I still have to help you get into Tsinghua or Peking University. Let's talk about this after you graduate, okay? But, Shang Guanlin wanted to argue back, but Shinsu's offensive wasn't that simple to counter. Think about Auntie's expectations, let's not disappoint her, alright? You see, both your brother Zhuang Chun and I hope Linlin can have a bright future. After you've accomplished these things, you'll be older. And then you can look back and consider dating and marriage. If I'm still single by then, it wouldn't be too late for us to try getting along, don't you think? After speaking, Shinsu kicked the idiot under the table, who finally caught on and eagerly agreed. Right. What Shinsu said is absolutely correct. Well, alright then, but you have to promise me don't get married before I graduate. That's still 2 years away, plenty of time. Shinsu looked at the girl's earnest expression and couldn't help but laugh. I guess I was being a bit too impatient. The girl's delicate face flushed pink as her soft body leaned in closer. Meanwhile, Jiang Shinan's anger across from them had noticeably subsided, because Shinsu's words were just empty promises. Jiang Shinan didn't believe in nonsense like, let's wait 2 years and see. She even instinctively felt he was gently pushing the girl away. After all, when you truly like someone, waiting even a second feels unbearable. Why would you need 2 years? That just proves I still have a pretty good chance. Besides, in terms of height, Jiang Shinan was at least half a head taller than her. As for figure, apart from being slightly less endowed in the chest area, her waist was slimmer. Comparing family backgrounds. Although there are quite a few merchant families in China that could rival the Jiang family. But in Longcheng County, you absolutely won't find any family that can compare to the Jians of Shanghai. Not to mention 3 or 4 years, over 1,000 days. There are just too many possible accidents that could happen. I'm in Lincheng while she's heading to the imperial capital. Just considering extracurricular time alone, Jiang Shinan holds a tremendous advantage. If she wants to come to Dragon City, she can just take the high-speed rail. It's only a 2-hour direct trip from Lincheng University to Dragon City anyway. Once summer vacation ends, there won't be much time left to stay with Brother Su. Traveling between the capital and Longcheng isn't that convenient. As for herself, she could easily spare 2 days anytime, total domination. After realizing all this, Jiang Shinan cast aside her worries. After all, with such a stark comparison, Shang Wanlin stood no chance, so why should she be angry? Still, the way this girl shamelessly clings to Brother Su is truly disgusting. Either I could work a summer job at Brother Su's shop. At worst, I'd pay to work there. Brother Su, how about I become an apprentice at your shop? I've got nothing to do this summer anyway, I'd even pay to learn. Shinsu had no idea the girl would have such a train of thought, so he can only play it by ear. As for Jiang Shinan's reasonable request, he couldn't bring himself to outright refuse. He could only tactfully say, Miss Jiang, you're living the high life as a young lady, why bother with menial labor? If you're genuinely interested in learning, you can come to the shop in your free time, and I'll teach you. That works too. I'm currently staying at the Mingdu Riverside Hotel, it's just a 10-minute walk from here, super quick. Jiang Shinan picked up her phone, clattered over to the counter, and scanned a QR code. Alipay payment received, 10,000 yuan. Sugage, this is my tuition fee. From now on, I'll be your apprentice, you can call me Shinan or Nan Nan. I'm heading back to the hotel for a nap now. With that, Jiang Shernan tossed her long hair and strode off without leaving any room for refusal. Shinsu silently gave the little girl a thumbs up in his heart. This move was as swift as the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, without the slightest hesitation. Paying 10,000 yuan in tuition not only showcased her wealthy young miss status but also crushed Shangguan Lin's confidence, already a massive win. Moreover, with the money paid, it'd be harder to outright refuse her, allowing her to show up at the shop anytime, another victory. Moreover, leaving directly was better than staying in the shop to watch Shangguan Lin disgust her. Jiang Shernan, confident in her status, had no need to resort to such petty tactics to assert dominance. A lady's dignity wouldn't allow her to fight over a man like some shrew. Brother Su once said, whether it's men or women, mutual attraction is key. What's obtained through one-sided groveling is never truly valued. Isn't this girl just a pure simp? So pathetic. Chapter 21, Marriage Proposal. TSK, bro, making 20 grand a day? Respect. Is this the charm of Dragon City Zazu? I, Zhuangchun, officially declare my envy. Zhuangchun was genuinely envious. As for Shangguan Lin, he remained relatively calm. Currently, he only saw her as a little sister. But Jiang Shernan was truly outrageous. Zhuangchun was tall, handsome, and came from a family far wealthier than this guy's. Yet he had actually lost to him in their male rivalry. This was truly hard to comprehend. Could it be that my Yasuo couldn't even beat this crappy male fight? Idiot, wipe your mouth already, it's all dripping. Shinsu shot someone a sidelong glance and laughed with mock irritation. Yet beneath the surface smile, his inner frustration remained unconcealed. Damn it, even hiding in this backwater town hadn't spared him from unexpected, baseless hostility. As a transmigrator who'd reincarnated over a dozen times, a superhuman with innate talents capable of fleshly ascension, just how pathetic was this Shinsu fellow anyway? Su Shin, I also want to work at your shop during summer vacation. Shangguan Lin felt deeply wary of Jiang Shernan. The way the other girl looked at Su Shin was clearly different, and her earlier behavior had been a direct challenge. So she wanted to see if she could persuade him to let her work there for the summer. Lin, you know I have ways to get you into Tsinghua or Peking University. What you need to do now is study hard in college. How about this? In a few days I'm going on a road trip, and I'll take you along. Shinsu knew completely ignoring the girl's wishes wouldn't work. She'd turn dark in an instant, so he settled for a compromise. Really? The moment Shangguan Lin heard she could go traveling alone with Shinsu, her eyes instantly lit up. Well, all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. Your brother Zhuangchun told me about your situation. Even if your family doesn't care for you, we will. Just focus on your studies. Shinsu's current thought was that as soon as little Millie arrived, he would immediately run away. It could also take Shangguan Lin away from her family for a while. Not only would it let the little girl relax, but it would also be a chance to communicate with the alternate personality. While deepening our bond, I could gather more useful intelligence. Going against the system isn't that simple. Alright, I'll definitely go. Hey, you two are going too far. That Shinsu was a complete scoundrel. Don't trust him at all. Lin, you're just a girl who graduated high school. How can you travel alone with a man? I think he's definitely up to no good. Zhuangchun couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't stand watching this bastard effortlessly deceive his dear Lin Mimi. It's fine, brother Zhuangchun, I believe him. Shangguan Lin had already given him her whole heart. How could she possibly listen to Zhuangchun's warnings now? Zhuangchun, stop fucking slandering me. I have a way to get her parents' approval. What a sin. At 3 in the afternoon, the weather was scorching hot, and hardly any customers came to the shop. Shinsu let Zhuangchun take Shangguan Lin home first. By around 5 in the evening, he closed up the shop. First, I went to the Guanlan Riverside Villa, building A26, to deliver a hazelnut pinecone cake to Nana and played with the child until 7 o'clock before leaving. Then, I spent over 2,000 yuan at a car rental company to rent a BMW X5 for 7 days. It wasn't that he didn't want to buy a car or couldn't afford one, it was simply because Longcheng County didn't have a BMW 4S dealership. He didn't want to buy through an intermediary either, so he decided to rent a car for a few days to get around. To be honest, if it weren't for Shangguan Lin, he'd rather ride his electric scooter. He drove to Southern Plaza to buy gifts, then headed straight to Shangguan Lin's home using the address Zhuangchun provided. On Ring Road stood a somewhat shabby 2-story house. The black BMW X5 pulled into the small courtyard. A woman in her early 40s, dressed rather flamboyantly, glanced outside before shuffling over in her sandals with a hint of suspicion. Shinsu stepped out of the car to greet her. Auntie, hello, may I ask if this is the Shangguan residence? Right, who are you? What are you doing at my house? The woman looked Shinsu up and down, then glanced at the brand new BMW X5, her eyes revealing a hint of envy. My name is Shinsu. I'm Shangguan Lin's friend. Oh, you're Lin's friend. How come I've never seen you before? Auntie, don't get the wrong idea. I'm also a good friend of Zhuangchun. If you don't believe me, you can call and ask him. Shinsu knew that pragmatic women like her needed something to silence her. so he opened the trunk and took out a gift box set of Estee Lauder. Then he handed the gift box directly to her with a smile. "Auntie, coming unannounced for the first time was indeed a bit presumptuous. When I first saw how young you looked, I almost mistook you for Lean's older sister and didn't dare to address you properly. This skincare set isn't worth much, but it's just perfect for you." "Oh, this is too much." Zhang Yueping took the skincare set worth thousands with disbelief, her wrinkled face beaming with joy. "Ah, it's nothing, really. Auntie, don't stand on ceremony, it's not anything valuable." Shinsu waved his hand dismissively, looking completely unbothered. What made Zhang Yueping even more convinced was that the other party seemed to be from a wealthy family, just like Zhuangchun. The countryside has its charms, and the city has its own advantages. In the village, face-saving is taken extremely seriously. After all, everyone knows each other, and neighbors are often relatives. If something happens in one household, the news spreads throughout the entire village by nightfall. "Oh, look at my forgetful mind, please come in. It's scorching hot outside." The old saying holds true. Gifts blind the eyes and food ties the tongue. Zhang Yueping immediately ushered him inside, guiding him into the air-conditioned room before cutting some chilled watermelon from the fridge to serve. Then she said, "I'll go upstairs and call Lin down." "No need, Auntie. I just came today to get acquainted with the place." Shinsu took a bite of watermelon, his mouth too full to speak clearly, yet he continued cheerfully. "Auntie, would you be able to contact Uncle Shangwan and ask him to come back for a bit?" This left Zhang Yueping utterly confused. Hadn't this visitor come to see Shangwan Lin? Why was he asking for the old man instead? "Do you need him for something?" "I brought 2 bottles of wine for Uncle. I should hand them to him personally." Shinsu remained expressionless. "Alright, then wait a moment." Zhang Yueping took out her phone and ran into the courtyard to make a call. Soon, Shangwan Su walked in with a displeased expression, sizing him up from head to toe. "Are you young Master Zhuang's friend?" Though Shangwan Su was trash, he at least possessed basic intelligence and emotional awareness. "Oh yes, Uncle, my name is Shinsu. Please wait a moment." Shinsu nodded and stood up, then ran back to the BMW to fetch 2 more bottles of mutai. "Uncle, I wasn't sure what you'd like, so I just bought these casually. Hope you don't mind." From Zhuangchun, Shinsu had learned that Shangwan Su was obsessed with gambling, with drinking being his second favorite pastime, though he didn't care much for smoking. So he bought mutai. "Mutai, that costs thousands. I wouldn't dare accept it." Shangwan Su waved his hand. Though his gaze showed some greed, he wasn't a fool. Someone bringing such an expensive gift right at the door probably had some request. He needed to first see if it was something he could actually do. "Old man, young Master Shin isn't a bad person. He's a friend of President Zhuang. What are you afraid of? Do you think he'd harm you?" Zhang Yueping was practically dying of anxiety when she saw the old man refuse the 2 bottles of mutai. Mutai was solid currency, she wouldn't lose much money reselling it. "What does a woman like you know?" Shangwan Su frowned and shot her a glare. Then he turned to Shinsu and said, "Go on, tell me what this is about. I'd like to know where I stand." "Alright, I'll get straight to the point. Let me first introduce myself, Uncle. My name is Shinsu, from under the bridge in Longchun County. I run a cafe by the Riverside Park near Dongda Bridge, earning about 20 to 30,000 a month. The shopfront is my own property, so there's no rent expense. Clearing 3 to 400,000 a year shouldn't be a problem." Shinsu paused slightly at this point, observing the micro-expressions of this impromptu couple. He even deliberately exaggerated the income figures a bit. Zhang Yueping's eyes lit up. An annual income of 3 to 400,000. That was absolutely a high income in Longchun County. If we could marry that money-losing girl to him, given how sensible he seems, getting him to help Shangwan Li shouldn't be too difficult. Meanwhile, Shangwan Su frowned in contemplation. He suspected this young man had ulterior motives. The other party was being far too generous. Chapter 22, Family Fortune. Shinsu pondered for a moment before continuing. "My mother passed away early, and my father died of cancer last year. Before he died, he told me how regrettable it was that he couldn't see me get married and have children. So I thought about finding a girl I liked as soon as possible. But unfortunately, I met several and none of them were quite right. The night before last, Lin jumped into the river, and I was the one who saved her. I'd actually forgotten all about it after the rescue. Yesterday, Zhuangchun came to my shop, and during our chat, I learned that Lin is his godsister. What a coincidence. So, I came today hoping to first meet Uncle and Auntie, to see if my situation could." "No, I disagree. Lin is only 19, she must at least finish university first." Shangwan Su finally understood. This guy had come for his daughter. Just 2 bottles of wine to dismiss me. How could that be? Besides, Shangwan Lin has just come of age, she should at least be allowed to finish university. Her jumping into the river that night was terrifying enough. If she sees that man again, it'll be the death of her. "Old man, didn't you promise to find a good family for Lin first and arrange a betrothal before anything else?" Zhang Yueping wouldn't have it and pinched him angrily, snapping. "He drives a BMW with an annual income of at least 300,000. owns a storefront, has no parents to worry about, and he's still young, just 20 years old. In a couple years when they can register their marriage, hold the wedding banquet, and have a baby, the two elders can retire in peace. If I weren't so old, I'd divorce and marry him myself to enjoy an early life of comfort. What would we need Lin for anyway? She's hit the jackpot of all jackpots, what's this old hag still hesitating for? If some decent family snatches him away, she'll be crying her eyes out too late. I've changed my mind now. It's all because of your constant nagging about marrying Lin off, otherwise how could we have driven her to jump into the river? Shang Wansu was furious too. It's all this damned woman's fault. If she hadn't secretly brought matchmakers to our door, our daughter would never have jumped into the river. Besides, families where both parents have died might have hereditary diseases or just plain bad luck. What if something happens to Lin after marrying into that family? Who would we turn to then? Counting on that woman and her brat to take care of me in old age? Only fools or the mentally ill would believe that. If it were young Master Zhuang coming to propose marriage, I might reluctantly agree. But this kid? Well, let's just say he's barely passable. Uncle, auntie, please don't be angry. I'm just here today to let you two elders understand my situation first. It's not like anything has to be decided right away. Shensu chuckled lightly and immediately tried to persuade them. He didn't think Shangwan Su genuinely cared about Shangwan Lin, otherwise, he wouldn't have stood by all these years watching his daughter develop schizophrenia. From the old man's reaction, he could tell the other party was basically satisfied with him, though there might still be some aspects that didn't meet his expectations, or perhaps the old man had even better candidates in mind. That was also possible. So Shinsu added another sentence. I haven't even dared to tell Lin yet. After all, marriage isn't a trivial matter. Only after getting your approval can I properly approach her. Hearing this, Shang Wansu's temper softened somewhat. If the boy had already gotten to his daughter, there'd really be nowhere to reason this out. While we can't approve of your relationship for now, you seem like a decent young man. It's just that. Uncle, just say what's on your mind. I know many people are intimidated by my family background. Not at all, it's just, first, we need Lin's consent. She mentioned she might need to retake another year of school after returning, so whether she even wants to date is uncertain. Second, well, you've probably heard something, my family owes quite a bit of debt. For engagements and weddings, the banquet expenses, we can't come up with that much all at once. Shinsu noticed his gaze repeatedly drifting toward the Mutai liquor, his expression conflicted and hesitant, before finally stumbling onto the topic of money. Uncle, regardless of anything else, since our families are joining through marriage, I can offer 300,000 for the betrothal gifts and bride price. Not a single cent needs to be returned. It's for you two to keep for retirement. The banquet expenses and the traditional 5 golds will be covered separately by me too. You're serious? Zhang Yueping and Shangwan Su immediately perked up at this good news, speaking in unison. Because according to Qianqing customs, when marrying off a daughter, the bride's family would typically return part or all of the betrothal gifts as startup funds for the new couple, for buying houses, cars, and such. The parents actually wouldn't gain much benefit. Some even had to chip an extra to ensure their daughter would hold higher status in her new family. His family, the Shangwan Zus, have been financially drained for so long, they're counting on selling their daughter to make a profit. If the other party refuses to spend a single penny and still expects the girl to bring money back home, that simply won't do. After all, there's still that wretched son of theirs who hasn't gotten married yet. Of course, but this sum must be paid in 2 installments, 100,000 for the engagement, and another 200,000 on the wedding day. After the engagement, I'll buy a commercial property in Longcheng County under Lin's name. The apartment will be no less than 100 square meters, and I'll definitely reserve a room for you two elders so we can frequently invite you over and fulfill our filial duties. Wow! What an offer! What awareness! What decisiveness! It was completely unexpected for Shangwan Su and Zhang Yueping. The Shangwan family's financial hole was roughly 70 to 80,000, and a single betrothal gift would cover it with money to spare, plus the 200,000 yuan for the wedding, and even squeezing some extra from the banquet expenses, then finally adding the gift money from the bride's side. It must amount to at least 300,000 yuan or so, and Lin even gets a house for free. That's even more incredible. Considering Longqing's current housing prices, new developments generally start at 12,000 to 13,000 yuan per square meter, with better ones reaching 15,000 to 16,000 yuan. A 100 square meter apartment would cost at least 1.4 to 1.5 million yuan. Damn, this deal, the marriage is really happening. Who would have thought this kid's family was so well off? Just take that car outside for example, must be worth 6 or 700 grand. After marriage, when this future father-in-law wants to borrow it, the young couple can't very well refuse, can they? The two exchanged glances, each seeing greed and excitement reflected in the other's eyes. Ahem, well, this matter isn't that urgent. I was just having tea with General Yu from Weijun Wood Products Company, Limited in the West Industrial District, and he mentioned wanting to arrange a marriage between his son and my daughter. As for the betrothal gifts, Shinsu actually wasn't short on money. The inheritance he'd received alone amounted to 200,000 or 300,000. He still had about 30 gold bars in his personal space, each weighing 1 kilogram, along with a large sum of US dollars. Converted into Chinese currency, these assets, wouldn't just buy a commercial property, they could easily purchase an entire building. It wasn't that he didn't want to save more money for emergencies, he simply had no need to touch those assets. Over 60 years, he had accumulated hidden wealth, anonymous deposit slips from private banks in small European countries, unregistered shares in parent companies based in tax havens, privately hoarded rare artworks, and so much more. Give him some time, and there's no money he couldn't come up with. But those assets couldn't possibly be carried around, and the portion he had on him was only meant to serve as seed money for the next major villain. And in this 11th reincarnation, he didn't want to push any of his targets into becoming villains. Having made up his mind to defy the system and attempt to redeem his targets instead, the money became far less urgent for Shinsu. Even if we take 10,000 steps back, even if all the hidden assets were gone, Shinsu was extremely familiar with the underground industry, especially skilled in robbing thieves. So, money wasn't something particularly hard to obtain, enough was sufficient. For over 60 years, he'd dealt with so many corporate groups and underground factions. In the end, I'd still have to invest tremendous effort and energy into building a massive company and establishing influence. Would I ever get to rest then? Would I ever get to return to being an ordinary person? That's just completely unnecessary. 400,000. The 3 words uttered by Shinsu seemed to possess boundless magic, instantly igniting intense emotions in the elderly couple. That's 400,000. A single sentence added another 100,000. Damn, there's still more in stock. Don't be fooled by all those online posts flaunting $1 million annual salaries and luxury cars everywhere. But reality? It couldn't be more brutal. How many families can actually pull out 400,000 yuan in one go? Even General Yu of Weijun Wood Products still owes the bank a huge loan, otherwise, the freight charges wouldn't be so hard to collect. Shang Wansu has been transporting goods for Director Yu in his truck for nearly a year now, with tens of thousands in freight fees still unpaid. Tonight's supposed tea invitation with Director Yu is really just a debt collection visit. What nonsense about matchmaking their daughters. These capitalists look down their noses at everyone, only considering marriages between families of equal status. Our humble household could never climb that high. And isn't this one right before me the perfect candidate? Chapter 23, Conflict. Money isn't the important thing. What matters is your sincerity, young Shin. We old folks don't object. But well, young people should get to know each other first. What if Lin disagrees? We can't very well force her, right? Shang Wansu beamed with delight, mentally calculating how this young man had immediately upped the offer by 100,000. Then you should be able to afford even more money. For now, I'll vaguely agree and see if I can squeeze out more money later. Shinsu sneered inwardly at Shang Wansu's words, though his expression remained unchanged. Don't worry, uncle and aunt. I'm just here today to make myself familiar and get to know the place. I also understand that marriage isn't something that can be achieved overnight. Since neither of you objects, why don't Lin and I get to know each other first? Rest assured, without your approval, I, Shinsu, promise I won't do anything inappropriate to her. Of course, if she finds a better match, I'll sincerely wish her happiness. Similarly, if I happen to find a better option, I'm sure you wouldn't be so unreasonable as to stand in the way of my pursuit of happiness, right? You should keep these 2 bottles of Matai for yourself, uncle. Gifts shouldn't be taken back once given. Perhaps you two should discuss it with Lin first, then notify me when there's any news. My phone number is... Shinsu's words were impeccably phrased. After leaving his contact information, he drove away without the slightest hesitation. In truth, this visit of his would bring tremendous pressure to the Shangwan family. The biggest conflict between remarried couples often revolves around children. Now that the child is grown and ready to marry, they must consider the differing interests of both spouses. Zhang Yueping just wanted to marry her off quickly. First, to reduce household expenses. Secondly, if the man is financially capable, she could seize the opportunity to squeeze some money from him to support herself and her younger son. Shang Guansu, however, had more considerations. Money was the substance that was non-negotiable. As for pride, she'd take it if she could, but if not, she'd just wring out more cash instead. Marrying Shinsu would definitely mean losing face. Then I'd have to make him bleed, and keep bleeding at that. I'm not getting any younger, someone's got to take care of me in my old age. Relying on that brat Shangwan Li probably won't cut it. Finding a good son-in-law would be more reliable. Today's performance of his deserves at least a 95 out of 100. The missing 5 points depend on whether he can remain this filial in the future. So overall, Shinsu is quite a competitive candidate, just slightly less prestigious than the Zhuang family. After all, the Zhuang family has both substance and reputation. Thinking this, Shang Wansu stored the mitai in the cabinet and asked his wife, "Shall we let them get to know each other first? I think that's fine. We can get a betrothal gift from them first. If Linlin accidentally loses her virginity, at least we'll have this money, better than ending up with nothing." Zhang Yueping watched, then walked over to him and whispered, That makes sense. Let's mention this when we invite Linlin for dinner tonight. I'll bring it up this time, you stay quiet." Shang Wansu nodded, settling the matter. "Then I'll go buy some good ingredients to cook for dinner." Go ahead." After being brought back by Zhuang Chun, Shang Wanlin hid in her room wearing headphones and doing practice problems. Just as Shinsu had said, she wanted to live up to her mother's expectations and get into Tsinghua or Peking University. Now with the boost of love, her courage had grown infinitely stronger than before. Hope soared along with it. It seemed the future wasn't so bleak after all. What's more, in a few days she'd be going on a road trip alone with Shinsu. The anticipation was at its peak. She could already imagine how sweet their journey together would be. Knock knock knock. A sudden knock sounded at the door. Shang Wanlin removed her headphones in puzzlement. She turned her head to glance at the doorway. Zhang Yueping was actually standing there with a smile, knocking to get her attention. Has this woman had a change of heart? How bizarre. She hasn't come to my room in ages, why would she suddenly knock on my door with a smile today? There's definitely something fishy going on. Linlin, aren't you tired from doing exercises? How about taking a break and having dinner first? Oh, okay, I'll be right down. Hey, I bought your favorite prawns today, a whole big plate. I made them with scallion oil, is that alright? Whatever. Alright then, Auntie will head down first. Hurry up, or they won't taste as good once they get cold. Alright, I understand. Shang Wanlin walked downstairs to the dining table with a puzzled expression. She noticed Shang Wansu and Zhang Yueping hadn't touched their food at all, as if they'd been waiting specifically for her to come down. When Shang Wanli tried to grab a shrimp, his mother smacked him on the head, telling him to wait for his sister to eat first. And even the rice had already been served for her. With chopsticks carefully placed beside the bowl, everything appeared perfectly arranged. Shang Wanlin saw things clearly in her mind, sensing that something was about to happen. She didn't act immediately but instead furrowed her brows and asked, "Dad, Auntie, is there something you want to tell me?" They've already sold you out for 400,000. Slapped across the face, Shang Wanli flew into a rage and immediately spilled everything without a care for saving face. What? Shang Wanlin sprang to her feet, glaring furiously at the two of them. You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean by selling? Shang Wansu's rage flared as he slapped his son across the face, then immediately turned with an ingratiating smile toward his daughter. Linlin, don't listen to Shioli's nonsense, let me explain. Dad, how could you do this? I've just gotten ready for university, and you're already trying to force me out? Don't want to spend money on my education, is that it? Wasn't me dying enough for you? Fine. If everyone wants to drive me away, then I don't want to stay in this family either. I'll get out of your way, happy now? Tears instantly flooded Shang Wanlin's eyes as she screamed hoarsely, her face flushed crimson. The pent-up fury in my heart seemed to be skyrocketing toward a breaking point. Linlin, calm down. At least let your father finish speaking, alright? Zhang Yueping chimed in. Who else but brother Zhuang Chun could possibly be worthy of marrying my sister? Honestly, bringing home every stray cat and dog. Last time it was that crippled bastard, ridiculous enough. This time I heard it's some orphan brat, getting more outrageous by the day. Shang Wanli, slapped across the face, burned with fury. He'd already been bragging all over the place, hadn't even enjoyed it for a few days, and damn it, news of the engagement was about to spread. What would happen to his reputation as brotherly from number 2 high then? Her family sold her for 400,000, and he didn't get a single cent. This deal had to be ruined. Otherwise, how could Shang Wanli keep his status in Longcheng County? Shut up, what do you know, you little brat? Shang Wansu somewhat regretted spoiling his son too much. Old man, he's just a child. Why are you yelling at him? This damn kid is spoiled rotten because of you. You old bastard, isn't he your son too? Or is he just mine alone? The two started quarreling after just a few words. Shang Wanli silently watched the drama unfold without saying a word. He'd witnessed this kind of family squabble for years and felt nothing particularly special about it. All he wanted now was to ruin this arrangement. Brother Chun absolutely must become my brother-in-law through Shang Wanli. Even if it ends in failure, he can't let her marry someone else first. At the very least, he has to enjoy himself for a couple of years. Each member of the family harbored their own ulterior motives, and no one cared what Shang Wanlin truly felt. In their eyes, she had long been reduced to a bargaining chip. The only question was which gambling table to place her on. The young woman had already lost all hope in her family. In the next moment, her expression shifted as she stared coldly at these so-called relatives, her gaze as if looking at a group of corpses. Shang Wanli reacted the fastest, sensing the overwhelming fear that came crashing toward him. Sis, I didn't hide anything from you, I told you everything I know. It's really not my fault. Lin, did you forget to take your medicine today? Shang Wansu frowned, immediately realizing something was wrong. Chapter 24, Outburst. Shang Wanlin's alternate personality had no name. Previously, she would directly take over the girl's body whenever the latter had an emotional breakdown. Apart from close acquaintances and doctors, almost no one knew she had this condition. Moreover, with regular medication, it had been mostly under control before, so the Shangwan family didn't bother giving her a distinct name to differentiate her. Shangwan Lin's entire demeanor changed in an instant, and the family members knew something terrible was about to happen. Ha, Salmi? What kind of joke is this? The young woman turned and went into the kitchen, emerging with a sharp fruit knife in hand. She strode straight toward Shang Wansu and stabbed at him, snarling viciously, "You old bastard, living in this world is just a waste of food. I'll send you to meet Yama first. You're insane." After all, Shang Wansu was physically strong. He grabbed the fruit knife thrust at him with both hands, preventing it from advancing any further. But as the girl's rage burned hotter, the strength in her hands grew increasingly stronger, making it faintly difficult to hold on. "Hey, you child, don't be impulsive. Xiao Li, hurry up and help. What are you standing there for?" Zhang Yueping instantly reacted and grabbed the young girl's body, shouting at her son who stood frozen in place. Having been stabbed by the girl before, Shang Guanli had long developed PTSD. How could he dare to step forward to help? His face filled with fear as he stared at her, clutching his phone, torn over whether to call the police. "They're all a bunch of damned bastards." With a violent flick of her hand, the corrupted Shang Guanlin sent Shang Wansu stumbling backward until he collapsed onto the ground. She then raised her foot and delivered a brutal kick, sending Zhang Yueping face-first into the dirt like a dog eating mud. Gripping the handle of the fruit knife with both hands, she prepared to plunge it straight into Shang Wansu's chest. If this strike landed true, Shang Wansu would undoubtedly be dead beyond saving. With an inexplicable surge of strength, he immediately kicked backward, shielding his chest with both arms. He only felt the knife tip pierce through his clothes and slice open the flesh of his arm, leaving a wound deep enough to reveal bone. "Ah, call an ambulance." Before Shang Wansu could finish his sentence, the girl's second stab was already aimed straight at his heart. But unfortunately, this strike was abruptly halted by a large hand gripping the blade, rendering it immobile. The sharp blade sliced through his palm, and in the next moment, blood gushed forth, gathering at the tip of the knife before dripping continuously. Shang Wansu was nearly scared to death. Drenched in sweat, he watched as the sharp knife poised to pierce his heart was suddenly gripped by someone, allowing him to exhale slightly in relief. He realized his entire body was soaked in sweat, and the excruciating pain in his arm twisted his features into a grimace. In the past, whenever she had an episode, the couple would restrain her by holding her down and tying her up. She would recover after a while. Something unexpected happened today. Shang Guanlin suddenly became extraordinarily strong, completely uncontrollable. "You're being disobedient again. At least let him finish speaking before losing your temper." The hand belonged to none other than Shinsu, who had left and returned. He never intended to leave in the first place. He had just driven around the block before coming back. Based on his understanding of Shang Guanlin, the girl would have only two possible reactions upon receiving this news. First, her parents might not have told her the truth, directly triggering her alternate personality to go on a killing spree. After all, the system-bound target wouldn't be affected even if she took medication. Second, her parents might have told her the truth, that he was the one who came to propose marriage and she would happily accept, jumping for joy, bringing harmony to the entire family. Sure enough, given the Shangwan family's way of thinking, they didn't reveal the truth, which only fueled Shang Guanlin's rage. "Let me go. I'm going to kill them today." Shang Guanlin tried pulling her blade twice but failed, then turned to Shinsu in fury. "You didn't even ask who they promised you to. What does this have to do with me? I'm not some commodity. Why should I let them dictate my life? What if it were me?" Shang Guanlin's grip instantly loosened as she stared wide-eyed at Shinsu, her expression brimming with disbelief. Hadn't he told her to wait until graduation? Why would he suddenly show up and discuss this with her parents now? And Shang Guanlin could never have imagined that it was only because Jiang Shinan was present at the time that he had to go all out with his act. Otherwise, well, be a good girl and fetch me some alcohol and bandages. My hand's still bleeding. That stab you gave your dad nearly hit bone. We should treat it to prevent infection. Shinsu deliberately suppressed his body's healing ability. A minor wound like this would probably scab over soon enough, so he had to make sure the performance was convincing while he still could. Okay, sure. Watching Shang Guanlin transform from a murderous state into an obedient kitten in an instant caused immense psychological shock to the Shangwan family members present. Only when the young woman brought over alcohol and bandages, carefully dressing his wounds, did these few finally snap out of their daze. Ahem, pardon our embarrassment, Lingling isn't usually like this. Shang Wansu felt somewhat awkward. After all, having a daughter with an illness wasn't something pleasant to disclose, so he had no choice but to keep it hidden. But now that this had suddenly happened, the dowry, no, the betrothal gifts, it would be awkward to raise the amount further. Zhang Yueping carefully took the tools from her hands to tend to the old man's wound. Uncle, I know Linlin has schizophrenia. I won't look down on her for it, you can rest assured about that. Shensu immediately reassured both of them. In this world, nothing but himself could control Shangguan Lin anymore. If left unchecked, she would undoubtedly become a ruthless, cold-blooded demoness. You knew all along. Zhang Yueping looked up at the girl who stood meekly by his side, head bowed like a timid bride, and exclaimed in shock. Yes, Auntie, so I think it would be risky for others to marry her. But if it were me, I'm confident I could communicate well with her and prevent her condition from worsening further. What do you two think? Shensu smiled and raised his right hand, which was bandaged into a ball-like shape. Shang Wansu and Zhang Yueping, the couple, breathed a sigh of relief and felt too embarrassed to bring up any more conditions. The fact that the other party could be so generous despite knowing their daughter had such an illness showed he had given it careful thought. Well, since Young Shin and Lin Lin understand each other, we older folks can't really oppose this matter. I disagree. Shang Wansu wanted to continue speaking, but was immediately interrupted by a youthful male voice. Shangguan Li's face was filled with venomous resentment. Just moments ago, Shangguan Lin's furious outburst had almost brought him to the brink of achieving his goal. Now this sudden intruder had completely reversed the situation, thoroughly ruining his carefully laid plans. The mere thought of being mocked at school was something he simply couldn't bear. What's a kid like you meddling for? Smack! Shangguan Su glared at him fiercely. If it weren't for this little brat ruining things today, he wouldn't have gotten hurt. Blind rage surged in his heart. He strode forward and delivered a heavy slap across his son's face. Shang Wansu, what are you doing? He's your own son. Zhang Yueping's heart ached unbearably as she looked at her son's swollen cheek. This guy has no parents, what good would it do for sister to marry him? Are you really trying to sell her off for such a paltry sum? Still clutching his stinging cheek, Shang Wanli refused to back down and continued fanning the flames. He couldn't understand why the previously furious Shangguan Lin had suddenly become as docile as a lamb. It was all this man's fault. How dare he block my path to becoming the boss? Zhang Yueping, keep spoiling him. Look what he's become now, fooling around outside all day long, not even listening to me. Shangguan Su lamented his daughter's lack of progress like an exasperated parent. But he seemed to have forgotten the saying, a child's faults reflect the father's failures. He wasn't much better himself. Uncle and Aunt, seeing Linlin so emotionally unstable, I was thinking maybe I should take her out for a trip first. You too. Shensu patted Shangguan Lin's head with obvious affection before addressing Shangguan Su and Zhang Yueping. Shangguan Su's mind was still relatively clear, but taking him out alone would be a bit risky. However, judging by Shangguan Lin's demeanor, it seemed her heart had already secretly been given away. Who knows, something might really happen between the two of them. Uncle, how about we just settle this matter first? I'm giving you 20,000 yuan today for the engagement banquet. Once we return from our trip and Linlin is in a better state of mind, we'll find a nice hotel to hold the engagement banquet. Just invite a few close relatives and that'll be it. This way, even if things don't work out later, it won't affect Linlin too much. Are you both satisfied with this arrangement? Chapter 25, You're both good girls. Hearing they could receive the money today, Shangguan Su and his wife had no objections left. They immediately agreed. Shensu took out his phone, added Shangguan Su on WeChat, and transferred 30,000 yuan over with remarkable swiftness. Shangguan Lin remained silent with his head lowered throughout, infuriating Shangguan Li to the point of gritting his teeth. Yet there was little he could do since their parents had already agreed. What could a mere child accomplish? Thus, he channeled all his hatred toward Shensu, plotting to teach him a lesson he wouldn't forget. As for Shensu, he saw right through the boy's thoughts. Every objective of his visit today had already been achieved. Exciting, dealing with this kid is just a matter of convenience. If he dares to bare his teeth, we'll give him a lesson he'll never forget. Guaranteed to cure the problem once and for all. Do you have a name? In the car, Shensu asked while driving. No, she usually calls me little sister. The darkened Shangguan Lin shook her head. Then I'll give you one. I don't think you two have schizophrenia, it feels more like two souls sharing one body. Having names would make it easier to tell you apart. Schizophrenia requires equal attention to all personalities, otherwise problems can arise if even one dissents. Alright, I'll listen to you. The usually neglected alter personality showed rare interest, feeling valued. When two jades combine they form a Jew ornament. Since you two share one body, wouldn't that make you two beautiful jades merging into one? So can I call you Shangguan Ju from now on? Yes, absolutely. A faint blush appeared on the girl's cheeks, her joy overflowing beyond words. Born from extreme emotions, this alter ego had a strikingly distinct personality, brimming with aggression. Gaining her approval and obedience was an incredibly difficult feat. Therefore, Shensu had to be extremely meticulous in everything he did concerning her. And something as significant as naming couldn't be treated carelessly. Shangguan Ju. These three characters held immense significance for the alternate personality's life. It could even be considered a rebirth. This meant she was no longer Shangguan Lin's appendage, but truly an independent person in every sense. Thank you, Shinsu. I know very well that you did this just to save us, not out of genuine affection. Only that silly Shangguan Lin would naively fantasize about beautiful love. Shangguan Zhu said with a smile. Although she had an extreme personality, her views on love were clearly more rational. Heh, who knows what the future holds? Escaping that environment first and then considering other things is better than anything else, don't you think? True. After all, we should finish what needs to be done first. Shangguan Zhu nodded in agreement, then glanced at him sideways with a coquettish smile. You really don't want to try with me? Not interested, Shinsu answered resolutely. Why? Am I not pretty enough? Or do I not measure up to the elegance of that young heiress? Shangguan Zhu twirled a lock of her side-swept bangs while watching him with amused interest. What kind of comparison is that? Your temperaments and looks are completely different, there's no basis for comparison. And don't sell yourself short either. As the school's acknowledged beauty queen, how could you possibly not be pretty enough? What's the real reason then? Is your name Yang Wei or something? Nonsense. Shinsu's breath hitched, and he shook his head helplessly. You're both too young. There's more between a man and a woman than just bodily fluids. Me, I value spiritual connection more, understand? Oh, I get it now, you prefer the subtle, unspoken kind of connection, where the other person just knows without you having to say it outright. That's what you call soul resonance, right? Shangguan Zhu's words left Shinsu silent for several seconds. Seemed like there was no way to refute that. I should probably study this more. Maybe I'll go to Japan as an exchange student later. Doing postgraduate studies there sounds pretty good. Shangguan Zhu spoke earnestly, but inwardly she was considering the feasibility of the matter and realized it didn't conflict with her own goals. Kill Shangguan Su, then go on the exchange program, perfect. And so the decision was happily made. Wait, you're not actually serious about this? Of course, I'll persuade her. Is this really about persuasion? This is clearly beyond the scope. Shinsu even wondered if he'd been too relaxed lately. Because human motivation is always tied to punishment and reward. Now that the punishment is gone, he's become completely undisciplined. He seems to have even forgotten that Shangguan Zhu is a triple-talented supervillain target. Treating her like an ordinary mental patient is somewhat disrespectful to this damn system. Although the girl currently has a villainy score of 0, it's only because she hasn't found the right path yet. Just look at the system mission description and you'll understand. Demonic birth, mission objective, make the girl fall into despair, achieve a personal villainy score exceeding 100 points, establish a cult with over 10,000 fanatical followers, accumulate cult assets reaching 1 billion, and achieve social influence exceeding 60 points. Shangguan Zhu possesses terrifying abilities when it comes to inciting emotions among her followers. This bit of talent doesn't show, but the mission introduction fully demonstrates it. Once she starts gaining followers on social media, she'll inject these clueless admirers with extremism, whether good or bad. In other words, Shangguan Zhu is a natural-born leader with formidable personal charisma. If properly guided, she would absolutely become a pillar of society. Bad guidance, then she's just a stubborn tumor. It's time to tighten the reins. Keep her away from Neon City if possible, because there's still a major villain there. Chairwoman of the Kyoto Jinguji Group's board of directors, Koro Amaterasu Jinguji-ri, a terrifying woman who climbed from being a gangster's mall to the pinnacle of power. She currently operates covertly as the largest intermediary contractor for asset diversion within the Neon Party, with connections reaching the highest echelons. Moreover, she's a professional in maritime disposal. Under her leadership over the years, the violent groups under the Shinguji conglomerate have sunk enough corpses in international waters to encircle the entire Neon nation. Shinsu withdrew his thoughts and responded immediately. Neon's a great place. If you really want to go, that's fine. I could come study there too. They say if you're physically fit, you can make big money there. Some industries have a 10,000 to 70 demand-supply ratio, completely unable to meet demand. If you could work 8 hours a day, how dare you? Shangguan Zhu's eyes turned icy as she pulled out a utility knife from her backpack, pressing it against Shinsu's neck with a vicious expression. Oh, throwing a tantrum already? Or have you fallen for me too? Those words you just said to Shangguan Lin have come back to bite you now. Shinsu remained completely unfazed, continuing to drive calmly while dripping with sarcasm in his words. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? The girl seemed puzzled. The violent behavior she just displayed at home would terrify any normal person. And now with the knife already pressed against his neck, anyone would feel afraid. She didn't react at all. Her mental fortitude is incredible. Go ahead and try it, Shinsu encouraged verbally. Without even glancing at her, he kept staring at the road. TCH, how boring. Shangguan Zhu sulkily put away her utility knife. She derived pleasure from others' fear and suffering. But this guy doesn't seem to care at all. Where's the fun in that? Besides, if I really went for his neck, that silly Shangguan Lin would definitely forcibly take over my body the moment before I struck. This guy seems to have completely fallen for him, how utterly annoying. So, don't threaten me like this in the future, got it? It won't work. There are countless paths, but safety comes first. You should be glad I'm driving right now, or else I'd teach you a lesson. Oof. Shinsu heard her snort and couldn't help curling his lips into a smile. This girl's quite the tsundere. Why didn't you act alt tsundere back at your place just now? Chapter 26, Verbal Jutsu. Study hard from now on, become someone useful to society and the nation, stop obsessing over killing this one and that one. Don't you want revenge against Shangwan-su? There are countless ways to achieve it. Most of the time, killing only brings momentary satisfaction. Once I get you into Tsinghua or Peking University, I'll give you an idea that'll absolutely fulfill your wish. Death is the lightest form of revenge. Really? Promise. Fine, I'll trust you this once. After speaking, Shangwan-ju closed her eyes, and instantly her expression softened. Shinsu, she didn't actually mean to do it. I know, both of you are good girls, just too deeply obsessed. But I don't think this is entirely a bad thing. Everything has two sides. If Auntie hadn't died, how could little Ju have appeared to accompany your growth? Then, will you take me home later? Why go back now that we're out? Stay at the shop tonight. Tomorrow we'll rent an apartment so you'll have a quiet place to study. Okay, I'll do as you say. Shinsu took Shangwan Lin to buy toiletries and other daily necessities. I went to the mall again and picked out 3 sets of clothes and shoes for her, along with 2 changes of underwear. After everything was settled, the two returned to the shop. The upstairs washing machine had a tumble dryer function. The girl threw all the newly bought clothes in for a wash. She was drenched in sweat after finishing all that, so she took a shower, changed into a yellow SpongeBob pajama set, slipped on her slippers, and walked out of the bathroom. At this moment, Shinsu was browsing foreign websites on his laptop, preparing to purchase some high-quality coffee beans and various ingredients rarely found in small towns. Things like Wagyu beef, Siberian sturgeon caviar, and fresh chilled tuna. Now that he knew Nana was his biological daughter, as her father, he naturally wanted to prepare some delicacies for her to enjoy. Shangwan Lin approached Shinsu from behind and whispered softly in his ear, "Shinsu, will you sleep with me tonight? I'm an unmarried man, how could I possibly share a bed with you? I'll make do downstairs for the night." Shinsu chuckled helplessly. When it came to physical stimulation, what he truly valued was spiritual resonance. In his mind, he had long passed the stage of thinking with his lower body. But his physical constitution was undeniable. When desires arose, they came fiercely, even absurdly strong. It's just that he could endure them and process them on his own. "Why, are you so good to me?" Shangwan Lin was somewhat puzzled. It seemed like some kind of emotion was brewing. Shinsu turned around and stood up, reaching out to pat the girl's head, noticing it felt slightly damp. He then fetched a hairdryer from the bathroom to dry her hair for her. As he blew, he asked, "Lin, do you want to hear the lie or the truth?" "Both." Shangwan Lin smiled sweetly. "Alright, the lie is that I found you beautiful, acted on impulse, wanted to mold you into what I desired, and then devour you in one bite." Shinsu's movements were gentle, his fingers combing through her satin-smooth raven hair. His other hand held the hairdryer at just the right angle. Not a single strand would whip against her face. His professionalism rivaled that of high-end salons. "I believe this is the truth. As for lies, let's not mention those." "Okay, so what kind of woman do you like turning me into?" "Confident, gentle, kind, a woman who contributes to society." "Not that. I mean, what type of woman do you want to devour in one bite? A sexy kitten in black stockings and high heels? Like this figurine here?" Shangwan Lin pointed at the outrageously exaggerated figurines on the table with their impossibly proportioned features. "Hee, you're not quite suited for sexy right now, you'll need a couple more years to grow into that. What really suits you now is the energetic JK schoolgirl look, the sweet girl next door vibe, or the pure campus belle style." Shinsu chuckled. The girl hadn't fully blossomed yet, she really needed another couple of years in university to mature. By her sophomore or junior year, her current 8 out of 10 looks could climb a bit higher, reaching around 8.5. Then with just a touch of makeup, paired with a cheongsam and high heels, she'd instantly ascend to national sweetheart status. Only then could one witness the maiden's radiant bloom. If one truly wished to partake, it must be at that very moment. All peerless delicacies require patient waiting. "Ah, then does that mean I've missed my chance?" The maiden's expression turned somewhat gloomy. "You silly thing, you must have heard what I said to Shangwan-ju in the car earlier. As for me, I prefer spiritual compatibility, that's the prerequisite. As two people grow more familiar with each other, they'll naturally reach that state eventually. When the time comes, it'll happen as naturally as water flowing downhill." Shinsu continued to spin his tale. On one hand, he wanted to give the girl more time to mature. On the other hand, he was genuinely afraid she might turn dark due to emotional turmoil. That would just unnecessarily increase the difficulty of resisting the system, something he definitely needed to avoid. He thought he'd observe the situation first before making a decision. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Lin pouted her small mouth, opened her big eyes wide, and asked directly, Shinsu, do you actually like me or not? Of course I do. I've even shamelessly come to propose marriage, and I've already paid for the banquet. What? Are you trying to back out now? This was a direct question that could end badly if answered wrong, so Shinsu immediately and firmly admitted his feelings, then cleverly turned the tables on her. No, it's just, I feel like you don't like me in that way. Shinsu, I don't know why, but I'm really afraid of losing you. Shang Wanlin could actually sense it very clearly. The other's eyes were crystal clear, with a hint of doting affection in them. He seemed more like someone who had experienced all the vicissitudes of life, now showering her with boundless care. But she also knew very well that it definitely wasn't romantic love. Precisely because of this, the young girl felt a sense of defeat and intense inferiority. When Jiang Shernan suddenly appeared in the shop, she had already completely lost the battle. All she could do was shamelessly force her way close to him, using this to declare her dominance. Fortunately, he responded adequately enough to prevent complete humiliation. What nonsense are you talking about? Is it because of what I said to Shang Wanju that's making you overthink? That's exactly it, Lin. Feelings can't be cultivated overnight. All love at first sight is merely attraction to appearances. That kind of passion is hijacked by dopamine and rarely lasts. Shinsu, the smooth talker, began deploying his silver-tongued persuasion skills. Shang Wanlin, this defenseless little white flower, was instantly led away by him. Really? Of course. Shinsu looked at the other's confused little eyes and immediately reconfirmed. People must learn delayed gratification. Endorphins and oxytocin bring far more lasting happiness than dopamine. What do I need to do then? Shang Wanlin nodded, seemingly completely falling into the logical trap he had woven. The first step is for two people to synchronize their frequencies. For example, if I love music, you should also find joy in the music I enjoy. If I want to travel, you'll accompany me and appreciate the scenery along the way. By extending these behaviors, the closer you move toward me, the more aligned our frequencies become, isn't that right? Shinsu spoke from a position of authority. With the young girl's heart already devoted to him, she naturally succumbed easily to his beguiling words. What you said makes sense. Now, you just focus on studying hard and strive to become someone useful to society. This is also my way of getting closer to you and showing my support, right? Right. So I need to work even harder. Shang Wanlin's increasingly bright little eyes were filled with the illusion that hope was just ahead, not even realizing he had happily jumped into a pit someone else had dug for him. Villain points -3. Current villain points, -15. Warning, bound target's villain points have dropped below -15. Various negative effects will occur. Host must urgently force the target to become a major villain. Chapter 27, just finished the job. Want me to share some insights? Shinsu glanced at the system notification. Ever since he named Shang Wanju, the villainy points had begun decreasing gradually. By now they'd dropped to -15 points. Then the warning message popped up, and the villain value stopped decreasing. But this bright red warning clearly indicated it was about to start causing trouble. This was also within his expectations. I'm glad you think that way. Everything must be done step by step. You can't become fat with just one bite. The initial guidance for the girl was quite successful. As long as this momentum is maintained and continuous feedback is provided, then naturally, the girl's level of recognition towards me will grow higher and higher, making the transformation easier. Schizophrenia, the psyche itself, is the core of everything. If you can't even handle the main personality, then don't even think about dealing with the alter. After drying his hair, Shinsu carried his laptop downstairs, leaving the room to the girl. In this room filled with Shinsu's scent, Shang Wanlin touched and explored everything around her, gradually forming a fuller understanding of him. The entire room appeared exceptionally clean and refreshing, devoid of any unnecessary clutter. If not for a few niche aesthetic items, she would have found it too bland. On the nightstand stood a Bluetooth speaker shaped like a mountain peak. Inside the drawer were several foreign language books with bookmarks, though she couldn't understand a word of those strangely titled volumes. They seemed to be in French or some Nordic language anyway. The letters looked different from English. A peculiarly shaped long knife hung on the wall directly above the desk. The blade appeared ancient and unadorned, lacking a sheath. Its snow-white surface suggested it might have been crafted from the bone or tusk of some creature. The unsharpened blade bore strange inscriptions resembling primitive tribal totems, exuding an air of profound mystery. Shang Wanlin stood on tiptoe to retrieve the long knife. The moment it touched her hand, an eerie sensation radiated from the blade. It seemed to be trembling with ecstasy. Before the girl could savor the feeling any longer, a large hand reached over and took it away. This is called Sarada's Fong. Legend says it was carved from a giant tusk plucked from Sarada's, the king of Frozen Lake. It's too sharp for you right now, not suitable at all. Shinsu glanced at the long blade in his hand. The system promptly issued a reminder. Weapon Fang of Saradas, rare carved from the giant tusk of the Ice Lake King Saradas, inscribed with the sigil of the Shadow Goddess. Armor penetration +2, magic penetration +2, deals massive damage to targets. Has a chance to freeze the target on hit, and a chance to cause bleeding. Can be used as a ritual offering item. The Ice Lake King Saradas? What kind of monster is that? The girl's face was full of question marks. She'd never heard that name before. It's a monster from Norse mythology, said to dwell year-round at the bottom of Lake Aglama's frozen waters. Ancient Vikings would throw captured maidens into the lake's center as sacrifices to gain resistance against the cold. How terrifying! But why have I never heard even a whisper about this? It's just an obscure legend buried in ancient texts. Norse mythology isn't tested in our country's exams, so naturally no one teaches it. Shin Su lied with a smile. Everything he had just mentioned, except for the Ice Lake King Saradas, was complete nonsense. He had no idea what this monster actually was or what it looked like. As long as it was a system reward with strong attributes and high practicality, that was good enough. Do you really research the backstory of a weapon when you receive it as a reward in a game? Unless it's legendary weapons like Thunder Fury, Blessed Blade of the Windseeker or Frostmourne in the Lich King's hands. Shinsu glanced at the girl again. This blade suited her exceptionally well. Yet in truth, it wasn't prepared for the girl, but rather to guard against thieves. This longsword was a living entity, 100 times more effective than any surveillance system, because it bears the inscription of the Goddess of Shadows. It can provide warnings against theft, robbery, and malice. Even if the owner is asleep, it activates automatically, truly a supreme weapon against thieves and assassins. I only took it down because it wasn't sharpened. When Shangguanlin removed the long blade earlier, she noticed the edge felt rather smooth and assumed it wouldn't harm anyone. But before she could finish speaking, Shinsu picked it up and lightly swung it at the corner of the table. The solid wood desk, nearly 3 to 4 centimeters thick, had its corner effortlessly sliced off as easily as cutting through tofu. The cut surface was perfectly smooth, its sharpness far surpassed that of ordinary blades. Every major villain has something that suits them, and these things are invariably deadly weapons. Except when the target's villainy value exceeds 100 points, the system transforms something they care about into a supernatural item. Among his own rewards, there are also some equipment items that become exclusive to major villains. Shinsu had suffered several losses before, so he knew full well that giving her this deadly blade too early would inevitably lead to trouble. Some things may appear harmless on the surface, but can actually hurt people, just like me. I may seem peaceful, but I don't mind showing my cruel side sometimes. Xiaoju, don't try to play smart with me from now on. Shinsu had actually known from the start that it was Shang Guanju who emerged. It was Sarada's influence that brought out the alternate personality. But she seemed to want to put on an act in front of him, testing whether she could deceive him. It was just that he saw through it effortlessly. Damn, this system's maliciousness is evident. No sooner had the villainy points dropped than it couldn't hold back. TCH, how boring. The girl pursed her lips, her expression shifting into one of infatuation. Shinsu, you keep going up and down like this, are you? You're overthinking it. I poured you a glass of milk. Drink it and get some rest. Shinsu somehow produced a glass of ice-cold fresh milk, droplets of condensation still clinging to the glass surface. Watching the girl obediently finish the milk, Shinsu looked pleased as he took both the long knife and the glass downstairs. He had always thought this long sword, a reward from the Allison mission, looked stylish and was practical. It made for a great decorative piece hanging on his bedroom wall, so he had kept this habit until now. But he never expected Shang Guanju to be so compatible with it. Now it absolutely had to be put away. Wait until the girl is no longer the main villain, then consider whether to give it to her for self-defense. Speaking of which, Allison should be arriving soon, right? He needed to hurry and prepare everything, then make a temporary escape, go traveling around the area. And for a road trip, a car is essential. This BMW was rented, so he'd have to find time in the next couple of days to buy the same model at Chu County's auto mall, otherwise, his cover would be blown when visiting Shangguan Lin's home. Shinsu went downstairs and prepared the food he would send to the little girl Nana tomorrow at the bar counter. Black mulberry jam ice cream cake. Not difficult to make, but time-consuming. He had to first cook the black mulberries into jam. Only then could he begin making this cake with its subtle sweetness beneath the tartness. It was already past midnight by the time he barely finished. He cut the cake into evenly portioned pieces, packed them into small individual boxes, and stored them in the freezer to chill. Then he took out his phone to check if anyone had sent him messages. As expected. Jiang Shernan, Brother Su, I had a fight with my family today and was a bit angry, so I didn't go to you. You won't blame me, right? Jiang Shernan, Brother Su, where are you? Are you there? Jiang Shernan, oh, sorry. It's already midnight. You must be asleep by now. I didn't check the time earlier. Crying doji emoji. Jiang Shernan, good night, see you tomorrow. Zhuang Chun, damn it, why did you take Lin to your shop? Zhuang Chun, the call was cancelled. Zhuang Chun, playing dead. You're not answering my video call, ha. Zhuangchun, fuck, reply to me already, or I'll think you two are up to no good. I'll fucking shoot you. Shinsu, look how worked up you are. Just finished the job, want me to share some insights? Zhuangchun, confused little man brandishing a bayonet, piss off. Piss off. Chapter 28 Prelude. While Shinsu was making the cake, far away in Shanghai, at the Maple Grove Evening Jincheng Villa, Li Huihua dialed Jiang Shernan's phone number. Shernan, it's Mom. Your sister isn't here, I just miss you. Are you living alright over there? Oh, that's good, Mom can rest easy then. It's a fact that your Su brother has passed away, your sister hasn't eaten for 3 days, she's really struggling. Ah, you silly child. Beep beep beep. The call was abruptly ended by the other party. Li Huihua wanted to call again, but a slender hand pressed down to stop her. Mom, forget it. She wishes I were dead right now. We're both your daughters, you know our temperaments better than I do. Jiang Shiyu wore a skin-hugging camisole with a pure black knitted cardigan draped over it, padding barefoot across the icy ceramic tiles. The sharpness in her eyes had diminished, replaced by an inexplicable sorrow. She was no longer a little girl, she understood that the dead could never return. And I was well aware of how intense my sister's hatred for me had become. It was a hatred that knew no bounds, one that would never cease until death. I had felt it myself before. Only when the mercenaries who had bombed our family to death were ground to pieces in the meat grinder did that searing hatred finally fade. I can't just stand by and watch you sisters turn against each other. Li Huihua's heart ached with each beat. These two sisters were too much like their old man, both stubborn to the extreme, clinging to their principles no matter what. Perhaps this isn't entirely a bad thing. Shernan needs to grow up, and sometimes that means falling hard. Only through pain can one truly understand how difficult all this has been to come by. Jiang Shiyu's face showed no expression as she was about to continue speaking. The next second, the landline phone suddenly rang. She stopped speaking and walked straight to the phone to answer it. Speak. Got it. Have you checked? Good. I understand. After hanging up the phone, Li Huihua wiped the tear stains at the corners of her eyes and said, Shiyu, if you have things to attend to, go ahead. Don't worry about me. Mom just misses her. It's about Shernan. What's wrong? Li Huihua frowned slightly, as if sensing something. Just now, my subordinates told me that Shernan stayed in a cafe for a long time and spent 20,000 yuan. What's the big deal? As long as she's happy, shouldn't she spend money freely? Li Huihua was somewhat puzzled. Jiang Shiyu found it even more peculiar. They said the owner of this cafe is also named Shinsu. What? Li Huihua abruptly rose from the sofa, her face filled with disbelief. She sent it over, Mom. Let's take a look at the photos first. Jiang Shiyu took out her phone and zoomed in on the pictures her subordinate had sent. The more they examined them, the stranger they seemed. The photos were taken from the building across the river from the cafe using a special high-precision camera. Through the glass window, two figures could be seen. One was Jiang Shernan, holding a spoon in her hand, her face adorned with a smile as she looked up at the man across from her, the corners of her lips seemingly smeared with cream or something. The man opposite her had a composed demeanor, his smile warm and gentle as he reached out with a tissue in hand, seemingly intending to wipe her face. The scene was unusually harmonious, like an older brother cleaning up after his mischievous little sister. What a strange boy. For Li Huihua in her 40s, the 20-year-old Shinsu in the photo was undoubtedly just a kid. It's hard to imagine that someone could make Shernan laugh when she was so heartbroken. They actually looked quite harmonious together. This photo was taken the day after Shernan left, just one night had passed. I don't know why, but I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. And with this name. For the first time in her life, Jiang Shiyu felt such an urgent desire to meet someone, to see for herself what was really going on. Because her heart was also tormented by the sudden pain of withdrawal. For 3 whole days, her mind was filled entirely with that person's image. She didn't drink a sip of water or eat a single meal, let alone sleep. Closing my eyes, I could see him smiling as he walked toward me. Ha, I didn't feel anything. Didn't you personally push Shinsu into the fire to burn? Li Huihua asked in confusion. Mom, this world might not be as simple as you think. Jiang Shiyu lowered her head in silence, seemingly wrestling with something. That person was burned to ashes, how could they come back to life? Ha, bang! With a helpless laugh, Jiang Shiyu raised her hand and smashed a fist onto the marble coffee table. The thick stone countertop was shattered into several pieces by a rather petite fist. The audio-visual effect was extremely shocking. Good heavens! Shiyu, what are you doing? The scene frightened Li Huihua so badly that she screamed and immediately rushed over to check her daughter's hand. Oh dear, let Mom take a look. Your hand must be hurting so much. Mom, I'm fine, see. Jiang Shiyu raised her hand, opened it, flipped it back and forth a few times. There wasn't a single injury, not even a hint of redness. Shiyu, how is this possible? Jiang Shiyu was raised single-handedly by Li Huihua. She knew very well that Jiang Shiyu had a fiery temper as a child, often getting into conflicts with others at school. Fights were far from rare occurrences either. Every time she came home, she'd be covered in wounds. But no matter what, I'd never seen her possess such terrifying abilities before. A single punch shattered the marble countertop. How is this any different from the martial arts novels? Mom, don't worry. No matter what I become, Jiang Shiyu will always be the daughter you carried for 10 months. But while the dead can't return to life, I suspect that guy might not actually be dead at all. 3 days later, at 12:15 noon, the G1471 high-speed train from Shanghai City to Longcheng County hadn't arrived at the station yet. Jiang Shiyu wore a pair of sunglasses. She carried a Hermes black and gold handbag, dressed in a Chanel khaki-colored dress, with Valentino site cut-out high heels on her feet. Standing on the platform with arms crossed, she resembled a solitary snow lotus in full bloom. Dressed in head-to-toe luxurious haute couture with an aura that kept others at arm's length, she made fellow business-class travelers hesitate to approach. After all, only the extraordinarily wealthy or privileged could afford custom pieces from so many elite brands. This woman clearly wasn't your conventional type of millionaire. It seemed everyone understood that those qualified to approach her would almost never take high-speed rail, while the wealthy passengers in business class stood 3 or 4 meters behind her, stealing occasional glances to admire the graceful figure of this ultra-rich woman. A foreign woman with shoulder-length hair hurried down the stairs. Her naturally tall stature, combined with the slender high heels she wore, had already reached an astonishing height of over 180 centimeters. Standing tall above the crowd, surveying all beneath with lofty disdain, she wore a black blouse paired with a form-fitting black pencil skirt. The top 2 buttons of her blouse were left undone, revealing a figure with curves far more pronounced than typical Eastern beauties, an absolute visual feast. The foreign woman's gaze was as deep and cold as the ocean, radiating an aura of icy arrogance. She carried nothing in her hands, just a small clutch bag. After scanning the platform with her gaze, she walked toward the business class waiting area. If Jiang Shiyu was a solitary snow lotus in full bloom, then Allison was a sheathed longsword. Standing together, the two of them murdered countless gazes, and some onlookers had already pulled out their phones to start recording. After all, it's quite rare to see 2 stunning beauties appearing on the platform at the same time, with that unmistakable aura of wealth radiating from them. 12:18. The high-speed train came to a stop, and the cabin doors opened. Jiang Shiyu and Allison walked into the business class cabin one after the other. Only then did the other passengers dare to file in one by one. After sitting down, the two sized each other up with a glance. "Hi, I'm Allison Norton. It's an honor to travel with you, beautiful lady." Chapter 29, The First Encounter with the Ultimate Villain. Being American after all, Allison was naturally more outgoing. Especially when she saw this woman dressed head to toe in haute couture, she was quite curious. Logically speaking, people like her would most likely travel with chauffeurs and wouldn't take high-speed rail at all. She was exactly that kind of person too, but this time she wanted to experience firsthand what made China's public transportation so exceptional. She'd heard from Scar before his death that modern China was developing rapidly, with infrastructure now surpassing America's. That's why she chose to travel alone this time, without her subordinates or even notifying Li Jianguo. "Norton? Are you from the Norton family in America?" Jiang Shiyu was visibly moved when the woman, whose aura was strikingly similar to her own, uttered that name. As a kidney-harvesting tycoon, firearms and explosives were materials she routinely procured. The Norton family controlled America's largest firearms manufacturing company. This was common knowledge to some extent. Many arms dealers and wholesalers have business dealings with this family. The wholesalers who collaborated with Jiang Shiyu had mentioned this terrifying family on multiple occasions. They claimed this family held a pivotal position within the military-industrial complex. "Oh, you actually know about my family. I'm deeply honored." Jiang Shiyu's words surprised Allison. It was indeed strange that someone from a country across the ocean with strict gun control would know about this. "Of course, I've supplied fresh blood and transplant organs to certain prominent figures in your family." The other party suddenly dropped a bombshell statement. "Oh, you mean Grandfather Ranald and Uncle Charlos?" But Allison was also a murderous demoness who had claimed countless lives. This had no effect on her whatsoever. Only a faint sense of vigilance arose in her heart. This woman was no ordinary foe. "Then I'm not sure about that. There are intermediaries handling communication and transportation. We're only responsible for extraction and preservation." Jiang Shiyu's tone was indifferent. Since they were arms dealers, their hands were undoubtedly stained with blood. So the moment she saw Allison, she detected a thick aura of death emanating from her, a scent only fellow killers could perceive, commonly known as bloodlust. "What kind of organization are you?" Of course Jiang Shiyu could smell it, and so could Allison, otherwise she wouldn't have asked proactively. Ordinary rich girls could never pique her interest. "Why sure." Jiang Shiyu lowered her voice and leaned slightly toward her as she spoke. "Damn, you've scammed quite a lot of money from Americans." Allison spread her hands. These people were actually from a fraud syndicate. This notorious organization operated 7 or 8 large compounds across several Southeast Asian countries. Headquartered in the Philippines, they now seem to have expanded into Latin America. You know perfectly well that there aren't enough scammers in this world. Personally, I think Huaishur is actually doing good deeds. Otherwise, letting these social dregs use their savings to buy drugs would cause problems. Plus, since guns aren't banned here, these high addicts could easily become destabilizing factors in society. Might as well turn them into money. Jiang Shiyu spoke with complete sincerity. She genuinely believed every word. The truth is, major villains aren't born with antisocial personalities. They simply believe their actions serve a positive purpose, even if the methods aren't exactly honorable. Equal prosperity, huh? Transferring wealth from Americans to subsidized domestic conglomerates while doing some charity work, how wonderful. If you really want to know why, it's because she's kind. It has to be said that certain people's actions have forcibly warped their own sense of morality. Allison listened with growing unease, feeling an oddly familiar sensation welling up from the depths of her heart. At this moment, a handsome face perpetually wearing a wicked smile surfaced from the depths of her mind. That damned bastard. Thinking of this, Allison couldn't help but blurt out, do you know Scar Vincent? Scar Vincent? Who's that? Jiang Shiyu looked puzzled. It's nothing, just a damn bastard. Allison shook her head, her coldly beautiful face tinged with melancholy. It had been over 8 years since that guy was beaten to pulp, yet she still couldn't forget him. Every time she woke from midnight dreams, she would recall the happy times spent with him. Those warm memories constantly reminded her that she was deeply in love with this bastard. You really loved him? Jiang Shiyu caught the fleeting reminiscence in her eyes. Of course, he was the most important man in my life. Pity he's been long dead. Allison nodded. The bastard's been dead for so long, there's really nothing left to hide. Besides, a tyrant like her wouldn't stoop to concealing such trivial matters. What's there to fear in admitting you love someone? Ugh. Although Jiang Shiyu desperately wanted to pour out her sorrows to this Ms. Allison. But Chinese people are more reserved, not very good at expressing such embarrassing negative emotions. Even though she was just like Allison, having lost the man she deeply loved. Forget it, let's not talk about these regrettable and sad things. You still haven't told me your name. My name is Jiang Shiyu, CEO of Shanghai Jiangshire Group and actual controller of Huaishur Group. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Allison Scar Norton, current head of the Norton family and chairwoman of Norton Consortium's board. I came to China to conduct an on-site inspection of our group's valve manufacturer in Longcheng County. It's an honor to meet you, Ms. Zhang. Allison proactively extended her right hand and shook hands with the other woman. The moment their hands touched, both immediately furrowed their brows. But being shrewd individuals, their frowns quickly smoothed away as they exchanged a knowing smile and fell silent. Instead, they each withdrew their hands and sank into quietude. Jiang Shiyu's heart grew even more clouded with doubt. This woman is strong, unbelievably strong. And not the kind of strength gained through training, but rather, like me, she experienced some bizarre enhancement at a certain moment. She mentioned going to conduct an on-site inspection at the valve manufacturer's place. She, Jiang Shiyu, didn't believe a single word of it. Because how could the chairman of such a corporate group possibly travel without a single attendant? Crossing borders alone by high-speed rail to conduct research in tiny Longcheng County? Wasn't this utter nonsense? And the same goes for me, only for personal matters would I choose to travel alone, using public transportation. Allison grew even more puzzled. Someone of his status clearly wouldn't take high-speed rail for travel. For long distances, it would undoubtedly be a private jet or business class on a commercial flight, and for short distances, he should have a chauffeur drive him. No matter what, he should at least have a secretary or someone accompanying him. Otherwise, how would work be arranged? You must understand that when the chairman gets busy, they're extremely busy. Of course, they can always take a break and delegate tasks to others, like the overworked CEO. Unless, this Ms. John was just like him, dealing with private matters and not wanting those around her to know. During the 2-hour journey, passengers and crew members came and went, all unconsciously stealing glances at these two women whose figures, demeanor, and looks were exceptionally striking. Though they appeared young, their attire and aura clearly didn't match their age. The contrast was truly striking. Among those boarding at Lincheng East Station was a man in his 30s wearing a suit with a Richard Mille RM52 on his wrist. The moment he entered the carriage, he was captivated by them. After putting away the luggage, he walked to the front row, slightly bent down, and asked in what he thought was a gentlemanly manner, "Ladies, might I, Li Jian, CEO of Changfeng Group, have the honor of knowing your contact information?" Chapter 30. Come home when you're done playing. Bonus Chapter 4, Little Sugar Demon. Allison couldn't even be bothered to look up, her mind filled with excitement about seeing her child soon. She had absolutely no interest in such a low-level peacock of a man. Meanwhile, Jiang Shiyu gave him a thorough once-over. He took out his phone and first sent a message to Huaishur's people. In a couple of days, send some gifts to the home of Li Jian, CEO of Zhujiang Changfeng Group. Make them bright and eye-catching, leave a lasting impression. Then he found a contact and made a call. "Hey, Wang Changfeng, your group CEO is named Li Jian, right? Make him disappear from my sight immediately. He disgusts me. By the time she hung up, before Li Jian's stunned expression could even fade, his pocket began to ring. He answered Chairman Wang Chongfeng's call with an obsequious expression, only to be met with a torrent of abuse right off the bat. Li Jian, are you fucking out of your mind? Of all people to provoke, you had to pick Jiang Xiyu from Shengjiang's Jiang family. Do you have any idea who she is? Apologize to her right fucking now, then get the hell out of my sight. Yes, of course, Chairman Wang, I understand. I'll apologize immediately, right away. Li Jian, meek as a whipped dog, hung up and immediately turned to Jiang Xiyu with an ingratiating smile, offering his apologies. So you must be Chairman Jiang. Ah, I was blind not to recognize Mount Tai, how rude of me. My deepest apologies. I'll get out of your way immediately. With that, the CEO surnamed Li slunk away in disgrace. The entire train carriage fell silent, though no one knew which conglomerate Chairman Jiang actually presided over. But if a woman has risen to the position of group chairman, she is certainly no ordinary person. So no one dared to disturb these two ladies resting ever again. The high-speed train moved swiftly, arriving at Longcheng County Railway Station in just over 2 hours. Allison and Jiang Xiyu walked out of the station one after the other. The two of them coincidentally hailed a taxi at the station exit. Allison wanted to give her baby a surprise. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiyu wanted to see for herself this Shinsu who had put such a bright smile on her younger sister's face. At that moment, Shinsu had just seen off the last customer in the shop, and the clock had struck 2:40 in the afternoon. Sure Nan, I'm going to Nana's place to deliver some desserts. If any customers ask for coffee, the ingredients are already prepared, just brew it for them. If they want something made fresh, tell them I'm not here. If they're unwilling to wait, forget it. Got it, Su Ge. The sun's scorching outside right now, so be careful not to get sunburned. Understood. Focus on smoothing the layers, no shaky hands, no distractions. Yes sir. Jiang Shernan saluted him with a smile. Naughty. Shinsu glanced at Jiang Shernan, who was wearing an apron with her hair tied up in a small bun, and told her to continue smoothing the cake base with her head down. He then took today's food from the freezer, a portion of northern bluefin tuna, and packed it into a craft paper bag. He put on a baseball cap and left the store, driving away. Not long after, the doorbell rang. Hello, welcome to Wan. Jiang Shernan looked up with a smile, but the moment she saw the visitor, her expression instantly turned cold. Painful memories flooded her good mood, and she spat out hatefully, "What are you doing here? Let me see how you're doing." Jiang Xiyu removed her sunglasses as she spoke, her beautiful eyes scanning the surroundings. Here to laugh at me? Ignoring the remark, Jiang Xiyu continued calmly, after leaving home, you actually developed a passion for making desserts? That's quite unexpected. None of your business. Jiang Xiyu, stop pretending to be nice in front of me. You even dared to lay hands on Lianshu Gij. If I ever get in your way someday, would you kill me too? Jiang Shernan's face was filled with rage as she brandished a plastering knife, pointing it directly at her sister's face. Don't point that thing at me, or I'll beat you up. Come on then, hit me. Haven't you beaten me enough already? Listen well Jiang Xiyu, either you kill me right now, or I'll find a chance to stab you to death. We're in this for life, it's you or me. Jiang Shernan ignored her sister's threat. She wasn't afraid anyway, death was death regardless. Dying would mean seeing Brother Su in heaven, which was better than suffering in this world. When anger takes over, women don't listen to reason. This was vividly demonstrated in Jiang Shernan's case. Even with the new Shinsu present, she couldn't consider anything else now. Only the overwhelming hatred for her sister remained. Crack! Jiang Xiyu raised her hand and slapped her sister hard, sending her stumbling backward into the metal shelf. Yes, that's the look, the one that says you'd kill me if you could. I hope you keep it up. Just then, a customer walked into the shop. The woman in the khaki dress barely glanced at him. Her gaze was razor-sharp, like an icy dagger, giving him the unsettling illusion of facing a wild beast. The frightened customer immediately turned tail and scurried away. I'm leaving first. Remember to come home when you're done playing. Mom said she misses you. Jiang Xiyu cast an icy glance at her younger sister, who was clutching her cheek and glaring at her while leaning against the iron railing. Her tone remained frosty, devoid of any emotion. With that, she tossed her long hair and turned to leave without a second thought, pushing the door open as she went. Meanwhile, Shinsu parked his car in the residential complex's parking spot and grabbed the dessert bag from the passenger seat. He strode quickly to the villa's entrance and rang the doorbell. The door opened just seconds later. The one who opened the door was the same beautiful young woman from before, but she seemed somewhat nervous, and the atmosphere in the house was drastically different from usual. The usually domineering Li Jianguo was actually holding a fruit platter himself, standing by the sofa with a smile, watching another woman with an astonishingly perfect figure holding Nana and talking. Holy shit! Shinsu froze for a full second when he saw this woman before finally snapping out of it. Instantly relaxed his body. Didn't she say she wouldn't come for a few more days? caught me completely off guard. Big brother, you're here. Mom, this is brother Shinsu. The things he makes are so delicious, Nana loves playing with him. Kids don't have those kinds of thoughts. She bounced up from her mother and scampered over to Shinsu's feet in just a few steps. Stretching out her arms, she hugged his thigh tightly, looking up at him with a beaming smile. Hello, Mr. Shin. I'm Allison, Farina's mom. Allison stood up. She had heard her daughter mention this brother with exceptional culinary skills countless times, and she couldn't help feeling somewhat curious. At first glance, she noticed an indescribably familiar aura about him, yet he was completely different in every way, neither in appearance nor demeanor. He was tall, energetic, and carried himself with an air of calm composure, showing no trace of nervousness whatsoever, as if he were completely at ease. But his eyes were strangely captivating. Allison scrutinized him carefully, finding an aura about him that was distinctly different from ordinary people. This temperament, it truly resembles. Hello, Ms. Allison, your Mandarin is excellent. Thank you. My late husband had profound research in this field, so I picked up some as well. Now that they'd met, his earlier unease dissipated, and he casually offered a compliment. The other party remained composed as well, with none of the imagined hostility materializing. Fear all stems from the unknown, and little Millie couldn't be entirely certain that she was Scar. That was fine. After all, there were plenty of people who looked alike in the world. As long as there was no mystical confirmation, he was safe. This damn system finally did something decent for once. Otherwise, Shinsu would have walked in upright today but most likely be carried out horizontally. Big brother, what delicious treats did you bring for Nana today? Here, open it and see. Shinsu didn't focus his attention on little Neely. After all, he needed to appear completely relaxed to avoid arousing suspicion, and diverting attention happened to be the best approach at the moment. Yay! Let Nana see what's happening today. Nana couldn't go out to play as often as other children. Opening daily mystery food boxes was one of her few joys. Chapter 31. What would you two like to drink? Wow, tuna G. Do you like it? Of course. This tuna sashimi is made from carefully selected fatty belly cuts, rich in marbling with a delicate texture. After thawing, it had an ice cream-like texture. Topped with a few slices of black truffle and dipped in Shinsu's specially prepared 2 sauces, it delivered an ultimate delight to the taste buds. Nana devoured 4 or 5 pieces in one go, then picked up another piece for her mother to try. Allison had initially thought the texture wouldn't be anything special, but with the first bite, she realized something was different. This tuna is top tier. Even the garnishing sauce and matsutake mushrooms are premium. As the heiress of the Norton family, there's nothing she hasn't tasted. She can discern quality with just one bite. This fatty tuna belly must be from wild-caught bluefin tuna. She didn't really believe such a place could serve this kind of food, especially when Nana mentioned it was just a small cafe. How could a tiny cafe possibly serve tuna, and such expensive tuna at that? Even top-tier restaurants in first-tier cities don't necessarily all use ingredients of this caliber. Li Jianguo had previously told himself that Nana's extra snacks cost 10,000 yuan a month. If she keeps eating like this, it won't last a few days. This tuna isn't cheap. Allison voiced the doubt in her heart. Exactly, it's rare northern bluefin tuna. I bought it while procuring Blue Mountain coffee had to live up to President Lee's trust. The moment Zayamili asked, Shinsu already had every excuse prepared in his mind. Though this woman seemed careless, underestimating her would be pure stupidity on his part. Lee, transfer him another 50 grand. We can't let him take the loss. Allison turned her head and spoke to Li Jianguo, who was standing like a lackey. Alright, I'm really sorry about this. I'm just a rough guy, not used to fancy food, and I had no idea you were using such high-quality ingredients. If you're short on funds in the future, just ask me directly. Don't hesitate at all. Li Jianguo immediately had someone transfer the money to Shinsu on the spot, and Shinsu very naturally accepted the payment. Thank you for your generosity, Ms. Allison. The moment I met Nana, I felt an instant connection. So money isn't really important, what matters is that she enjoys her meal. Shinsu's words came from the heart. After all, she was his own flesh and blood. Even if she wanted the moon from the sky, he'd find a way to pluck it down for her. Especially when it comes to eating a few bites of expensive food. This is a reward for your sincerity. From now on, Nana's extra meal expenses will be calculated at 50,000. Don't save money for me, she's my little princess. Allison kissed her daughter, her face full of doting affection. Having been away for over half a year, she just wanted to spend more time with her precious daughter. Shinsu stayed until a little past 4 o'clock, then excused himself by saying he had matters to attend to at the shop. He stood up and bid farewell to the group. After he left, Allison narrowed her eyes slightly before saying to Li Jianguo, I need to step out for a moment. Do you need me to arrange a driver? Li Jianguo asked. No need. Just find me any car, I'll drive myself. Allison shook her head. Very well, ma'am. Li Jianguo handed Allison the car keys. She then got into a Porsche Cayenne, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away from the Villa District towards Riverside Park. Shin-soo returned to the shop. He found the girl sitting dazedly in the corner, staring at him like a drowned cat. Her face was flushed red, slightly swollen in places, as if she'd been slapped. He casually tossed the car keys onto the bar counter. With a puzzled expression, he walked over and gently patted the girl's head before asking softly, "Shernan, what's wrong? My sister came, and she even slapped me." "Whoa whoa." The girl pouted her lips, naturally wrapping her arms around Shin-soo's neck before burying her face in his chest and crying. "Your sister? You have an older sister? Why did she hit you?" Shin-soo asked aloud. Yet inwardly, he immediately grew wary. Damn that thunderous idiot. Why did both female demons come at once? Looks like I'd better make an early escape. Damn right, I'm leaving tonight. Woo woo. She did something I just couldn't accept, and we had a complete falling out. Later I couldn't take it anymore and ran away from home. Now she's haunting me again. The girl sobbed through her tears as she spoke. Then I got into an argument with her, and she slapped me. Boo hoo hoo. How could your sister do such a thing? Really? What a sweet little girl. What if she hurt you? Shin-soo gently patted the girl's back while comforting her. There's a method to calming an angry woman. What they want is emotional validation. They're all creatures that need stroking the right way. This is absolutely not the time for logic. Start reasoning and you're done for. Give them all the emotional support first, then talk when they've cooled down. You'll get twice the result with half the effort. Shin-soo felt the little rabbit in his arms had stopped trembling, so he gently lifted her face, cradling it in his palms as he examined her from every angle. Yeah, it's a bit swollen. I'll get some ice to put on it. It'll feel better soon. Shin-soo immediately got up, grabbed a clean towel, and took some ice cubes from the freezer to wrap inside. Returning to the girl's side, he gently pressed the ice pack against her swollen cheek. Tell me if it's too cold. Sniffle. Thank you, Brother Sue. The girl sniffled as she gazed at the man whose gentleness flowed like water. The shadow from her memories seemed to overlap with him in this moment. Silly girl, since you're learning from me, of course I have to take good care of you. You're paying for this after all, young mistress, medical fees included. Ha. Yeah, ha ha ha. Shin-soo knelt on one knee, applying the compress to her face, while the girl with reddened eyes smiled through her tears. This tender scene left the woman outside the door utterly transfixed. She stood there quietly by the riverside. The sunlight slanted across her back. A solitary shadow stretched across the concrete ground. Gaze pierced through the coffee shop's glass window. Behind the sunglasses, his eye sockets reddened as scalding tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. A Porsche Cayenne parked with domineering arrogance across the sidewalk, its doors swinging open to reveal two extraordinarily long legs stepping out first. Allison closed the car door and turned to gaze thoughtfully at the woman bathed in sunlight. After just a few minutes, she took a deep breath and walked over. Hi, Ms. Jang. We meet again. Allison? Who are you crying for? My sister. Jiang Shiyu pointed at the two figures behind the glass window and said calmly. She was the queen of the Jiang family. Her inner thoughts were never revealed to outsiders, except for that one person. Well, what enviable sisterly affection. Allison neither confirmed nor denied her words. Though somewhat puzzled, she understood everyone had their secrets. She'd grown accustomed to extracting secrets by beheading, yet remained unaccustomed to prying to the root of matters. What brings you here? Oh, I'm here to see someone. ? Well, to see the guy who's getting cozy with your sister. Allison tilted her chin up, making no attempt to hide it. What's wrong with him? Nothing much, just curious. Want to go in for a drink? My treat. Allison answered perfunctorily before asking with a smile. Got it. With different thoughts in mind, the two entered Obsession Cafe one after another. Shin-soo turned his head immediately upon hearing the doorbell. An instant chill ran down his spine. He had just comforted Jiang Shernan and let his guard down slightly. Never did he expect these two would come together. It was as if the heavens were playing a cruel joke on him. As scorching gazes shot from both pairs of eyes, Shin-soo steeled himself and stood up. Wearing a faint smile, he asked, "What would you two like to drink?" Chapter 32, Taking Action. Murphy's Law tells us, the more you fear something in this world, the more likely it is that the outcome you dread will come to pass. In the past, Shin-soo never considered a love triangle to be any trouble. Women? At worst, he could just abandon them all and move on to the next one. But now, he had no choice but to face this problem head-on. The ultimate villainess was no ordinary woman. Ordinary women might resort to tantrums, threats, playing the victim, or even suicide, throwing everything at you, and if none of it works, they'd eventually break down and give up. But true villains are different. Their logic tends to be, if you no longer care about me, then I have every reason to send you to the afterlife permanently. Every single one of them, without exception. Love doesn't seem to fully triumph over self-interest. These guys always act with extreme self-interest. Shin-soo knew their nature all too well, so in this situation, he couldn't afford to provoke them at all. The consequences would be unthinkable. Because he didn't dare gamble on whether the system would let him revive again. That was the fundamental reason for his cowardice. Please get me a cup of Blue Mountain coffee. You just told me you've already purchased these beans. Allison flashed a smile, but her gaze carried intense scrutiny. These words served as a reminder to Shinsu, I've got my eyes on you now. 1 tea, please. Jiang Shiyu glanced at her sister who was glaring at her and uttered 3 words expressionlessly. She stood up, walked to the bookshelf, and took down a copy of The Tenants downstairs. Then she sat by the floor-to-ceiling window and began reading attentively, as if she were merely a guest who had come for tea and books. Meanwhile, Allison looked around curiously, surveying the small, antiquated cafe. Alright, you two wait here for a moment. Shernan, let me help you upstairs to rest. I'll handle things here. Shinsu lifted the collapsed girl from the floor and supported her as they ascended to the loft. After settling the young girl, he hurried back downstairs, grinding coffee beans for a pour-over while simultaneously steeping a pot of lapsang sochong tea. He served the tea and coffee to the 2 ladies respectively. Your tea and coffee, please enjoy. Shinsu fully immersed himself in the role of cafe owner, not sparing another glance at the 2 women. He simply returned to the counter and went about his tasks. Excellent craftsmanship. Allison took a sip of coffee and immediately furrowed her brows upon tasting it. But the next second, her expression relaxed as she nodded in approval. This Blue Mountain coffee's primal sweetness actually carried a subtle hint of perilla flavor. This is definitely not something an ordinary barista could brew. But to be honest, this flavor doesn't suit my taste. She prefers adding mint rather than perilla leaves. Thank you for the compliment, Ms. Allison. Shinsu heard her praise and responded with a smile. This Blue Mountain could be considered an obscure niche among niche coffees. Some top baristas even regard it as heresy, believing it destroys coffee's original flavor. Yet it remains highly popular among certain ancient families and religious sects. Coincidentally, the Norton family was one of them. But Allison alone refused to drink it because she thought perilla smelled bad. How did you know I love this flavor? Allison set down the coffee without touching it again, maintaining a straight face while speaking against her true feelings, asking with a hint of curiosity. Madam, I studied European aristocratic history and American founding history in university. The Norton family traces its lineage back to the ancient English royalty. Although Joshua Abraham Norton's story may seem somewhat humorous in the eyes of Chinese people, to European immigrants, he was undoubtedly the rightful ruler of California. Complementing this was his classical aristocratic demeanor, dietary habits, and attitude toward political systems. Among these dietary habits, records show that Norton I had a particular fondness for rosemary and perilla, which is why I was certain that descendants of the Norton family would likely enjoy coffee with this flavor profile. And you, undoubtedly, are one of them. Shinsu placed his right hand over his chest and gave a slight bow. His gesture of courtesy was impeccably proper. For a fleeting moment, Allison felt as though she had returned to her ancestral home in Europe, watching the servants greet her with deference. But this was simply too theatrical. My goodness, Mr. Shinsu, you're quite knowledgeable. Thank you for remembering the Norton family's traditions. I've read some historical records about nobility and watched British dramas, so I'm relatively familiar, but there's still much I don't fully understand. Please excuse my ignorance. Shinsu chuckled and casually lied. Then do you know someone named Scar Vincent? No, I don't. Allison suddenly asked this question. Her gaze was extremely sharp, as if possessing some soul-piercing magic. The woman's face bore a sinister expression as she slowly stood up. She walked gracefully to the bar counter. You tensed up for 0.5 seconds just now, that means you're lying. Thud. Allison raised her hand and slammed her clenched fist onto the bar counter with a thunderous crash. The steel surface dented inward from the impact. If that punch had landed on a human body, the consequences would be truly unimaginable. She stared fixedly at Shinsu and said, Speak. What exactly is your relationship with him? Otherwise, I'll kill you. I hope you won't force me to abandon ladylike communication. Shinsu's face twisted in terror, his body trembling like a sieve as he stumbled backward in panic, crashing into the metal rack of tools. It felt like he'd seen a ghost. His voice quivered as he replied, Miss, I really don't know anyone named Scalwan or whatever. You could beat me to death and I still wouldn't know. Good, then I'll let you experience what pain tastes like first. Allison shed her disguise, grinning viciously as she locked the shop door. Then she grabbed a butcher's knife from the counter and without hesitation plunged it into Shinsu's upper arm muscle. Stabbing the upper arm muscle with a sharp blade causes excruciating pain but is rarely fatal. This confirms that little Millie still retains a shred of reason amidst her cruelty. After all, this is China, not the United States, otherwise she wouldn't have acted this way. It's better to drag someone straight back to the dungeon for processing. The tools are plentiful there, and there's ample space to work. Far easier to get results that way than through hasty, improvised torture. But no matter what, the knife had been plunged in. Shinsu wailed, his face streaked with tears and snot, one hand clutching the wound as blood streamed between his fingers. Murder! Murder! Someone call the police! You still don't realize the gravity of the situation, do you? Don't worry, we've got all the time in the world. Even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one's coming to save you. Allison spoke these words with absolute confidence. Why did she dare to act at any moment? It was all because of one of the skills unlocked after reaching 100 villain points. Sound Barrier LV2. Instantly deploy a 10 cubic meter sound barrier lasting 1 hour. External sounds can penetrate inward, but internal sounds cannot escape. The barrier can be dismissed at will, producing explosive or tremoring effects upon release. It's practically an essential skill for robbery and murder. Once this door closes, no one outside will know what happens inside. Of course, Shinsu had long been prepared to be tormented. He could easily suppress one Allison, but adding Jiang Shiyu into the mix would be a hopeless situation with no chance of survival. And all of this happened too suddenly. He had no chance to escape, leaving him no choice but to grasp at any sliver of survival. For now, biding his time was the wisest course of action. Based on his understanding of Jiang Shiyu, if this woman considered that he could help stabilize her sister's emotions, she would most likely step in to assist. But first, he had to endure Allison's fury. Bastard, are you going to talk or not? Allison transformed into a frenzied madwoman, ready to lift his head and slam it against the steel dining table. If this hit connected, Shinsu's brains could very well be splattered everywhere. Stop, are you really trying to kill someone? He probably doesn't know any Scar. If you kill him now, who's going to help stabilize my sister's emotions? So stop, give me some face. Jiang Shiyu stood up at this moment, gazing at the woman who was pressing that man onto the steel countertop as she spoke. She hadn't been entirely certain while outside, but the moment she entered the small cafe and faced him, that familiar scent hit her unmistakably. This inevitably piqued her curiosity, making her decide to observe him further. It wasn't until the foreign woman attempted murder that she had no choice but to intervene and stop her actions. Chapter 33, They're Really Fighting. The female tyrant stared at Jiang Shiyu for several seconds before slowly releasing her grip on Shinsu. My apologies. I lost my temper. No sooner had she uttered these words of apology than she swung her fist violently toward the man's head. Shinsu instinctively ducked his head. Fuck. This woman probably hasn't changed one bit. 1 second she's apologizing, the next she's ready to blow your damn head off. I said, stop. Jiang Shiyu crossed the distance in a few strides and caught the powerfully thrown fist. Do you really want to kill him? No, I just wanted to see if you would actually step in. The ferocity in Allison's eyes faded. Then she broke free from her grasp. Why? Is he important to you? You were crying for him just now outside. Allison didn't answer directly, but instead sneered and countered with a question. These words made Shinsu, who was crouching under the bar counter, feel a sharp pain in his balls. Surely she wouldn't recognize him, right? What does it matter to you whether it's important or not? Besides, I was just expressing my feelings. It's not like I did it for him. Jiang Shiyu said coldly. It doesn't matter much, but I must eliminate all threats. Allison came today with doubts lingering in her heart. Apart from that despicable man, most people in this world are profit-driven. He treats Nana so well, the ingredient costs and returns are completely disproportionate, without any consideration for profit at all. In Allison's eyes, such behavior either stemmed from a desire for greater benefits or indicated someone was pulling strings behind the scenes. For her daughter's safety, she had to come and see for herself. Secondly, she was genuinely curious about Shinsu himself. This man was young and unrestrained, yet gave off an impression of being unusually mature and composed at heart. In this single aspect, he resembled Scar Vincent quite closely. If thorough investigations confirmed no actual connection between them, then Allison would gladly offer him more assistance, enough that he'd never need to worry about money again. All she asked in return was for him to keep a watchful eye on her daughter. He looks like an ordinary person. What kind of threat could he possibly pose to you? Jiang Shiyu was somewhat speechless. Is this woman out of her mind? Shinsu did appear a bit young, but he really was just an ordinary person. Could Allison, who could smash a steel tabletop with one punch, possibly care about a threat from some ordinary person? Ridiculous. There must be some secret here that she's unaware of. How I handle things is none of your damn business. Allison rubbed her wrist. Anyone familiar with her knew this woman was about to strike. You really want to do this here? Jiang Shiyu sensed the aura radiating from her. Frowning. This woman clearly doesn't understand human language. Why not? Allison stood over 6 feet tall in her high heels, with those model-like long legs accounting for most of her height. As soon as the words fell, a fist shadow swung toward Jiang Shiyu's face. This is China, not America. Jiang Shiyu's temper flared up as well. She crossed her arms to block the incoming punch. He lifted his foot and aimed a kick straight between the opponent's legs. The chosen spot was viciously precise, clearly intended to neuter. The sharp stiletto heel of her shoe, if landed squarely, would instantly render the opponent combat ineffective. Allison was no pushover either, swiftly stepping back to evade the kick. With a twist of her waist, her super long legs swept across in a powerful arc. Jiang Shiyu ducked, and her long leg smashed into the wall. Debris flew as dust swirled through the air. The sheer absurdity of that kick was evident. Jiang Shiyu was no pushover either. Her close-quarters combat skills were exceptional, her movements as fluid as a dragon weaving through flowers. Every kick and punch left its mark on her opponent. The tables and chairs shattered at the slightest touch. The two exchanged blows for several minutes, and surprisingly, Jiang Shiyu ended up slightly gaining the upper hand. Her slender frame concealed a terrifying strength that surpassed Allison's by a small margin. At this point, the two were locked in a fierce back and forth, trading heavy blows without backing down, pure, unrelenting freestyle combat. It was like something straight out of the King of Fighters. Shinsu, who was peeking out to observe, was also terrified. They're really fighting each other. Does it have to be this intense? The first clash between the major villains left even the mastermind behind it all in awe. The attributes of these two in the system had already been fully loaded. As expected, the woman's strength had indeed risen significantly after completing the mission. Jiang Shiyu, 170 cm/49 kg/36c, Constitution, 2.7. Spirit, 2.3. Status, manic, heartbroken. Talents. 1. Heartless. You feel no sympathy for anyone except family members. 2. Irritable. All attributes increase by 30% during manic episodes, and you ignore pain. 3. Cruelty. Rare brutality is your nature. Domination +1. Bloodthirst +1. You've absorbed the essence of certain entities. Skills. 1. Combat LV3. 2. Business LV2. 3. Interrogation LV2. For LV2 Bloodthirsty Heart, rare, continuously restores health when hitting any target or being hit by any target. Death Tremor can be used once every 30 seconds. Death Tremor, select any visible target within a 50-meter range to deal massive damage, ignoring resistance. Equipment. Accessory, Torment Sigil, Epic, New, a geometric sigil carved upon you by your beloved, representing memories of painful yet profound love. Constitution +0.5, Spirit +0.5, Armor Penetration +1, Magic Penetration +4. Your cruelty can instill fear in targets, your attacks can cause bleeding, and when near death, you can restore to peak condition. Cooldown, 30 days. Whoa, terrifying woman. Truly worthy of being a triple-talented ultimate villain. Not only did all her attributes skyrocket dramatically, but even the secret engravings originally meant for her privacy became actual equipment. She must be absolutely head over heels in love. Even killing him couldn't erase her love for him. This proves you really shouldn't mess with Yanderas. Allison Scar Norton, 176 cm/58 kg/36e, Constitution, 2.6, Spirit, 1.9, Status, Fanatical, Talents. 1. War Affinity, proficiency with all weapons +2, attributes increased by 30% during conflicts, battles, and killings. 2. Tyranness, rare you can make all denizens of the underworld fear you, command +1, bloodthirst +1, greatly reduces pain perception, infused with core fragments by a certain entity. Skills. 1. Military skills LV2, 2. Commerce LV2, 3. Sound barrier LV2, can release a 10 cubic meter sound barrier at any time, lasting 1 hour. External sounds can enter the barrier, but sounds inside cannot be transmitted outside. The barrier can be released and removed at any time, producing effects like explosions and tremors. For Bloodthirst V1, rare, new, continuously restores large amounts of HP while bleeding. In near-death state, can ignore death for 30 seconds, 100x HP, with all attributes doubled. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Equipment. Weapon death penalty, rare, new, a revolver from a mysterious cult used to execute heretics. Contains 6 bullets that automatically replenish to full capacity within 30 seconds after being emptied. Armor penetration +2, magic resistance +1, with a chance to deal double damage. Checking Little Millie's attributes revealed she was slightly inferior to Jiang Shiyu. But in a life or death struggle, Jiang Shiyu might not be her match. The battle-born bloodthirst could make the tyrantess fight like a war god incarnate for 30 seconds. Allison wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth where the stiletto had grazed her. With a vicious grin, she prepared to lunge forward. Still want to keep fighting? Jiang Shiyu took a step back and said coldly, I didn't come here today to fight. If this continues, both of us might really lose our tempers. TCH, forget it. Allison waved her hand dismissively. After testing the waters, she realized that unless she was willing to fight to the death, she couldn't do anything to him. In fact, she was at a disadvantage. Besides, continuing to fight would turn this into a battle manga, and this is supposed to be a pure love story. Soon, the two sat face to face, their wounds healing rapidly as if by divine miracle. The two of them sipped their drinks, both contemplating how to bring this to an end. See, could you do me a favor? My arm is still bleeding. Chapter 34, You Taste Delicious. Seeing the tension between them ease, Shinsu poked his head out and groaned pitifully. Jiang Shiyu nearly forgot there was still someone lying behind the bar. She immediately put down her glass, hurried behind the counter, and fetched medical supplies and gauze to clean and dress his wounds. Hey, I was saying, you two ladies. Shinsu's right arm hung limply, his bruised and swollen face looking utterly ridiculous. He looked around at the various damaged items in the shop, his face filled with heartache. Keep today's events to yourself, or we'll both kill you. All the broken tables, chairs, and your stainless steel counter, I'll cover the costs. Allison threatened first, and Jiang Shiyu nodded in agreement. Their abilities were clearly beyond ordinary people's, this had to remain secret. Oh okay, ma'am, I'll definitely keep the secret. After he nodded in agreement, Allison's suspicious look towards Shinsu diminished considerably. As long as it had nothing to do with Scar and he was mentally sound, she wouldn't vent her anger on innocent people, and she was generous enough with her rewards. No need. I'll cover the renovation costs myself. Save your fake kindness. Jiang Shiyu shot her a glance and took responsibility for the compensation. If the other party hadn't stirred up trouble for no reason, how could things have come to this? So Jiang Shiyu firmly rejected the offer. Heh, what do you mean by false affection? I actually think Mr. Shinsu quite meets my criteria for a partner. Today I let anger cloud my judgment. As compensation, I can accompany you for a bowl. Cook it however you like, I'll cooperate fully throughout. What do you think of this proposal, my dear chef? Allison's eyes brimmed with amusement as she gently caressed the man's slightly swollen cheek. All traces of her earlier domineering demeanor had vanished. She had transformed into tenderness itself, overflowing with affection. The contrast was so stark that even Jiang Shiyu was taken aback. Are all American women this shameless? And no, I'm sorry, I'm not interested in you. Oh no, I mean, you're very beautiful and sexy, but I only have admiration and respect for you. Shinsu panicked, trembling so much he could barely speak coherently, his eyes filled with fear. His performance at this moment showcased the pinnacle of acting skills honed over decades. Only then did the two women feel he truly was a fresh graduate. That previous aura of mature composure had temporarily vanished. Don't be afraid. I'm Jiang Shernan's sister. Let me introduce myself, I'm Jiang Shiyu. You can call me anytime if anything happens. Don't worry, she won't dare touch you in China. Jiang Shiyu took a business card from her bag and handed it over, a delicate slice of crystal, precision cut into a thin, elegant rectangle. Embedded in the surface was a peculiar logo and phone number inlaid with obsidian, exuding an air of premium sophistication. Shinsu took the business card, curling his lip inwardly. I'm already stabbed and covered in bruises from being beaten, what more do you want her to do to me? I'm truly sorry about what happened today. Tomorrow I'll send someone to assess the damages here, then hire the best construction team to restore everything as much as possible. I'll cover all the costs. Jiang Shiyu continued. Thank you. Would you like to take Shernan with you too? Shinsu clasped his hands together, shrinking like a man who'd been trampled on multiple times. No, there are still unresolved issues between us. Please take good care of her for me. Jiang Shiyu waved her hand dismissively, dropped these words, and left the wreckage of the cafe behind. Once she disappeared through the door, Allison cast a coquettish glance at Shinsu. He instinctively took a step back, his evasive eyes betraying his timidity. This left Allison somewhat disheartened. Scal was not that kind of man. He was wild, unrestrained, and fearless. Even with a gun pointed at him, he would never lower his proud head. And this one? No, the aura around him. Could it be? Scar, you're hiding so well. Since Ms. Jiang has covered the losses, what about my compensation? It's alright, Ms. Allison, Shinsu was like a startled bird, but before he could finish speaking, Allison grabbed the back of his head and kissed him. After a long moment, their lips parted. Shinsu's expression froze, his eyes wide with disbelief. Meanwhile, Allison flashed a mischievous smile, her enchanting eyes like autumn waters, deep and unfathomable. You can't fool me, Scar. Little man, I lost my temper today. Remember to get that wound checked at the hospital, don't let it get infected. With a waft of perfume, Allison walked out. Before leaving, she didn't forget to whisper a tantalizing remark in his ear. You taste delicious. Only after confirming they had truly left, did Shinsu finally relax, slumping down beneath the bookshelf. Fuck. This is absolutely outrageous. System, get your ass out here. Of course, as always, the system remained completely unresponsive, leaving only a certain someone raging helplessly. Speaking of which, today's operation has already hit its limit. If I slip up even slightly, I'm absolutely done for. And then there's little Mealy stabbing me in the back, leaving me aching all over, though thankfully the price wasn't too steep. But today, I'm definitely making a run for it, got to get as far away as possible. Going alone wouldn't be a big problem, but with two women coming together, I can't handle it without using my full power. The key issue is that going all out would definitely expose me. What if all 10 of them came after me then? So Shinsu decided it was better to play it safe for now. It's just that ordinary life seems to be getting further and further away from him. He always felt it was the system's doing. Ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang. It was Shang Wanlin arriving. The moment she entered, the smile on her face instantly turned into disbelief. The cafe was in complete disarray, with tables and chairs dismantled into pieces. Her beloved man, his arm wrapped in gauze, sat slumped motionless beneath a bookshelf. His handsome face was bruised and swollen, looking utterly miserable. The girl hurriedly ran to his side and crouched down, her face full of concern as she asked, "Shinsu, what on earth happened?" "It's nothing, just a minor injury. Don't be so nervous." There were 2 lunatics who went crazy in the store earlier, but they gave compensation. Shinsu struggled to stand up from the ground, picking up the books scattered on the floor one by one and placing them back on the shelves. The girl helped tidy up as well, picking up books while asking, "How did you get hurt? Did you call the police?" "I accidentally got scratched when pulling them apart just now. It's not serious, so there's no need to call the police. Since we've already gotten compensation, it's better to let sleeping dogs lie." Shinsu shook his head. Sending those 2 away at such a small cost could be considered a successful completion of this impromptu encounter mission. At least for the foreseeable future, those 2 wouldn't be rushing to cause him trouble. But since Allison would be staying in Dragon City for a month, running away was absolutely necessary. He couldn't wait a single moment. The 2 of them had almost finished packing up. Shinsu said solemnly to the girl, "We'll leave soon." "Gee, where are we going?" Shangguan Lin was a bit confused. "Road trip, remember? Didn't you say it would be in a week?" "Hey, look at the mess in the shop. It'll take at least 10 days to half a month to renovate. Perfect timing for a trip. A road trip. No destination, no plans, just go wherever the wind takes us." Shinsu shrugged and explained. Okay." Shangguan Lin was carefree by nature, responding with a sweet smile. She signaled that she'd follow his lead. After all, as long as she was with Shinsu, she was happy. "Where are you going?" At that moment, another girl stood at the stairway landing, staring at the pair. Her tone carried a hint of anger. "Damn! When did this guy come downstairs? How come there wasn't any sound?" Shinsu seemed to have forgotten. Earlier, because of the sound barrier's presence, no matter how chaotic it got downstairs, there wouldn't be any movement upstairs. Jiang Shernan had just washed her face upstairs and, hearing no movement from below, assumed nothing was happening. On top of that, she absolutely didn't want to see that wretched woman right now, so she lay on the bed sulking for quite a while. By the time the swelling and redness on her cheeks had subsided a bit, suddenly, the sound of Shinsu chatting with another girl drifted up from downstairs. She hurriedly got out of bed and went downstairs. And then she saw the scene that filled her with jealousy. "I'm going on a road trip with Shinsu." Before Shinsu could even speak, Shangguan Lin blurted it out. Hiss. Damn it, one couple leaves and another shows up. Is this never going to end? Chapter 35, I Can Marry You Too. Road trip. Brother Su, I want to go too. Jiang Shernan was furious when she heard they were secretly planning a trip without her. This simply wouldn't do. A man and woman traveling alone together. Who knows what kind of sparks might fly during the journey. It wasn't that she distrusted Shinsu, it was Shangguan Lin she didn't trust. From their first meeting, she'd noticed this girl had a certain tea-scented aura about her, always trying to seduce Brother Su, clinging to his hand and pressing herself against him. How disgusting. Sushin, this counts as our pre-wedding trip, wouldn't it be inappropriate to bring her along? When it comes to defending her love, Shangguan Lin won't retreat a single step. She truly had the makings of a green tea bitch, instantly defining the nature of their relationship. The young girl's famed Lin Dayu expression, quite convincing, indeed. Everything was perfect, except for the barely suppressed smirk at the corner of her mouth. He, what a clever little devil I am. This way, that guy won't be pestering Shinsu anymore. He's even met the parents. My lawfully wedded wife, oh, Naya. Go cry about it. What premarital trip? What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Shernan frowned slightly. This little brat even dared to mention something like a pre-wedding trip. I suspect there might be some secret between them. Shinsu has already come to my house to propose. Our families will be holding an engagement banquet soon, so of course this is our pre-wedding trip. Shangguan Lin spoke these words with full confidence. After all, if both parents knew about this matter, it would ultimately be more open than a secret romance. There wouldn't be any family pressure whatsoever. Jiang Shernan seemed quite shaken by this, gazing at Shinsu with a resentful and disbelieving look, hoping against hope for that slim chance. Brother Su, is what she said true? Yes, I went to propose marriage and even gave her parents 30,000 yuan. Shinsu blinked at Jiang Shernan, then raised his hand to make a 3 gesture. Jiang Shernan understood instantly. She suddenly realized there must indeed be some unspeakable secret here. They had lived together for over 5 full years. Many habits, behavioral patterns, and eye contact had become instinctive reactions by now. Although Shinsu's approach was somewhat risky. After all, these micro-expressions and subtle movements could easily reveal his true identity. But he had no choice otherwise. Jiang Shernan would explode on the spot. Fine then, I won't disturb your pre-wedding trip, but make sure you take good care of Brother Su on the way, or else. Jiang Shernan's attitude suddenly did a complete 180-degree reversal, making Shang Guanlin's attempt to continue riding roughshod over her impossible to sustain. It was like a car suddenly springing a leak halfway through the journey, utterly devoid of any satisfying experience. That sense of bleak prospects, hollowness, and powerlessness left one feeling utterly dejected. Anyone would feel upset and depressed. Lin, go back to the apartment first and pack your things. I'll drive over to pick you up later. Shinsu knew that if the two continued talking, Shang Guanlin would lose her temper, she might even unleash Shang Guanju. It was best to make a quick escape. Okay, I'll go right now, call me later. Shang Guanlin, upon receiving the order, dashed off like a rabbit bolting from its burrow and disappeared in an instant. Brother Su, how did you get hurt? Did my sister do this? Jiang Shernan had been so focused on targeting Shang Guanlin that she only now noticed the bruises and swelling on Shinsu's face, and the faint traces of crimson seeping through the bandages wrapped around his arm. It wasn't your sister, it was the person who came in with her. Heh, I'm fine, just some minor scrapes. They'll probably heal in a day or two. Shinsu shrugged, looking completely indifferent to him. This was just a minor injury. If he healed too quickly by accident, he wouldn't even know how to explain it to others. Ha, why did she hit you? Shouldn't you go to the hospital? What if it gets infected? Jiang Shernan sounded genuinely concerned. She got into an argument with your sister, so I went up to mediate, and ended up getting caught in the crossfire. Forget it, it's really just a minor injury. Look, it's not even bleeding anymore. Shinsu peeled back the gauze to show her. The wound had already closed, with no blood seeping out. Alright, Brother Su, are you really going on that trip alone with her? Jiang Shernan knew there must be more to it, but the whole situation just rubbed her the wrong way. Her mood sank along with it. Shernan, you can't hold a grudge against a sick person. Shinsu gently patted her little head. The tender gesture brought the young girl a sliver of comfort. Hearing this, Jiang Shernan froze for a moment before raising her head in confusion and asking, Huh, patient? Are you talking about Shang Guanlin? Alas, Shang Guanlin actually suffers from severe schizophrenia. Her mother died young, and her stepmother and father never treated her well. They were even planning to sell her off to be someone else's wife. They said they'd get engaged first and marry when they're older. But, as you know, she's already an adult. If she were really bought by some bad person, her life would definitely be miserable from then on. Given these circumstances, how could I not help? Shinsu sighed, his face full of helplessness. But Brother Su, even if you want to help her, you shouldn't sacrifice yourself in the process. Jiang Shernan wasn't a fool either. She could understand Shinsu stepping in to save someone, but that didn't necessarily mean his intentions were entirely good. Couldn't there be even a hint of lustful intentions? Impossible to imagine. First, rescue her from that family. Anyway, there's a 2-year buffer period. We can wait until she gets into her dream university. Shinsu shook his head, indicating he had no better solution and could only take things one step at a time. Brother Su, but she's already fallen in love with you. When you tell her later that it was all just to save her, no girl could accept that. You'd actually be hurting her more this way. Jiang Shernan appealed to both his emotions and reason. Even she herself didn't realize she was capable of saying such things. Shinsu was also somewhat surprised after hearing this. This child grew up all of a sudden while being raised. Time truly spares no one. Looking back now, Shang Guanlin was actually quite simple-minded. Though I don't know why she suddenly developed some cunning, she used to obey whatever I said. Isn't this much more relaxing than scheming against those major villains? Then find a way to make her dislike me. What do you mean? Jiang Shernan looked utterly bewildered. It's quite simple, you just need to help me drive her away when the time comes. Ha! As for Shinsu's words, her little brain genuinely couldn't wrap around them. Ha, you're the same age as her, yet your family background is so much better than hers. When the time comes, I'll need you to act out a little play with me, to show her my true colors as someone who despises the poor and worships the rich. Naturally, she wouldn't like me anymore then. If she chooses to leave on her own initiative, it'll hurt much less than a forced breakup. It's just, this would mean wronging you. No wrong at all. Brother Su, I can marry you too. Jiang Shernan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. It seems Brother Su really doesn't like Shang Guanlin. Then there's nothing to worry about. As for acting, how uncool would that be? Why not just get married and make it official for him? TSK. Drive away the little green tea bitch, take her place, and then live a shamelessly happy life with Brother Su. Ha ha ha. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone, absolutely flawless. Only a fool would let such an opportunity slip away. Jiang Shernan is no fool. One day you'll slip up, Brother Su. Shinsu could tell at a glance that this girl was lost in her own wild fantasies. He shook his head and mocked himself, silly girl. If a poor country boy like me married you, Madame Jiang would have me killed on the spot. What are you even thinking? Brother Su, my sister is my sister, and I'm all grown up now. Of course my marriage is my own decision. No one gets to control my life. Jiang Shernan couldn't care less about any of that as long as she confirmed Shinsu wasn't with Shang Wanlin. She believed all difficulties could be overcome. Anyway, there's no way she'd ever reconcile with that wretched woman in this lifetime. Of course, she had to fight for her own love. Silly girl, you've just started university. What if you meet someone better and forget me in an instant? Shinsu walked upstairs with her while talking. Then he took out clean clothes and personal items from the closet, and packed the Mountain Peak Bluetooth speaker into a carrying case. Ah, brother Sue, how could I possibly fall in love with someone else? I don't care, you have to marry me when the time comes. Jiang Shernan's stubborn temper flared up. Arguing with her at this point would only invite trouble. So Shinsu responded with a smile and said softly, alright, let's settle it this way for now. As for our marriage, we should at least clarify our feelings first, don't you think? That's more like it. Anyway, I don't care, you can't do that with her, and you can't secretly marry her behind my back. Jiang Shernan pouted, looking proud and spoiled. Shinsu nodded in agreement. Looks like she's been successfully pacified by me. Anyway, he had no intention of marrying either of these girls for the time being. The age gap and mental maturity was too vast, it just didn't feel right to make a move. At this moment, Shinsu could only sigh silently in his heart. Every day feels like a damn war. I just want to be an ordinary person, is that so hard? Chapter 36, Jinshan Refinery and the Middle Eastern Aristocratic Family, bonus chapter, seeking reviews and ratings. Thanks. Shinsu packed up his things and handed her the shop keys. Tell the girl to come by the shop often to check on the renovation progress. After all, it's her sister footing the bill, letting the two of them communicate any issues would be better than handling it himself. Jiang Shiyu definitely loves her sister, but her approach has major flaws, which is also inseparable from Shinsu's favoritism in the early years. As for the conflict between the two sisters, there really isn't a great solution at the moment, they'll just have to wait for the right opportunity. He's no saint, he couldn't possibly sacrifice himself again for someone else's sake. Just the thought of living with Jiang Shiyu for the sake of the mission made his balls ache. Who could handle going out for drinks and karaoke while worrying about both the female bodhisattva's safety and his own? What a miserable existence that would be. There's always a certain possibility when doing missions. Now that I've regained my freedom, why bother with such thankless tasks? He hasn't lived enough yet. With that, Shinsu slung a bag over his shoulder and left the chaotic cafe behind. He drove the X5 straight to the foot of Yuanjiang Apartments. That was the place rented for Shang Wanlin, and by Old Town standards, the environment was quite decent. Not only was it convenient for daily life, but the scenery was also pleasant. Most importantly, it was quite far from the Shangwan family residence. Just across the river from the cafe, it was very convenient to come and go. Shinsu parked the car and sent a message to Shang Wanlin. Before long, the young woman came downstairs. She came bouncing all the way over, opened the passenger door, and got in. The young lady had clearly put considerable thought into her outfit. A large bow adorned her glossy black hair. Her lips glistened with a glossy lip tint. Heart-shaped earrings dangled from her ears, while a delicate choker in the same shape graced her swan-like neck. Cute and playful. A white lace camisole on top, paired with a pink chiffon jacket. It reveals the slender waist of a young girl while providing shade to prevent sunburn. The bottom half is dressed in a short pleated skirt. A pair of white knee-high socks paired with pink sneakers. Bathed in the evening sunlight, they radiated a charming youthful aura. They perfectly captured Shinsu's aesthetic preferences. Clothes make the man, how true that saying is. Where should we go first? Shang Wanlin asked with an excited expression. The time that belonged solely to him and her was about to begin. Happiness had come so suddenly. Let's go have some fun in Jincheng first. It's just a 40-minute drive on the highway. Yay! Shang Wanlin fastened her seatbelt, absolutely thrilled. Shinsu, infected by the young girl's youthful energy, couldn't help but smile warmly. No wonder men of all ages adore 18-year-old girls. This is just too irresistible. Even if you just leave her be, she's still a sight for sore eyes, isn't she? The BMW roared to life, speeding onto the ring road and merging onto the highway towards Gold City within minutes. The little girl kept chattering non-stop the whole way. Those with dirty minds should slap themselves. From the stern gaze of Queen Gao Gao, she pointed at the scenery outside the window, talking incessantly to Shinsu. In 18 years, she could count her travel experiences on one hand, and they'd even left her with indelible terrifying memories. This time, going out with someone I like made that sense of fear suddenly disappear. What followed were feelings of happiness, excitement, and anticipation. Wow, what place is that? It looks amazing. Halfway through the journey, Shang Wanlin pointed at the enormous, brightly lit structure and asked, "Oh, that's the Jinshan Refinery Complex. It's so beautiful, just like a castle." Shang Wanlin's eyes sparkled as she said this. Most young girls have little resistance to such beautiful sights. The refinery is a jungle of steel and concrete, appearing immensely imposing. To ensure round-the-clock operational safety, sufficient lighting is installed for pipeline and equipment maintenance. At night, all the lights illuminate simultaneously, creating an extraordinarily breathtaking nightscape. Shall I take you down for a look? Shinsu ran out to avoid Xiaomili and Zhang Xiyu, not caring where he went or what he did. Since she liked it so much, he might as well take her to experience it up close. Besides, he was somewhat familiar with Jinshan Refinery from his past life. Doing a test run wouldn't hurt. Can we? Of course, we'll take the next exit. Thank you. Shang Wanlin raised both hands excitedly. She couldn't help but plant a kiss on his cheek. Then she blushed and lowered her head. Silly, you're my fiancé-to-be, no need to thank me. Hee, that's true. Oh, asterisk. Shang Wanlin was too embarrassed by these words to speak. Who knows what's going on in that little head of hers? Shinsu adjusted the navigation and changed the destination. He glanced at the young girl again. She noticed Shang Wanlin peeking at him through the gaps in her bangs. The moment her gaze met Shinsu's, she swiftly lowered her eyelids, fixing them firmly on the tips of her shoes. After a while, she tilted her head slightly and turned her gaze toward the brightly lit refinery in the distance. She's doing this on purpose, isn't she? This little rascal. She's actually learned it for real. This situation might be getting out of hand. Shinsu caught a whiff of something akin to evolution. Shang Wanlin's transition from girl to woman had already progressed 70 or 80%. It seemed only that final push remained. Jinshan Refining was one of the top-ranked large chemical enterprises in Jincheng City. However, this enterprise is semi-private in nature, with partial foreign investment participation. Among them, several holding companies belong to the ancient Leighton family from the Middle East. Censorship concerns. Specifically, Dubai Farah Holdings holds 13.7%, Central Asian Petroleum Group 9.3%, the Greater Islamic Trade Association 6.9%, and Fadia Leighton Oil and Gas Company 3.2%. As a super wealthy family from a certain major Middle Eastern country, this clan has produced more than just world-famous KD figures. The Leighton family is prosperous with numerous branches and descendants. They possess one of the world's top architectural engineering teams, a renowned and enduring superfamily with prestige throughout the entire Middle East region. Their family enterprises span across the globe. Why was Shinsu so knowledgeable about this? It was all because this declining branch of the family had produced an ultimate supervillain. There was a woman whose full name was Fadia Omar Muhammad bin Awad bin Leighton. By the late 1980s, the name of the holy envoy Fadia had resounded throughout the entire underground world of the Middle East, even feared by high-ranking officials in the United States. Her influence rapidly expanded under the flames of war, spreading across the Middle East. She even owned vast herb plantations in the territory of a certain slipper army, and as for what was being grown, well, in the end, after mediation by certain parties, her entire family relocated to Dubai, transformed into the world-renowned petrochemical giant, the Omar Farah Energy Consortium. And Mohammed Farah was merely a pawn of some system. Jinshan Refinery was also built with Farah's resolute support against all opposition. Through a series of elaborate deceptions, the Middle Eastern aristocratic family successfully smuggled the technology and equipment swindled from the West into China. This made the Chinese government extremely accommodating to the Leighton family in the years that followed. Providing help in times of need is always better than offering favors when they're least required. The current president of Farah Holdings is Ahmad, Farah's brother-in-law, who has been terrified of his elder sister since childhood and would almost never take the initiative to contact her. Based on my understanding of him, even if Shinsu were to use the highest privilege account to make some minor unauthorized moves and was discovered by Farah Holdings' top executives, he couldn't possibly tell his sister voluntarily. The chance of getting caught was simply too low. Standing beneath the towering steel jungle, humans appeared exceptionally insignificant. Shinsu was reminiscing both about the hardships during the reconstruction efforts and his tender memories with Fadia. Although Fadia was the main antagonist, the Middle East had always maintained significant gender disparities, especially among ancient aristocratic families. After years of indoctrination by traditional customs and theological ideologies, Fadia showed him utmost respect in daily life. Even kissing his feet was part of routine etiquette. She never concerned herself with whether her husband fooled around outside, as long as she didn't witness it personally. It simply didn't exist. As a fervent believer in the Green Sect, what she couldn't tolerate the most were Farah's blasphemous acts, whether in words or deeds. Until one day, this fool pushed his luck by watering the holy cities, Kaaba, in full public view, causing Fadia's long-suppressed rage to reach its breaking point. She then drew the long knife she always carried and plunged it straight into his heart, then used his blood to cleanse the blasphemy. But Fadia would never know that all of this was carefully planned by Farah, all to provoke her into killing him. Chapter 37, This Kid Isn't Simple. Shang Guanlin had no idea what was going through the mind of the man beside her, who was staring blankly at the massive concrete jungle. She was utterly exhilarated. The brightly lit factory complex before her eyes resembled a palace. Seen up close, its awe-inspiring scale far surpassed anything an amusement park could offer. This was the ultimate manifestation of modern industry. Sushin, this place is so beautiful, can you take some photos for me? The girl tugged at Sushin's sleeve and pleaded. Of course, stand still and strike a few nice poses. I'll take them for you. Sushin snapped out of his thoughts and took the somewhat old and battered phone from her hand. I'll go to Gold City to get her a new one, this one could easily scratch her hand. His photography skills aren't bad, he tried several angles. In the end, the girl was satisfied, taking the phone to keep the well-shot photos and delete the bad ones. Linlin, want to go in and take a look? Shinsu pointed inside and said. Ha, can we go in? Shang Wanlin exclaimed in surprise. MHM, get in the car, I'll figure something out. Soon, Shinsu drove up to the main gate, rolled down the window, and waved toward the guard booth. A middle-aged man in a security uniform emerged from the booth, looking puzzled as he asked, Hello, who are you two? Sir, I just got back from abroad. I'm here for an on-site inspection of the factory area, arranged by the higher-ups. Could you open the gate, please? An inspection? We haven't received any notice about that. Shinsu's words made the middle-aged security guard rather skeptical, but the man was driving a BMW and spoke with such conviction that the guard found it hard to dismiss him outright. If he ended up offending some executive, keeping his job might become an issue these days. Finding a workplace with such good benefits wasn't easy. I'm an expatriate staff member from Dubai Farah Holdings. I've confirmed the official letter has been sent to your group's executive office. Perhaps you could check with your superiors first? Shinsu smiled as he had just logged into the back end of Farah Holdings' company system and privately sent a brief letter, forwarding the visiting vehicle and personnel credentials. Alright, then I'll make a call to inquire first. Please move your car to the side, it wouldn't be safe if a large vehicle were to come out. Got it. Thank you for your trouble, sir. Shinsu casually took out a pack of Licoon cigarettes from his pocket and handed it over. Boss, no need. You're being too polite. Master, take it. I feel bad disturbing you so late at night. Shinsu could show utmost respect to the vast majority of people, except for pretentious show-offs and those deliberately profound idiots. This kind of composure can only be attained after experiencing countless life and death situations and traversing the peaks and valleys of life. Ah, great. Thank you so much, boss. The security guard immediately pressed the intercom and reported the situation to his superiors. Zhang Bingyan was abruptly awakened from his sleep by an urgent phone call. The newly hired sexy secretary informed him in a faintly melancholic tone that Farah Holdings had sent someone to inspect the factory premises. This instantly snapped the 50-something-year-old CEO back to full alertness. No matter what kind of enterprise, once it grows too large, there will inevitably be some unsavory interpersonal politics and shady dealings. Family-run businesses are particularly prone to this, which is why many super-rich families prefer hiring professional managers to oversee their vast assets. If it's an ancient family with centuries of heritage, the clan would nurture many descendants of servants to become talents, who would then take over the family's businesses. This phenomenon is particularly common in traditional regions like Europe and the Middle East. Farah Holdings is one such example, managing the vast assets of the Raiden family on their behalf. Over the years, it has grown into one of the top 5 asset management companies in the Middle East, counting numerous royal families and nobles among its clients, wielding formidable influence. As one of the major shareholders, Zhang Bingyan felt immense pressure regarding the personnel sent by Farah headquarters for inspection. He immediately extricated himself from his secretary's tender embrace, first calling the factory manager to have him receive the visitors at the gate. After hastily showering and dressing, he rushed to the factory zone with his secretary, making the trip from downtown in barely 10 minutes. Stepping out of the Alfred, Zhang Bingyan met the individuals who claimed to be dispatched from Farah headquarters. One was a young man barely in his 20s, while the other was a pretty girl who looked like she was still in school. This combination seemed utterly bizarre no matter how you looked at it. Still, since they'd sent official documents, no matter how strange it appeared, he couldn't let his bewilderment show. You must be Mr. Shinsu sent by Farah headquarters, what remarkable achievements at such a young age. Ha ha ha. Zhang Bingyan immediately bent slightly as he stepped out of the car, extending both hands to shake Shinsu's with a hearty laugh. His posture was exceedingly humble, never looking down on Shinsu due to his youth, showing him considerable respect. This fully demonstrated Chairman Zhang's interpersonal and professional skills, otherwise he could never have risen to the position of president. After all, Jinshan Refining's annual output value reaches tens of billions, no laughing matter. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a regional pillar industry. Ordinary people simply don't have what it takes to hold this position securely. President Zhang is too kind. I'm just an intern, Shinsu said smoothly. Headquarters sent me here merely as routine procedure, just to make a round and return. That's why I didn't want to trouble President Zhang to come in person. The moment these polished words left Shinsu's mouth, Zhang Bingyan knew this young man was anything but simple. Farah side sent the letter with extremely tight timing, arriving at the factory area privately just half an hour ago. There's no guarantee he wasn't planning to make an incognito inspection from the start. This guy clearly understands that once advanced communication happens, many things might not be seen as clearly. He guessed the other party must have come with the intention of sneaking in for a look if the opportunity arose, and giving up if it didn't. Zhang Bingyan didn't beat around the bush and pointed at the somewhat timid Shangwan Lin beside him as he asked, "Not at all, reception duties are part of my basic responsibilities. Please forgive any shortcomings. Ah, and this young lady is." The girl beside him was extraordinarily beautiful, even surpassing his own personal secretary by a notch or two, truly a rare sight. She's the eldest daughter of the Shangwan family, Shangwan Ju. She suddenly wanted to come out for a stroll, and since I happened to be assigned here, she insisted on tagging along. "Please don't mind her," Shinsu replied calmly, mentioning only a name and identity. This would create an unpredictable sense of mystery for the other party. Moreover, someone of the young mistress's status would be even less likely to see through the act. How could I possibly take offense? It's my honor. Zhang Bingyan waved his hand and nodded with a smile toward Shangwan Lin. Hello. First time meeting you, Miss Shangwan. Shall we talk while we look around? Alright, then you make the arrangements. Shinsu hadn't expected that an internal letter would actually alarm Zhang Bingyan. This was truly rather strange. Logically speaking, someone of his rank shouldn't have come personally. Having the factory area manager we just met receive him, followed by a meeting the next day, would already be considered high-level treatment. Besides, it's already past 9 o'clock. Just look at that sexy secretary in black stockings and high heels carrying an LV bag, sticking close to him the entire way. The strong smell of alcohol on him couldn't even be masked by shower gel. TSK, looks like he barely had time to recover from his exercise before getting up. But what exactly is this guy so nervous about? As the dedicated reception coach stopped, the group boarded the vehicle. Zhang Bingyan began enthusiastically introducing the equipment along the way, the company's operational status, industry development trends, and some issues requiring attention. The truth proved that only those with solid knowledge could cover all aspects comprehensively. Even if his words were written into a report, they could fool quite a few people. However, for someone equally professional like Shinsu, this was far too superficial. The company's current financial situation remained unclear, personnel status was unknown, and procurement as well as sales details were all glossed over ambiguously. It couldn't help but raise suspicions. But Farah had long been a dead man. Had it not been for testing Shangwan Lin and the system's reaction, nothing could have made him step foot into Fadia's properties again. So Shinsu never intended to solve any problems, let those who should be troubled deal with these matters. Yet his calm expression and non-committal attitude brought immense pressure to Zhang Bingyan. I can't shake the feeling that they came prepared with the answers. This thought wouldn't have bothered me, but once it occurred, my mind started racing. The car's air conditioning was turned up high. Yet he couldn't stop sweating, constantly asking his assistant for tissues. Chapter 38, The Girl Who Climbed the Chimney. Yet this unprecedented grand occasion filled Shangwan Lin with intense curiosity, her mind brimming with unanswered questions. How had Shinsu managed to enter? Why was the other party so nervous? How did he know so much about chemical engineering, business, and management? How had she suddenly become the eldest daughter of the Shangwan family? And even using Shangwan Ju's name? Lost in thought, Shangwan Lin's mind drifted into the night sky along with the bustling factory lights. In such an environment, the stimulation she experienced undoubtedly exceeded ordinary levels. She noticed her body trembling slightly, as if something deep within her soul was trying to break free. When she could no longer bear it, she seized an opportunity to lean close to his ear. Her voice quivered at its limit as she whispered, Shinsu, pinch me quickly. Sorry, Shinsu looked at Zhang Bingyan, gave him a knowing look and gestured toward the young woman beside him. Zhang Bingyan, of course, understood perfectly well. He immediately shifted his attention away from the two of them, turning instead to speak with the factory manager and his assistant. It also helped slightly calm his frantically pounding heart and rising blood pressure. What's wrong? Me. This is just too thrilling. Shinsu, pinch me. I feel like I'm dreaming. Shangwan Lin was already babbling incoherently. The last shred of rationality made her press down hard on her throat, preventing herself from screaming. Indeed, beneath the colossal building that resembled a palace, riding in a luxurious coaster, being personally escorted by the CEO of a megacorporation like Jinshan Refining for an inspection tour, it felt utterly surreal. A scenario completely beyond what ordinary people could ever imagine. The suspension bridge effect left Shangwan Lin so nervous she could barely breathe. Got it. Shinsu couldn't help but find it amusing. He reached out and pinched her waist. It hurt enough to make her brow furrow. The girl's eyes revealed an unprecedented eerie sensation. Ah, this is actually real. Villain points -5. Current villain points -20. Being too beautiful isn't a good thing for children from poor families. Just like that little secretary from a poor family standing beside Zhang Bingyan. And before today, Shang Wanlin was just an ordinary high school graduate. Slightly prettier than most girls, but nothing particularly special. Instead, she'd been struggling in constant misery. However, Shinsu suddenly brought her into a whole new world. This social stratum was far, far beyond reach. Ordinary people could only catch glimpses of them through car windows as they sped by in luxury vehicles, or scroll through social media to watch them utter shocking statements in interviews. Other than that, there was almost no intersection between them. But today, Shang Wanlin came into contact with it. This entrepreneur with an annual output value of billions sat sweating before him, chattering incessantly. Just like a student submitting homework to a teacher, terrified of making any mistakes. The way she looked at him had become filled with deep respect, not daring to show the slightest hint of negligence. This impact on Shang Wanlin was simply too overwhelming. Shinsu understood clearly and silently opened her attribute panel. Shang Wanlin, 155/45/3060, Human, Current Villainy Value, -20, Physique, 1.5 Temporary, Spirit, 1.9 Temporary, Status, Intracranial Ascension, Schizophrenia, Congenital Patent Foramen Ovale. Sure enough, the girl had gained an intracranial ascension status, and her attributes had directly increased by 0.4. This was likely brought about by her third rare talent. Extremism. Rare has a high probability of breaking through the emotional threshold limit under special circumstances, +1 resilience, +1 cruelty, embraced by a certain existence. The girl's current state was precisely such a special circumstance. She had shattered the emotional threshold limit. How does it feel? Shinsu asked with doting affection. I'm so excited, Shinsu, she wants to come out. Alright, let her out then. Ah! Shang Wanlin suddenly let out a piercing scream before collapsing limply. The scream startled everyone else in the car, and the driver nearly veered into the greenbelt. It's fine, she just said she was feeling a bit sleepy, so I pinched her. Shang Wanlin's expression had completely transformed into that of a different person. His face was flushed with excitement. She jumped up and pointed at the towering chimney outside the window, exclaiming, Shinsu, can I go up to the very top? Zhang Bingyan gave her a skeptical glance. Damn, she must be on some stimulants. How did she suddenly come back to life like a zombie? The previously silent little girl suddenly seemed like a completely different person. Outside, the lights were blazing, and the chimney stretched dozens of meters high. Even maintenance workers had to tread carefully during the day, let alone a young girl at night. Miss Shangwan, this seems rather dangerous. I'm not afraid of danger. I want to go up there, Shinsu. Take me up right now. Shang Wanju was in a state of intense excitement, her mind racing. Seeing that the others remained unmoved, she suddenly sprang up and rushed toward the car door, ready to get out. Let her go, President Zhang. If she doesn't go up there today, she won't calm down. It's fine, I'll go with her. This isn't appropriate. It's far too dangerous. The wind up there is extremely strong, and one misstep could send you tumbling down. If something happens, we really won't be able to explain it. The factory manager also chimed in. Shinsu knew they all meant well. But Shang Guanju was having an emotional outburst now, and he couldn't very well forcibly stop her. After all, bringing out domestic discipline now would be a bit too morally shocking. Don't worry, I'll take good care of her. She can come and go freely at the Farah headquarters. I couldn't stop her even if I tried. Shinsu's meaning was actually quite clear. This eldest daughter of the Shangwan family holds an extremely high status within her clan. It was beyond his control. Xiao Lu, quickly get them a set of safety gear. You must guarantee their personal safety. Even if you fall, they mustn't suffer a single scratch. Understood? Got it, President Zhang. I'll handle it right away. Zhang Bingyan saw there was no stopping them. Immediately settling for the next best option, he shifted the blame onto his subordinates. The manager's surnamed Lu also wore a helpless expression. Knowing he held the lowest rank here, he had no choice but to take the fall. Gritting his teeth, he took out his walkie-talkie and called for someone to bring several sets of safety gear, helping the two suit up properly. Shinsu, I can't wait any longer, I'm going up. Forced by Shinsu to put on the equipment, Shang Wanju couldn't care less about anything else. She immediately broke into a jog, scrambling up the enormous chimney like a spider using both hands and feet. Shinsu followed unhurriedly, climbing up after her, leaving Zhang Bingyan and the others below, fists clenched, sweating nervously from head to toe. They even called the factory ambulance, just in case of any accidents. These two are really going to scare people to death, not to mention the group of sweating, nervous workers below. Even with her significantly improved physical fitness, Shang Guanlin still had to exert considerable effort to climb to the top of the chimney dozens of meters high. From this vantage point, you can get a 360-degree view of the entire factory complex. At this moment, Shinsu timely pulled out his phone, letting the BGM reminiscent of an icy river sunset play. My Way Vasigs, accompanied by the factory district's breathtaking night scenery. Truly intoxicating. Amidst the towering concrete jungle, Dozens of chimneys stood erect. A labyrinth of steel pipes crisscrossed, with lights flooding the entire complex. The behemoth in the night was illuminated as bright as day. The night wind howled past, carrying away the steam and carbon dioxide billowing from the furnace chimneys. And for a moment, it also carried away the burdens that Shangguanlin and Shangguanzhu had accumulated over nearly 19 years. Standing atop a colossal structure makes one feel expansively open-hearted. Shensu was reminiscing at this moment. The sight of familiar objects evoked memories of the person. Fadia's voice and countenance, like old photographs constantly being flipped through, flashed before his eyes one scene after another. Her bright, exotic smile, her docility as she knelt before him kissing his feet, her piety when wiping blood from her face while standing among the crowd, raising her hand and shouting to fight for the faithful, and her agony when she could bear no more and drew her longsword to plunge it into his heart. Ah! Shangguanzhu cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted with all her might into the night sky. Ah! Shensu joined her in shouting. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. Shangguanlin and Shangguanzhu's dual personalities appeared to achieve an unprecedented level of synchronization in this instant. And Shensu gently embraced the young girl, feeling her racing heartbeat and rising emotions, along with the continuously declining villain score. Chapter 39, Zhang Bingyan's Speculation. Villain score -10. Current villainy value, -30. Of course, the system wouldn't let Shensu reduce his villainy value so easily. The mission prompt arrived immediately. Warning, current villainy value too low. System will randomly select a special mission. Special mission selected. Special mission, Twin Light and Darkness. Difficulty rating, hard. Objective, every person has many facets. Faced with immense moral pressure, the choice one makes profoundly tests their humanity. Force Shangguanlin, Shangguanzhu, to make a humanistic choice during an unexpected incident, selecting from malice, selfishness, absolute neutrality, kindness, or sainthood. Rewards will be evaluated based on the final choice and outcome. Reward, randomly upgrade one skill level. Rare reward, Shangguanlin has obtained a random skill, related to the choice made. Mission failed, the rate of villain value reduction slows slightly, villain value +10. Light and dark twins has been accepted. Special missions weren't something Shensu encountered often, and this type of mission had one distinctive characteristic: they were particularly disgusting. First, this mission briefing involves making a choice about human nature during an unexpected incident. Then the system will undoubtedly make this incident exceed all normal bounds. For example, an ordinary car accident would be escalated by the system into a pileup involving dozens of vehicles. A routine fire would be amplified by the system to consume an entire building. A tiny screw falls out, and the system would cause the plane to lose power and plummet from the sky. Moreover, the system provides 5 options. They correspond to antisocial personality, refined egoist, absolute neutral, morally average person, and self-sacrificing saint. But since he must resist the system, the only real choices available to him are goodness and sainthood. The first 2 increase villain points, the middle one. Working yourself to death just to pick the worst option? Who can guarantee absolute neutrality won't add villain points? Shensu knew persuading Shangguanlin to choose kindness or sainthood shouldn't be difficult, but Shangguanzhu, choosing a neutral stance could already be considered fair to Shensu's prolonged efforts. The higher the system task rating, the difficulty increases exponentially. His rare talent, super organs, was unlocked during a plane crash incident. That was also a difficulty level mission. It nearly killed him. And this time definitely won't be any easier. Just getting Shangguanzhu to make a decision that goes against her behavioral patterns in the heat of the moment is an incredibly difficult task. We'll have to take it one step at a time and hope not too many innocent people get dragged into this. Shensu, I find that I can't see through you. Shangguanzhu narrowed his eyes, gazing at the crowd below the chimney. People in this world come in all shapes and forms. Everyone has secrets they can't share with others. I'm just an ordinary person, and I only want to remain one. Shensu's words were peculiar, but Shangguanzhu didn't press further. Everyone has their secrets. Her deepest secret remained hidden from him. That was fair. Let's go down. Got it. Zhang Bingyan and the others had been nearly frantic with impatience. Seeing the two climb down safely, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Bingyan wiped the sweat from his face and waved his hand to dismiss his subordinates first. Then he hurried over and said to him, Mr. Shin, please try to avoid such dangerous activities in the future. It was truly terrifying. Sorry about that, President Zhang. We'll be heading back today, but rest assured, we'll make sure the report is perfectly written for you. Great. Thank you, Mr. Shin. So, it's quite late. Have you two booked a hotel yet? If not, I've already arranged 2 rooms at the Golden City International. Zhang Bingyan let out a slight sigh of relief. This trip wasn't wasted. He'd managed to take good care of these 2 young people. At least headquarters wouldn't send anyone else for another 6 months or more. Sure, we just arrived ourselves. Shall we grab a midnight snack first before heading back to the hotel? Xiajue, are you hungry? Shinsu asked with a smile. Shang Ju shook her head. Then let's go straight to the hotel. Could you please give me the address? We'll drive there ourselves. No problem at all. I'll personally escort you two there. Zhang Bingyan had his assistant follow behind in the Alphard while he personally drove Shinsu's BMW X5 toward downtown Jincheng. Mr. Shin, aren't you being a bit too low-key? He glanced at the newly licensed BMW X5. If the other party was truly a descendant of a prominent family, this was simply too understated. At the very least, it's got to be a Porsche to start with. Ha, look at what you're saying. I'm just a small employee, how could I afford a luxury car? Miss Shangwan has a car, but I wouldn't dare drive it. Shinsu smiled helplessly. Got it. Ha. Zhang Bingyan glanced at the silent young woman staring out the window through the rearview mirror. Truth be told, this level of tsundere arrogance surpassed even his own spoiled daughter's temperament. This Shinsu must come from a well-off family and possess exceptional abilities. Landing a position at Farah Holdings at her age was no ordinary feat. Judging by today's performance, he's probably trying to pursue Miss Shangwan. When chasing a wealthy woman, the gap is too wide, it's easy to feel inferior. Old money families aren't something ordinary rich people can compare to. It took decades of hard work just to reach this position. To put it bluntly, it's just a butler's role. The higher-ups could replace him with a single word if they wanted. So, some things are better left unsaid. Shinsu knew he had misunderstood, but he wasn't about to explain, the test was already complete anyway. Who knows if their paths would cross again in the future. Let him speculate all he wanted. It was only about 40 minutes from here to the hotel, and soon the two cars pulled into the glittering five-star hotel one after the other. Zhang Bingyan insisted on escorting the two to their room before leaving. He then went downstairs and instructed the hotel manager to inform his secretary immediately if these two left the premises. Understood, President Zhang. We'll make sure it's done. These two are my distinguished guests. All their expenses will be charged to the company account. Take good care of them. Understood. Zhang Bingyan left the hotel and got into his Alphard. The assistant had been waiting in the car for quite some time. Seeing her boss approach, she immediately asked, President Zhang, these two seem so young. Don't ask questions you shouldn't. Zhang Bingyan frowned and gave her a sidelong glance. Oh, the assistant immediately closed her mouth and focused on driving. The sugar daddy didn't seem to be in a good mood. Back at the villa, Zhang Bingyan entered the study. He picked up the landline and dialed a number. It's me. Investigate the company's internal correspondence and these two individuals' identities immediately. Send me whatever information you can find. I'll be waiting for your update. The phone rang within minutes. This is, yes, understood. Zhang Bingyan hung up the phone and sat smoking in contemplation. He just had his subordinates check both their identities. According to the information from Farah Holdings, Shinsu's identity records belong to the CEO's office. The confidentiality level means no employee below the board of directors and CEO has access to retrieve it. This confirms the person was definitely sent by Farah, and the letter came directly from Farah's CEO account, bypassing the executive office. This is quite intriguing. Shinsu's identity has thus become clear. He is undoubtedly a highly trusted confidant by the CEO's side. Putting aside his capabilities, just the level of trust he enjoys is incomparable to ordinary employees. In a megacorporation like Farah, subordinates who can influence key figures would never act without a clear purpose. So perhaps headquarters really does know something. As for Shangwan Ju, it's even stranger. Judging by the publicly available information from the Shangwan family, this person appears completely untraceable. It suggests he's either a bastard child or someone deliberately concealed his identity, meaning the forces behind him aren't something my meager strength can contend with. At the most critical moment, the two most troublesome people showed up. Zhang Bingyan nearly ground his teeth to dust. Fortunately, the two of them haven't noticed anything, for now. Chapter 40, that Middle Eastern guy is coming to kill me. It's almost midnight in Dubai at this hour. The top-floor conference room of the Farah Group building suddenly lit up. A woman strode into the conference room wearing a beige gold-trimmed embroidered dress, red-soled high heels, her face covered by a niqab that revealed only a pair of profound eyes. The luxurious top-floor meeting room was filled with Farah's executive leadership. As soon as he saw the woman enter, he immediately stood up and bowed respectfully to her. Lady Fadia, sis, speak. The woman's voice wasn't particularly loud or nightingale clear, but it carried immense authority and formidable presence, clearly honed from long years in positions of power. Honorable Ms. Fadia, at 1916 China Standard Time, Jinshan Petrochemical in Xi'an Province's Golden City received correspondence from Farah Holdings headquarters. The contents stated that the Farah president has dispatched a Chinese national named Shinsu to inspect the plant facilities, with unspecified objectives. The highest privilege account logged in from an IP address within mainland China. A turbaned middle-aged man with resolute features glanced at the bearded man across the desk before addressing the heavily veiled woman. Jinshan Refining was one of the enterprises where Farah held a significant stake, originally established solely to facilitate smuggling equipment blocked by Western sanctions. Fadia never expected it to grow so rapidly, once ranking among the top 30 within the group. However, in recent years, after a change in leadership, the dividends returned to the group have seen some decline. But for now, it remains relatively stable, so she hasn't paid much attention to it. Ahmad, why does this Chinese man have the credentials for the highest level access account? Fadia's sharp gaze turned toward the bearded man. Bearded Ahmad, Fadia's eldest younger brother, was completely dumbfounded upon hearing this. How was he supposed to know why the highest privilege account was being accessed from China? I'm not sure either, sis. I usually never activate this account. Oh, right, ma'am. The other party also sent over a few photos. Hassan, project them for us. Vice President Hassan, with his resolute features, immediately operated the computer. Shinsu's photos instantly appeared on the large projection screen. Fadia turned around and saw the slightly pixelated screenshot from the car's interior camera. In an instant, she froze completely. In the photo, a young Chinese man named Shinsu sat upright in the coaster seat, his right forearm resting on the armrest while his left hand naturally overlapped on top. His eyelids were slightly lowered, his expression serene, as if everything in the world was but fleeting dust. That gaze, that posture. It's just too similar. Fadia froze for several seconds before reacting. In a few large strides, she reached the vice president's side, grabbed the nearly 6-foot-tall man like a quail, and flung him aside. She pressed the keyboard to switch photos, examining them carefully. Hassan struggled to get up from the ground with a gloomy expression. He noticed everyone in the meeting room holding their breath, not daring to make a sound. Fadia was the undisputed leader of the contemporary Omar branch of the Layden family. Her influence spread throughout the entire Middle East, making her the rightful saint envoy of the sect. She devoted her entire life to resisting oppression and fighting against American imperialism. In the eyes of ordinary people, her status was like that of an uncrowned caliph. Her faith was so unwavering that she could even sacrifice her own husband to the gods. How could that not inspire fear? However, in recent years, as the situation stabilized, she gradually withdrew from the underground resistance movement and focused on her business. But anyone who knows her true identity can't help but feel fear. Because when it comes to dealing with enemies, the woman's ruthless methods are beyond ordinary imagination. Hijacking planes, bombing military bases, releasing viruses in Western countries, there's nothing she wouldn't do. Many resistance organizations have the shadow of the Omar family behind them. It could be said that she was undoubtedly one of the undisputed rulers of the underworld in the Middle East. Fadia's eyes were bloodshot as she stared fixedly at the photo on the screen. She remained silent for a long time. After staring at it for a full 10 minutes, "Sis," the bearded Ahmad finally gathered the courage to approach her and asked softly, "Oh, sorry, I was distracted." Fadia wiped the corner of her eye with the back of her hand, then addressed everyone in the conference room. "Prepare the private jet immediately. I need to get to China as soon as possible. No one present here is to disclose the contents of this meeting, understood?" "Understood, ma'am." Fadia pointed at Hassan, signaling for him to follow her downstairs. The bearded Ahmad's eyes revealed a hint of something inexplicable. He couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness in his heart. "You're already over 50, ma'am. Some things are better let go of." Of course, he'd never dare say that to her face. Fadia stepped into the elevator, her beautiful eyes flashing with impatience. "Hassan, you did well by informing me on time today. Ahmed has lost his drive, and I don't want the enterprise that Farah worked so hard to build to regress. This is his precious legacy, don't let me down." "Ms. Fadia, I understand. Mr. Farah was my mentor, I won't let his efforts go to waste." Hassan's face lit up with excitement. Influenced by Farah since childhood, he had dedicated himself to freeing Dubai from Western influence through business. Taking control of Farah Holdings is just the first step. He needed massive financial backing to compete with the Western wolves. "My child, it's fortunate you've inherited Farah's legacy and become a capable individual in your own right. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to explain this to him. Don't worry, I will never let you down, nor Mr. Farah, who now rests in Jannah, paradise. Alright, go ahead and get it done." Shinsu never expected that his casual test this time would trigger an unexpected butterfly effect. At the moment, freshly showered, he lay in bed reflecting on today's experiment. He had already figured out the emotional overload state of the triple-talented villain Shangguan Lin. The primary personality couldn't suppress the emergence of the secondary personality under overload conditions. Secondly, the girl gained a more intuitive understanding of class disparities. It's evident that this had a profound impact on her. The major antagonist selected by the system was destined for extraordinariness, whether in positive or negative aspects. Rapid growth was inevitable. If I could guide her properly after she gained significant influence, steering the young woman onto a path beneficial to societal development, then no matter how powerful her influence became, it would only serve as an aid rather than dragging her into an abyss. Then there's Zhang Bingyan, president of Jinshan Refinery. His behavior has been extremely abnormal. Moreover, the entire factory's facilities, how should I put it? It looks somewhat outdated. His verbal report was also vague, always avoiding the main points. Especially when it came to profits, everything was very unclear. He spent more than half his time discussing land acquisition compensation, rising raw material costs, equipment purchases, taxes, and government expenditures, where the numbers suddenly became very precise. This made him suspect that Zhang Bingyan was involved in shady dealings. That's why he was so nervous. But since Farah wasn't his now, he didn't have much motivation to dig deeper. He could just write a perfunctory report later and send it back to fulfill his duty. As long as the process goes smoothly, the headquarters wouldn't specifically send someone to recheck a distant branch company. So what if Zhang Bingyan embezzled? It had nothing to do with Shinsu. The country had already developed to this extent a small gold mine like this was insignificant. Ding dong! The doorbell rang. Shinsu snapped out of his thoughts, slipped on his slippers, and went to answer the door. He found the young girl standing at the doorway, dressed in a silk spaghetti strap nightgown. Lin, why aren't you asleep yet? It's almost 11:30. If it were Shang Guanju, being alone together late at night with a man and woman could really lead to trouble. Seeing it was Lin, Shinsu felt much less pressure, she was easier to handle. Shinsu, I can't sleep. Shang Guanlin gazed at him gloomily and said, come on in then. Shinsu moved aside to let her in. Why can't this girl sleep all of a sudden? Was the stimulation too much for her? Come to think of it, she really hadn't spoken much since returning. Chapter 41, might as well sit through the night. 2 chapters today totaling 5,000 words. The moment the door closed, the girl threw herself into his arms. What's wrong? Shinsu was caught completely off guard. Though he had experienced countless women, yet when it came to women, he still couldn't fully grasp their thoughts. Sushin, I'm scared. The girl clung tightly to Sushin's waist, murmuring softly. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid this is a dream, afraid that the moment I wake up, you'll be gone. Hearing this, Shinsu finally relaxed a little. The girl hadn't left home for a long time, and after experiencing such intense emotions today, she naturally needed time to process everything. Why do you say that? Xiaoju said she can't see through you, you hide too well. And you don't really love me, but rather. Rather what? The young woman tilted her head up and extended a slender, jade-like finger. Its tip traced his forehead, brows, and cheeks before finally coming to rest upon his lips. It's as if you're here with some sort of mission or purpose, and once the goal is achieved, you'll suddenly disappear. These words made Shinsu's breath catch in his throat. Holy shit, is emotional overload this perceptive? This is downright terrifying. But his expression control was absolutely flawless. With an utterly doting look, he took the girl's delicate hand and gently kissed the back of it. Silly girl, I want to ask you a rather personal question. Go ahead and ask. Shang Guanlin wished Shinsu wouldn't be so proper with her. His doting, almost paternal attitude toward her always made her feel uncomfortable. Do you think I'm a normal man? The question made Shang Guanlin's brain freeze for a second or two before she answered blankly. I guess so. What kind of answer is that? Shinsu opened the Taobao app on his phone and entered his favorites folder. He then displayed the freshly refreshed collection of sexy figurines and lingerie before the girl. The sheer shock value of the scene was absolutely jaw-dropping. The girl's cheeks burned crimson. After one glance, she couldn't bear to look a second time, yet curiosity compelled her to keep scrolling. What about now? What a pervert! But I love it. Xiaoju. Shinsu noticed that Shang Guanju had emerged again, her presence becoming increasingly erratic and indistinct. Before the system was bound, this body should have been governed by only a single dominant personality. When Shang Guanju emerges, the primary personality falls into deep slumber and forgets nearly everything that happened upon awakening. After being bound by the system, both the primary and secondary personalities can perceive the outside world completely from a third-person perspective. This is both evolution and danger. This forces Shinsu to simultaneously deal with 2 women, drastically increasing the difficulty. And now, the ability to switch between 2 personalities at will, has placed even greater pressure on him. It's like dating 2 girlfriends simultaneously while ensuring they coexist harmoniously without conflict. The crux is that these 2 girlfriends have completely opposite emotional receptors and thought processes. It's practically hell mode. Unless these 2 girlfriends have no feelings for me and only consider benefits, then things might be easier to handle. But the current problem is that both personalities have developed feelings for me. This situation forces Shinsu to tread carefully. All previous efforts going to waste would be the least of my worries. Getting secretly whacked would be downright hilarious. Shang Guanlin is a genuine extremist through and through. For her, the mentality of if I can't have it, I'll destroy it is simply the most straightforward approach to problem solving. Can't you give me and Lin some private space? It's not like I want to either. If she can see me then I can see her too. She's too shy to look, but I really wanted to see, so I just got a little excited. Shang Guanlin pouted while continuously scrolling through her phone. The world within the favorites folder truly made Shang Wanju feel like he'd discovered a new continent. So you like this kind of thing? I can buy it and wear it for you. Hand me your phone. After all, I'd been single for over 20 years and was practically bursting with pent-up frustration. My favorites folder spanned over a dozen screens, with not a single duplicate item. Shinsu snatched the phone and said with feigned seriousness, "As you can see, I'm a man with absolutely normal orientation, so I definitely have thoughts about you. But, we really shouldn't take things further right now. Since we're already engaged, there's no need to rush. Let's wait until you graduate from university before considering intimate matters between us, alright? That's easy for you to say, but love can actually help with studying too. Can't we start a little earlier?" Shang Wanju's expression gradually became tinged with bashfulness. How could she be so shameless? That's just too much. Shang Wanlin's sparkling little eyes were filled with the joy of uncovering someone's secret, mixed with embarrassment at Xiao Ju's overly explicit description. Don't you dare learn from her, filling your head with all these strange thoughts. Studying hard is what really matters. You saw it today, surely you don't want to end up like that little secretary, wearing black stockings and high heels while being ordered around by some balding old man. Shinsu shook his head. If Shang Wanju hadn't stopped talking back, he would have grabbed him for a good spanking. Spare the rod and spoil the child, that's exactly what this guy is like. But little did he know, the girl's actual thought was, I could wear black stockings and high heels by your side, letting you order me around. Oh okay, then can I sleep here tonight? That room over there is so big. I'm a little scared and can't fall asleep. Shang Wanlin pressed her lips together, clutching her fists against her chest as she gazed at him with an innocent expression. Shinsu nodded. Sleeping on the sofa or the floor wasn't a problem for him, he could even go without sleep. But Shang Wanlin needed proper rest, or she definitely wouldn't be able to get up tomorrow. Then you should rest early. We still have to visit Beishan tomorrow. Be good, let me tuck you in. Okay. The girl was overjoyed to receive permission and even be coaxed to sleep. This was a huge step forward. With a sweet smile, she immediately kicked off her slippers and obediently slipped under the covers. Lying on her side, she reached out both hands to pull his left arm over and clung to it tightly. Shinsu, is it okay if I sleep like this while holding you? It makes me feel so safe. Okay. Shinsu leaned against the headboard. One arm was held by her, while the other gently patted the quilt. The girl closed her eyes contentedly. Her mind was filled with happy scenes of being with him. Shinsu, I love you so much. Please never leave me, okay? Otherwise, I'll go crazy. Within minutes, the girl's soft snores began to sound. Her little nose twitched in her sleep, utterly adorable. Shinsu sighed. One of his arms was trapped in the girl's tight embrace, making it impossible to withdraw for the moment. Gotta admit, this 5-star hotel bed is surprisingly plush. Guess I'll just sit like this all night then. Seeing things had come to this, Shinsu had no choice but to take out his phone and start browsing news from major websites. From domestic to international, from the West to the Middle East. Many familiar faces leaped off the pages, giving him some understanding of their recent situations. As Shinsu waited for dawn, a sudden message on his phone couldn't help but make him feel somewhat helpless. That one at home is probably about to start acting up again. Her sister Jiang Shiyu seemed to have returned to Shanghai that same day, while little Meili was still in Longcheng, which forced him to lay low for a while, otherwise all that acting earlier would have been for nothing. Before leaving, he sent text messages to both of them, explaining that the shop renovations would probably take some time and he was taking this opportunity to travel around a bit. Nana had called herself 4 or 5 times in just one night. If Shinsu hadn't promised a series of unequal treaties, she probably would have kept calling. Meanwhile, Jiang Shernan tossed and turned on the hotel bed like a pancake for hours. She simply couldn't fall asleep. She still underestimated the power of jealousy. The girl realized her mind was completely filled with imagined scenes of Shinsu and Shang Wanlin happily traveling together. Though these were all just fantasies, they felt utterly real. Jiang Shernan grew angrier the more she thought about it, and the angrier she got, the more she thought until she realized she couldn't sleep at all. Damn it! Why should I? Why should I have to accommodate that lunatic? She couldn't hold out in the end. She scrambled up, threw on various styles of pajamas, and dashed to the bathroom to snap some photos. Then she carefully selected one picture wearing a short lace camisole nightgown, looking innocent with a hint of sexiness, her expression pitifully adorable. Even I couldn't help but find myself drooling over it. Brother Sue, I don't believe you can resist this. Chapter 42, ID number 002. Jiang Shernan, image. Jiang Shernan, crying, Brother Sue, I miss you so much. Shinsu, where exactly do you miss me? Shinsu, recall. Shinsu, Shernan, I miss you too. I don't know if it was because that previous reply came too easily. Still, that youthful bedtime selfie left him feeling somewhat dazed. A faint ripple seemed to stir within Shinsu's long-sealed heart. Coupled with the inconvenience of one-handed operation, his withdrawal was a tad too slow, allowing the young girl to catch a glimpse. Jiang Shernan frowned momentarily before her expression relaxed, as if struck by a thought. A mischievous grin crept across her lips. Jiang Shernan, smirking, "Brother Su, you're acting suspicious." Jiang Shernan, what else could I possibly be thinking about? Shinsu ignored the girl's probing and immediately sent a message. Shinsu, Shernan, it's already past midnight. Shouldn't you be resting? Damn it, changing the subject. That's really too much. The girl was speechless, her temper flaring up instantly. Jiang Shernan, TCH, I'm about to be a college student soon. Isn't staying up late normal? This is just preschool training, okay? When I get there and share a dorm with 3 others, if they're all up past 1 or 2 a.m. while I'm asleep by 11, how embarrassing would that be? Jiang Shernan sent a long, rapid-fire message. Shinsu couldn't help but chuckle after reading it. Shinsu, Shernan, I know you're an obedient girl. Staying up too late disrupts your endocrine system with such beautiful skin. What would it look like if you showed up tomorrow with big dark circles under your eyes? Be good and go to bed early. I'll bring you a present when I return. Jiang Shernan had been acting all tsundere just a moment ago, but after seeing this message, she froze for a long while before finally reacting. The way of speaking was all too familiar. Unconsciously, scalding tears instantly dripped onto the phone screen. Brother Su, stop lying to me, it must be you. After a long silence, she took a deep breath and typed out a single word with the weight of 1,000 pounds. Okay. Seeing Jiang Shernan's reply, Shinsu felt somewhat melancholy. There was nothing to be done about it. Who could blame the system for being inhuman? If this thing had been a big boss cultivation system instead of a villain cultivation system, he wouldn't have been so disheartened. Now he had to skulk around in hiding. Back in the day, I'd never have tolerated this kind of humiliation, would have charged straight in without a second thought. A real man never fucking backs down. But there was genuinely no way for him to know whether he could still resurrect. That's why he's acting so damn cowardly. Just like a gamer. Beating the game in one life is a completely different concept from having multiple lives to spare. The latter allows room for error, while the former means instant death with one wrong move. The psychological pressure is anything but ordinary. One life mode. The best strategy is to stay low-key in the beginner's village until you gain no experience at all, then move on to the next map to slay monsters. And always keep an escape route ready. Run for your life at the first sign of danger. Don't bully the young for their poverty. Running away to save your life is nothing to be ashamed of. When my level is higher, talents are plentiful, skills are sufficient, and equipment is complete, then I'll consider whether to go all out. That's when it'll be time to hold my head high. But for now, dealing with one major villain was already more than I could handle. Just look at how ridiculously overpowered the system made these women after I completed my missions. What kind of broken skills are these? Invincibility, doubled attributes, the system actually dared to give them. Not to mention their massive backing from powerful factions behind them. Looking back at my mediocre skills and that all-terrain driver's license, what right do I have to talk big? If it weren't for the few trump cards in my dimensional storage, he probably couldn't even survive in the big city. The first thing after resurrection would be fleeing deep into remote mountains and hidden corners. Speaking of which, at least he could still show his face now, which was the confidence he had painstakingly accumulated over the years. Shinsu kept scrolling through his phone as he pondered, and time flew by. Before he knew it, a sliver of dawn had already pierced through the gap in the heavy curtains. At this moment, a gracefully poised Gulfstream G650 descended from the sky at Lincheng International Airport. The ground crew had long been waiting at the parking spot. As the stairs were lowered, a woman draped in a black silk abaya adorned with gold tassels and gemstones, a robe covering her entire body except for her eyes, gracefully stepped down. Greetings, esteemed Miss Fadia. Welcome to China. I am the Director of Protocol of Lincheng. This is the Deputy Secretary of Lincheng Municipal Committee. Given Fadia's special status, her arrival via private jet made confidentiality rather difficult to maintain. After exchanging pleasantries with several government officials, I politely declined their hospitality and followed the company's airport pickup staff into a black limited edition Brabus G63 AMG G900 with Lincheng license plates. On the highway to Jincheng City, Fadia kept urging the driver to go faster, with the speedometer briefly exceeding 160 kilometers per hour. We arrived at the Jincheng International Building in just over an hour. Upon inquiring with the hotel staff, she learned that the guest in room 3103 had already gone out. Fadia, having arrived to find no one there, was unfamiliar with the area and didn't want to wander around aimlessly. Assuming his target would return to the hotel to rest that evening, he immediately booked a room in 3113 across from 3103. He sent his driver back to Lincheng while he decided to take a stroll towards Jinshan Refinery. Since the man had gone to the company, there must be something worth seeing there. It had been over a decade since he'd last visited in person. Going there was certainly better than waiting idly at the hotel. Thus, the Brabus G900 soon left the hotel and headed towards the Jinshan Refinery office building. Gazing at the cityscape with its strikingly diverse architectural styles, Fadia felt as if she had traveled through time. She never expected China to have developed so rapidly. The urban construction was nearly on par with Dubai, with streets bustling with heavy traffic. Rows of green-licensed new energy vehicles had reduced noise pollution to a considerable degree, a far cry from the chaotic scenes of over a decade ago. Farah was absolutely right. China was indeed a slumbering lion, and its awakening would astonish the world. Back then, when Farah defied all opposition to invest millions of dollars, it unexpectedly grew into a colossal enterprise after decades of development. Gazing at the towering business center standing at the heart of the city's CBD, Fadia realized that everything her husband had said was true. His actions were not blasphemous but likely those of a divine incarnation. Just think of the impoverished believers who benefited because of him, and the new generation of talents nurtured amid the flames of war. It's terrifying to imagine how visionary Farah was decades ago. Those blasphemous words that once seemed like divine revelation have now become microcosms of the world's developmental trajectory. He came into this world to redeem himself and his followers, for as everyone knows, true gods never die, they only reincarnate. Fadia parked the car, picked up the slightly yellowed embroidered handbag, and walked to the reception desk at the foot of the business center. "Hello, honored guest, do you have an appointment?" The beautiful receptionist saw a Middle Eastern woman wrapped in black robes enter. With a practiced smile and slightly awkward Arabic, she gave a small bow. "Thank you, I don't need an appointment," Fadia replied in somewhat stiff Mandarin before walking straight toward the security gate on her own. The receptionist frowned and immediately followed, trying to stop the person. The person simply swiped their handbag over the sensor, and the machine instantly displayed a green light, allowing them to walk in. The receptionist froze for a few seconds before rushing to the computer to check who had just entered. She didn't expect the shock that awaited her. What she discovered left her stunned. Farah holding Special Pass 002. Access level, highest. During her onboarding training, Chief Secretary Lee from the General Office had instructed her, the moment she spotted a guest holding a special pass, she must immediately report to the General Office. Thinking of this, the young woman didn't hesitate for even a second as she tremblingly made the call. "Sisterly, a Farah Holdings VIP just went upstairs. Pass number 002. The still charming office manager Sisterly from the General Administration Department had just received the front desk's notification when she immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. It was number 002. Since its establishment decades ago, Jinshan Refining Company could count on one hand the number of times top executives with credentials above number 003 had personally come to inspect operations. Every single visit meant major events. Without exception, she herself had become the head of the general office over a decade ago and had experienced such upheavals 2 or 3 times before, each time a storm of blood and thunder. The most recent incident involved a bearded man who replaced the CEO. If it hadn't been for the receptionist girl's timely warning today, she would likely have been ousted from her position as head of the general office. With this thought, she immediately sprinted toward the conference room. It was just a fraction too late. She walked into the conference room right after the big shot with ID number 002. At that moment, Zhang Bingyan, who had been speaking confidently at the head table, felt as if lightning had struck him. He swallowed hard, his throat suddenly dry. Chapter 43, is this the overwhelming presence of a top-tier big shot? Yesterday's update, 2.7K supersized chapter. When everyone noticed the CEO abruptly stop mid-sentence, his eyes widening as he stared at the entrance, they instinctively turned to look as well. A tall woman draped in luxurious black silk robes stood at the doorway, surveying the room with piercing eyes. Her profound gaze carried such an intimidating aura that one couldn't help but feel pressured. The air froze for several seconds until finally, a young man sitting at the far end of the conference room stood up. He asked politely, "Miss, I think you might be in the wrong place? We're currently holding an internal meeting. I'm terribly sorry." "Hey you, shut up." Zhang Bingyan's mind snapped back to focus as he roared at the guy. Then he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurried over to Fadia, adopting a servant-like posture of respect as he said, "Honorable Ms. Fadia, why didn't you notify us before your arrival?" The corporate executives in the office suddenly seemed to wake up, collectively rising to their feet and bowing toward the indistinct female figure at the doorway. Holy shit! The newcomer turned out to be one of the members of the Middle Eastern super family behind Farah. Speaking of which, isn't Ms. Fadia already over 50? How does she still maintain such a curvaceous figure and look so well preserved? Many of the senior executives present here have spent nearly half their lives with the company. At first, they hesitated to acknowledge it, but now that even the CEO has stepped forward, it would be inappropriate not to show their stance. The quickest reactors had already rushed over shamelessly to curry favor. Those who reacted more slowly were inwardly cursing those bootlickers. Without any warning, they all started pushing toward the door. After finishing her pleasantries with the group's executives, Fadia casually took a seat and let Zhang Bingyan continue the meeting while she listened as a guest attendee. The internal meeting proceeded with military precision. Everyone sat rigidly at attention, not daring to show the slightest negligence. The most uncomfortable one was Zhang Bingyan. The big shot behind the major shareholder had come straight for him, catching him completely off guard. Yet he couldn't blame anyone, leaving him choking on his own fury. After all, office manager Li was following right behind her, likely having just gotten the news herself. Given that the company has secured the high-standard road asphalt projects for Jincheng's municipal government and several surrounding counties, therefore, the revenue target for the second half of the year is projected to increase by 10% to 15% year-on-year, with net profit expected to grow by 5% to 8%. In addition, the company must fully integrate the ERP system this year, ensuring all data is visualized, digitized, and standardized, eliminating ineffective communication and redundant positions to achieve cost reduction and efficiency improvement. Zhang Bingyan was drenched in sweat after the hour-long meeting. If it weren't for the suit jacket he wore outside, he would have made a complete fool of himself today. Fortunately, the woman barely spoke throughout the entire meeting. She just sat there with her legs crossed, gazing out the window while listening attentively, until the meeting finally ended. Zhang Bingyan had his secretary print out the meeting minutes and personally presented them to her. These are the minutes from the strategic development meeting for the second half of the year. Would you like to keep a copy? Fadia took the bound A4 papers from his hands, widening her eyes slightly as she glanced at him. Then she slowly rose from her chair and tore the meeting minutes into pieces right in front of him. Just as Zhang Bingyan was stunned, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his belly full of fat, and his nearly 200-pound body was sent flying through the air. He crashed directly into the conference room door with a loud bang. The shareholders eavesdropping outside were instantly drenched in cold sweat from the shock. The secretary in black stockings was so frightened that her face turned pale with terror. But at least her brain hadn't completely shut down. After the initial shock, she still had the sense to run over and help him up. Did you secretly take company money? Fadia's words were like a death warrant. She didn't need to read any reports at all, she could judge people just by looking at them. Because no guilty soul could escape those eyes that had witnessed death and the vicissitudes of life. Ms. Fadia, I don't particularly like hearing lies. Farah once told me that if a person lies even once in their life, they'll keep lying to that same person forever. So I don't want to become that person, understand? I clearly understand, I already said. The pressure Fadia exerted was simply overwhelming. A woman with blood on her hands is different from ordinary women. Though her eyes appeared to be smiling, there wasn't a trace of warmth in them. It was like staring at a corpse, as if she were about to tear him limb from limb in the next moment. So Zhang Bingyan broke down and spilled everything he had done over the years in one go. However, many of these things weren't too serious, or perhaps Fadia simply didn't care. But two matters in particular infuriated Fadia. The first was cutting corners on factory equipment upgrades, and the second was squeezing the welfare benefits of the company's lowest-level employees. You should know she's one of the few in the Middle East who genuinely speaks up for the underprivileged, and she absolutely despises these exploitative practices that squeeze employees and increase company risks. Hearing this, Fadia couldn't hold back anymore. She raised her hand and slapped him instantly. The slap sent Zhang Bingyan spinning a full 360 degrees. His cheeks swelled up so badly they nearly turned into a pig's head. You should know better than I do how much you've embezzled over these years. Each of you and the other involved parties must contribute a portion, to be distributed along with this month's payroll as compensation for the withheld benefits. Second, conduct a thorough inspection of all factory equipment, replace anything substandard or malfunctioning immediately. If you ever cause such problems again, I'll make sure you spend the rest of your life in prison. Zhang Bingyan, I'm warning you for the last time, never provoke my anger over such matters again. If this were the Middle East, you'd probably be fertilizer in a zoo by now. Fadia directly and indirectly controls 33.1% of the shares in Jinshan Refining. She also holds the additional 15% voting rights inherited from Farah himself, making her the undisputed largest shareholder. Apart from the late founder of Jinshan Refining, Farah, she holds absolute dominance within the group. Unless the Chinese government directly intervenes, merely replacing the CEO would hardly draw opposition from other shareholders. Yes, I understand, Ms. Fadia. I'll handle it immediately. Fadia took a deep breath, glanced at the trembling black-stockinged female secretary standing beside her, snorted coldly, and pushed open the conference room door. Outside, the group of shareholders and executives all turned deathly pale, instantly breaking into a cold sweat. Yet she merely scanned the crowd without losing her temper, then pointed at the receptionist girl among them. You, come here. Me? The young woman pointed at herself with wide eyes, her face full of disbelief. Yes, little girl, it's you. The young woman was nearly in tears. Even Boss Zhang had been beaten to a pulp. She was probably going to die. Surrounded by lofty corporate executives, the lowly ranked girl could only bow her head and hunch her shoulders, scurrying before Fadia like a child caught misbehaving. Hello? What's your name? My name is Yu Chanxian. Fadia nodded expressionlessly. Who is the HR director? Miss Fadia, it's me. A bespectacled middle-aged man in the crowd raised his hand in response. Please transfer the information of this individual, Yu Chanshan, to the Farah headquarters. From now on, she will serve as Farah Holdings' permanent shareholder representative stationed at Jinshan Refinery, with compensation aligned with the parent company's standards. Regarding any company resolutions, she may directly report them to either myself or the Farah president's office at any time. Fadia pointed at Yu Chanshan and solemnly addressed everyone present. Jinshan Refining is the life's work left behind by my late husband, Mohammed Farah. Whoever dares to cause problems for it again, I'll make sure their entire family has problems. I suggest you all rein in your little schemes. Considering your years of service to the company, I'll let this slide, just this once. I trust you'll handle matters beautifully. Please, don't push me beyond my limits anymore. Her Mandarin carried that stiff, slightly comical accent common among foreigners, yet no one dared to laugh, because the threat in her words was so thick you could almost touch it. And the company executives more or less knew some of the legends about her, so no one dared to ignore this threat. Yu Chanshan, who had just been rapidly promoted, looked at Fadia with stars in her eyes. Was this the oppressive aura of a top-tier powerhouse? Oh my god, she's absolutely stunning. She's practically the epitome of an independent woman. And to think this lady appeared in the Middle East with its strong religious atmosphere, truly admirable. Watching everyone nod in agreement, Fadia's deep-set eyes turned once more toward the black-stocking secretary and the newly appointed Yu Chanshan. You, and you, come with me. The rest of you, get back to work. Two women of similar style but vastly different status both nodded in acknowledgement, then followed behind the woman whose face remained obscured yet radiated an overwhelming presence. Meanwhile, over 10 kilometers away on the North Mountain Trail, a tall figure was panting heavily as he dragged a young girl up toward the summit. Chapter 44, This is my fiancé. Law-abiding folks wake to daily gloom, while tyrants nightly revel in their rooms. Those who harm others ride fine steeds, while the just starve for their good deeds. Bridge builders lose their sight, yet murderers thrive in broad daylight. I asked Buddha in the Western Sphere, he sighed, even I can't make things right. Shinsu glanced at the silver-haired old man beside him, who was blasting the poem from his phone speaker. Dressed in his workout gear, he climbed relentlessly without pause. Meanwhile, Miss Shangguan beside him had her legs trembling halfway up, relying entirely on someone to drag her along. Ji Gong's tales? Old man, you listen to his monologues too? Ah, just killing time during the climb for a laugh. The gray-haired old man slowed his pace slightly upon hearing this. He sighed inwardly, thinking how today's youth never leave their homes, just climbing this small hill has left them utterly exhausted. Back in my day. Oh, Hua Yunlong, you're into crime fiction? Shinsu feigned surprise as he spoke. His conversation with the old man was purely to divert Shangguan Lin's attention. Otherwise, climbing for an hour might not even get them to the summit. Heh, yeah, those demons and monsters give me the creeps. The new China doesn't allow creatures to become spirits anymore. The old man chuckled softly, his demeanor exuding the refined charm of a Jiangnan scholar likely retired from some government office or academic institution. The girl's attention was genuinely caught by their conversation, and her footsteps seemed to grow steadier. Ha ha ha, well said. Grandpa, may I ask your venerable age? Shinsu found it effective and continued asking. 76 years old, young man. Judging by your accent, you're not from around here? Came from Longchang in Chu County, not far away. The two engaged in idle chatter back and forth. As they chatted, the old man realized this young man could converse without any barriers. They even felt like kindred spirits who had met too late in life. He was knowledgeable about things that typically only elderly people enjoyed. And not just superficial familiarity, he genuinely had depth of understanding. This is really strange. He looks to be only in his 20s. How does he know how to sing "The East is Red" and "Farewell, my comrade," and with such a rich, soulful voice at that? He doesn't seem like a young person at all. Nowadays, the youth are all into rap, hip-hop, and whatnot. Moreover, his knowledge was remarkably extensive. He could effortlessly recite ancient poetry and modern literature alike. Such refinement and scholarly grace couldn't be cultivated without years of accumulated experience. Yet these qualities were embodied in this young man in his 20s, which made him view the youth with newfound respect. Half an hour later, the trio arrived at the viewing platform, all drenched in sweat. However, Shinsu's sweat was entirely self-induced. Otherwise, even running uphill for another half hour might not squeeze a single drop from him. He was currently taking glamorous photos of Shangguan Lin with his phone. Then the old man's voice reached his ears. Young man, after talking for so long I still don't know your names. I'm Jean Weiming. Mr. Jean, you're too kind. I'm Shinsu, and this is my fiancé, Shangguan Lin. Shinsu introduced with a friendly smile. That's right. The woman called his fiancé, Shangguan Lin, felt this mountain climb was absolutely worth it. Not only did she get to see the breathtaking scenery of the entire Golden City, but he also formally introduced her identity to others. It nearly overwhelmed her emotionally. Fortunately, having just finished the climb, her body was completely drained. Oh, what a perfect match you two make. Ha ha ha. Jean Weiming glanced at the sweet and innocent young girl, finding her utterly adorable, just like his own granddaughter who had passed away from leukemia, equally lovely and sensible. You flatter me. I'm hardly talented, just running a small cafe in the county town to get by. But as for Lean Lean's beauty, that's certainly undeniable. Ha ha ha. The number of double takes from fellow hikers along the trail said it all. Shangwan Lin's breathtaking looks were truly eye-catching. If it weren't for her delicate body clinging tightly to Shinsu, there would certainly be many fearless people bold enough to come ask for his contact information. Being too modest isn't good. Ha ha ha. Youngshin, this old man has a tea house by the Yamaguchi Fong Reservoir. How about joining me for tea after we descend the mountain? Jean Weiming rarely invited anyone to his private villa for leisure, except for his true old friends. He genuinely regarded this chance-met young man as a friend. No, Mr. Jean. I still have a few scenic spots to show Lin around today. I'll definitely pay you a visit when I get the chance. Shinsu waved his hand with a smile, politely declining. This old gentleman was clearly no ordinary person. It was rare for him to invite outsiders to such a private place, but this time he was taking Shangwan Lin out for fun, not going alone. Better visit more places and try what young people enjoy. What's the point of chatting and drinking tea with an old man? Just because I enjoy the middle-aged trio of tea drinking, chatting, and fishing doesn't mean Lin likes them too. That'd just be a senior citizen's day trip. Alright, let's exchange contact info. The two exchanged WeChat contacts and phone numbers before heading down the mountain. Shinsu watched as the old man climbed into a spotless but aging Santana, which then wobbled away. The license plate hanging on its rear ZG77777. This premium plate wasn't mounted on a luxury car but on that vintage vehicle. Now that was the ultimate flex. The two watched as the old man left and got into his own car. Shinsu, I'm your fiancé. You said it yourself. From now on, you have to love me, cherish me, and never abandon me. The girl's sparkling eyes stared intently at someone. Alright, no problem, my dear fiancé. Buckle up quickly, let's go have lunch first. If you're tired after eating, we'll rest at the hotel. If not, we'll go visit Wong Tai Sin Temple. Shinsu didn't dare look at her, so he compromised by reaching out to ruffle the girl's hair. The girl wouldn't have any of that. She sprang up from her seat and planted a kiss on his cheek. It was even more brazen than last night's kiss on the highway. Her face flushed crimson, but she wasn't shrinking back anymore. I'm your fiancé G, what's wrong with giving you a kiss? Humph. I'll kiss you then. We had lunch at a roadside eatery called XX Tanshi Restaurant, a simple, locally flavored name. There must be at least 40 or 50 such restaurants in Gold City, if not 100. Rich in oil and sauce, affordable in price, with a fresh and spicy flavor. Unlike the spiciness of Sichuan and Chongqing, it's closer to the taste of neighboring Jiangxi province. A pot of pickled fish, a plate of stir-fried chicken gizzards, intestines, hearts, and livers with pickled cowpeas, a braised crucian carp, and a stir-fried lettuce dish. Paired with cola, the fresh, spicy, and tangy flavors make the meal incredibly delicious. The girl, who usually only ate a small bowl's worth, devoured 2 large buckets of rice today, stuffing herself to the brim. Shangwan Lin gently rubbed her slightly bulging belly and let out a satisfied burp. Burp, Shinsu, I'm so full. Feeling a bit sleepy now? Ugh. After eating, blood in the body gathers in the stomach and intestines, naturally reducing blood supply to the brain, which leads to drowsiness. Then let's go back and take a nap. Carry me. I can't move anymore. Shinsu glanced at the overly dramatic Shangwan Lin and shook his head helplessly. Women, when they sense victory is within reach, can't help but let their little tails show. Looks like I'll have to give Jiang Shernan a little nudge, otherwise she might start climbing all over me in no time. Got it. Shinsu paid the bill, then scooped up the languid Miss Shangwan who was rubbing her belly in the chair. She naturally draped her arms around Shinsu's neck, whispering in his ear, Shinsu, am I annoying you by being this willful? Silly girl, what are you thinking about? Shinsu scooped up the voluptuous young woman in a horizontal carry, placed her in the passenger seat, and considerately fastened her seatbelt. Soon the X5 pulled into the hotel's underground parking lot. However, just as we were entering the parking lot, an extremely rare black Brabus G900 suddenly rushed out from the other side. In the passenger seat, a woman wrapped in a black robe was speaking to the beautiful young woman in the driver's seat with her eyes closed. Since the car was occupied solely by women, she had removed her niqab, revealing an exquisitely beautiful face with exotic features. Her expression carried the disappointment of having come up empty-handed yet again. Chapter 45 Wow, you're so manly. The wealthy nourish their spiritual roots through cultivation, while the poor temper their bodies by watching the tides. Such is the way of the world. Li Jian rubbed his somewhat hollow kidneys and sighed quietly to himself. The hotel's plush carpet was littered with small trinkets, little camisoles, high heels, torn stockings, and such. Ever since that chance encounter on the train, his mind hadn't been at peace. Sure enough, by the next afternoon, His wife called him on video as soon as she got home with their child, her face filled with terror as she asked if he had crossed someone. Behind her, their bedroom was splattered with blood. A massive heart was placed on the desk, with a printed note pinned beneath it. She shifted the camera to show the note, and the words on it sent chills down his spine. This is Huaishir's gift for CEO Li. Next time, it won't be a pig's heart. And Li Yijian knew exactly what was coming next. Chairman Wang Chongfeng had suffered from heart disease for years, with multiple stents implanted. Not long ago, he suddenly spent a fortune to undergo a heart transplant abroad. Wasn't that heart sourced from Huaishir's international medical ship? At this thought, Li Yijian immediately stopped his wife from calling the police and told her to hire a cleaning service to take care of it. He then went to a karaoke bar and drank himself into a stupor, eventually bringing a woman back to his hotel. Under the influence of alcohol and fear, he went wild until he was completely exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. It wasn't until well past 2 p.m. the next day that he barely managed to come back to life. He grabbed a bottle of mineral water and chugged it down in one go, then took a shower in the bathroom. Only then did he feel somewhat truly awake. He wiped the water droplets from his face with a towel, then nudged the woman wrapped in blankets on the bed with his foot. Under her dazed gaze, he tossed her clothes at her and impatiently shoved her out of the room the moment she was dressed. Not a shred of courtesy for their fleeting springtime encounter. Had it not been for the thick wad of red bills he stuffed into her arms before she left, she would have definitely called the police. This guy looks all refined and cultured, but turns out to be a drug addict. What bad luck. Li Yijian tidied up his appearance and put on his Richard Mille watch before heading out. Today he needed to personally meet with Zhang Bingyan, the president of Jinshan Refining. This collaboration project between Changfeng Group and Jinshan Refining would definitely give their company stocks another boost. He had just cashed out the stocks acquired through the stock option incentive at a high price, netting around 70 million after taxes. Once this money came through, Li Yijian could smoothly exit Changfeng Group and start his own business. Being his own boss was far more appealing than being a lapdog for the board of directors. That's why he took this collaboration extremely seriously, coming alone to negotiate directly with the other party's leader. Li Yijian was just about to call Jinshan when the hotel landline rang. Hello, this is the hotel front desk. Are you Mr. Li in room 3114? Your Maybach with license plate ZGXXXXX in the parking lot is blocking another guest's way. Could you please move it? Alright, got it. Li Yijian hung up the phone and leisurely made his way to the parking lot. He noticed the Maybach prepared for him by Changfeng Group's Jincheng branch had blocked an X5 in its parking space. A young man and woman were standing beside the cars talking. They seemed to be a couple. Hey, how could you park like that? The girl frowned, her tone a bit sharp, but she was exceptionally beautiful. She exuded a cold, spring-like aura under the sunlight. For a moment, Li Yijian was momentarily dazed. Suddenly intrigued, he decided to tease this couple a little. The road is so wide, I can park anywhere I want. Aren't I moving it now? Li Yijian flashed what he thought was a charming smile, glanced dismissively at the plainly dressed boy, then fixed his gaze back on the girl. You're blocking our car, and you still think you're in the right. Hearing his indifferent response, the girl's face twisted in irritation. Hey, I said I'm coming down to move the car, didn't I? What more do you want? We've been standing under the blazing sun for ages. How can you be so shameless? Nobody asked you to stand in the sun. You could have waited in the car with the AC on. Li Yijian had a razor-sharp tongue, shutting them down with just 2 sentences. You, Xiao Ju, get in the car first. The boy beside him remained remarkably composed, not the least bit angered by Li Yijian's words. He simply patted the girl's head and motioned for her to get in the car. The girl huffed angrily and walked around the front of the car toward the passenger seat. For some unknown reason, Li Yijian watched as the boy managed to pull the girl back from the brink of anger with just 1 sentence. He felt inexplicably uncomfortable, as if his fun had been taken away. This made CEO Li quite unhappy, so he decided not to move his car for now, planning to go back to his hotel room to grab a drink before coming down again. Oh, sorry, seems I forgot something, need to go back and get it. Before leaving, Li Yijian deliberately pointed at the brand new BMW X5, then gestured toward his own Maybach S580. His eyes brimmed with superiority. Watching the guy's retreating figure, the boy silently took out paper and pen from the driver's seat, wrote a note, and placed it on the Maybach's windshield. Then he pulled out his phone to take a photo before returning to the driver's seat and starting the car. Meanwhile, Vice President Shang Wanju's expression darkened as murderous intent surged. She immediately reached for the fruit knife in the glove compartment, ready to charge at him. But someone acted even faster than her. The BMW's engine suddenly roared to life. The next second, it launched forward with a catapult start. Crash! The BMW violently rammed into the Maybach's front end before speeding off. This scene left Li Yijian, who hadn't gone far, dumbfounded as he stood frozen in place. Are these 2 idiots out of their minds? At most, that X5 is worth less than 800,000 yuan, but this Maybach from Jin City's branch company costs over 3 million. They hit our car on purpose and fled the scene. Not only do they have to pay compensation, but they'll also face jail time. How dare this bastard? Lee Ejian's initial shock gradually transformed into confident composure after some thought. You little brat, today your dad's gonna teach you how cruel society can be. Hello, traffic police? I was hit by someone downstairs at the Golden City International Hotel, and the driver fled the scene. The right headlight of the BMW X5 was smashed, and even the bumper was hanging loose, making it look rather ridiculous driving down the road. But in the passenger seat, Shang Guanju was absolutely thrilled. Wow, you're so manly. You make it sound like I'm not manly enough. When have I ever not been manly? Shen Su drove with an indifferent expression. The other party would definitely report him for hit and run, but, right now they were still honored guests of Jinshan Refinery. How could Zhang Bingyan not help smooth things over? It simply wouldn't make sense. Even if we take the most pessimistic view and assume this guy won't handle it himself, he still has plenty of other options. Leverage external forces. Shen Su is extremely skilled at this game. If Farah becomes unusable, we still have Norton Consortium from Rice Country, Bernice and Landry Pharmaceuticals from Northern Europe, Kyoto Shinguji. Besides, Little Mealy was still in Dragon City. He just really didn't want to speak up unless absolutely necessary. Less than half an hour later, Shen Su and Shang Guanlin had just driven to the parking lot at the foot of Red Pine Mountain. The traffic police called shortly after, instructing them to report to the urban traffic police station to address the hit-and-run incident. Shen Su said nothing, hanging up the phone before promptly turning it off. The two walked hand in hand into the incense-filled Taoist temple to tour around. Shang Guanlin adored that hybrid greater Swiss mountain dog in the temple that was as fat as a pig. The gentle creature wasn't afraid of people and clung to the young girl all the way up and down, tiring the chubby dog out thoroughly. The girl even bought some snacks and fed them to it with her own hands. The two lingered in the temple until 4:30 before lazily making their way down the mountain. By then, 2 traffic officers had already been waiting in the parking lot. Spotting their descent, the officers immediately approached, their tone noticeably unfriendly. Aren't you Shen Su? Yes, officer, what can I do for you? What can you do for me? We summoned you to the urban traffic police station to deal with your hit-and-run case. Where were you? The tall, lanky traffic officer was fuming. After all, no one would be happy about driving dozens of kilometers up a mountain in scorching heat just to apprehend a hit-and-run driver. Oh, I'm truly sorry, officer. My phone died earlier, so I couldn't hear the details clearly. Plus, my fiancée was getting her fortune stick drawn up there. I really couldn't rush her. How about I go back with you right now? Shen Su scratched his head, looking rather embarrassed, though his attitude was quite sincere. Alright, follow us in your car. Don't cause any trouble, got it? The tall, lean traffic officer didn't think the young couple looked particularly bad. They were young, probably from well-off families. She was just a bit willful, but her attitude was quite good. So he let them drive their own cars without taking any compulsory measures. Soon, the 2 cars entered the traffic police station one after the other. Chapter 46, The Arrival of the Little Secretary. Li Yijian was sitting on a chair looking at his phone. Seeing Shen Su and Shang Guanlin stroll in unhurriedly, he was so furious his lungs nearly exploded. He had waited at the traffic police station for a full 3 hours before these two finally showed up. How utterly outrageous. Are you two out of your minds? Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting for you? A full 3 hours. You fucking delayed my important business. Can you even afford to compensate me for this? Li Yijian jumped up in a rage, pointing at Shen Su and cursing. He had finally managed to secure a meeting with President Zhang, only to get detained by the traffic police. This is absolutely ridiculous. I'm sick. Got any medicine for that? Funny how you didn't seem in such a hurry when you made us wait under the sun. Shen Su wasn't about to indulge this idiot, shrugging as he fired back. Teacher Gui taught us that arguing with people you dislike is an art form. Exactly. Shang Guanlin shrank behind him, peeking out with half her head while pouting in agreement. You little brat. I swear I'll make sure you go to jail today. Pfft, the lot isn't your family's property. You can't just jail people whenever you feel like it. Shen Su rolled his eyes. Yeah, like you own the place. Shang Guanlin was beside Shen Su. Her initial excitement about visiting the traffic police station for the first time hadn't faded yet. Seeing this man with the unfriendly gaze, she instinctively felt a bit scared. But watching Shen Su's calm demeanor, for some reason, she inexplicably raised her little fist too. Fierce yet adorable. They say when you spend enough time with someone, you inevitably pick up some of their traits. Shang Guanlin picked up a bit of courage. Officer, look at these 2 kids. Utterly lawless, how dare they hit and run with such arrogance? Li Yijian, seeing that his intimidation wasn't working, turned to the traffic officer and said, Hey, stop scaring them first. Let me ask you, did you deliberately refuse to move your car? No way, officer. How could I possibly do that on purpose? Li Yijian protested with an utterly straight face. Then why didn't you just drive away when you came down? The policeman pressed further with a furrowed brow. I left my keys upstairs and went back to get them, Li Yijian replied immediately. Nonsense. We checked the surveillance, you never went back to get the keys. I only realized later they were in my pocket. The traffic officer's decisive remark left him silent for a couple of seconds. His expression shifted slightly, and his tone softened again. You parked illegally and refused to move your car. The other driver hit you out of frustration. Yes, it's against the law, but they left their phone number, so it doesn't count as a hit and run. Got it? And now you want them jailed? Did you write the legal code yourself? This is utterly ridiculous. Thanks to Zhejiang province's prosperous economy, its government and police systems are relatively progressive. Although Changfeng Group is large, it's not powerful enough to turn black into white. The traffic police officer's words instantly made Li Yijian shrink back. Yes, officer, you're absolutely right. About the compensation. Compensation is definitely required, it's legally permitted. Since he intentionally caused the collision, the fault lies with him. Once the assessment results come out, you have the right to demand compensation for vehicle damages and lost wages. The traffic officer glanced at Shinsu. The young man appeared refined and scholarly, but this move was quite clever. Normally, as long as the involved party doesn't press charges, it would essentially spare him from jail time. Driving an X5 at such a young age means your family is well off, so paying compensation isn't a big deal. And you, don't be so impulsive next time. Even if it's urgent, you can't just ram into cars. Call the police first and let the authorities handle it. Sure, you vented your anger by crashing, but what if someone got seriously hurt? What would your parents do then? My parents are dead. Shinsu's calm words made the traffic officer's breath catch. Damn, no wonder he's got such a wild temper. Turns out all his family's gone. Sorry, but this money of yours. Don't worry, officer, I've got money. I'll pay for the damages. Shinsu smiled, looking completely relaxed and pleased. Just as they were about to sign the mediation agreement, a middle-aged policeman with a plump face rushed in. He spotted Li Yijian immediately, extending both hands to shake his with an apologetic expression plastered across his face. Oh my, President Li, I'm truly sorry you had to endure this injustice. Halfway through his speech, he turned to the two traffic officers and adopted an official tone. How could you handle your duties like this? Detain the person immediately. Compensate where compensation is due. Initiate legal proceedings where necessary. Deal with this swiftly, severely, and strictly. The middle-aged police officer had already fully understood the entire situation. Strictly speaking, Shinsu's behavior could be prosecuted as a traffic offense or intentional property damage. Moreover, the Maybach S580 is an expensive vehicle. This collision would incur repair costs ranging from tens to hundreds of thousands, qualifying as substantial financial loss. However, in standard law enforcement practice, cases without personal injury are typically minimized and resolved amicably. A reprimand coupled with a fine would generally suffice. He had waited until now to enter. He wanted Li Yijian to owe him a favor. Director Luo, this. The lanky officer was about to say something. Chief Luo suddenly pointed at the two of them without hesitation and said bluntly, he deliberately drove to damage private property, and the amount involved is substantial. This is an indisputable fact. The surveillance footage clearly shows it. No matter what, compensation and detention are absolutely unavoidable. We can't disregard the law just because he's young. That's right, exactly what Chief Luo said. Young people these days are becoming more and more ill-mannered. If they don't realize the severity of their mistakes, they'll suffer big losses in society later. Seeing that his allies had arrived, Li Yijian immediately straightened his back and chimed in. So, Mr. Li, you're refusing mediation, is that right? That's right. Legal proceedings would be best. Alright then, let's go through legal procedures. Shinsu. Just as Shang Guanlin was about to switch personalities, Shinsu patted her head. He said calmly, Linlin, keep your cool. With that, Shinsu walked to the window and made a call to Zhang Bingyan. President Zhang, sorry to disturb you. We just had a minor traffic accident and are currently at the urban traffic police station. Everyone's fine. The other party not only wants compensation but is also pushing for criminal charges against me. Understood. Soon, Shinsu saw a silver Mercedes-Benz E-Class speeding into the traffic police station through the window. The black stocking-clad little secretary who had been following Zhang Bingyan hurried down. But Zhang Bingyan himself didn't come. Something must have happened. That old bastard probably changed his attitude. Just sending a little secretary to go through the motions? Hello, Mr. Shin. President Zhang sent me to handle matters on your behalf. The young secretary hurried in and immediately spotted Shinsu and Shang Guanlin. She promptly approached them with a smile. Who the hell are you? Director Luo glanced at the black-stocking secretary who had rushed in. Her style was quite to his liking. Charming and seductive, she looked like she'd be amazing in bed. Oh, hello. I'm the personal secretary of Zhang Bingyan, CEO of Jinshan Refining. This gentleman, Mr. Shinsu, is an overseas assignee from our parent company. Mr. Zhang has entrusted me to handle this matter in full. the young secretary still showed considerable respect when dealing with municipal bureau leaders. But after accompanying Zhang Bingyan to meet so many officials, she wasn't the least bit intimidated. Oh, Jinshan Refineries, this personal secretary. Director Luo's face immediately darkened upon hearing this. Jinshan Refining is considered a key municipal enterprise, with shares held by both the Development and Reform Commission and the Finance Bureau. With its intricate network of connections and status as a national high-tech enterprise, a direct confrontation would be rather unwise. Moreover, the fact that they sent a personal secretary shows they're taking this matter quite seriously. Before Director Luo could decide how to handle the situation, Li Yijian immediately stepped forward shamelessly. With a warm smile, he said to the secretary, "Oh, looks like we've offended our own people. So this young man is from Jinshan Refinery. Since we're all part of the same family, why make such a big fuss? Secretary, Director Luo, I, Li Yijian, request to withdraw the case." Li Yijian's sudden change of attitude left everyone present momentarily stunned. Weren't you acting all high and mighty just a moment ago? You immediately backed down when you heard they're from Jinshan Refinery? Changfeng Group is such a big company, and their CEO is this spineless. Chapter 47, The Enraged Middle Eastern Lioness, 2.5k bonus update, any small gifts? Don't be fooled by Li Yijian's groveling, he's actually seething with frustration inside. I came here specifically to discuss cooperation with Jinshan Refining, but before we even started talking, I ended up sending their headquarters dispatched personnel to jail. Does he still want to continue negotiations or not? Besides, the fact that they even sent their personal assistant shows how seriously President Zhang takes this matter. Even if I were stupid, I wouldn't keep pushing them into a corner. That's why the case was just withdrawn. This instantly put Director Luo in a hot spot. After all his righteous rhetoric earlier, now that the involved party withdrew the case, his carefully crafted flattery had backfired spectacularly, leaving the situation painfully awkward. If he backed down now, he'd become the laughingstock of the bureau, and these kinds of things spread like wildfire. Director Luo, I truly appreciate you taking the time to intervene this time. Since the misunderstanding has been cleared up, there's no major issue left, we'll settle this privately. Noticing Director Luo's displeased expression, Li Yijian immediately turned to address the other party. After all, as the CEO of a major corporation, he naturally possessed the ability to read the room. His words carried the unspoken meaning, "Thank you for your efforts this time. Though the matter wasn't resolved as hoped, I, Li, acknowledge and appreciate your goodwill. Alright then, since the involved party isn't pressing charges, you can settle this yourselves. Young man, remember, don't act impulsively in the future." Chief Luo's expression softened slightly as he delivered this final remark before leaving the mediation room. Once consensus was reached, the case was quickly closed. After signing the necessary documents, the group departed from the traffic police station. At this point, Li Yijian wouldn't dare let Shinsu compensate for the damages. Just have someone call the insurance company to settle the car repair costs. Then, turning to the assistant, he said, "Miss Secretary, I'm really sorry. We were supposed to meet this afternoon, but as you can see, it's almost dark now. How about?" The assistant didn't mind, she was just a pawn in the game. But after being thoroughly frightened by Fadia during the day, President Zhang was still hiding in his office applying ice packs. For the sake of her sugar daddy's reputation, she couldn't bring herself to tell the truth. "No need, Mr. Li. President Zhang isn't feeling well today and was planning to inform you, but something urgent came up. Could you wait a couple more days?" "That's no problem, but since President Zhang is unwell, I must go pay my respects." No, President Zhang said she won't see anyone. You'd better wait a few days." "Alright then, I'll wait for your news in Jincheng. Please give me a call when President Zhang feels better. Oh, and here's my business card, along with a small token of my appreciation." Li Yijian took a business card from his Prada handbag. Then he pulled out an anonymous VIP spending card and slipped it into the other person's hand along with the business card. A private secretary, only those personally used can be called a private secretary. She might not have real authority at Jinshan Refinery, nor could she necessarily get things done. But anyone who underestimates her is just plain stupid. Her ability to ruin things is absolutely top-notch. Pleasing her with a little money is definitely worth the investment. Moreover, she had already made the exhausting trip in vain, which had already put her in a foul mood. If she were to return empty-handed and then whisper a few words in your ear, stirring up trouble, the losses wouldn't be something a mere 10,000 yuan could settle. Director Li, this is really too embarrassing. If you weren't someone who'd jump at the sight of money, you wouldn't have become a personal secretary in the first place. After pretending to decline twice, the assistant secretary accepted the bribe. Then, like a thief, she stole a glance at the two young people chatting not far away. Seeing that they weren't looking her way, she quietly let out a sigh of relief. One of the BMW X5's headlights was damaged, and like Li Yijian's Maybach, it was towed to the repair shop. So now none of the three had a car. Li Yijian called for another Porsche Cayenne from the Jin City branch of Changfeng Group. Hoping to ease tensions, he offered to drive the other two back. But Shang Wanlin disliked the implicitly aggressive gaze in Li Yijian's eyes. Shensu then hailed a rideshare outside the traffic police station to return to the hotel, planning to stay for 2 more days. The group had barely left when the black Brabus G900 pulled into the traffic police station. Fadia learned that Shensu and the others had already left, so he didn't let Yu Chanshan drive anymore. Instead, he climbed into the driver's seat himself and stomped on the accelerator, charging out like an angry lioness. Shensu and Shang Wanling hadn't even gotten out of their taxi yet, when suddenly the deafening roar of a high-displacement engine erupted from the hotel parking lot. Looking up, a black SUV with a crash bar on its front bumper slammed violently into the rear of Li Yijian's golden Porsche Cayenne, sending it careening out of the lane. Then it reversed, rammed again, reversed once more, and kept smashing, until that Cayenne was completely crushed into a twisted heap of metal. Li Yijian jumped out of the driver's seat the moment the first collision hit. Standing by the roadside, he stared dumbfounded as his barely 10 minutes old Cayenne got smashed to pieces. Drivers passing by rolled down their windows, watching the Porsche get brutally schooled by the Brabus G900 like spectators at a show. A Brabus G63. Wait, holy shit, it's a G900. Damn, that's a 15 million yuan car. That guy over there seems to be the Porsche owner. How pitiful. Probably offended someone he shouldn't have? Not just anyone can afford a Brabus. That's some deep hatred. This is murdering the pig to break its owner's heart. What a shame, a Porsche Cayenne. We can only look at it, but she treats it like a toy to crash. Fadia watched as the other car was smashed to pieces, then pulled over onto the sidewalk. Under Yu Chanshan's horrified gaze, she opened the car door and stepped out, standing coldly before Li Yijian, who hadn't yet recovered from the shock. After sizing him up, she reached out and grabbed the man's throat, effortlessly lifting the nearly 6-foot-tall man off the ground with one hand and slamming him against the hotel wall. Dare to threaten him, do you have a death wish? At this moment, CEO Li, whose throat was currently being seized by fate, had only one thought in his mind. Who the hell are you, lady? What did I ever do to you? Seeing the newcomer, Shensu frowned, immediately sensing trouble. He quickly grabbed Shang Wanlin, who was still watching the spectacle, and pulled him toward the hotel lobby. Damn it, I can't stay in this hotel anymore. No, it seems I can't even stay in Jincheng anymore. Fadia actually came. This is gonna be the death of me. They must have discovered my unauthorized use of Farah's access privileges. Damn. Jinshan Refinery must really have issues, otherwise, who would bother investigating such official correspondence? If it were just an employee below the core management level checking, there's no way it could trace back to me. After all, Farah is currently managed by her brother Ahmad, and given his management style, it's impossible for him to be this efficient. Ahmad is terrified of Fadia. He'd avoid her at all costs if he could. There's no way he'd go to such lengths over a mere letter. Could it be my assistant Hassan? Damn, that actually makes sense. Alright, no matter what, Shensu really didn't want to stay any longer. The key was to hurry up, check out, rent a car, and make a run for it overnight. Shensu led Shang Wanlin, who was somewhat reluctant to leave the lively scene at the hotel entrance, upstairs. Linlin, let's head to Hangdian overnight. It seems like there's nothing left to do in Jincheng anyway. Ha, why are we suddenly going to Hangdian? The young girl asked with some confusion. I think we should go to a water park at least once during summer. We've already been to Beishan's attractions and visited the Chisong Wangdaxian temple, so there aren't many scenic spots left in the urban area. Since we're leaving the car here for repairs anyway, we can just rent a car and go straight there. When the repair shop calls, we'll come back to pick it up. It's better than just waiting around at the hotel. Shensu casually made up an excuse. Yay, a water park, I wanna go too. Do we need to buy swimsuits? Shang Wanlin naturally had no objections. TSK, swimsuit G. I should be able to impress Shensu. Right, we'll go buy them in Hangdian town tomorrow morning. Okay, I'll pack right away. You rest for now, I'll let you know when I'm done. Shang Wanlin had long since slipped into the role of a wife. She never let him lift a finger if she could help it. Her thoughtfulness was almost frightening. This wouldn't be so easy with Jiang Shernan. For her, cooking her own meals and helping serve guests was already pushing the limits. Got it. Shensu nodded and plopped down on the sofa to contact the car rental company. Downstairs, Zhang Bingyan and his assistant looked at the wrecked Porsche and Li Yijian, covered in injuries being hauled away by an ambulance, feeling a pang of sympathy. He cautiously addressed the Middle Eastern woman who had removed her veil and appeared to be in her early 30s. Respected Ms. Fadia, perhaps you'd like to go inside first? The hotel manager just called. Shensu and Miss Shangwan have just gone upstairs. I'll handle things here. Chapter 48. Keep me company over a bowl. 2.7k. Ding dong. Who is it? Coming. Hearing the doorbell ring, the girl put down the clothes in her hands and skipped over to open the door. Shensu frowned, instinctively sensing something amiss. As the door opened, a voluptuous woman in an expensive black robe stood gracefully at the threshold, carrying a somewhat aged and yellowed embroidered handbag on her arm. Like an ancient peony surviving into modern times, vibrant and radiant. With her hands clasped before her, she stared fixedly at the person seated in the chair. A smile beyond description spread across his face as tears streamed endlessly down his cheeks. "Hello, who are you looking for?" Shang Wanlin felt an inexplicable sense of danger upon encountering this Middle Eastern woman who'd appeared so suddenly. Her body instinctively recoiled half a step, muscles tensing unnaturally. The woman showed no reaction whatsoever. A few seconds later, she then let out a cry from the depths of her throat, whether of joy, pain, or reunion after long separation, one couldn't tell. It was as high-pitched as a hymn. "Mohammed Farah." Then she pushed the girl aside and strode up to Shinsu. To Shang Wanlin's astonishment, she dropped to her knees, raising her hands palms up toward her own face. Then she prostrated herself completely on the carpet, lowering her head deeply until her forehead touched her upturned palms. He kept chanting incomprehensible scriptures under his breath. In the end, the woman cradled his shoes in her hands and kissed the tips as if in worship. This scene instantly short-circuited the young girl's mind, who had never witnessed anything like it before. Meanwhile, Shinsu watched as Fadia's attributes rapidly refreshed in his system. Fadia Omar Muhammad bin Awad bin Laden. 167 divided by 51 divided by 36G. Physique, 3.1. Mental, 2.2. Faith value, 113. Status, devout, fanatical. One saint envoy, possesses faint divine bloodline, acts as the executor of deities, apostle of heaven. Theology +1, constitution +1. 2 Breath of the true God, rare you are acutely sensitive to anyone bearing divine presence, no devil can disguise itself. True God's favor, upon death, transforms into apostle form, doubling all attributes, immune to physical damage for 60 seconds, resurrects after gathering sufficient faith. Ancient bloodline activated. Skills. 1 Military skills LV3. 2 Business LV2. 3 Preaching LV2, can convert ordinary people into believers, imbue them with a core of faith, collect their devotion, and gradually enhance their physical attributes. Can release faith energy to heal oneself and followers. 4 Faith Surge V1, Epic, New, grants you a certain degree of control over the power of faith. Divine Punishment, instantly consumes all faith points to summon divine retribution. The higher the faith value, the greater the damage dealt, inflicting double damage on all hostile targets and applying a 45-second holy flame burn effect. Grants all allies in your faction +1 courage, +1 fanaticism, doubles their HP, and renders them immune to pain. Equipment. Accessory, Farah's embroidered handbag, rare and oriental-style embroidered handbag personally stitched by Farah. Though somewhat aged, it carries a woman's longing within, capable of blocking one fatal blow and boosting all attributes by 20% for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 30 days. These stats, this talent, this absurdly overpowered epic tier skill. Decades spent in silent cultivation. This woman's combat prowess had long surpassed all limits, calling her a true divine emissary of the mortal world wouldn't be an exaggeration. Even Jiang Shernan and Little Mealy combined probably couldn't take her down in her current state. But the good news was, she didn't seem to be here to kill him again. Shinsu sighed and placed his right hand on the woman's head. He replied in Arabic as well. "Fadia, thank you for still remembering me." Fadia looked emotional, clinging tightly to Shinsu's leg. "Farah, you've been resurrected. You are the incarnation of the true God, aren't you? Let bygones be bygones." The political situation over there has stabilized now, with just one last nail remaining. Perhaps it won't be long before the Holy Land returns to the hands of the faithful. Fadia, listen to me, hurry back home. Unless necessary, don't come to China anymore. It's far too dangerous for someone like you to travel by plane. Shinsu shook her head. She was an apostle of God, born for religion, her flock, and rebellion. Her life could never be ordinary, and her attributes panel reflected exactly that. Even if the other party came here without any hostility toward her, persuading her to go back would be better than letting her stay by his side. Because there's also this damn Shang Wanlin with triple talents. If she gets provoked by Fadia and turns into a major villain, that would be disastrous. Just look at that girl whose face is now a mix of confusion, doubt, anger, and all sorts of other emotions. He knew right then trouble had arrived big time, and both personalities were probably about to explode simultaneously. This is way more troublesome to resolve than Jiang Shernan. So Shinsu didn't dare let his mind rest for even a second, frantically turning gears as he pondered how to solve the current crisis. "No, Farah, I won't go back. Our younger siblings are there, but right now I only want to stay with you." Fadia's figure was slender as if boneless, yet brimming with the voluptuous charm of a young matron, showing no signs of aging with the passage of time. That exotic face streaked with tears like pear blossoms sent Shang Wanlin's emotions into violent turmoil, drowning in a sea of jealousy. Who the hell was this random old woman barging in? She seemed awfully familiar with Shinsu. He actually kept this from me. Suppressing the excessive hormones flooding his mind, Shinsu spoke to the woman kneeling before him. Fadia, get up first. Let me introduce you. He reached out to help Fadia up, wiping the tears from her face. Then he walked over and wrapped his arms around Shangguan Lin, whose expression was one of horror. Speaking softly to her, he said, Fadia, what happened in our past life is over. This is my current fiancé, Shangguan Lin. I can't betray her, do you understand? He spoke these words in two parts, the first half in Arabic and the second half in Chinese. His words gradually calmed the violent aura surrounding Shangguan Lin. Meanwhile, Fadia gave her a deep, meaningful look. Coldly, she said, Humph, Iblis, the embodiment of demons. You understand perfectly. I can't possibly let her leave my side for now. I hope you understand, Fadia. Go back, return to your world, and fulfill the mission you're meant to complete. My holy envoy, it had to be you. That's a fucking brilliant excuse. Shinsu couldn't help but mentally give Fadia a thumbs up. He had just been considering how to persuade this woman to go back. There was no way to reason with a fanatic who'd lived most of her life and could even kill her own husband. But when it came to religious matters, persuasion became surprisingly easy. Besides, they were speaking in Arabic, which the girl couldn't understand. Deal with her first, and then handling Shangguan Lin would be a piece of cake. Maybe I should kill her first. Then you can come back to Dubai with me. Fadia looked troubled upon hearing this, but immediately changed his approach, his eyes flashing with deadly intent as he prepared to strike the next second. What are you saying? This is China, not the Middle East. You mustn't act recklessly. Besides, if you kill her now and she revives on the other side of the planet, think of all the innocent lives that could be lost because of her. Seeing Fadia on the verge of losing control, Shinsu's mind raced as he quickly attempted to placate her. Farah, Fadia resisted with visible reluctance. But hearing his words that seemed somewhat reasonable, she gradually withdrew her murderous intent. Her expression turned melancholy and pained. After all, he was the man she had longed for over 20 years. Now that she had finally seen him again, how could she bear to let go? But can't you really come back with me? I miss you so much. The woman's tone was almost pleading. I can't go back for now, and look at me, I'm completely Chinese now. It's hard to return to life in the Middle East. But once the Holy Land is reclaimed and you've achieved your true wish, you can always come settle in China. Shinsu sensed her hesitation and continued painting the rosy picture. I've got to convince her to leave now. If I don't get her to leave, and the system throws some disgusting curveball at me, do I even want to live anymore? Not to mention there's still that light and dark twin waiting for me. It's like a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment. And Jerusalem probably won't be reclaimed in the next few years. Who knows what the future holds? Then he would have enough time to fight against the system, complete the mission, enhance his strength, and strive to achieve 1v10 as soon as possible. Otherwise, the probability of getting wrecked is just too damn high. Just look at how ridiculously inflated these stats have become, not to mention those terrifying skills and equipment. At this moment, Shinsu suddenly felt that being an ordinary person seemed to be drifting further and further away from him. Alright, I'll go back, but I have a request. In the end, Fadia suppressed her displeasure, furrowing her brows as she spoke. Go ahead, Shinsu replied immediately. Not just one, I promise you 10 if it means you can go back. Have a bowl with me. Chapter 49, knew this would go to hell. Alright, perfect, just perfect. You're the best. She said this Mandarin phrase right in front of Shangguan Lin. Shinsu realized his understanding of Fadia was still stuck over 20 years ago. He seemed to have underestimated Fadia's jealousy. Regardless of age or size, as long as she's a woman, they all instinctively possess a powerful possessiveness toward the things they care about. But back when I was Farah, living a wild life, I never heard her say a word about it. Why the hell did she have to do this in front of Shangguan Lin today? What Shinsu didn't know was that Fadia chose to vent her jealousy precisely because she saw the evil aura swirling around Shangguan Lin. She knew devils were most adept at tempting hearts, even gods might not withstand it. So this woman wasn't merely acting out of years of drought and certain needs. More importantly, she was using this behavior as a warning. Warn Shinsu not to fall for it easily. Otherwise, it's easy to descend into hell. However, Shangguan Lin fainted the moment she heard these words. Shangguan Ju immediately emerged from her body, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. The system interface flashed several blood-red notifications. Shangguan Lin. Physique, 1.8, temporary. Spirit, 1.5, temporary. Shangguan Lin suffered severe psychological shock, emotional overload, fell into a coma. Shangguan Ju suffered severe psychological shock, emotional overload, intracranial turmoil. Status, comatose, intracranial turmoil, schizophrenia, congenital patent foramen ovale. Villain points +2. Current villain value, -28. You crazy foreign hag, he's my fiancé. Don't you think your request is completely outrageous? Daring to ask my man to accompany you right in front of me. What kind of joke was this? Who the hell do you think you are? What kind of person do you take me, Shang Wanju, for? Today I must teach you a lesson. Shang Wanju's expression hovered between a smile and a sneer, her face flushed crimson, veins bulging across her snow-white neck. The muscles across her exposed skin instantly swelled like gnarled tree roots. A terrifying aura emanated from her body, filling the entire room. You damned devil, he and I are the real married couple. Fadia had already wanted to kill someone, and now that her opponent was demonizing, she had even more reason to slaughter her. Shinsu knew at a glance that things were going south. The anger between these two wouldn't dissipate unless vented, they'd never reconcile otherwise. In desperation, he grabbed one with each hand. Dragging both women who were on the verge of erupting, he forcibly pulled them onto the 36th floor rooftop. At night, howling winds swept across the rooftop. The bright moon in the originally clear sky seemed to be tinged with a layer of ashen white. Then countless dark clouds began to gather. Beneath the sky, two women stood tall, one on the left and the other on the right. A few minutes ago, the two had already exchanged sharp words, but now they unexpectedly fell into silence together. His eyes were frost-covered with coldness. Shang Wanju's face was filled with silent fury. This old woman was utterly unreasonable. If he didn't teach her a lesson today, she'd think he was easy to bully. Meanwhile, Fadia wore an expression of utter arrogance. She'd killed devils before, as long as Farah didn't interfere, she'd tear this girl to pieces. At last, Shang Wanju couldn't hold back any longer and struck first. Clenching her right fist, she closed the 3 to 4 meter gap in a single step and swung at Fadia's head. But it was effortlessly caught by Fadia's hands, who then swung it down onto the concrete floor with a forceful motion. Thud! A dull thud echoed from the hard ground, its surface now showing faint cracks. Shang Wanju had never learned any combat techniques. He relied solely on the terrifying strength surging within his body, coupled with his enhanced mental attributes. Fadia, with her military skills LV3, didn't hold the upper hand against her. Moreover, Fadia had spent years as a frontline tactical instructor, possessing both formidable strength and extensive experience. So the moment Shang Wanju was slammed onto the ground, Fadia immediately straddled her, twisted her arm, and locked her in a cross hold. She was ready to dislocate her arm and then finish her off. Ah, damn it! With physical abilities several times beyond ordinary humans, Shang Wanju completely ignored the pain. Upon realizing she couldn't break free from the lock, she let out a low growl. Then with a sharp shrug of her shoulder, she deliberately dislocated her own arm. He swung his other fist straight into Fadia's waist. The sudden punch sent her flying backward, slamming into the rooftop railing. Fadia clawed at the wall amidst the rubble, struggling to stand. Her previously composed face now twisted into a vicious snarl. Ha, truly the power of a demon, she's long since transcended mortal limits. Then there's no need to hold back. Fadia kicked off the ground and vanished from the rooftop railing in an instant. The next second, she materialized before Shang Wanju, her first strike landing squarely where shoulder met arm. The tremendous force sent her flying backward before she could steady herself. A cunning side kick swept across Shang Wanju's waist and abdomen. She was like a ragdoll, completely overpowered by Fadia with no chance to fight back. Until her head was brutally shoved into the rooftop exhaust fan. Fadia finally withdrew her arm. A contemptuous smile played across her face. Is this all you're capable of? Then die. As she spoke, she placed her left hand over her right fist, preparing to smash her opponent's skull directly with a right elbow strike. Just as her elbow was about to strike down, Shang Wanju suddenly lifted his leg and kicked her away. Fortunately, Fadia withdrew her arm to block in front of herself. Otherwise, a solid hit like that could have broken her ribs. Shinsu frowned as he glanced at the red alert that had refreshed in his system. It wasn't time yet. Intracranial riot, demon possession, greatly increases all attributes, ignores pain. Physique, 2.6, temporary. Spirit, +2, temporary. Villain points +3. Current villain points -25. As expected, Shang Wanju pulled her head out of the exhaust fan like a monster. Then he spun 360 degrees with a frenzied grin, locking eyes with Fadia. Every joint in her body seemed capable of twisting unnaturally, creating a scene straight out of a horror show. Damnable woman! I'll tear you to shreds! Ah! Shang Wanju's shriek carried psychic damage in its wake. The sound made Shinsu's eardrums on one side throb with pain. A nauseating whisper seemed to reverberate inside his skull. It made one want to tear open their own head and scoop out its contents. Come on, I haven't even had my fill of fun yet. Fadia shook off the dust from his body, his gaze sharpening as he began taking this strange devil seriously. Now that their attributes were nearly matched, Shang Wanju ignored the pain and managed to retaliate slightly. Even that terrifying shriek could affect Fadia's mind. It seemed the longer this went on, the harder it became to suppress the murmurs growing louder in her mind. So she decided to make it quick. A faint white glow appeared on her hands and feet. Each subsequent strike caused small cracks to form on Shang Wanju's body. These cracks brimmed with scorching white flames. Even Shang Wanju's recovery ability could only slowly cleanse it. Ah ha ha ha. Shang Wanju was beaten until her entire body was covered in white cracks, vomiting dark brown blood from her mouth. She laughed maniacally as an utterly terrifying aura erupted from within her, enveloping the entire rooftop in piercing wails of agony. Shinsu finally experienced firsthand just how absurd a triple-talented major villain could be. In a life-or-death situation, the formerly ordinary girl Shang Wanju kept going berserk under the insane enhancement of her talents. In such a short time, she'd actually managed to boost her attributes to levels more outrageous than Fadia's after years of battlefield experience. This is absolutely insane. Intracranial Riot, Apostle of Agony, significantly increases all attributes and enhances recovery ability. Each attack carries agony corrosion. Warning, if the bound target remains in this state for more than 1 minute, unknown consequences will occur. Constitution, 3.2, temporary. Spirit, 2.4, temporary. Status, comatose, intracranial turmoil, demon possession, Apostle of Agony, schizophrenia, congenital patent foramen ovale. Villain points +5. Current villain points -20. Chapter 50, must seize the momentum. Shang Wanju's speed, strength, and reflexes had undergone a qualitative leap. The tide of battle completely reversed in that instant. With her overwhelming power, she brutally hammered Fadia into the wall again and again. The hard cement walls were smashed into pockmarks as if they were foam, with debris flying everywhere. Shinsu had already pulled out a trump card from his space before Shang Wanju went berserk. Artifact, Meteorite Crystal, Rare creates a small force field where all energy cannot overflow and can absorb part of the energy within the field to strengthen itself. During the 5-minute duration of the force field, the user can freely move to any position within the field. Cooldown, 12 seconds. Automatically disintegrates after absorbing massive damage. Fortunately, the rooftop was enveloped by a transparent force field, otherwise, the people below would have been driven mad by Shang Wanju's piercing shrieks. After numerous failed attempts, Fadia realized ordinary methods probably couldn't kill her, so he fiercely kicked the person away, then shook his blood-soaked head vigorously, staring fixedly with his remaining eye at the grinning girl slowly rising from the ground. Fadia steeled his heart and clenched the fingers of his right hand inward. A faint white light gathered in his palm, coalescing into a blade forged of light. Blade of Faith. She roared with fanatical fury from the depths of her throat. Devil, in the name of God, I'll send you back to hell right now. With these words, she reversed her grip on the radiant blade, stomped her foot to crater the ground, and launched herself forward explosively. Her black cloak and pure white light-forged blade traced a stark arc of alternating darkness and brilliance through the air. Shinsu's heart sank. This woman had activated one of her rare skills. Activating the meteor crystal's teleportation ability instantly, I transported myself in front of Shang Wanlin. The delayed black and white arc light abruptly halted before the young girl. Shang Wanlin was completely caught off guard by this attack that defied all logic. Her eyes widened as she stared at the blade about to cleave her in two. The next second, the light blade sliced through skin, flesh, and bone like a hot knife through butter. With a sizzling sound of burning flesh, the blade dissolved into scattered motes of light drifting through the air. Shinsu! Farah! Instantly, the screams of two women rang out simultaneously. Shinsu's figure appeared before the young girl at some unknown moment, taking the fatal blow in her stead. Ugh! The man slowly knelt on the rooftop, supporting himself with one hand while blood continuously spilled from his mouth. Nearly half of his left torso and arm had been severed, the wound cauterized by intense heat. It seemed already cooked, emitting faint wisps of smoke. When Fadia shouted his name, she simultaneously channeled streams of divine energy into Shinsu's body. She herself had never imagined things would escalate to this point. Years ago, killing Farah with her own hands had already filled her with endless regret. All these years, she had lived in self-blame and agony. This trip to China finally allowed her to meet the man she had longed for, and she had confirmed he was Farah's reincarnation. She even thought her years of suffering might finally come to an end. Yet I, driven by petty jealousy and possessiveness, deliberately escalated the conflict, instantly ruining Farah's plan. This is what led to the current situation. Fadia was overwhelmed with self-reproach, the terror of losing Farah surging through her once more. She screamed hysterically at the tear-streaked girl, "Call an ambulance." "No no no, Fadia, there's no time, quickly pick up my arm and put it back together." Hearing Shinsu's command, Fadia immediately picked up the severed half of his body and pressed it back into place. "Xiaoju, hurry, go to the room and get me a towel." "Great." Shang Wanju became extremely obedient at this moment, wiping the tears from her face as she dashed downstairs. "Fadia, now that she's not here, I can explain to you in detail." Cough. Shinsu coughed up a mouthful of blood. This made Fadia's heart tremble violently. She was now terrified of losing this man again, but he quickly waved his hand dismissively. Speaking at an extremely rapid pace, he said, "Fadia, listen to me. Shang Wanlin has been possessed by an evil spirit, as you can clearly see. If left unchecked, she will eventually transform into a demon and wreak havoc upon the world. I must stay by her side to control the situation and guide her back to the righteous path. So I can't be with you right now, but don't worry. Once the Holy Land truly returns to our hands, you'll have nothing to worry about. Then you can come settle in China. Our matters aren't something that needs to be rushed. Fadia gazed at the man in her arms with tearful eyes. The severed half of his body seemed to have been reattached, but he still coughed up blood incessantly. Farah, I'll listen to you. Stop talking now. And no, it's fine. I probably won't die. What makes me happy is that you've become a true saint now, and I'm no longer that fragile Farah from before. Look, it's already healed. Shinsu was drenched in sweat, yet a smile played across his face. He pointed at that terrifying wound. It truly seemed to be slowly healing. Excellent. Looks like this one's under control. Shinsu, wrapped in 2 bath towels, was brought back to room 3113 by Fadia. Shang Wanju watched with bated breath as she channeled faint white light into the other's body. Cough. Xiaoju, quickly buy me some food, meat, eggs, milk, anything, lots of it. Shinsu coughed twice and said weakly, alright, wait for me. Shang Wanju had already wiped away her tears, and the concern in her eyes couldn't be faked. Take the car. The black Brabus SUV in the parking lot. Go quickly and come back fast. Fadia's heart was entirely focused on Shinsu at this moment. She just wanted him to recover quickly. The devil could wait. If she lost her man, she didn't know if she'd ever see him again in this lifetime. So she temporarily set aside her thoughts of killing him and simply tossed him the keys to the Brabus G900. Great. Shangju nodded, grabbed the car keys and phone, then headed out the door. Soon, the unmistakably ferocious roar of the Brabus engine echoed outside the window. Within minutes, Shangju came running back carrying 2 large bags of groceries. Hurry up, feed me. Shinsu's body was half paralyzed, forcing him to lean against the pillow while Shang Wanju continuously fed him. Boiled eggs, steak, and milk vanished into his mouth at lightning speed, as if swallowed by a bottomless pit. Only when 2 large bags of food had been completely consumed, did Shinsu finally let out a satisfied belch. The terrifying scar on the right side of his body had already scabbed over under the mysterious power and his own recovery. His arm had regained some sensation. This brought some relief to both Fadia and Shang Wanju. Fortunately, Shang Wanlin remained unconscious throughout. Otherwise, seeing him injured like this, she would surely cry her heart out. Before him, Shang Wanju had already emerged from the state of intracranial turmoil. Surprisingly, there were no side effects at all. In fact, all attributes had improved by 0.2 compared to before. He even gained an additional buff called mental evaporation. This also proves from another angle that resisting the system is entirely possible. It's just extremely dangerous. Even though I've fucking hidden myself away, fate still manages to drag a major villain from Central Asia into this mess. They'll stop at nothing. I glanced at Shang Wanju's stats. Shang Wanlin / Shang Wanju. Physique, 1.3. Mental, 1.7. Status, comatose, mental evaporation, schizophrenia, congenital patent foramen ovale. Mental evaporation, an excited state grants you enlightenment for 1 hour, prevents fatigue, permanently increases all attributes by 0.2, and raises all attributes of bound hosts by 0.1. Though losing those 10 villain points stung, gaining Miss Shangwan's full 0.2 attribute boost plus my own 0.1 made the cost-benefit ratio worthwhile. That stab wound wasn't taken in vain. But then again, with Shinsu's formidable 3.7 physique and his innate mastery of bodily recovery, it's entirely possible to consume a large amount of stored nutrients to restore the body completely after losing a small portion. But to calm these 2 enraged women down, he endured excruciating pain at that moment, forcibly suppressing his body's automatic recovery. Taking advantage of their overwhelming guilt, he had to seize this opportunity to manipulate the situation. He knew full well that when severely injured, his words carried more weight than usual. Look, Fadia no longer harbored thoughts of killing Miss Shangwan. And Shang Wanju seemed to have forgotten the earlier incident where she'd nearly made her fiancé accompany her in death. Now, it was time to address the Shang Wanju problem. Chapter 51, Twin Souls. Fadia, let me talk to her alone. Could you wait in the opposite room first? Shinsu waited until his body had somewhat recovered, though still weak, before raising his head to speak to Fadia. Alright, if anything comes up, have her call for me. Fadia is now very obedient, feeling as if she's returned to the past. Farah gives orders, and she dutifully follows them. Whether in business or in the bedroom. Thank you, Farah, I wronged you first. There's no need to thank me. Fadia shook her head, gave him a slight bow, and then turned to leave the room. Xiaoju, did you notice? Shinsu watched her leave, then turned to look at the pensive Shang Wanju and asked. I did. After Shang Wanju's dark transformation and violent outburst, her mental acuity became extraordinarily sharp. This encounter with Fadia gave her a peculiar epiphany. Then, tell me about your discovery, Shinsu said with a laugh. I've noticed you leave traces of affection everywhere you go. Shang Wanju said very seriously. Let's skip this one. Next. The girl's words made Shinsu blush despite his age. A sword from the previous dynasty can't easily behead an official of this one. It's fine if you don't want to talk about it. You can explain this matter to Lin Lin yourself. She was extremely agitated before losing consciousness. Shang Wanju tucked the blanket around him. Of course, I'll explain everything clearly to her, but I also don't want you to hold any grudges. I'll tell you the truth, though I hope you can keep what happened after she fell unconscious a secret. After all, Shinsu felt somewhat helpless. These were all the bitter fruits the system had forced him to sow, and now they were coming back to haunt him. Alright, let me share my other findings first. Just now, a bizarre voice kept murmuring deep in my mind. It was incredibly annoying, but when I wanted to kill someone, it flooded my body with power. If it wasn't enough, I demand more, and it would keep pouring into me. Shinsu, am I some kind of demonic incarnation from a movie? As she spoke, Shang Wanju gently leaned into the crook of his arm. No matter how strong she was, her mind was still that of a young woman who had only recently come of age. Shinsu had encountered this kind of self-doubt over a dozen times already. He was quite experienced in handling it. He gently rubbed the girl's earlobe, the warmth of his fingertips transmitting deep into her mind, possessing a magical ability to soothe emotions. A few seconds later, Shinsu finally opened his mouth, speaking in a profound, sermon-like tone. Power has no distinction between right and wrong, good and bad. It is merely a tool. Just like a knife, it can chop vegetables for cooking or take a life. Would you say the knife itself is at fault? The girl shook her head lightly. Shinsu nodded with satisfaction. Now we're talking. And you're a girl blessed by the heavens, possessing extraordinary potential unlike ordinary people. I never expected you to make any extraordinary contributions to the nation, society, or humanity, but I'd much rather see you live happily and freely, without suppressing your heart, acting in accordance with your true nature. Yet wouldn't it be wonderful if, under such circumstances, you could spare just a little effort to do something meaningful for this world? Of course, I won't morally coerce you into doing anything, but someone completely without principles can hardly be called human anymore, don't you think? What you're saying does seem to make some sense. Shinsu observed the girl's expression shifting from initial confusion to sudden clarity. He pressed forward with his brainwashing tactics. Xiaoju, I've never treated you as some split personality from a mental illness, but a complete soul. Your body merged with Lin Lin's while still in the womb. Just imagine if you could steadily wield this extraordinary power in the days to come. You might even recreate a physical body. Then you'd never have to hide in Lin Lin's mind to secretly observe this world again. Shinsu's final words. They washed over Shang Wanju's mind like a meadow after a torrential rain, leaving behind a refreshing clarity. She closed her eyes gently, pondering their meaning. Yes, that's right. Power has no right or wrong, but people can be good or bad. It seems I had fallen into some misconception before. I wasn't born from Lin Lin's despair and suffering, solely to shoulder the responsibility of shielding her from all external dangers. I have preferences too, I have emotions too, I also need to be loved. Shinsu, thank you, I understand now. Shang Wanju reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck. This thank you was truly hard won. Shinsu had to nearly get himself killed by Fadia to convince the girl. Countless brain cells perished before he barely managed to achieve this outcome. But Shang Guanlin was controllable, her emotional receptors passive. She could be tamed. But Shang Guanju was utterly impossible, unless she could truly figure it out. Otherwise, as an alter ego born from extremity, impulsiveness, and self-destructive tendencies, she would act solely according to her own logic, devoid of legal or moral constraints only to achieve her goals. Shinsu watched as Shang Guanlin fell into a deep slumber in his arms. Only then did he have time to check the new system notification. Villain value -5. Shang Guanlin / Shang Guanju, 155/45/3060. Current villainy value, -25. Physique, 1.3. Mental, 1.8. Status, Dual Souls, Rare, Overloaded, Congenital Patent for Raymond Ovali. Dual Souls, Rare. A schizophrenic patient transforms into two independent souls sharing one body under intense emotional stimulation and soothing. Spirit +0.1, Charm +1, resists one mental shock with 24-hour cooldown. Current soul will fall into deep sleep. Overloaded, physical and mental exhaustion, falling into deep sleep. Ha ha ha, totally worth it. After checking the attribute panel, Shinsu's hanging heart finally settled. The villain points deducted 5 points from his verbal persuasion, which already counts as a major recovery. Plus getting a rare status for free. This is an absolute jackpot. At this moment, aside from her body and mind reaching their limits and both souls falling into deep slumber together, Miss Shangwan was experiencing almost no side effects. Shinsu gently got up, laid the girl who had been draped over him flat on the bed, and tucked her in. Then he lightly tapped her smooth forehead. Sleep well, my little fiancé. 3,103 miles. Fadia took a shower first. She casually took one of Shinsu's men's shirts from the suitcase and put it on. Her slightly curly long hair hung loosely. Her deep and well-defined facial features were free of makeup, exuding a quiet serenity honed by time. Though not particularly tall, her figure was curvaceous, brimming with an exotic voluptuous charm. Fadia opened the refrigerator, glanced inside, then pulled out a bottle of Southern Leaves. She took a sip and frowned slightly. What the hell is this? The bizarre taste of Southern Leaves made her long for the chilled jalap in Dubai. Jalap, a cold drink made from grape molasses and rose water, topped with pine nuts and raisins for better flavor. She casually screwed the cap back on. She took another bottle of juice from the refrigerator. Drawing back the curtains, I sipped my juice slowly while lost in thought gazing at the nightscape outside. He was indeed Farah. A divine aura radiated from him, enveloping her in profound comfort. His presence made her feel as though standing in the fragrant prayer halls of Jumeria's temples. But he wasn't entirely Farah either. He had been reborn, transformed into a Chinese man, and was no longer an ordinary person powerless as a chicken. Clearly, he had obtained abilities beyond mortal men, otherwise, he couldn't have blocked that knife strike of hers and recovered so quickly. Perhaps everything Farah had said earlier was true. The paternal deities worshipped by the world's major religions all seem to be the same. It's just that different races developed varying interpretations, eventually giving rise to these long-standing major sects. If this is truly the case, is there still any need for me to fight to reclaim the Holy Land? After all, we all believe in the same God, so why must blood be shed? Religious faith can soothe hearts and aid rulers in shepherding their people, but it's an undeniable fact that fanatics are easily corrupted. Fadia, a sect saint, she was now at the critical moment of wavering faith, and just at this critical juncture, the door of 3103 was opened. Shinsu walked in bare-chested. Raising his head, he saw that breathtakingly beautiful back one he hadn't laid eyes on in years. His heart actually felt somewhat unsettled. Chapter 52, Parting. Farah. Fadia buried her face in Shinsu's chest, calling his name with deep affection. To outsiders, she had always been a merciless, cold-hearted saint strictly adhering to religious doctrines. In the eyes of her family, she was a somewhat rigid, utterly domineering clan leader who was difficult to communicate with. But only Shinsu knew that Fadia was also a little girl at heart. Sensitive, impulsive, and fiercely loyal in love. She would even abandon all dignity for him. Fadia, just call me Shinsu. Farah is already dead. How many people in this world still remember him? So don't cling to the past. The future is actually better. Yes, I just missed you so much. Shinsu gently tucked the stray hairs behind her ear, gazing into her adoring eyes. He was lost in them. Fadia lay on the sofa, breathing lightly with exertion. A thin blanket draped over her body. Her exposed arms, neck, and cheeks flushed a delicate pink. Her heart had been sealed away for far too long. So long that she seemed to have forgotten this feeling entirely. F.A. Shinsu. Fadia murmured the name softly. Shinsu wiped his damp hair as he stepped out of the bathroom and sat down beside her. He whispered softly by her ear, "What's wrong? Should I carry you to bed to rest for a while?" "No, I don't want to move. I just want to lean against you like this, and all my troubles will disappear." "Okay." Fadia had experienced quite a lot over the years. Shinsu listened quietly as she spoke. Then he responded, "You are the chosen one. Even gods are the same, merely interpreted differently by various races. But the faithful are different, they must survive on that land. And look at what's happening now. People die in conflicts every day. The Holy Land is drenched in blood. Can you just stand by and watch them become displaced?" I understand." Fadia had already gotten the answer from his mouth. The path he was taking was completely correct. Faith is the guiding light. Never judge truth by its form. Allah exists only in the heart. What K is like depends on how one perceives K. K is omnipotent, omniscient, and all-knowing. View all living beings in the world with immense compassion. And I am the executor of the divine will, carrying out celestial punishment, mercy, and shepherding the flock on behalf of the purest and truest Lord. This is both a responsibility and a privilege. One can never enjoy privileges without bearing responsibilities. Thus, she attained enlightenment. The Holy Land must be reclaimed, even if only for the faithful living in hell. Palestine. Shinsu. After I wake up, I'll return to Dubai. In the future, can I come see you whenever I want? Fadia's long, thick eyelashes fluttered slightly as her bright eyes gazed at him. Alright, I agree. But remember to call me before you come. Shinsu's heart tightened, he just hoped she wouldn't kill him unprepared. This would be better for 4 people involved. Are you afraid your little fiancé will get jealous? Fadia's tone carried a hint of sourness. What are you thinking? Fiancé? Ha, that's just a dream I fabricated for her. Shinsu explained with a bitter smile. You can't fool me, Shinsu. There's a light in your eyes when you look at her, just like how you looked at me during our wedding. Fadia shook her head, knowing he was just trying to comfort her. A woman's intuition is always sharp, especially when it comes to another woman. I don't care what relationship you have with her. After all, I'm already over 50, and who knows how much longer I can maintain my youth. Men always prefer young and beautiful women. As the deity's proxy, I'm destined to be unable to stay by your side all the time, so let her take my place. Fadia's smile was filled with reluctance. Only by his side did she feel like a woman. A complete woman. I'll visit you in the Middle East when I have time. Shinsu sighed silently in his heart. Even the greatest villains are human. They too have emotions and desires, all of which are inextricably linked to him. How could one not be tormented by conscience? If I had never appeared, she might have married an ordinary nobleman, lived an ordinary life, borne children, and devoted herself to her husband and family. Nor would she be living in this world as she is now, bearing the weight of righteousness, shouldering responsibilities, with blood-stained hands. This is my meager way of making it up to her. Thank you. This is the best news I've heard since coming to China. After I return, I'll register your information with the Omar Farah Energy Group headquarters. You'll have access to all the company's resources from then on. If there ever comes a day when China becomes untenable for you, just come back to Dubai. No, there's no need for that, Fadia. Once my name is officially entered into the Omar Group system, I'll lose all privacy. Since you now hold all the power in the group, I can just notify you directly whenever I need to borrow resources. Shinsu immediately waved his hand in refusal. Holy shit! I'm so grateful to you, Fadia. Are you afraid I won't die cleanly enough? Once your name enters Omar Farah Energy Group's system, you're completely finished. This is a world-class energy conglomerate, after all, operating behind governments, endlessly amassing power. Ordinary people will never touch the truth in their entire lives. Even just one of its tentacles, Farah Holdings, is already unimaginably massive. Every decision-maker in the energy group is a heavyweight in their own right, with intricate networks of influence behind them. What business does a 20-something Chinese guy like me have stepping into that world? I'd be lucky not to get completely stripped bare. You must understand that shadow governments and prominent families beneath the surface all possess terrifying networks of connections. And among these individuals are all the major villains. Isn't this like putting myself right on the grill? Now that I think about it, apart from the newly ascended Shanghai Jiang family, which of the other 9 factions behind them is anything less than formidable? You're right. Fadia pondered for a moment before dismissing the idea. Keeping him out of the conglomerate was also a form of protection for him. She then continued. I visited Jinshan refinery this morning and found numerous issues. Ahmad is truly a stagnant fool. I'll have Hassan replace him when I return. Good, that's your prerogative. Young Hassan should start taking on responsibilities independently. Shinsu, reminded by her words, recalled that little kid who used to follow him around with a runny nose. Now that I've grown up, I can't help feeling a bit nostalgic. By the way, I left a shareholder representative at Jinshan Refinery, with the authority to oversee all company decisions. She can handle matters you'd rather not be directly involved in. I've also given some benefits to President Zhang Bingyan's little secretary, making her another informant of mine. Shinsu, both of them are young, beautiful, and have great figures. Would you like to? Fadia's teasing smile made Shinsu's balls ache with frustration. Back in the day when he had money and leisure, Shinsu had been quite the playboy, sleeping his way through beauties across Middle Eastern countries, to create the impression of someone who's utterly hopeless. But no matter what, sleeping together is sleeping together. No matter how magnanimous Fadia is, she'd still have some resentment. Fadia, you're bringing this up again. Shinsu feigned anger. When a man's sore spot is poked, he either gets furious or embarrassed. This gave Fadia a fleeting sense of how things used to be. She too would gaze at him with resentful eyes after his romantic escapades, uttering words that pierced his heart. Every time, it would make him stomp in fury. Fine, I won't bring it up then. Fadia smiled faintly, burying her face in the man's chest as she held him. She inhaled deeply, taking in his scent. Shinsu, stay with me tonight, won't you? Don't go. Okay. That night, the two slept in each other's embrace. The next morning, Fadia rose early to wash and dress, then brought breakfast to Shinsu, serving him until he finished eating. After packing everything, the woman in the black robe threw herself into his arms, clinging tightly to the man she had regained. I should go now, and she should be waking up soon. Shinsu, I'll do my best to fulfill my duties. Once everything is settled, I'll stay by your side every day, never leaving you again. Fadia, don't worry. That day will come. Have a safe journey. The two shared a deep kiss in the hotel parking lot. Fadia climbed into the wild and rugged Brabus. With a smile on her face and tears in her eyes, she stepped on the accelerator and sped away. Meanwhile, Shinsu gazed wistfully in the direction of her departure, silently offering his blessings. Dear Fadia, until we meet again. Chapter 53, Improvising a Story. Shinsu returned to his room with some breakfast from the hotel. A glass of milk, 2 pancakes, a small portion of fried dumplings, and a bag of pale yellow cherry tomatoes. Shinsu, did I fall asleep? The sound of the door opening slowly roused Shangguan Lin from her daze. You scared me to death last night. Shinsu smiled as he helped the young woman up from the bed. You passed out completely, you know that? Do you have some underlying health condition? The girl shook her head blankly. I don't know, I just suddenly lost consciousness. Oh right, that Middle Eastern woman yesterday who made you accompany her for a bowl. Damn, why does she still remember? Shinsu cursed inwardly, immediately grabbing the breakfast from the table and placing it by the bedside. His mind raced with thoughts on how to break Shangguan Lin's stubborn fixation. With women, if you don't administer the strongest medicine to cure them completely when problems arise, she'll definitely keep bringing this up in the future, endlessly dredging up the past. By then it'll be too late to fix anything. Eat your breakfast first, freshen up a bit to regain your energy, then I'll explain everything to you slowly. Be good. Well, alright then. With a hint of confusion, Shangguan Lin obediently ate her breakfast. It was clear she'd been starving. She hadn't even eaten dinner yesterday before going physically and mentally overboard in a fierce battle with the supervillain Fadia. She'd nearly gained the upper hand. If it weren't for Fadia's years of cultivation giving her profound foundations and overpowered skills, she might not have lost in terms of pure physical prowess during her berserk state. The girl devoured all the breakfast, then stumbled drowsily to the bathroom for a shower. Wrapped only in a towel under Shinsu's astonished gaze, she scampered to the bed. She wriggled into the blankets like a fish, cocooning herself until only her little head poked out, her lips pouting exaggeratedly high. Sushin, I actually wanted to hear you try to talk your way out of this. What nonsense, honestly. Sushin flicked the girl's forehead with his finger. Oof, exactly. That Middle Eastern woman wants you to accompany her for a drink. How shameless. What era is this, still kneeling to kiss your toes? If nothing happened between you two, who would believe it? Besides, her scent is all over this room, it's so disgusting. Shinsu, have you been doing something behind my back with her? Shangguan Lin watched as the expression on Shinsu's face shifted from a smile to displeasure, then from displeasure to a coldness like ice. It was the first time he had ever shown such an expression. The little girl's heart tightened, instantly sensing something was wrong. Could he actually be angry? She'd never seen him look at her with that expression before. What if he just turned around and walked away? Oh no! This is bad, really bad. Now we're in real trouble. Shangguan Lin, oh Shangguan Lin, doesn't everyone have a past? Must you dig to the bottom of everything? Either hurry up and apologize. Shangguan Lin kept blaming herself internally. Watching Shinsu's increasingly darkened expression, her mood gradually sank as well. Finally driven to desperation by the oppressive silence, she sprang up from the bed and threw herself into Shinsu's arms, pitifully pleading, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked. Please don't be mad at me, okay? In a relationship, the one who holds the upper hand always takes the initiative, and Shinsu has truly grasped Shangguan Lin's mentality. She's just a submissive little thing, yielding to every demand. The moment he asserts dominance, she instantly backs down. Really, I was wrong. I won't ask again, you're so scary like this. Shinsu, I'm afraid. Shinsu's silent demeanor only made Shangguan Lin grow more terrified. Breathing became difficult, his heart skipped beats, and his entire body began to tremble. Amidst this terror, a strange, perverse pleasure somehow emerged. A whisper from the depths of the abyss echoed in her ears. Shinsu, what must I do for you to finally forgive me? Shangguan Lin was pushed to his limit by this physical and mental agony. His heart ached so sharply he couldn't breathe, as if gripped by a giant hand. What do you think? Hearing this, the young girl felt a wave of suffocation wash over her. She seemed to have made some kind of decision. Under Shinsu's indifferent gaze, she extended her right hand and gripped her left pinky finger, then viciously bent it backward. The excruciating pain of twisted joints made the girl's eyes widen in shock. Her teeth clenched down hard on her lower lip, drawing blood. Status, dual souls, rare, emotional overload, painful ecstasy, congenital patent foramen ovale. Painful ecstasy, enhances pain receptors and grants a 10% boost to all attributes, fanatical devotion +1. Damn it, does this guy have no cooldown on emotional overload? Again! After seeing the system's bright red warning, Shinsu gave up on applying more pressure. Pushing further would be too risky. So, his expression gradually softened. Ah! Shinsu let out a sigh. He reached out and grasped the girl's little finger bent 90 degrees against the back of her hand, forcefully bending it forward. Click! The little finger was reattached. Then he gently massaged the joint area, smoothing out the tendons. Silly fool, what were you thinking? As Shangguan Lin watched him complete these actions, the pain ebbed away like a receding tide, leaving only the sweetness of love in her heart. He's so gentle. I love him so much. Someone online said you can remove ribs to make soup. Should I try it? When he sees how far I'm willing to go, he'll definitely love me twice as much. The hormones flooding her mind sent the girl spiraling into wild delusions. Lin, you're beyond saving. The intensity of these emotions jolted Shangguan Zhu awake from slumber. Hearing this, he could only shake his head inwardly. Shinsu looked at Shangguan Lin's condition with astonishment. This illness seems rather severe. Lin, between me and Fadia, sigh, it's an unspeakable story. Do you know why I returned to Longcheng County immediately after graduating from Shanghai? Why? The girl was like an idiot poisoned by love's venom, curled up in his arms listening to his beating heart, answering instinctively. Shinsu's eyes grew distant, as if recalling the past, and soon he spoke in a tone of resignation. I first met Fadia during university. When I was a freshman, she had already visited Shanghai once before. I gave lectures at various prestigious universities. The topics were about cultural promotion in Middle Eastern countries and economic cooperation with China. I went there just to join the crowd, but I had previously studied Arabic for a while to understand the Quran. During the lecture, I was fortunate enough to be called upon to answer a question, so she remembered me quite well. After her speech, she took the initiative to ask for my contact information, and that's how we got to know each other. Soon after, she invited me to Dubai, and I learned she had been a widow for many years. During those few days together, sparks flew between us. Everything that could happen, happened. Shinsu deliberately paused here, observing the slight twitch in the young woman's facial muscles. She seemed somewhat angry, yet somewhat helpless. Well, it's not your fault. That old woman was just too flirtatious, deliberately seducing you. Love truly is the most potent poison. The girl outright placed all the blame on Fadia. Shinsu couldn't possibly be at fault. So, the fault can only lie with others. His helpless words echoed once more. But I know full well that nothing could ever happen between us. Setting aside the vast age gap between us and the insurmountable chasm of family backgrounds, I, Shinsu, am a pure-blooded Chinese man, not some religious devotee. How could I possibly endure all those ascetic doctrines and prohibitions? Of course, I knew I couldn't make her any promises, so I soon returned to my home country. After that, she would frequently come to my university under the pretext of business trips. Things escalated until it even reached the university administration. The situation had become truly unacceptable. When I finally became eligible for off-campus internships in my junior year, I immediately fled back home. I never expected that she'd come after us just for taking a trip together. The young girl frowned, then hugged Shinsu tightly, saying with some sadness, "Shinsu, so what happened between you two last night?" Well, I was forced to keep her company for a bowl. Having gotten her answer, Shangguan Lin's heart ached again, and she immediately pressed for more details. What about after this? Will she come looking for you again? Who knows? She's a madwoman, but her status is so high that even the state has to show some deference to the family behind her. I can't hold out against her. Lin, if this bothers you, we can separate. Shinsu's retreat as advance tactic instantly shattered all of Shangguan Lin's illusions. Chapter 54 Pool Party 1. No, I won't let us be separated. Shinsu, you're mine, I'll never let anyone take you away. At this moment, Shangguan Lin felt an inexpressible fury rising within her. How dare they? What gives you the right? Just because you're high and mighty? Do you think you can shamelessly cling to my fiancé just because of that? Disgusting old hag. Shinsu doesn't love you at all. I, Shangguan Lin, will never allow such a thing to happen. Unconsciously, Shangguan Lin had stopped caring about Shinsu's promiscuous past. Lin, leave this matter to me. If all else fails, after you graduate from university, we'll hide far away, somewhere she can never find us. Shinsu could tell from the girl's nervous expression that the timing was just right. No, I don't want you to have to hide just to marry me. I want to marry you openly. I want the whole world to know. Shangguan Lin's tone was resolute, her delicate face wearing an expression of unwavering determination. Alright, then let's work hard together. First, you focus on fulfilling your aunt's dying wish. We'll figure out the future afterwards. Of course, I'll also try my best to keep my distance from her. At this point, Shinsu felt he had completely convinced Shangguan Lin. But what he didn't expect was how utterly resolute this timid girl could be when it came to matters of the heart. She had already set a grand goal for herself in her heart. I swear, Shinsu, I won't let other women keep clinging to you. A 26th villa, Wanlan Riverside. Sitting on the sofa and staring blankly out the window, Nana seemed somewhat dispirited. It had been almost a week since she last tasted Shinsu's mystery gourmet boxes. This made the little girl, who had already grown accustomed to it, quite unhappy. Mommy, I miss brother Shinsu. She looked up at Allison, who was holding an ultra-thin laptop to handle work remotely, her tone sorrowful. Nana, but he's already gone on a road trip and won't be back for a while. How about mommy takes you to the water park instead? Allison closed her laptop and asked with a smile. She didn't want to see her daughter remain depressed any longer. Perhaps taking her out for some fun would be a good solution. It could help divert the child's attention. And where's the best place to take kids in summer? Definitely somewhere to play in the water. Water amusement park? Where is it? Nana's eyes suddenly lit up. She had hardly traveled far since coming to China. After all, Li Jianguo was only temporarily looking after her. Allison's words carried absolute authority. No one dared take the child out without permission. Hey, where's the best water park in Xiancheng province? Allison turned to ask the inconspicuous yet coquettish young matron. Respected madam, it should be at Dream Valley in Jinchengeng Mall. The young woman replied like a servant. Then let's go to Fantasy Valley. Nana, pack your things, we're driving there. Allison was highly efficient. She patted her daughter's little head and quickly made the decision. Yay, we get to go play in the water. Nana was also childlike at heart, and the moment she heard they could go out to play in the water, she immediately became happy. She bounced upstairs to get ready. Once everything was packed, Allison drove her daughter all the way to Hengdian Dream Valley. At the same time, Shinsu was also driving towards Hengdian with Shangguan Lin. The auto repair shop in Jincheng was quite impressive. They fixed the car just 3 days after the accident. The BMW X5 cruised steadily along the lane under the scorching sun. The sky today was brilliantly blue, dotted with puffy white clouds. The lush green mountains on both sides of the road stretched as far as the eye could see, lifting one's spirits at a glance. Shinsu couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Clear waters and green mountains are indeed as valuable as gold and silver. How true these words were. The newly built highway wasn't crowded with traffic, so he took it easy by activating the adaptive cruise control and lane departure warning systems. Dividing his attention between the road ahead and the conversation, Shinsu responded to the young woman's words. Shinsu, I still feel like my swimsuit is a bit too tight. Shangguan Lin tugged at the hem of her swimsuit. Lin, this is already the largest size. Honestly, it's a miracle the mall even had your size. Shinsu's expression was thoroughly exasperated. Who told her to be so well nourished? Alright then Q. Recalling how I took her to the mall yesterday to buy swimsuits and goggles. Lin then made a pact with Xiao Juet and the car each gets to play for 1 day, and neither is allowed to act shamelessly. While Shangguan Lin wanted a conservative one-piece swimsuit, Shangguan Ju preferred a sexy bikini. After much deliberation, it was Shinsu who ended up buying both styles of swimwear for them. Adults, after all, should have it all. The bikini was easy enough, but when it came to the one-piece, the two found themselves in a dilemma. Because the girl's voluptuous figure caused her flesh to press together, it greatly affected her comfort. In the end, she had no choice but to buy a two-piece set with a loose, semi-transparent cover-up. It could both block the sun and cover her embarrassment. Today, Shangguan Lin got to play first. Her two-piece swimsuit was still a bit tight around the upper body, making the girl somewhat uncomfortable. We'll go to town later and see if we can find you a new liner. If not, we'll just leave it. Shinsu glanced sideways and saw that the swimsuit was indeed too small. It was a pity they had bought it just because it looked nice without trying it on first. Something felt off the moment I put it on today. Okay. The girl readily complied. The drive from Jincheng to Hengdian town took just over an hour. After exiting the highway, Shinsu spent some time wandering around the town. They found a relatively large water sports equipment store. Glancing at the blazing sun overhead, Shinsu decided to buy wide-brimmed hats for both of them. After rummaging through piles of swimsuits, they finally managed to pick out a decent-looking one from a selection of outdated styles. He had the girl try it on in the fitting room, and found that the size was just right. It just looks a bit old-fashioned, all colorful and flashy. Does it look good? Shinsu's gaze made the girl's cheeks flush slightly. Yeah, otherwise why would I be looking at you? Shinsu never concealed his hobbies. After all, most men's interests revolve around either balls or, well, balls. The BMW had barely driven 100 meters when a Porsche Cayenne pulled up right outside the store entrance. 2 foreigners, 1 adult and 1 child, stepped out of the vehicle. After purchasing swimsuits, goggles, and sun hats, they got back in the car and drove off. Shin Xuxian took Sean Lin to grab a quick bite to tide them over. Then I went to the VIP building next to Dream Valley, booked a luxury suite, dumped my luggage at the hotel, and it was almost 1 o'clock. It was summer vacation, and 60 to 70% of the visitors were parents bringing their kids to play in the water. A dense crowd had formed a long queue at the entrance of Dream Valley Water World. The two of them entered through the hotel's back door with their combo tickets, bypassing the hassle of queuing, and immediately rushed toward the large swimming pool. Shinsu's idea was to soak in the water first and think later, because once the main crowd arrived, there might not be enough space here. The two of them, one big and one small, splashed around in the water for a few minutes. When the band on stage started performing, the pool area became lively. Shangguan Lin couldn't swim, but she felt completely safe being held in Shinsu's arms. She kept screaming excitedly under the water curtain sprayed by the water cannons, looking thoroughly exhilarated, as if she'd been repressed for too long. At this moment, she was truly happy, genuinely happy, seeming to have forgotten all her troubles. As time passed, the pool became increasingly crowded with more and more people. With the MC leading the way, the DJ blasted out exhilarating music. The wave machine sent one surge after another, heating up the atmosphere. There are way too many people here, let's go try something else. Shinsu whispered into the girl's ear, then shielded her from the crowd in the pool. Okay. Just as the two were about to turn and leave, a water balloon fell from the sky and hit the girl on the head. MC grabbed the microphone on stage and shouted, "The lucky visitor who got hit by the balloon, please come up on stage." Shangguan Lin's head was hit, and her face still wore a dazed expression. It wasn't until everyone around her suddenly turned their gazes toward her that she realized what was happening and turned to look at the stage. That's right, you, the lucky young lady, come on up. Seeing that it was an exceptionally beautiful young girl, the host immediately became enthusiastic. Chapter 55, Pool Party Part 2. Do you want to go up? Shinsu whispered softly in her ear. Yes, I want to. The girl nodded vigorously. Alright, then I'll carry you up. Shinsu's face was full of doting affection. Before the girl went up, he thought it was probably just for an interview. Maybe a little performance, handing out some small gifts or something like that. He didn't think much of it and simply lifted Shangwan Lin by her buttocks, hoisting her onto the stage. But shortly after the girl stepped onto the stage, he realized he was in trouble. Shangwan Lin's breathtaking beauty and figure not only excited the host, they also sent the entire poolside crowd of men into a frenzy of deafening cheers. On the stage, the young maiden stood gracefully. The bright sunlight pierced through her skin, leaving her as white as an exquisite porcelain doll. Her unpowdered face bore the unique charm and radiance of youth. A faint blush spread across her cheeks, evoking tender affection in the hearts of onlookers. The striking contrast between her figure and face was simply too eye-catching, which was precisely why she made every man scream. This young woman's looks and physique perfectly aligned with most men's aesthetic ideals. Even the MC was momentarily spellbound. Hello, beautiful lady, may I ask your name? Soon, MC snapped back to reality and walked over to the girl who was both excited and slightly hesitant, holding the microphone. I'm Shangwan Lin. Her gaze fell on Shinsu in the swimming pool, and all her fear vanished as a radiant smile spread across her face. May I ask where you're from? From Longcheng, Chu County. Longcheng, Chu County, sounds like a great place. I've never been there, but I'll definitely visit someday. Any friends from Longcheng, Chu County in the audience? Let me hear you scream. Hoo, ha ha ha, wah. The pool erupted in a cacophony of howls and shrieks, while the scantily clad female DJ slammed the drum pads in sync, sending deafening beats blasting from the speakers. How old are you? 19. When Shangwan Lin revealed her age, another wave of commotion rippled through the crowd below. Oh, wow, wow, wow. Yura. MC feigned helplessness as he glanced at the loudest shouters in the crowd. Waiting for the noise to subside, he asked again. Alright, Miss Shangwan Lin, as today's first lucky audience member, I have a little gift for you, a Pikachu plushie. Do you want it? Shangwan Lin's heart instantly melted when she saw the yellow Pikachu suddenly appear in his hand. I want it. Glad to hear it. Then, please perform a little act for everyone here. If you do well and the cheers are loud enough, I'll give you an even bigger gift. What's the big gift? Come on, let's have our staff bring it out for me. A staff member in uniform came trotting from backstage, handing the gift to the host. It was an electric water gun with a futuristic design, looking impressively formidable when held. Do you want this big gift? Yes. The girl stared at the electric water gun, jumping excitedly twice, causing another wave of commotion in the audience. Hey, don't jump. Your jumping is making me nervous. Miss Shangwan Lin, what talents do you have? MC swallowed hard, his heart filled with resentment toward Shinsu. What right did this guy have to? I don't really have any special talents. Shangwan Lin replied somewhat sheepishly. Singing? Dancing? Even doing a handstand and spinning around would work. How could the MC let her off the hook? He immediately pressed further. Singing and dancing. I only taught myself a little. I'm not very good at it. What does that matter? Friends in the audience, do you want to see this young lady sing and dance? This scream was noticeably louder than before. After just those few jumps earlier, these guys' hearts were practically stolen. Now she's actually going to dance? That's simply too much to handle. Even if we set all else aside, no matter how the girl dances, everyone would still cheer her on. What song do you want to sing? What dance do you want to perform? The MC waved his hand, signaling the audience to quiet down, and continued asking, can we do Gokuraku Jodo, Paradise? After some thought, Shangwan Lin asked, DJ, can we get Gokuraku Jodo? No problem. The DJ gave an okay hand sign. Alright, next up, let's enjoy Miss Shangwan Lin's performance of Gokuraku Jodo. The stage is yours. DJ, drop the beat. Fire up the water cannons. After saying this, the MC handed the microphone and stage over to Shangwan Lin. Wah! Ah! Splash splash. As the background music of Ultimate Bliss began playing. On stage, the bubble machines frantically sprayed a cooling water curtain. Take the atmosphere to the next level. Shangwan Lin took the microphone, struck a pose, and sang while bouncing barefoot. It seemed innate, her stage presence was remarkably steady, without a trace of stage fright. Her soft, sticky voice differed greatly from the original singers, yet it carried a unique youthful charm of a teenage girl. When she really started jumping, the scene quickly got out of control. The entire pool instantly turned into a party venue. Screams, splashes, and improvised singing erupted in rapid succession. Shinsu watched the girl's exhilarated state and checked his system interface. Indeed. Status, dual souls, rare, emotional overload, fanatical congenital patent foramen ovale. Fanatical when in a conspicuous state, triggers a mental check every 30 seconds, passing turns the subject into a fan. Every 10 minutes, triggers another mental check, passing turns the subject into a fervent fan. Every hour, triggers a final mental check, passing turns the subject into a zealot, all while being subtly influenced by an unknown force. Damn this emotional overload. This damn talent is such a pain in the ass, and it keeps crashing on you every now and then. Who the hell can stand this? At least she's usually done in 3 to 5 minutes when she goes up there. If she started live streaming, that would be disastrous. Therefore, Shinsu decided that until he completed the epic quest, Demon's Birthday, against the system's ultimate villain, he absolutely couldn't let her perform publicly. Otherwise, she might really gather a bunch of die-hard fans. With her being so emotionally volatile, if she ever got depressed and made some negative remarks that her fans discovered, it could easily trigger a mass incident. It's so easy to raise the villain value. Absolutely not allowed. Thinking this, Shinsu helplessly wiped the water droplets from his face. He silently muttered in his heart, "You're so perverted, Miss Shangguan." Meanwhile, in the pool where children were playing, a tall foreign woman with an enviable bikini-clad figure turned her puzzled gaze toward the stage. When the girl began singing and dancing, she immediately sensed something was off. There is a resonance between mysterious forces. Otherwise, she would never have discovered that Shinsu was Scar. She could now clearly sense the strange power surging within human consciousness. To plunge everyone into fanaticism and worship, this was no ordinary ability to incite, something no normal person should possess. That girl, she's dangerous. Allison immediately picked up the excited little girl who was splashing around in the water and left the pool. "Mommy, I want to watch that big sister sing and dance." "Be good, Nana. You're not allowed to watch." "Oh, alright." The little girl, forcibly pulled out of her fervor, instantly fell into a state akin to withdrawal symptoms. It was as if her favorite thing had been taken away. The sense of loss was overwhelming. This only made Allison even more irritated. "I brought my daughter here for some fun, and someone actually dares to try influencing my child right in front of me. How outrageous." She's already prepared now, just waiting for the other party to come out of the adult pool. He would teach them a lesson. Who told this guy to use his powers so recklessly? Allison could never see things from others' perspectives. The Tyrant Queen was no pushover. She had always been self-centered, rarely caring about others' opinions, and right now she just wanted to vent her anger. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught my eye in the corner below the stage, standing with crossed arms as he gazed intently at the young girl performing. Why is he here too? Chapter 56, Allison's Past. As the atmosphere in the club grew increasingly heated, Shinsu noticed countless eerie red light particles converging toward Shangguan Lin. A unique pale red glow formed behind her. Like condensed Buddha's light, it exuded an eerie aura, but soon this strange pale red glow began to transform, growing brighter and more radiant, increasingly pure and holy. Shangguan Lin / Shangguan Ju. Current villain value, -20. Constitution, 1.4. Spirit, 1.9. Holy shit, it actually increased my stats. I've only known Shangguan Lin for a few days, yet the exaggerated potential she's displayed already surpasses most major villains. Aside from Windsor, the master of body art who lived in seclusion at the Hermit Order of Mount Sun, he had never seen any major villain capable of forcibly extracting the essence of others. Fortunately, he had already steered Shangguan Lin onto the right path. Left to his own devices, Shinsu felt this guy could whip up a cult in no time. Just like the old CK, post a single photo, and they'd drag others into suicide with them. Soon, the background music stopped. Shangguan Lin wiped the sweat from his face and handed the microphone back to the MC. "Miss Shangguan, thank you for the wonderful performance. This water gun and plush toy are for you." "Thank you, thank you." Shangguan Lin, her face beaming with excitement, took the gifts from the other person and was about to run off. "Hey, don't go so fast, miss. Running off with the gifts just like that? Ha ha ha, come here, come here. I've also got a VIP pass for 2 to all the attractions at Fantasy Valley, no waiting in line. Don't you want that?" The MC continued to tempt her. Look how this adorable and charming girl has heightened the atmosphere of the scene. It would be a waste not to take advantage of it. "I do." Shangguan Lin had already noticed the dense crowd waiting in the Project Q area, and she didn't want to wait in line either. So, this reward was actually more tempting than a water gun. "If you want it, you'll have to play a game with the friends here." "What game?" "See this inflatable killer whale? In a moment I'll throw this inflatable toy into the water. You'll sit on it while people in the pool push you around for a full lap. When you return to the starting point, you'll get your reward. Along the way, I'll have people splash water at you. Are you scared?" "Not scared." The girl didn't overthink it, she'd come to play in the water anyway. Getting splashed while earning a reward sounded like fun. But this game made Shinsu frown, realizing the host was up to no good. Shang Guanlin was simply too beautiful, her performance alone had already driven the men below into a frenzy of screams. If she entered the pool under everyone's watchful gaze, someone would inevitably take advantage and grope her at close range. Besides, who knew where she might get pushed to while circling around? The pool was now packed as tightly as a sardine can, completely filled with people. It's hard to say how long it will take to return to the starting point. Isn't this just downright disgusting? However, Shinsu wouldn't let anyone succeed. Amidst the men's howls and wails, the girl rode an inflatable killer whale into the swimming pool. Shinsu immediately forced his way through the crowd with brute strength, arriving directly behind the girl and pushing the inflatable orca with both hands, exerting sudden force. The inflatable toy shot forward as if equipped with a motor, swiftly circling the pool in a flash. Any would-be opportunists along the way found themselves stealthily tripped by someone, likely putting an end to their water play for the day. Shang Guanlin, however, was utterly thrilled. Clutching the inflatable orca with both hands as cold splashes continuously sprayed over her, she shrieked with unrestrained delight. The little girl who received the prize from MC was overjoyed, proudly showing it off to Shinsu. Her pretty face was brimming with excitement so intense it seemed tangible. Meanwhile, at the exit, Allison's eyes burned with unprecedented fury. There was a reason she had deliberately avoided confronting Scar earlier. Back in the day, the Norton family's direct lineage had dwindled by her generation. Her older siblings showed little interest in the family business, either pursuing art or drowning themselves in alcohol and women. The succession faced a generational gap. As the youngest daughter, though stunningly beautiful, her temper mirrored her father's, volatile and quick to anger. Old Norton once feared his daughter might never marry, until Scarl appeared. They met in the stands during a university football game. Scalar, a red team supporter, thought the blue team's tactics were outdated and reckless, while Allison, a blue team supporter, believed the red team's playstyle was too timid, just playing to win with no entertainment value. The two argued endlessly, neither able to convince the other. Finally, Allison suggested settling it in a boxing gym instead of just talking big without putting skin in the game. But what Allison didn't expect was that Scalar, that son of a bitch, held nothing back, hammering her face, chest, and groin with ruthless precision. The result? Despite years of free-fighting experience and a wealth of brawling know-how, Allison ended up beaten to a pulp. It was precisely Scar's character of treating himself as a human being that made her develop a fondness for him. Just a few days later, under the influence of alcohol and passion at a party, the two had intimate contact in an underground parking lot. Scar's wild and fearless rogue image deeply fascinated Allison. After countless instances of dogged pursuit, Allison finally walked into the marriage hall with him. After that, this guy seemed like a completely different person, showing immense dedication to the family business. Through their joint efforts, every investment the family made yielded tremendous returns, and their enterprise flourished. Within just 6 or 7 years, Norton had virtually become the shadow government of Ashley State and wielded significant influence in the federal Congress. But at this point, Scar made another astonishing decision. He actually joined a gang. He became completely immersed in street brawls, women, and his rap career. After futile attempts at persuasion, Allison suddenly turned ruthless, recruiting a group of shrewd and capable followers from veterans of various elite U.S. military units. With ample financial backing and weaponry, she swept through every notable gang from north to south like a storm. Finally, standing before Scar in the guise of a gangland tyrant queen, she proved with cold facts, the gang he wanted to join was nothing but a pack of worthless strays from the gutters. A mere stamp of Allison's heel could make them kneel and lick her boots. And used this as a reason to urge him to stop wallowing in despair, return home to work hard, have a few children, and then inherit the great arms business. Unfortunately, that night after their intimate encounter, they had a huge argument. Allison discovered that Scar actually had thoughts of divorce and had secretly been keeping another woman outside, even having a child with her. The sudden emotional collapse and the crisis of her family falling apart sent Allison into an instant emotional outburst. A strange, eerie whisper reached her ears, and as if possessed, while Scar was packing his things, she rummaged through the trash bin and pulled out. Allison confirmed repeatedly that the other party had no lingering attachments left, until finally, her emotions anger, agony, and despair twisted together in a tangled knot, and erupted once more. With one hand, she hoisted an M249, a machine gun she would have struggled to lift normally, and emptied a full 200 rounds into him, reducing his body to pulp. From that moment on, she received a certain blessing. She called this mysterious power the Satan's favor. However, lacking the nourishment of emotions, this savage power made the tyrant queen increasingly self-willed, even losing herself in the thrill of bloodshed and slaughter, unable to extricate herself. It wasn't until more than 10 days later that Allison learned the child wasn't actually Scar's flesh and blood. The woman was a widowed widow who had helped him in his early years. The money he gave her, the house he bought, and the education he provided for her child were all acts of repayment for her kindness. This made Allison suddenly realize she had never truly understood him, and a wave of intense regret and overwhelming love drowned her nearly shattered heart. Fortunately, not long after, she found herself immensely grateful for that inexplicably foolish thing she had done back then. Allison successfully conceived Scar's bloodline. As her belly grew day by day, maternal instincts replaced romantic love, and she gradually retreated from the spotlight, no longer finding pleasure in killing. 10 months later, Nana was born. She named the little girl Felena Scar Norton, in memory of that bastard. Chapter 57, The Showdown. Just got released from prison, can you show me what you're made of? Support me? 8.5 years had passed since Nana's birth when Allison embarked alone on her journey to China to see her daughter. She unexpectedly discovered that the person bore an uncanny resemblance to Scar, exuding that distinctive scent unique only to Scar. At first, Allison wasn't sure, but after taking action, she realized this guy was definitely Scar. The scent, the aura, the micro-expressions, the subtle movements all so familiar. Finally, after confirmation through Satan's blessing, she was 99% certain the other party was Scar. She just didn't know why he had become Chinese. Yet the changes in herself made her feel that Scar might not truly be dead, he could be hiding even deeper than she was. What exactly had caused him to change his appearance and hide in a foreign land remained unclear to her now. But no matter what, it's always better for someone to be alive than dead. Since the other party intends to keep up the act, I might as well pretend not to recognize them too. Allison had learned her lesson this time. She needed to carefully observe this mysterious man who had stolen her emotions and uncovered just how many secrets he was hiding from her. Today, while taking Nana out to play in the water, she suddenly noticed another young girl by his side, her aura pulsing with a power that seemed otherworldly. It even affected Nana. The moment I recalled my own experiences, an ominous suspicion arose in my mind. Scal seemed like a devil or some kind of divine monster's spokesperson. He came into this world solely to seek women carrying strange auras within their bodies, to be with them, and in return obtain some form of reward. Once he could no longer extract benefits, he'd fake his death to escape, changing his identity to find the next target. Was his love for her all a lie? This made Allison's rage surge uncontrollably in an instant, her fists clenched tight, veins bulging. Right now, she just wanted to ask this bastard whether he had ever truly loved her. As a female tyrant, she could accept unrequited love, but she would never allow anyone to trample on her deep affection with pure deception. So she made a call to Li Jianguo. Li Jianguo, come take care of Nana for a while. I have some personal matters to attend to. Wait for me at the exit of Dream Valley within an hour. After hanging up, Allison took a deep breath and said softly to Nana, Nana, Mommy will take you to eat first. After lunch, be a good girl and take a nap in the car. Mommy has some things to do and will come back to pick you up to continue playing. Alright, how long will it take? Nana asked while licking her ice cream. Mommy doesn't know how long it'll take either. Can you call me again after you wake up? Mei-chum, Mommy you have to hurry. Got it. More than an hour later, Ellie stood before Shinsu, her face icy with cold fury. Scal, how long do you intend to deceive me? Behind Shinsu, Shangguan Lin screamed as she slid down from the top of the Cosmic Leap project with her eyes tightly shut, the enormous splash from her airborne plunge into the water erupting behind him. The spray drenched Shinsu's face, his hair plastered wetly against his skin. Combined with his slightly stunned expression, it gave the man an almost clownish air of absurdity. I don't know. Fuck. Scar. Don't take me for a fool. Do you believe I'll kill you again? He was about to say he didn't know when Allison pointed at his nose and cursed, then gestured toward the tourist rest center, saying, alright, I suppose we really need to have a proper talk. Shinsu had full confidence in his acting skills, perhaps a bit too much confidence. He never expected little Millie would come to Fantasy Valley to ambush him. When she appeared before him with accusations, certain individuals instantly realized. The major villains had definitely noticed something was off about him. Who was she? Shinsu. Shinsu hadn't yet figured out how to resolve little Millie's situation. Behind him, the dripping wet girl stood by his side, her eyes filled with scrutiny. Having just survived Fadia's sudden attack, she had already begun questioning Shinsu's past. Now here comes another woman with a distinctly different European-American style. If the Middle Eastern auntie was a plump and mysterious exotic beauty, then the woman standing before me is an aloof frost-forged blade. Every inch of her radiates sharpness. Little girl, this is between me and Scar. Don't mistake my occasional mercy for license to be willful. Allison sensed hostility, but she was itching to teach this possibly demon-possessed girl a lesson. Just as Shangguan Lin was about to speak, Shinsu patted her little head and shook his own, signaling her to stay silent. Fine, I'll talk with you. Don't take your anger out on innocent people, she hasn't wronged you. Shinsu's behavior infuriated Allison, who raised her hand to slap Shangguan Lin across the face. But the man casually caught her wrist. I told you not to take your anger out on anyone. Has your temper stayed this bad after all these years? If you don't want to talk properly, then let's fight. The resentment Shinsu had been suppressing all this time surged up in one overwhelming wave. Life's been so damn suffocating, you think I enjoy acting like a coward? It's just that one wrong move could expose my identity and bring unnecessary trouble. Shang Wanlin noticed Shinsu's reaction to this foreign woman, clearly irritated, quite unlike his attitude toward that Fadia. Needs further observation. So she stopped talking and let Shinsu handle it himself. Fight? We're not children. What I need is your explanation, not to determine who's right or wrong, understand? Great. Shinsu nodded expressionlessly, then turned to Shang Wanlin beside him and said, Linlin, go play for a while. I have some issues to settle with her. Shinsu, promise me you won't lose your temper. Whatever it is, talk it out properly with this auntie. Don't act impulsively. Shang Wanlin's words sounded natural, but to Allison's ears, they carried a mocking, sarcastic tone. Let's go, we're heading to the visitor center. Shinsu frowned. A chill ran down his spine. Quickly drag Allison away, who's on the verge of going berserk. Walking away while feeling utterly embarrassed in my heart. If you can't speak properly then just shut up, my dear Lin. Don't you know this woman in front of us loves decapitating people most? And this bastard even has a revolver hidden somewhere. If pushed too far, she really might pull it out and blow someone's head off. Little Millie, she's just childish, why take her words so seriously? You need to rein in that nasty temper of yours, or did you think I left for no reason? Dealing with the old Allison was something Shinsu had plenty of experience with, but the current version clearly wasn't so easily fooled. It's not like we can really settle this with some honorable samurai duel, can we? That's so lame. My bad temper? Scar, don't tell me you don't know what happened to me. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Everything you've done to me was premeditated, wasn't it? Halfway through walking, Allison's anger flared up uncontrollably. She shook off Shinsu's hand and screamed hysterically in English. This made passing pedestrians turn their heads in confusion. Allison was stunningly beautiful, with top-tier charm and figure to match. The bikini she wore made it seem like she was strutting on the Victoria's Secret swimwear runway. She was absolutely eye-catching. Shinsu glanced at the passers-by stealing looks. With a sigh, Allison was just too sharp, she'd practically guessed the truth. He now suspected Jiang Shiyu might also know the truth, but simply wanted to preserve some dignity between them. Things were getting increasingly complicated. There was no guarantee this wasn't the system targeting him. Otherwise, why hadn't two major villains ever crossed paths in 10 lifetimes spanning over 60 years? Yet the moment restrictions were lifted, the arch-villains came one after another. But the system's targeted behavior instantly reignited Shinsu's long-suppressed rebellious streak. Damn this fucking system, I'm gonna fight you to the bitter end. No one can stop me now. I'm dying to see what kind of bullshit this damn system can pull off once the villain points hit -100. Once Shinsu set his mind on something, his execution became terrifyingly efficient. Under the astonished gazes of passers-by, he abruptly grabbed Allison by the back of her head, pressing their foreheads together. His muscles tensed, emotions seemingly suppressed to their breaking point. Staring straight into her eyes. Allison, it was all planned. I knew everything that happened to you. I even orchestrated that whole scene to make you furious enough to kill me. I thought we'd never see each other again in this lifetime. Allison's eyes were bloodshot, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. This choked Shinsu's words in his throat, because he knew Allison rarely shed tears in her life, except for at his funeral and today's completely candid meeting. The woman's pale lips trembled slightly as she uttered 3 words in an utterly agonized tone. Why? Chapter 58, You Must Fall in Love with Her. 2.6K supersized chapter, please leave reviews, the book ratings are tanking. On the bench at the entrance of the visitor center. The wind carried water mist under the shade of the trees, offering a rare hint of coolness. As soon as Shinsu sat down, he took a deep breath and said, because your soul originates from the most ancient deity of hell, known as Ramian, the primordial fallen seraph who governed slaughter and conquest, perishing even before Satan's time. Shinsu began improvising on the spot. Since little Millie had already guessed most of the truth, he decided to reveal it all, just in a different way. Ramin? I've never heard of him. Shinsu looked at the utterly astonished Allison and nodded earnestly. Of course you haven't, because I just made it up. All records of the fallen seraph Ramiel have been erased, for the divinity of K had long since perished. But the primordial deities were not merely idols like Satan, they were formidable living entities. After death, K left behind a wisp of its primordial soul drifting through the world, which eventually merged with the soul of a newborn child. That is how you were created, Allison. My God, no wonder I feel such exhilaration during slaughter. So I'm actually part of a deity? But how can you prove this is true? Allison's face showed shock, but her tone carried obvious doubt. It's simple. I have something that belongs exclusively to you. Shinsu pulled out a strangely shaped pendant from somewhere and handed it to her. Allison took the pendant, and an intense emotion surged from it, as if frantically urging her to kill. It wanted endless souls and blood. Suppressing her impulse, she carefully examined the pendant in her palm. The pendant's cord was woven from some sort of purple metallic thread, emitting a faint mist-like glow. The pendant itself resembled the eyeball of some creature. Vertical pupil, purple. Staring at it gives a living creature's sensation. Accessory Ramian's Abyssal Gaze, rare pendant crafted from the violet vertical pupil harvested from the corpse of the Omen of Slaughter, Ramian, set in Mithril. It prevents you from falling into illusions, grants plus 0.5 spirit, plus 5 spell break, effective only against illusions, hallucinations, and phantasms, and has a chance to trigger Omen of Conquest upon striking a target, ensuring the next attack deals crushing damage and inflicts fear. This rare accessory was the reward for completing Allison's quest, Conquest of Desire, making it exceptionally suited to her. This was crafted from materials taken from the divine corpse of Ramian himself. You must find it familiar, don't you? Shinsu gently guided her thoughts, knowing that by steering her mind toward mythology, many things could be logically explained. That's right, I feel a blood connection with it. Allison furrowed her brows, though inwardly she found herself believing his words. Shinsu nodded and fastened the pendant around her swan-like neck, continuing his deception. I've kept it as a memento for a long time, now I'm returning it to you. Remember to keep it safe. You know it's actually quite dangerous. Dear little Mealy, have you ever seen Hellboy? Allison nodded. As an American, she must have seen it. You're in a state similar to Hellboy. Both of you possess immense power, yet your minds remain closer to humanity. Everything is governed by your own will. The instincts for slaughter and conquest may bring you pleasure at most, but they'll never control your thoughts. Shinsu glanced at her expression while holding the pendant in contemplation. She bought it. Using a fine pendant to eliminate the threat of a major villain is a worthwhile trade. When debts pile up, one stops worrying, but being constantly hunted down is unbearable. Better to shed some blood and settle it all at once. Truth be told, I am an eternal sinner, burdened with an ancient curse. Like a pitiful eggshell, in each lifetime I accompany the growth of a demon or deity, only to be devoured as nourishment when the newborn awakens. I can only writhe in agony within this endless cycle. At this point, Shinsu's expression darkened, his face etched with bitterness. His fingers dug desperately into the metal bench, nails splitting and bleeding profusely. All the pent-up anguish, torment, and helplessness inflicted by the system came flooding out in this moment. Allison's heterochromatic eyes watched the man writhing in agony, an unexpected tenderness flickering within them. But in truth, she cared nothing for gods or deities, only whether Scar's feelings for her were genuine. Then she asked the question she most wanted to know. Scar, did you ever love me? I just want to hear you say it. I did. Enough to die for you. Shinsu, with his blood-stained right hand, took the woman's right hand and placed it over his heart, speaking with genuine sincerity. If you love me, then why are you tormenting my feelings, forcing me to kill you? Allison cried out bitterly. Because killing your own love with your own hands is the final gate. I can't change this, or I'll be exiled to the deepest depths of hell, imprisoned there forever. Shinsu looked up at the azure sky and said with deep emotion, moreover, unless the divinity within you awakens, you absolutely won't live past 30. So I stayed with you until the last month of your 29th year. I don't want you to die, little Millie. I had no choice but to sacrifice myself, but doing so truly hurt your feelings. I'm so sorry. Then who is she? Another deity about to awaken? Do you love her too? Allison immediately caught the flaw in his logic and swiftly countered. What do you think? The best way to handle a counter-question is to counter-question back. If you combine it with changing the subject, the effect will be even better. Seeing her somewhat melancholy, Shinsu continued speaking. Nana is our child, isn't she? So what if she is? It's been nearly 10 years. Her father Scar was already beaten to death by me. And don't you dare bring up Nana now. Scar, that philandering bastard, I should have cut off your damn dick long ago. Allison wore an expression of anger, but it was clearly the feigned fury of a woman. The subtext was clear. After all these years, I've been bottling up a bellyful of anger. Hurry up and appease me. Little Millie, the reason I didn't come find you is because I'm the cursed one. Living together with awakened people again would bring misfortune. Nana is my child, I don't want anything bad to happen to her. Shinsu shook his head, stroking Allison's gaunt cheeks with an expression full of remorse. Isn't there any way to fix this? Under Shinsu's manipulation, Allison's nearly uncontrollable violent emotions were whittled down to nothing, turning to dust, and she actually began to show concern for him. Well, there is a way, but it's very, very difficult. What way? Hearing that there was a way, Allison immediately straightened up with serious attention. The young girl just now was an incarnation of an evil god. I need to free her from corruption and make her a benevolent deity. And we must deeply love each other, otherwise we still can't escape the constraints of fate. But I don't think I can do it. Because I love you, and it's already hard for my heart to truly make room for anyone else. Shinsu spoke to this point, and Allison was already in tears. No, that's enough, Scar. I just need to be sure you're not deceiving me with your feelings, and you must break free from this terrible curse, no matter what you have to try. Please, for me and our child, you must learn to love her. Alright, if one day I break free from this fate, I will definitely come to America to find you. But if I die again, then please forget about me. Shinsu pulled her fragrant shoulders close and gently pecked the top of her head. No, Scar, you will make it through this. You will always be my husband, Allison's husband, forever. The emotionally charged Allison, her tear-streaked face, displayed an uncharacteristic touch of feminine vulnerability. She gently rested her head against Shinsu's shoulder. Her hands clung desperately to the man's chest. Alright, not just for you, but also for Nana. For our love, we will definitely break free from this curse. I swear. Shinsu nodded and spoke with utmost seriousness. Yes, if you need any help, remember to tell me, just like how we once brought the Norton family to its peak together. Now that Allison knew the truth, she was no longer sorrowful, no longer lost. Never underestimate a mother fighting desperately for her family and children. They are the most unyielding people. Under the influence of such intense emotions, Allison seemed to have cast aside those subtle inconsistencies. Love truly does lower one's IQ, and that includes her, of course. Alright, then there's actually something I need your help with. Seizing the opportunity, Shinsu pressed further. Go ahead. Seeing that Allison was now completely convinced, Shinsu immediately took care of Shangguan Lin's matter as well. That evil deity incarnation is named Shangguan Lin, an ordinary Chinese person whose obsession is getting into Tsinghua or Peking University. But her grades fell just short, so to get her admitted, we'd need an invitation letter from a world-renowned university. Chapter 59, hurry up and tell me, exactly how many are there? Having perfectly obtained the result he wanted, Shinsu healed the wound on his hand and brought Allison before Shangguan Lin. Just now, the two were talking on the bench, while the girl watched everything clearly from not far away. Her expression was already on the verge of collapsing, with tears and snot covering her entire face. She was crying so hard she nearly passed out. Whoa whoa, Shinsu, whoa whoa. The girl could no longer hold back when she saw the two walking side by side. She rushed forward directly, using her petite yet voluptuous body to push Allison aside. Like a mother cat guarding her food, he shielded her behind him. Wah! Linlin, what's wrong? Shinsu feigned ignorance. Shinsu, how could you flirt with this auntie right in front of me? Wah! Shangguan Lin said angrily with a tearful voice. Shinsu couldn't help but chuckle. It seems this anti-remark won't be let go anytime soon. Wasn't this all to help you get into Tsinghua or Peking University? Upon hearing this, Shangguan Lin's little face was full of confusion. Even her crying was interrupted mid-cast. Ms. Allison has certain educational resources in the US and can issue you an invitation letter from a world-renowned university along with a guaranteed postgraduate admission slot. With these two documents, you can qualify for the Strong Foundation program at either Tsinghua or Peking University, and the probability of passing the interview is extremely high. Shinsu immediately explained. Is this for real? The girl's emotions were instantly pulled out from the sour vat of jealousy and transformed into astonishment. Ahem, Scar and I are old friends. Of course, we've discussed and researched some knowledge about physiological structures together, but we're not a couple, so you can rest assured about that. I happened to run into him while bringing my daughter here to play today. Because there were some misunderstandings between us in the past, I acted impulsively when I saw him. I'm truly sorry for disturbing your outing. To make up for my mistake, I'll contact QS Company after I return. Miss Shangguan, is there any particular school you'd like? I can arrange for them to send you an invitation. Allison nodded with a smile, her words brimming with confidence. After all, the Norton conglomerate held considerable influence both in America and globally. As its head, she had every right to speak with such assurance. Nihon National University, or Tokyo's Jinguji University. The girl immediately named the university she wanted to attend. She had long since reached an agreement with Shangguanju, National University of Nihon, QS ranking 32. University of Jingwanji, Tokyo, QS ranking 42. Great. I'll contact them as soon as I get back. He just sent me all your documents. I'll make sure everything gets properly sorted. Hope you two have fun. I'll be going now. Allison nodded in agreement, then winked at Shinsu before casting a glance at the demonic incarnation in his arms and turning to leave. Scar, you must break free from this goddamn fate. Shinsu realized his impulsive request might have been too rash. He didn't even have a chance to reconsider. Does this motherfucker actually want to go to Japan? Shangju, oh Shangju, you're actually serious about this? Shinsu, have you accumulated too many romantic debts? After the initial excitement and thrill, the young girl immediately recalled how different women kept appearing around this guy. I couldn't help but ask curiously. When my parents were still around, our family was pretty well off. We traveled abroad often and visited many countries. For some reason, I always seemed to attract, older women who'd take the initiative to show affection. I'm a normal man, after all, with needs, so, cough. Shinsu couldn't just say no outright, so he chose a more tactful way to explain his relationship with those 10 major antagonists. He knew full well this was the system targeting him. For the highly probable emergence of a major villain in the future, he needed to give the girl a heads up first. Otherwise, if someone suddenly appeared again, he wouldn't be able to explain it well. But then again, women are truly fascinating creatures. A man who has been pre-selected by many high-quality women is more likely to be deeply loved by them. Due to the existence of this pre-selection mechanism, coupled with the thrill of conquest brought by unpredictability, scoundrels are far more attractive to women than nice guys. Tell me quickly, how many are there? The girl sniffled, wiped away her tears, and puffed up her cheeks indignantly. Just a pair of hands. Shinsu realized that Shangwan Lin was becoming harder to fool. This girl had learned to be cunning. Holy shit, you're an international scumbag. Speaking of which, this term is truly rare. The girl clung to Shinsu, her eyes sparkling brightly. My fiancé is simply amazing. I must keep a closer eye on him from now on. What the hell? I feel like Xiaoju just came out. No, I'm Linlin. Heh, if you say so. Shinsu shrugged and took the girl to experience thrilling rides like roller coasters, Ferris wheels, and drop towers. When I'd had enough fun, the performance over there began. The two bought a cup of watermelon juice, linked arms, and sat in the front row of the stands, watching a few dancers perform a frenzied shamanic dance on stage, quite thrilling indeed. But before long, I was thoroughly drenched by the sudden mountain torrents unleashed by the storm. When the show ended, the MC had the two teams of audience members splash water at each other. The two of them grabbed wash basins and splashed around wildly in the water for a while. Shangwan Lin must have been having too much fun, even her flip-flops got washed away by the water. They were eventually recovered with the help of the staff. Though those flip-flops had already come unglued, they might as well have retired honorably. Shinsu took the shoes and tossed them into the trash bin, then crouched down to carry the girl on his back, heading toward the VIP passage of the guest building. Under the night sky, the water park was adorned with colorful neon lights. The girl clung to his back, basking in the man's overflowing affection, her heart already brimming with love. There would never be room for anyone else in this lifetime. How I wish this moment could last forever. In the hotel room, the girl lay fast asleep on the large bed. Her wet swimsuit had long been changed into dry pajamas. Soft snores escaped her lips as an unconscious smile spread across her face, as if she were having the sweetest dream. Shinsu finished his shower, wrapped in a bathrobe, sitting in contemplation on a chair. Today's unexpected incident had left him extremely passive. Had it not been for his practiced maneuvers and quick thinking, those two would certainly have come to blows. You have to remember this is a water park, and it's packed with people. What if a few innocent bystanders get caught in the crossfire? The outcome tends to spiral in directions beyond one's control. He even had a premonition that something was bound to go wrong when he took Shangwan out tomorrow. So, no matter what, I must first adjust my mindset and bring myself to peak condition. At this thought, Shinsu walked over to the girl's side and gazed at her blissful sleeping face, a knowing smile spreading across his own. My heart grew even more resolute in my decision. System, here we go. I will definitely drag her out of her predetermined fate. The luxurious executive suite in another building of the VIP tower. The child was already fast asleep. Allison picked up a few items quietly and left the room, then opened the door across the hallway. Then she quickly changed into a black silk slip dress, black lace stockings, and metallic stiletto heels. She had just bought these at the mall. She wasn't sure if they'd suit his taste, but now that everything was out in the open between them, she no longer cared about holding back. Allison dressed neatly, then took out her phone, lightly bit her lip, and took a selfie in an extremely alluring pose. Then she sent it to someone. Allison, image. Allison, I miss you, 1208. Shinsu, okay. The moment Shinsu saw this photo, he knew sleep was out of the question tonight. Like a thief, he slipped into his clothes and shoes, tiptoed out of the room, and headed toward room 1208. The girl who had been sound asleep on the bed suddenly snapped her eyes open the instant the door closed. Her expression twisted as she muttered in a terrifying tone. So, I have 10 opponents, is that it? Heh, I'll definitely kill them all. A few seconds later, the girl closed her eyes and fell back into slumber. Her delicate face was once again filled with an expression of bliss. Chapter 60 Jiang Shernan, you're not worthy. Shinsu stayed up all night, and the two of them ended up discussing how to educate Nana. Allison wanted Nana to complete her education up to a PhD in China before returning to the US to inherit the family business. Shinsu, on the other hand, preferred to let her grow up happily. He couldn't care less about doctorates or family businesses. As long as Nana grows up happily and lives joyfully, that's all that matters. He was actually living a very exhausting life and didn't want the next generation to suffer the same rat race. In the end, Shinsu's skills proved superior, perfectly persuading the iron-willed female tyrant until she transformed into a tender, gentle young woman. With her biological father watching over Nana in China, she could be completely at ease about her child's upbringing and daily life. She could now fully devote her energy to her career, continuing to expand the Norton family's territory and securing greater profits. Family was what she pursued, but so was her career. She aimed to become the Shadow Queen of America. No matter what happened in the future, Shinsu and Nana would always have a fallback option. Early the next morning, the two got up and glanced at the sleeping Nana before heading down to the basement restaurant to have breakfast together. After the suffocating farewell kiss, Shinsu swayed back to the room carrying a bag of steamed buns, rice cakes, and iced soy milk. Opening the door, Shinsu found the girl stirring and groggily waking up. Lin, breakfast is ready, the sun's already high in the sky. Get up now. I want to snooze just a little longer. Shangwan Lin let out a drawn-out hum, rolling over while still clinging to the blanket in deep slumber. She must have exhausted herself from playing too enthusiastically yesterday. Shinsu shook his head helplessly before fetching a blanket to cover her. The temperature outside is at least 38 degrees Celsius, while inside the room it's only about 20 degrees. Easy to catch a cold from the draft. The girl felt a blanket being draped over her, and instinctively grabbed the hand that had covered her. With a gentle tug, Shinsu fell before her. The girl clung to his arm, a contented smile on her face as she drifted into deep slumber. Her fair, luminous cheeks trembled slightly with the flutter of long eyelashes. Her delicate nose emitted soft snores, lips slightly pursed, occasionally murmuring unintelligible words. It couldn't help but evoke feelings of tenderness and affection. Shinsu raised his other arm, encircling the young girl while gently inhaling the unique fragrance of her hair, then closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. Longcheng County, Delusion Coffee. Jiang Shernan was overseeing the renovation progress of the small cafe. The design and decoration company sent by her sister specialized in villa landscaping projects in Longcheng County. The design and construction were exceptionally impressive, preserving almost all of the cafe's original charm. Moreover, they managed to elevate the quality even further without altering most of the existing layout. For example, the old cabinet-style air conditioner was replaced with a central air conditioning system. The bar counter was outfitted with top-tier Michelin-starred kitchenware. Every table, chair, bench, and bookshelf was handcrafted from the finest wood by the most skilled carpenters. As the paint job was completed, even Jiang Shernan found the rustic and dignified appearance to be quite sophisticated. The furniture upstairs was also completely replaced. Once the full set of minimalist-style Kaka home furniture was installed, the sense of sophistication instantly skyrocketed. The original two-way frequency Black Mountain Peak was also replaced with a Bowers and Wilkins Zeppelin. The window was completely removed and replaced with an oversized double-glazed soundproof floor-to-ceiling window, offering an unobstructed panoramic view of the entire Chu River scenery. Jiang Shernan had previously taken French as an elective. In Dila's Feuille d'automne, Autumn Leaf, played from the Zeppelin airship. Like a fallen leaf, resting at your door, I wait for the wind to rise. May hope carry me away. May I gain strength. The beautiful voices of the children's choir, harmonizing with the soaring violins of the symphony orchestra, infused the already exotic vocals of the world diva with an additional surge of hopeful power. The girl was dressed in a pure white long dress, her hair loosely cascading down. Placing the gilded silver coffee cup filled with Panama Geisha mint coffee on the small round table, I reclined in the lounge chair and gazed at the surging river under the sunlight. Today, the downstairs area needed formaldehyde removal, so we couldn't go down for now. It was too hot outside and she didn't want to go out, so we had no choice but to stay upstairs. But even staying upstairs was better than being in the hotel. After all, this place was filled with his scent. Thinking of Brother Su, Jiang Shernan took out her phone and snapped a photo of the river view to send to him. Jiang Shernan, photo. Jiang Shernan, Brother Su, I installed a floor-to-ceiling window for the river view. The scenery is amazing. Shinsu, not bad. Much more spacious than before. Jiang Shernan, MHM. The storefront is all decorated now. We're currently airing out the formaldehyde, so I won't show you the results yet. I'll give you a surprise when you get back. Praise me, please. Shinsu, I trust your taste. After all, you're the big artist who got into the Central Academy of Fine Arts Lincheng branch. Brother Su. Jiang Shernan laughed until tears welled up in her eyes. She hadn't told this Brother Su which school she attended. Unless, he had specifically looked it up. Yes, he must have investigated it deliberately. You and sister put on an act together. Why on earth? Just to make me cry? No, it can't be. People like my sister are too utilitarian. Without sufficient benefits. Why would she do something so foolish? So you must be acting. But who exactly are you performing for? Is it you, sister? You don't like people like her either, do you? But why did you abandon me along with her? Sister can abandon everything for profit, but I, Jiang Shernan, can't. You're all I have. Shen Shugang had just sent Shang Wanju onto the single-person water slide when his phone vibrated. It was a message from Jiang Shernan. But as they were talking, the other end suddenly went silent. Since Jiang Shiyu had already met him and hadn't done anything inappropriate, it might as well make Jiang Shernan feel a little better. Though the words were few, the other person would surely understand their meaning. Hey, are you still playing or not? The security guard shouted at Shinsu. He put down the waterproof-cased phone and said, Who told you to bring your phone up here? Don't you know how dangerous it is? I'm really sorry. Put it aside. I'll come back for it later. Alright, Thanks. Shinsu hadn't actually planned to ride again, he'd already done it yesterday. But if he refused, Shang Wanju would definitely be upset. So he deliberately brought his phone onto the platform, precisely to get himself rejected by the safety officer. But since this safety officer took his job so seriously, Shinsu didn't really mind either way. He took off the waterproof bag hanging around his neck and set it aside. He walked onto the water slide and slid down. Shang Wanju was already waiting at the bottom. Watching Shinsu's awkward descent, she clapped her hands and jumped with glee, thoroughly amused. The scene made the onlookers' hearts pound with fear. What if that slender ribbon tied in a bow around his neck came loose? Shinsu wiped the water droplets from his face and climbed down the sewer. Xiaoju, I'm going upstairs to get my phone. Hey, you just rest, I'll go get it for you. Before Shinsu could say another word, she had already bolted up the stairs. Shang Wanju retrieved her phone and noticed the screen lighting up with an incoming message. She had long memorized Shinsu's phone passcode 000009. Unlocking it, she saw the message was from Jiang Shernan, but the previous chat history had already been deleted, so it's unclear what was said. However, this last message just sent contained an overwhelming amount of information, making Shang Wanju's expression turn grave. Jiang Shernan, Brother Su, I'll give you a version of myself that will captivate the world, stronger than my sister. Shang Wanju immediately deleted this message, walking down the stairs while pondering the meaning behind those words. To hand over the spotlight-stealing version of myself? To Shinsu? What does that even mean? Have you two secretly pledged yourselves to each other? That's impossible, because he's already told outsiders that she's his fiancée. Looks like we need to raise this guy's threat level. Should we get rid of him first? Never mind, let's wait and see. Right now, those older women who've had intimate dealings with him are the real problem. Let you drool for now. Once I deal with these old hags, I'll take care of you. However, by the way, who exactly is her sister? Could it be one of the old woman's people? Shinsu seemed to have attended university in Shanghai, so there truly was a glimmer of possibility. I'll need to observe a bit longer. If that's really the case, then we'll eliminate them together. Jiang Shernan, you're not worthy. Chapter 61, The Flicker of Humanity, 2.6k words. Shang Wanju came bouncing down from upstairs and handed him her phone. Her expression remained cheerful, but Shinsu sensed something might be off about her. But he didn't dwell on it. Shinsu, I want to ride the giant swing. She pointed at the enormous pendulum ride nearby that kept eliciting screams. Sure. With their VIP combo tickets, they bypassed the queue and entered directly through the fast pass lane. The safety restraints locked into place as the massive pendulum began its upward swing. A chorus of excited shrieks erupted from the men and women suspended in midair. Shinsu felt no fear, yet something about the machine's operation struck him as abnormal. Having ridden this very pendulum with Shang Wanlin just yesterday, he recognized the subtle discrepancies immediately. When the giant pendulum swung vertically 180 degrees into the sky, the winch and bearings emitted a teeth-gritting screech. He knew disaster was imminent. Sure enough, the next second, the pendulum's bearings jammed completely, leaving dozens of riders suspended upside down midair. Instantly, terror and screams dominated the pendulum ride. Shit, something's wrong. Notify management now. The safety officer below activated the backup motor, only to discover the giant pendulum wasn't stuck due to a power outage. It was the bearings and winch. He roared at the other safety officers. Several safety officers began evacuating the queuing crowd while calling the water park administrators to send technicians immediately. At this moment, among the crowd hanging upside down in the air, a frail bespectacled man's safety harness suddenly snapped, sending him plummeting downward. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and grabbed onto a nearby metal pole. Help! Help me! Save me! Under the immense pressure of death, he erupted with a stronger will to survive than usual, his hands gripping the iron rod with desperate force, shouting for help to the people nearby, hoping they would lend a hand. But those nearby feared their own safety measures might snap if they reached out, too terrified to extend a helping hand. In less than a minute, the frail bespectacled man could hold on no longer. His hand slipped, and he plummeted down, his head smashing against the central iron base of the pendulum ride, leaving a crimson stain. The gruesome sight of death instantly shocked those still clinging on above. Fear began to spread wildly. Cries, screams, and shouts for help rose and fell in waves. Creak! Soon, the second safety latch came undone. This time it was a girl, her terrified face as she fell burned indelibly into everyone's eyes. As expected, Crimson system notifications began flashing into view. Death toll requirement met. Light-dark duality activated. The pirate ship will shed one safety seat every 30 seconds. The target can sense the sequence of falling seats and may choose to release all safety seats simultaneously. Urge the target to make their selection promptly. Option 1, Malice. Deliberately release all safety harnesses, causing tourists to fall to their deaths. Both you and the target will gain an additional rare talent. Option 2 selfishness, escape and ignore the deaths of the tourists above. Both you and the target will gain an additional ordinary skill. Option 3 neutrality, remain indifferent as all tourists perish one by one. No additional rewards. Option 4 kindness, warn the doomed tourists, allowing them to prepare. All rewards will be halved. Option 5 saint, strive to save more tourists. If over 10 tourists are rescued, the mission fails and rewards are forfeited. Shinsu sensed the system's overwhelming malice if he were to make Shang Wanju choose options 1, 2, or 3. The task was extremely simple, easily allowing for excess rewards, and even she could benefit alongside him. Choosing the selfish option carried the least risk, simply having her release their safety harnesses to escape first posed no danger, since with such a massive pendulum swing, Shang Wanlin would surely die unless he miraculously powered up. Even malice wouldn't be unacceptable. Shinsu was no saint, and neither was Shang Wanju. If he wasn't planning to resist the system but instead intended to push someone directly into the demonic path, then choosing malice would be more convenient. There was a high probability that the minus 25 villain points could be cleared in one go. And neutrality is definitely not an option, it holds absolutely no value. Kindness was the best choice for Shinsu, it allowed him to complete the mission and earn half the reward without the burden of a guilty conscience. Moreover, convincing Shang Wanju to choose this option wouldn't be too difficult. But he always felt that the mission's failure was the ultimate manifestation of the system's malice. For over 60 years, Shinsu wasn't without attempts to eliminate the ultimate villain. He had tried back when cultivating his fourth target. The moment this thought popped into his head, he was immediately warned by the system. However, this warning wasn't about turning him into a feces-eating idiot, but about erasing him entirely. When I accepted the Twin Light and Darkness mission, there was a small penalty for failure. Mission failed, rate of villain value reduction slightly decreased, villain value plus 10. In other words, choosing the saint option would result in immediate mission failure, not only with no rewards, but also adding 10 villain points. Yet, the system task information refreshed today fatally made him feel that this was actually the best option. The rate of villain point reduction slows down, and 10 villain points are added. Heh, system, what are you afraid of? I'd like to see just how disgusting this seemingly worst yet most difficult option can be. Just as he was pondering countermeasures in his mind, two chairs suddenly opened simultaneously, smashing into the ground and creating two bloody blossoms. Shinsu's gaze sharpened. Shang Wanju was being bewitched by the system. He immediately spoke to Shang Wanju. Xiaoju, I have to send you down first. Shinsu secretly slipped a ring onto his little finger from his spatial storage. Thief's pinky ring, excellent stealth +1, obscures surveillance systems, lasts 1 hour, cooldown 3 days. Then, under everyone's horrified gazes, he forcibly unbuckled the safety harness. Then I squeezed through the gap and climbed up the iron frame like a monkey. Then crouched down to unfasten Shang Wanju's safety seat buckle. With all his might, he pulled the person up from below. Shinsu, this is too dangerous. Shang Wanju suddenly felt a strange sensation stirring in his mind. She knew the exact order in which each chair would fall, and she also knew she could make all the chairs collapse simultaneously. She just tried it and found that it really worked. If everyone were to fall, he would receive a reward bestowed by a certain entity. Then, I'm one step closer to eliminating those old hags. So that's what she wanted to do. It doesn't cost me anything anyway. They're just random tourists. I don't know what's it got to do with me. But the very next second, Shinsu forcibly suppressed that thought of hers. He forcefully pulled open the girl's seat restraint, hauled her up with one hand, then clamped her under his arm while steadying himself on the metal frame with the other, inching his way down the swinging right arm step by step. The scene made everyone gasp and hold their breath, terrified that the two might fall to their deaths. After all, they were 40 or 50 meters above the ground, with the swing arm tilted at an angle of over 35 degrees. The scorching weather had turned the massive metal structure into a sizzling griddle. Walking barefoot on it would undoubtedly blister one's feet. In such circumstances, it was nothing short of a miracle that someone would risk their life to rescue people from above. Shinsu possessed extraordinary physical strength and top-notch balance, steadily descending the giant swing arm while carrying the girl in his arms. The moment the two jumped off the base, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers and applause, leaving Shang Wanju momentarily dazed as a peculiar emotion welled up within her. Hurry! Anyone who can help, go fetch inflatable toys from the water attractions to cushion the ground. We can't risk someone else falling to their death. Without a second thought, Shinsu shouted these instructions to everyone present. The crowd snapped out of their daze, scattering to retrieve inflatable toys from various water attractions to cushion the ground below. Shinsu settled the young woman under the shade of a canopy, then resolutely turned and charged toward the giant swing arm. Like a monkey, he scaled the structure dozens of meters high. One by one, he brought people down. In Shang Wanju's eyes, he seemed to radiate a brilliance of humanity, as dazzling as the sun. This struck the young woman, prone to negativity, extremism, and self-destruction, with an immense spiritual impact. Gradually, a warm smile appeared on the girl's face, one that had never graced her features before. Xiaojue, this is why I fell in love with him, he's the deity who saved me from hell. Do you understand now? Shang Guanlin also witnessed Shinsu's actions. She excitedly exclaimed in her mind to Xiaoju, who was controlling her body. I think I understand now. The girl stepped out from under the awning. A sudden roar of unwillingness echoed in my ears. Shang Guanju's faint glimmer of humanity was once again suppressed. He seemed to be saying, make them all die, then you'll gain power surpassing everyone in this world. You will have him forever, and he will cherish you as his most precious treasure, never to part. These people are all guilty, you can see the sins they've committed before. They deserve to go to hell. At that moment, black mist began emanating from the heads of the hanging figures above. If Shang Guanju willed it, she could see their sins. This only strengthened the young woman's resolve to kill these people. Chapter 62, The Faint Glimmer of Humanity 2. Shinsu stood on the giant swing arm, pulling another tourist up once more. Then he suddenly caught sight of Shang Guanju emerging from the sunshade below. He extended his right hand and froze for a few seconds. In an instant, he spread his fingers wide, immediately causing safety harnesses to detach from 5 more tourists. Like dumplings dropping from the sky, 2 of them smashed onto the pedestal and instantly became bloody, mangled corpses. The other 3 were slightly luckier, landing on inflatable toys instead. They probably suffered minor injuries and kept wailing in pain. Xiaoju, remember, you're a human being, an independent individual. Shinsu anxiously called out to her. This sentence made the girl look up in bewilderment, her eyes completely bloodshot. Intracranial riot, coma, brain riot, demon possession. Intracranial riot, the curse of the malevolent spirit. Demonic possession, greatly enhances all attributes, ignores pain, and the death of visitors will continuously suppress humanity. Evil spirit curse, reduces all your attributes by 50% and seals your personal storage space. Fuck. Shinsu knew right away that difficult missions were never this straightforward. The new attribute of loss of humanity brought by the demonic possession further diminished the girl's already scarce humanity, pushing her almost to the brink of becoming a demon. Her second overload attribute was specifically targeted at him. The 50% reduction in all stats made him feel as if he'd been hit with a debilitating curse. The pressure multiplied exponentially, and his energy expenditure skyrocketed in tandem. Damn system has started acting inhuman. However, since you've chosen the path of a saint, you must have the resolve of one. Not only would he fail to receive any rewards, but he would also accumulate a significant amount of villain points. This seems like an impossible choice, but if Shinsu wanted to try resisting this goddamn system, then, I must see this through to the end. Shinsu hurried down the steps with the tourist in his arms, the malevolent curse forcing him to abandon all pretense of hiding his true strength. Stepping briskly off the swinging pendulum ride, I just set down a group of passengers still wearing expressions of post-disaster relief when another unlucky tourist plummeted from the sky. Shinsu dashed over, charging straight toward the falling figure. He spread his arms wide, caught her, and then collapsed backward onto the inflatable toy. The tremendous impact forced him to spit out a mouthful of blood, yet he gritted his teeth against the pain and roared with all his might at the crimson-eyed girl. People have humanity. They don't kill their own kind without reason. I don't want my future wife to be a murderous demon. Shinsu, but, Kay said. The girl seemed to regain a glimmer of consciousness at these words, murmuring, just kidding, I just want to send you to hell. Shinsu released the tourist and, dragging his injured body, began climbing back up the swinging arm once more. Many onlookers were moved by this selfless man's courage, casting aside their own safety to leap over the railings and rush to his aid. This scene once again left the young woman utterly stunned. She spread her hands before her eyes like a robot. Yes, I am human. I am not evil. I'm not a murderous maniac either. Shinsu said, when power is in your own hands, it's like a knife, neither right nor wrong, capable of chopping vegetables just as easily as killing people. It all depends on the choices made by the person who wields it. He said he didn't want his wife to be a murderous demon, so she would grant his wish. The next second, the terrifying whispers in her ears were gradually suppressed by the faint glow of humanity. The faint blood-red glow behind her slowly changed color, suddenly spreading like wings of holiness under the scorching sunlight. She looked like a goddess. Evil possession ended. Intracranial riot, Demon's Mercy. Demon's Mercy, rare opens a demonic domain with a 50-meter diameter. All dying targets within cannot die and slowly recover health. Villain points -1. Villain points -1. Villain points -1. When the Demon's Mercy halo activated, Shang Wanju's villain points plummeted like spilled mercury. As the last tourist was rescued, the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers and applause. Shinsu climbed off the inflatable toy, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and pulled the stunned girl into his arms before sprinting straight toward the VIP passage. He knew staying any longer would guarantee exposure. If they got cornered now, all his secrets would be laid bare. Meanwhile, on the Ferris wheel directly opposite the giant swing ride, Allison held Nana in her arms, watching that man sneak away from the scene from afar. My clenched heart finally relaxed. Mommy, Nana in my arms never took her eyes off the pirate ship. But it's too far away here, almost only a small outline can be seen. What's wrong? Allison asked. I miss Dad. Oh, why suddenly think of Dad? Allison was startled by her words and immediately pressed for more details. That person is a hero, and so is Daddy. Nana's response struck deep into Allison's heart like a hammer blow. Yes, both he and your father are heroes. Allison's emotions at this moment were indescribably complex. Valina, he is your father, but who knows when he'll be able to break free from this goddamn fate and reunite with you as father and daughter. I believe that day will come eventually. Scar, I believe you can do it. Dream Valley was forcibly closed due to a fatal accident, instantly sparking a frenzy on social media. The hero who went against the wind and climbed the giant pendulum arm to save lives also became a hot topic of discussion. But in the footage captured by bystanders and surveillance cameras, the hero's face remained consistently blurred. After some people mobilized administrative resources and still couldn't find anything, the matter was ultimately dropped. As for the aftermath of the incident, there's no need to elaborate further. Shunsu took Shangguanju back to the hotel. They devoured every edible item in all the rooms, and when the takeout arrived, they gorged themselves again. It took a full half hour to barely recover. The toll today was a bit too heavy. It wasn't because of saving someone, but rather because while resisting the system, some presence kept adding weights to Shangguanju's side, causing the scales to continuously tip in her favor. This outcome was terrifying. It means the system and some entity are both pressuring me simultaneously, double the pressure. This isn't just hard mode anymore, it's hell mode, practically leaving no way out. Take that malevolent curse effect for example, it can directly target me, even locking my dimensional storage space to prevent me from using my trump cards. How are you supposed to play when the referee jumps into the game? At the time when the mission showed failure, he almost gave up. However, seeing the message that popped up afterward from the system reignited his fighting spirit. Light and Dark Twinborn, failed. Mission failed, the rate of villain value reduction slows slightly, villain value plus 10. Devil's Mercy, activated. Demon's Mercy, completed. Rank, Epic. Rating, Perfect. Comprehensive evaluation, your selfless act awakened the dormant kindness in most witnesses, and rekindled the last remnants of humanity within the demon's heart. Henceforth, she ceased to be a pure embodiment of malice, giving birth to a rare spark of demonic compassion. Reward, all attributes plus 0.3. Rare reward, Shangguanlin/Shangguanju, skill, Death Mark LV1, rare. Epic reward, accessory, Thorn Ring of the Shadow Goddess, epic. Special reward, Curio, Panic Beacon, rare. 4 rewards, a super bountiful harvest. After spending 10 villain points and reducing the villain point depletion rate, I gained what can only be described as a luxurious haul. Moreover, thanks to the Demon's Mercy effect, my villain points plummeted by 25 points, and I still have plenty to spare. The Twin Light and Darkness quest I accepted earlier was merely a difficult task, while Demon's Mercy was truly epic. To think that Shinsu, such a formidable system tool, took years to cultivate just one supervillain, with the mission reward being merely epic level at best. This mission took less than 20 minutes yet yielded rewards that previously required years of effort. Absolutely terrifying. No wonder the system had to interfere, even going so far as to personally step in and tilt the scales. So she really was a damn evil capitalist after all. Who knows how many kickbacks she's taken in the process. This completely shattered his expectations. If he stubbornly pursued the epic quest and ended up guiding the target to become a righteous leader in reverse, the rewards would definitely surpass epic level. And what lies beyond the epic level, he didn't know, but he was certain this path was absolutely viable. Chapter 63, A Bountiful Harvest, is 5,000 attributes today too much to ask? Shinsu, Physique, 4.0, Spirit, 3.2, Talents, 1 Charmer, Charm +1 against any female creature. 2 Super Organs, rare your organ's resistance to disease and injury is greatly enhanced, with functionality doubled. 3 Extreme Endurance, rare tolerance to various negative status effects is significantly increased. For Body Mastery, rare you can freely control your body's recovery rate and resistance, slightly mutate flesh, and double your recovery speed after consuming food. Skills, 1 Military Skills LV3, proficient in various military skills. 2 Culinary Arts LV2, proficient in most food preparation methods. 3 Combat LV2, proficient in most combat techniques. For Interrogation LV2, proficient in most interrogation methods. 5 Business LV2, proficient in most business operation models. 6 Driving LV2, rare proficient in operating most types of vehicles, conceptual. Others. Physical Resistance, 2. Natural Resistance, 2. Mystical Resistance, 1. Personal Storage Space, 10 cubic meters. Accessory, Thief's Tail Ring, fine details omitted. Weapon, Zelatatha's Fong, superior details omitted. Accessory, Lamian's Abyssal Eye, superior details omitted. Curio, meteorite crystal, rare details omitted. Shinsu's physique attribute has surpassed 4.0, elevating his overall strength to another level. One could say he's practically a humanoid Gundam now. With each attribute improvement, his sense of security steadily grows. He turned his attention back to examine the rewards brought by the mission. I couldn't help but feel grateful for my choice. Absolutely worth it. Accessory, Thorn Ring of the Shadow Goddess, epic woven from nightmare thorns plucked by the Shadow Goddess herself. These thorns pierce fingers to drink divine blood, with terrifying shadow power flowing through them. Constitution plus 0.3, Armor penetration plus 3, Magic penetration plus 4, Stealth level plus 2. Extremely low chance to deal triple damage during assassinations. Can activate Shadow Domain for 30 seconds, granting speed plus 3, acuity plus 3. Can cast Shadow Step to instantly appear behind a target, dealing double damage, 24-hour cooldown. Forced wearing without special bloodline reduces Constitution by 0.5. These stats are absolutely insane. This was the first truly epic level reward Shinsu had ever obtained. Previously, epic level rewards were at best rare items, like the peculiar artifact, meteorite crystal, or an expansion of his personal storage space. But this time, with no middleman taking a cut, he actually got something fucking amazing. This ring not only boosts various attributes, but also comes with 3 absolutely top-tier skills. 1 passive, 2 active. Each one is a trump card level powerhouse. This ring seems to share similarities with Zalatatha's Fong, and is undoubtedly a perfect match for Shangguan Lin. For now, it can't be revealed, best to keep it stored away. When she discovers this ring later, she won't have any reason not to take it if she wants it. After all, it's not a weapon, hard to refuse. The next item is another artifact, seemingly no less valuable than epic tier rewards. Artifact Dread Beacon, rare, a spiral metal spike forged from mithril infused with countless wailing souls of the dead, emanating a chilling aura. When driven through the center of the skull with excruciating pain, it grants the target the ability to place dread marks. Additionally doubles learning speed for all knowledge. Dread Mark, you can inflict realistic hallucinations upon marked targets, creating illusions. Doubled learning speed. Using it myself would be a waste. Besides, hammering a 20 centimeter long black metal nail into someone's skull isn't something an ordinary person could do. Lin could do it, but she can't handle too many supernatural things right now, because Xiao Ju is already twisted enough, occasionally going berserk. If we give her this thing, she'd absolutely be capable of creating the university's top 10 horror stories. Jiang Shinan. Well, she's not a masochist, and she was born with a silver spoon. No need to force growth, let her be happy as she is. There's no need to drive in a nail just to make her grind. Gotta take another look. Shangguan Lin / Shangguan Ju. 155 divided by 45 divided by 36D. Human / Mind Flayer New. Current villain value, -40. Constitution, 1.7. Mental, 2.2. Status, Dual Souls, rare, congenital patent for Raymond Ovali. Dual Souls, rare, a schizophrenic patient transforms into 2 independent souls sharing one body under intense emotional stimulation and soothing. Spirit plus 0.1, Charm plus 1, resists 1 mental shock with 24-hour cooldown. Current soul will fall into deep sleep. Talents. 1 extended agony, endured prolonged bullying, possesses willpower more terrifying than ordinary people, willpower plus 1. 2 aberrant cognition, exceptionally high tolerance for heretical thoughts involving horror, grotesquerie, and cruelty. Physical attributes double while in aberrant cognition state. 3 extremism, rare, high probability of breaking through emotional threshold limits under special circumstances, tenacity plus 1, cruelty plus 1, embraced by a certain entity. Skill slot unlocked. Skill 1 Deathmark LV1, rare, new, the souls of death and wailing awaken you. All attributes plus 0.3. Imprint a mark on the target, all attacks deal true damage and ignore resistance. Hitting the target restores health, while killing it restores a large amount of HP. All attributes increase by 20% when emotions surpass the threshold. Miss Shangguan's 3 talents have indeed been growing at an alarming rate these past few days. Shinsu could barely keep her under control anymore. Fortunately, her villain score had already been driven down to -40 points. And all this had happened in just a few days. The progress was remarkably fast. Compared to the previous pace of completing tasks, this extreme exploitation method has put immense pressure on Shinsu. It's far more difficult than going with the flow. Anyway, the shop is already renovated, time to hurry back and stay put. Originally, I wanted to avoid the major villain and take a trip for fun, but I almost ended up sending myself off for good. Though the process was bizarre and fruitful, no one can endure the repeated torment of both the major villain and the system. I really need a good rest. Shinsu steadied his mind and said to the girl licking her milk popsicle, Xiao Ju, we're going back to Longqing tonight. Ha, we're going back already? Shangguan Ju raised her eyebrows, deliberately letting a few drops of melted popsicle dribble down the corner of her mouth. TSK, look at you, even eating a popsicle makes a mess. Shinsu smiled, pulling out a napkin to wipe the ice cream from the corner of her mouth. Then feed me. I won't fall for your tricks. Ha ha, humph, how boring. After finishing her words, Shangwanju stuffed the last bit of ice cream into her mouth and tossed away the stick. Then she leaped onto him, her delicate frame pressed against his chest, weightless as a feather and soft as cotton. See, the shop is already renovated. It's time for you to get into study mode. Didn't QS send you a message? Shinsu patted the girl's head, knowing she didn't want to go back. After all, Jiang Shernan was still at the shop. The two girls were the same age but constantly at odds with each other. If he went back now, the time they could spend together would naturally decrease. Better to delay it day by day. Yes, it's already been sent to my email, Tokyo Metropolitan Jinguji University. The girl licked her lips and planted a kiss on Shinsu's cheek. Cool and refreshing, a faint sweetness lingered in his nostrils, the scent of milk ice cream. Girls should be more reserved. You keep doing this out of the blue. It's really lacking boundaries, you know. When it came to Shangwanju, he mostly kept pushing her away, maintaining a certain distance. After all, she wasn't like Lin Lin, who had self-awareness and would feel shy. You couldn't exactly expect a female rogue who'd say things like, do whatever you want with my body, to act like a proper lady. If he wasn't careful and ended up crossing a line he shouldn't, the entire plan would be ruined. Besides, he wasn't lacking women at the moment. Little Millie had been temporarily appeased, and if push came to shove, taking a quick flight to Dubai wasn't out of the question either. As for Jiang Shiyu, he wasn't keen on provoking her for now. Unlike Allison, this woman hadn't come knocking on his door looking for blood, so it was better to let sleeping dogs lie. He'd pretend not to know and drag it out day by day. You're my fiancé. Why should there be such strong boundaries between us? Shangwanju feigned anger as she cupped Shinsu's face with both hands and planted a fierce kiss on his lips. Shinsu, you're mine, forever mine. Chapter 64, Jiang Shernan's feelings. Under the setting sun, Jiang Shernan moved a pot of freshly bloomed pale purple hydrangeas from the shade to the front gate. The roses on the porch grew lush and thick, covering the iron passageway. She stood up, lifting her arm to wipe the sweat from her forehead, her mood exceptionally bright. Because Brother Su said he'd arrive at 6 o'clock tonight. So she cleaned the place again and tidied up the shop front once more. It's about 5:30 now. After moving the flowers, she locked the front door, went upstairs to take a shower and changed clothes, applied some light makeup, twirled in front of the mirror, and felt today's outfit was absolutely perfect. Meanwhile, Shinsu first took Shangwan Lin back to her apartment and waited until she had showered and gone to bed before leaving. By the time he drove to the shop, it was already past 6 o'clock. The storefront looked completely different now. The previously somewhat dusty first floor floor-to-ceiling windows had been removed and expanded slightly. The second floor was also renovated with large floor-to-ceiling windows, framed with expensive retro-style bricks that looked exceptionally high quality. The arched iron frame between the shop entrance and the road was completely covered in blooming roses. Between the intervals, several pots of hydrangeas, sunflowers, and other outdoor plants competed in beauty, all thriving splendidly. The outdoor area before the floor-to-ceiling windows had all its wrought iron tables, chairs, and sunshades replaced, now displaying more intricate patterns. The floor tiles at the entrance were all replaced with marble-textured ones, with intricate patterns carved even on the steps. Small Roman-style stone sculptures with built-in nightlights were placed on both sides of the staircase, visually striking yet impractical, and outrageously expensive. A graceful young woman stood there, her charming smile radiant as her beautiful eyes sparkled while gazing at him. She wore a Reformation Tansy crepe dress, Jimmy Choo Elmbao ballet flats, and had a Versace Alia Bao hair clip adorning her head. Beyond that, she wore no other accessories, elegant, refined, exuding the poised demeanor of a well-bred young lady. As Shinsu approached, Jiang Shernan noticed no one was following behind him. Her large eyes narrowed slightly, her face beaming with a smile. In one swift motion, she threw herself into his arms for a tight embrace. Brother Su, you're finally back. Breathing in the girl's refreshing fragrance, Shinsu sighed with emotion. In his past life, he had healed Jiang Shernan, but now Jiang Shernan was healing him. Yes, you've worked hard these past few days. No way. I feel like I'm living such a fulfilling life. The girl's smile grew even brighter as she took Shinsu's hand, walking while excitedly explaining the shop's renovations and all the special little touches, each one clearly a labor of love. The formerly simple and rustic coffee shop had been transformed into an authentic old-world European-style establishment. The difference between this lavish version and the budget-friendly original was like night and day. The quality had improved by leaps and bounds, far beyond just a grade or two. Brother Su, are you satisfied? The young girl asked expectantly. Quite good, yes. The books have increased significantly too. Shinsu glanced at the rows of neatly arranged foreign language books on the custom-made rosewood bookshelf, their pages emitting the distinctive fragrance of paper. He pulled down a copy of Umberto Eco's History of Beauty, flipping through a few pages at random. The exquisite illustrations and Italian text clearly indicated this was an edition from Milan's Bompiani publishing house, confirmed by the 2004 printing year on the back cover. Truth be told, the Chinese translation of this book had some omissions and errors, making it far less fluid than the original Italian version, a distinction only those who'd studied it would recognize. As it happened, Shinsu had spent several years in Italy and could read it fluently. A pity, though, those were memories steeped in the scent of mafia and gunpowder, best left unmentioned. And these inexplicably added books must have been the girl's doing. Originally, this bookshelf was filled with familiar novels, there wouldn't have been any works on aesthetics. This counts as smuggling in personal preferences. Truth be told, in a small place like Longcheng County, those who come in for an expensive cup of pour-over coffee already belong to a niche within a niche. Most of them are just pretentious types or bandwagon jumpers. Fewer than 1 in 5 actually know anything about coffee. Among these people, very few could settle down to read books, let alone such an extremely niche original work in a minor language. You just wanted to read it yourself, didn't you? Shinsu smiled as he opened the book. Since I've already been admitted, I should study it properly. Jiang Shernan nodded. Having been admitted to the Linchuan branch of the Central Academy of Fine Arts herself, she naturally had a strong interest in this field. This is Italian. Can you understand it? A little. Then let me test you. You must have read the Chinese translation. In Chapter 3, Section 5, I Trattati sull'arte was translated as other arts in the Chinese version. Do you think this translation is correct? Shinsu actually knew she had read it back then. He had secretly hand-picked the textbook himself and asked Jiang Shiyu to bring it to her. Though the Chinese translation had many errors and omissions, most of it was still passable. He planned to let her read the original text once she was older. By then, comparing the two versions would surely give her deeper insights. I'm not sure. Jiang Shernan shook her head with a bitter smile. She had studied some Italian, but wasn't as proficient in it as she was in French. The literal translation of this phrase should be, art thesis, but I'm more inclined towards, treatise on art. When you have time later, you can check the Chinese translated version of this chapter and combine it with the actual context, then you'll understand where the problem lies. Shinsu closed the book and returned it to its original place. Then he headed upstairs. The girl froze for a moment, watching his retreating figure, before curling her lips into a breathtaking smile. Brother Su, you've stopped pretending, haven't you? Well then, neither will I. Today's the day I'll have you. I really can't wait any longer. The girl lifted her skirt and quickly followed after him. Shinsu arrived on the second floor, observing the room's furnishings, simple yet sophisticated, exuding an unmistakable scent of wealth. Mixed within it were the girl's own unique little touches. A uniquely shaped vase sat on the nightstand, holding a half-bloomed lily. The few provocative figurines on the desk had already been enclosed in glass display cases. A brand new Bowers and Wilkins Zeppelin air was playing melodious symphonic music, softly, just at the perfect volume to create a comfortably pleasant atmosphere. By the floor-to-ceiling window, a pure white air purification system quietly circulated fresh air. Combined with the central air conditioning, the room temperature remained steadily between 24 to 26 degrees Celsius, cool enough to be refreshing without feeling dry. Even the custom-made 2 by 2.4 meter bed from Gujia Crafts was draped with a lotus-colored gradient silk bed runner. This was practically the plus ultra gold tycoon edition of minimalist style. How fucking minimalist indeed. That single bed runner alone probably cost nearly 10 grand, and the damn thing was practically useless except for looking pretty. After all, this thing was originally used by Europeans and Americans returning from outside. They'd place their feet on it when resting on the bed without removing shoes, preventing the quilt from getting dirty. You've decorated the room beautifully, must have put in a lot of effort, huh? Shinsu felt both helpless and touched. This design undoubtedly required tremendous dedication. Everywhere reveals the delicate thoughts of a young girl. Not really, I just like it. I think Brother Su is absolutely right. You'll only put your heart into things you truly love. You actually remembered that? Shinsu murmured quietly. Of course, how could I ever forget? At this moment, the girl's radiant face was already brimming with desire. She frantically pounced on Shinsu, pinning him to the bed. Brother Su, Shernan missed you so much. Shernan can't live without you, don't you know? Take me now. Shernan, there are some things you don't understand. Shinsu gently pushed away her approaching cherry lips with his palm, revealing a faint trace of helplessness. I've grown up. I'm not a child anymore. I can choose my own life. I can choose my own man too. You didn't die, you just had surgery to change your face, right? I don't care about that. Jiang Shernan's long-suppressed emotions finally erupted completely at this moment. Once her feelings for Shinsu had been suppressed by her sister, but now that he and her sister had become like strangers, why couldn't she fight for him herself? So her emotions erupted violently, even Shinsu didn't expect it, and the system prompts immediately flooded in like crazy. Chapter 65. Good, very good, excellent. Ding. Target detected, Jiang Shernan. Talents. 1. The great artist, your artistic cells are abundant, brimming with boundless whimsy and creativity, art plus 1. 2. Morbid love, long-term unrequited love has shaped this emotion to descend in a peculiar direction, charm plus 1. 3. Mysterious vision, a more meticulous depiction of fears related to darkness, depth, density, and certain indescribable entities, while also being more susceptible to their favor, spirit plus 0.5, art plus 1, gazed upon by the bottomless abyss. Quest, the gate of the abyss. Rating, epic. Mission objective, make the girl open the abyssal gate in despair, causing her to fully demonize, achieve a personal villainy score exceeding 100 points, personally kill 10,000 people, including indirect deaths, accumulate personal assets of 500 million, and reach a social influence level surpassing 60 points. Reward, random attribute plus 0.5. Rare reward, random rare talent. Epic reward, Ypres Nightmare Gown, Armor, Epic. Special reward, achievement, Feast of the Abyss. Select target, yes/no. Damn you, system, another triple talent? Is this some grand opening promotion? Now you're even dragging Jiang Shinan into this mess. This is truly outrageous. Shinsu had no choice but to bind his target. If Shangwan Lin was someone he tried resisting the system's binding with, then Jiang Shinan became a reluctant choice. Because without binding her, the girl would naturally slide into the abyss under its bottomless gaze. By binding her, there was still a chance to save her. So he had to accept it, and could only accept it. Target, Jiang Shinan, successfully bound. Abyssal gate accepted. Target attributes panel activated. 163 divided by 46 divided by 35 C. Attributes. Constitution, 1.2. Spirit, 1.6. Status, morbid love, sigmoiditis. Brother Su, why won't you accept me? Am I not pretty enough? Not gentle enough? Or not seductive enough? The girl pushed away by Shinsu slumped on the edge of the bed, her face filled with disappointment. With a sudden surge of determination, she violently tore at her expensive dress, her neck stiff and brows furrowed as she questioned him with a hint of madness. It's not that. The problem lies with me. Can you wait until you finish college first? Shinsu shook his head and carefully redressed her in the clothes she had torn off, gently wiping away the teardrops from her tear-blurred face while still holding her. He truly couldn't agree to her request. At least not now. After all, there was still the matter of Miss Shangwan waiting for him. Without resolving her issue, getting involved with anyone else would only plunge him into a battlefield of relationships. When 2 or 3 talented major villains start fighting, who should I help? Helping either side wouldn't be appropriate. So, he thought it best to stall for now. At least wait until Shangwan Lin's villain score reaches -100 before deciding. Why? Brother Su, I'm not Shangwan Lin, I won't wait until graduation. I want to be with you now. You used to belong to my sister, but not anymore. So now you're mine. Jiang Shinan's stubborn temper flared up. She was nothing like that foolish Shangwan Lin. Keep waiting, and the person would just vanish. What if one day sister suddenly loses her mind and clings to brother Su again? Would she have to step back once more? No, she didn't want to continue like this anymore. The suffocation was simply unbearable. Shinan, there are some things I can't explain to you, but please believe me, everything I'm doing is for your own good. Shinsu was somewhat surprised by her reaction. In the past, Jiang Shinan would almost always listen to him and rarely insisted on having her own way. After all, he used to act like the head of the household, his word was law. The sudden surge of intense love seemed to have shattered the long-established pattern of their relationship, and so, the girl began to resist. She wrenched her hand free from Shinsu's grasp, rushed to the wooden table, and pulled out a sharp pair of floral scissors from the drawer. She pressed them directly against her throat. Brother Su, if I can't have you today, I'll die right here in front of you. Jiang Shinan trembled all over, screaming hysterically. Tears poured down her face. Her face flushed crimson, like a boiled shrimp. The floral scissors tip had already pierced the skin, blood gushing out. Abyssal tremor. Death's love reward, greatly increases all attributes, fanaticism +1, sanity -1. Good. Great. Excellent. You're starting off by throwing a big pile of disgusting shit at me, huh? At this point, Shinsu's temper flared up too. Not taking advantage of this situation would be a disservice to the bets this bastard placed on Shinan. So, he took 2 steps forward to stand before Jiang Shinan. He reached out, intending to snatch the scissors from her hands, but the girl summoned strength from somewhere, twisting her wrist to plunge the scissors straight into Shinsu's chest, the blade sinking into the hilt. Jiang Shinan recoiled in horror, releasing her grip. Brother Su, I didn't mean to. Ugh, hiss. Shinan, it's not that I don't love you, but I can't right now. Shinsu's face twisted in agony as he endured the pain and pulled out the scissors. Warm, metallic blood splattered across the young woman's face. The man over 6 feet tall collapsed backward onto the ground, losing consciousness. Jiang Shinan's frayed sanity was instantly jerked back by this horrifying scene. Ah! She let out a scream, her heart utterly unable to bear losing Shinsu a second time. In her panic, she immediately took off her clothes and pressed them firmly against Shinsu's bleeding wound. "Brother Su, don't do this. I was wrong. I'll never force you again. Don't die. Woo woo." An overwhelming sense of regret began to consume her thoughts. She hated herself for forcing him. "Why can't we take it slow? Brother Su, I'll call an ambulance for you." As Shinsu's eyelids slowly closed, the panicked girl, seeing the blood staining his clothes, immediately thought of calling an ambulance. Fumbling in a fluster, she took out her phone, unlocked it after several attempts, and then dialed 120. Soon, the county hospital's ambulance pulled up in front of the shop. Shinsu was carried down from the second floor by the doctors and rushed to the emergency room. "Doctor, save him, you must save him. Money is no object. I'm begging you on my knees, please. Woo woo." Jiang Shernan withdrew her gaze from the hospital bed being wheeled into the emergency room, her face filled with regret. She clung desperately to the emergency doctor's white coat with a tearful voice, her knees buckling weakly. The doctor, accustomed to such situations, reacted swiftly and supported her up before she could kneel. "Easy there, young lady. I just took a closer look, it hit an artery, but your, boyfriend. Your boyfriend has a strong constitution and a high chance of survival. He's just lost too much blood and may require a transfusion during treatment." Jiang Shernan was so strikingly beautiful that the middle-aged doctor, unusually gentle, spoke softly to reassure her. "Good, transfuse him, give him more. I have money. The payment you just made is sufficient, but I must ask, young lady, what's your blood type?" The doctor shook his head as he watched her panicked state. "Type O. You can take mine if it's not enough. Doctor, please don't let anything happen to him, please." "Alright, having heard you say that is enough. This guy has a girlfriend like you, TSK, even I'm a bit envious. Sit on the bench for a while, it'll take some time." The doctor nodded, his tone full of emotion. Then he turned and entered the emergency room. As the emergency room doors closed behind him, the red resuscitation light flickered on. Jiang Shernan's restless heart grew even more unsettled. She paced endlessly outside the doors, tears streaming down her face again and again. The weight of self-blame pressed down on her more heavily than ever. Despair was slowly building up in my heart. "Brother Su, if you're gone, Shernan doesn't want to live either. I'll die with you." Chapter 66, Must have saved the galaxy in my past life. Several minutes later, the emergency room doors swung open. The doctor rushed out anxiously and shouted to Jiang Shernan, "Young lady, we're short on blood. Go quickly to the blood bank at the hospital entrance for a blood test and donate some." "Okay, I'll go." Soon, Jiang Shernan donated 400 milliliters of blood at the blood bank by the hospital entrance. The doctor looked somewhat surprised after seeing the blood donation receipt. "Young lady, 400 milliliters with your physique? Do you feel dizzy at all?" "No, doctor, please save my boyfriend quickly. I'm fine." The doctor gave an acknowledging hum. Then he quickly walked toward the operating room with the receipt in hand. This was standard hospital procedure since the blood bank's reserves were always limited. Family members had to donate first before a patient could receive a transfusion. It was also impossible to directly transfer blood from a donor to a patient while lying down, as donated blood had to undergo a series of treatments before it could be used. So hospitals often used an exchange method. Family members would donate first, and then the blood bank would allocate the required supply. This ensures the basic blood supply won't run critically low. But these 400 milliliters were voluntarily requested by the girl herself. Though the nurse advised Jiang Shernan, who had a slender physique, to stop after donating 200 milliliters, the girl insisted on having an extra 200 milliliters drawn to ensure Shinsu would have sufficient blood reserves. This earned the admiration of all the young nurses at the blood bank. So beautiful, yet willing to sacrifice this much for her boyfriend. Did he save the galaxy in his past life? Outside the emergency room, Jiang Shernan covered her face with both hands, quietly sobbing. A perfectly good surprise turned into a bloody disaster for myself. But why did I suddenly lose control back then? How strange. Just as the girl was drowning in pain, regret, and bewilderment. At this moment, a middle-aged man with thinning hair and thick gold chains hanging from his wrists and neck had long noticed this extraordinarily beautiful young woman. He had been wailing so dramatically in front of the emergency room earlier, probably couldn't afford the medical bills. Well then, might as well see if he could lend a helping hand. And then, thinking this, he plopped himself down right next to the girl. He asked in an unctuous tone, "What's wrong, little girl?" Jiang Shernan instinctively scooted one seat away like a startled animal. The middle-aged man continued to press forward relentlessly toward the young girl. "Don't be scared, little girl. Tell uncle I have money to help you. Uncle isn't a bad person. Don't be nervous. Tell uncle who got hurt or fell sick." After asking a few questions with no response, the man finally couldn't restrain himself and actually reached out to lift the girl's hair. The girl abruptly raised her head, her expression instantly turning terrifying. "You," before the man could speak, black blood began seeping from the girl's facial features. Then patches of pale skin began peeling off, revealing nothing but rotting flesh beneath. Her once glossy cherry lips split open all the way down to her jawline, forming an inverted smile. Ah! Her face contorted as she opened her mouth and let out an ear-splitting, blood-curdling shriek. Fuck! A ghost! There's a ghost! Ah! The terrifying scene made the man break out in a cold sweat, instantly wetting his pants as he stumbled and fled toward the door in panic, even losing a shoe in the process. Jiang Shernan watched in surprise as the man bolted outside like he'd seen a ghost after barely exchanging a few words. She had only felt an instinctive disgust moments ago, thinking to herself, get lost, and he really did get lost. But before she could ponder further, she heard the emergency room door open. Ding! A nurse wheeled out the hospital bed. Jiang Shernan wiped her tears and rushed to the bedside in a few quick steps. Noticing Shinsu's steady breathing and the neatly bandaged wound on his chest, he was essentially out of mortal danger. Brother Su, I'm sorry, sob. Jiang Shernan held his slightly cold hands in hers, tears once again spilling uncontrollably down her cheeks. Young lady, he's fine now. Fortunately, the stab only hit an artery and didn't pierce the heart. He'll recover after the stitches heal. The doctor was deeply moved witnessing this scene. This girl must be desperately in love with him, and she clearly comes from a very wealthy family. She even had them draw extra blood to save him. The middle-aged doctor couldn't help but mutter to himself in his mind. Young man, you're on the right path. Right after graduation, you're already leaning toward the righteous way, your future is boundless. Thank you so much, doctor. No need to thank me, just doing my job. Let him stay in the observation room overnight first. We'll see how he is tomorrow. If he's doing well, we'll transfer him to a regular ward. The doctor waved his hand and had the nurse wheel him into the emergency observation room. Doctor, please arrange the best ward and the best medication for him. Money is no object. When Jiang Shernan heard the doctor wanted to put Shinsu in a regular ward, she immediately objected. If he was going to be hospitalized, it had to be the best. If not, she'd transfer him directly to Shanghai. Shinsu's internal injuries had already healed completely after being wheeled out of the operating room. Only the wounds looked gruesome on the surface. He feigned weakness as he clasped the girl's hand in return. Shernan, it's alright, I know my own body. Brother Su, you're awake. Thank goodness. Sob, I almost thought I was going to lose you again. I'm sorry, I'll never pressure you anymore. Sob. Jiang Shernan watched as Shinsu gradually regained consciousness, her anxiously suspended heart finally settling back into place. The pressure of death suddenly vanished, causing her emotions to burst forth as she broke down in tears once more. Don't cry. It's not good if you cry yourself sick. Shinsu managed a gentle smile with difficulty as he comforted her. He also glanced at the girl's neck and noticed the freshly inflicted wound had already scabbed over, putting his mind at ease. Although the system isn't humane, the major villains connected to certain terrifying entities possess recovery abilities far beyond ordinary people. Minor injuries can generally be completely disregarded. I won't cry. Brother Su, hiss. What did you mean earlier when you said it's not that you don't love me, but just can't for now? In the emergency observation room, the girl knelt half upright by the hospital bed, sniffling as she asked. This question made Shinsu's liver ache with frustration. As expected, Jiang Shernan was even harder to fool. This girl takes after her sister, far too sharp for her own good. Ah, tomatoes too small can't be eaten yet. What do you mean? Shinsu's words left Jiang Shernan utterly confused. Small tomatoes taste bitter, they only become sweet when fully grown. Do you understand? Brother Su, I'm not little anymore. With that, the girl defiantly thrust out her chest. Not small here, but here. Shinsu pointed to his own head. Seeing the girl fall silent, Shinsu continued, Shernan, you're different from Shangguan Lin. Lin is actually quite pitiful, so I need to help her establish herself first before leaving. This way she won't suddenly lose her life support. She'll suffer for a while at most, but eventually move on. But you're different, you come from an excellent family, with a bright future ahead. Born already standing at heights ordinary people wouldn't dare dream of. Cough, and of course, your perspective on love is far more pure. You know about my relationship with Shiyu. If I were to take you now, given her temperament, she would definitely deal with me harshly, even if she feels indebted to me. Besides, you must know something about what Shiyu has been doing overseas. So, what do you think? Watching as the girl's emotions gradually stabilized, she nodded in rational agreement while listening to his words. Shinsu let out a sigh of relief. Well, as long as you understand. So if you really want to be with me, then work hard for it. Strive to reach at least the same height as your sister. Otherwise, my fate will be to die miserably at your sister's hands. His words were not entirely deceitful. After all, he did have an ambiguous relationship with Jiang Shiyu. Don't be fooled by the fact that the Jiang devil hasn't come after him yet. It's only because he hasn't crossed her bottom line. All those previous photos and acts of betrayal were deliberately shown to her. If Shinsu really went ahead and devoured Jiang Shernan too, Given this major villain's temperament, he could guess with his ass that being chopped into pieces would be the least of it. Chapter 67, Wearing the wedding dress I designed, marrying you in front of the whole world. Brother Sue, I acted impulsively. The girl looked remorseful as she gently pressed the back of his hand against her cheek, feeling the warmth of his touch. It's good that you recognize it. No matter what, your future achievements will never be inferior to your sister's. I'll help you just as I helped Shiyu, and I truly look forward to the day you stand before your sister with dignity. Shinsu's penetrating gaze seemed to carry infinite magic, filling the young girl with hope. Exactly. Brother Sue could make the Jiang family soar and elevate sister to the pinnacle. I can do it too. Why must everything depend on that wretched woman? Humph, am I Jiang Shernan any worse than her? I'll be the best. I'll wear the wedding dress I designed myself and marry you in front of the whole world. Good. Brother Sue, I won't let you down. I'll strive to be the best, better than anyone else. When that day comes, you can't refuse me anymore. I promise you, Shernan has always been the best in my eyes. Villain score -10. Seeing the system prompt pop up, Shinsu finally let out a genuine sigh of relief. This hurdle was temporarily overcome. What an utterly exhausting ordeal. That evening before going to bed, Shinsu sent a message to Shangwan Lin, saying he would go to the city the next day to purchase some rare ingredients and would likely be away for 3 or 4 days. He reminded the girl to focus on her studies. The Strong Foundation program requires both an interview and a written exam. Fail either one, and it's over. So she had to keep studying and wait for the notification to attend the interview and written exam. Because the Norton family had secured a recommendation letter from QS management, and there was also an invitation from Tokyo's Jinguji University, the Tsinghua Beijing University interview was practically a done deal, but for the written exam, Shinsu didn't want to take any more shortcuts. The girl had to put in the effort to pass on her own. Otherwise, it would be as meaningless as trying to help seedlings grow by pulling them upward. Even if she got in, she'd just be scraping by at the bottom of the class. Fortunately, the girl didn't ask too many questions. After reminding him to stay safe and get some rest, she went off to study. However, news of his hospitalization quickly reached Allison. Early the next morning, she rushed into the ward with Nana, carrying a large bag of fruits. This startled Jiang Shernan, who had been sitting by the bed kowtowing. Looking up, an extraordinarily beautiful foreign woman stood at the door, holding the hand of an equally lovely 8 or 9-year-old girl. Isn't that the one who came in with my sister the other day? The way she's looking at me. There seems to be a faint flash of hostility passing through her eyes. Brother, what's wrong with you? Nana immediately broke free from her mother's grip upon seeing Shinsu lying on the bed and ran over, her large eyes misty with tears. I'm fine, thank you for coming to see me, Nana. Shinsu couldn't hide his injuries from Allison. He was genuinely happy that she had brought Nana to visit him today. The bond of blood ties gave him a particularly special feeling. He ruffled Nana's hair and looked up at Allison. You're here? Allison nodded, exchanging a glance with Shinsu, as if asking, and who might this one be? Ahem, let me introduce you. This is Ms. Allison Scar Norton, and this is her daughter Farona Scar Norton, nicknamed Nana, the family I deliver desserts and snacks to every day. This is Jiang Shernan, the second daughter of the Shanghai Jiang family. Her elder sister should be quite familiar to you. Shinsu briefly introduced both sides. Allison nodded at the young girl, while Nana sweetly called out sister. The little girl's adorable and innocent demeanor warmed Jiang Shernan's heart, making her momentarily overlook the faint hostility from the girl's mother. Hello, Nana, you're absolutely adorable. Watching Jiang Shernan happily playing with Nana, Allison turned her gaze toward the man lying on the hospital bed. What happened to you? I accidentally got hurt, but it's nothing serious. Sorry to trouble you to come all this way. Shinsu deliberately spoke with a hint of distance in his tone. He knew little Mealy should be able to understand. Then you'd better recover quickly. Nana hasn't had anything you've made in a long time. Allison's cold and haughty face remained expressionless, but after all, they had spent a long time together before. She crossed her arms, twisting her left thumb upward with her right thumb and forefinger. The gesture was clearly a warning to him. Don't keep up the act for too long. I don't have much time. If you don't spend more time with me, I'll make you pay. Ha ha ha, cough. I'll try my best. Shinsu felt Allison had misunderstood. He wasn't deliberately shirking responsibility, but rather this was an unexpected situation. He knew perfectly well that with her floodgates just opened, her desires would be at their peak intensity. There was no way she'd let him rest in a hospital bed. Brother Sue, you should rest in the hospital for a few more days. Earning money isn't urgent. Jiang Shernan didn't want Shinsu to work while injured. Money was just worldly possessions, and she had plenty of it. Besides, this foreign woman clearly didn't seem easy to deal with. Her aura wasn't much different from her sister's. She really couldn't muster any goodwill toward her. Don't worry, Shernan, I know what I'm doing. Shinsu smiled at her and then pinched Nana's little hand to ask, did Nana go anywhere fun with mommy these past few days? Yes, I went to the water park, and rode the Ferris wheel. Nana became enthusiastic as soon as she mentioned going out to play, eagerly telling Shinsu all about it. After all, it was rare for her to go out, so her memories were exceptionally vivid. She recounted in detail how many new friends she had made, what activities she had participated in, and what performances she had watched. She even mentioned seeing a hero moving against the flow while riding the Ferris wheel. He said she reminded him of his own father. This stirred deep familial affection in Shinsu's heart, his eyes even glistening with moisture. Emotionally moved, he gently rested his cheek against the little girl's head. His face was filled with tenderness. I'm sorry, Nana, but Daddy can't tell you just yet. When you grow up and become strong enough to handle it, Daddy will tell you the truth. Jiang Shernan looked at Shinsu's strange behavior with some confusion. Why was he so fond of a little foreign girl? Moreover, after living with Brother Su for over 5 years, I'd never seen him wear such an expression before. It was just like how Mom used to look at me. Ms. Allison didn't stay long. After watching the father-daughter pair cuddle for a while, she made an excuse and took the child away. She had only come to check on Shinsu's injuries and to let the child see him. Looks like this guy is in great spirits, and there's another young girl by his side now. TSK, aren't you afraid they'll start fighting, my dear Mr. Scar? Allison thought to herself. After all, she's a woman too. Even knowing what Shinsu is doing, staying here just feels uncomfortable. Might as well let him handle it himself. Out of sight, out of mind. Brother Su, she seems so familiar with you, just like you and sister. And you're way too nice to Nana, you've never treated me like that. Jiang Shernan saw Nana out, then walked back to the hospital bed, pouting as she voiced the doubts in her heart. She had lived with Shinsu for quite some time, so she knew him far better than Shangguan Lin. Thus, many of his little mannerisms and subtle details would arouse the young woman's suspicions. Not at all. I was barely 20 when I was with your sister, how well could I have known her? But honestly, I adore Nana. She lost her father young, and her mother was rarely in China. If possible, I'd love to adopt her as my own daughter. Shinsu deftly sidestepped the question, steering the conversation toward Nana instead. Brother Su, I don't want you to do this. Jiang Shernan immediately became alert. She absolutely refused to share Shinsu's attention. What if he recognized that girl as his daughter? He would definitely devote enormous effort to her, and that simply wouldn't do. She couldn't bear the thought of someone else experiencing the meticulous care and boundless concern he'd shown her during her school days. Why? Shinsu feigned ignorance. You promised to help me stand equal with my sister, so you don't have time to look after kids. From now on, you can only care about me. Jiang Shernan clung to his arm and said angrily, then what if you don't behave? Then just hit me. Silly, how could I bear to? Chapter 68. You don't actually want to play gangster games, do you? Shinsu was discharged from the hospital after just 3 days of bed rest. This was already after Jiang Shernan and the doctor strongly advised him to stay one more day, otherwise, Shinsu wouldn't have lasted even 2 days. Because being hospitalized was just too boring. Lying in the hospital bed, every day was spent reading books or watching TV, even his phone had been confiscated. Of course, his body had long since recovered. If it weren't for the fear of being dragged off for dissection, he would have even peeled off the scabs from his wounds. After conducting every possible examination, the doctor reluctantly signed the discharge papers with a furrowed brow. He instructed Shinsu to avoid strenuous exercise during this period, rest properly at home, and take the medication regularly as prescribed. The young girl took all the medical documents and medicine, supporting Shinsu as they walked toward the car. Jiang Shernan had obtained her driver's license back in high school. Though she wasn't particularly skilled behind the wheel, she was at least a 2-year veteran driver. Compared to her candy-colored Porsche 718 commuter car, the X5 was much larger, but she had no trouble handling it. Soon, the car came to a stop in front of the shop. The two of them got out of the car. I was shocked to discover that someone had splashed red paint on the glass door. The clock rewinds to 9:30 in the morning. Shangguan Lin returned home, gathered his study materials upstairs, and was about to leave with his backpack. After coming downstairs, he found Shangguan Li blocking his way at the entrance. Hey, you've been gone for over 10 days, and now you're back but won't even stay a couple more days? The guy asked in a strange tone. None of your business. Move aside. Shangguan Lin's face was icy cold. She had absolutely no affection for this half-brother of hers. Couldn't even spare him another word. So how's it going with that Shinsu? Done the deed yet? Shangguan Li gave her a once-over with a gaze that was downright revolting. Shangguan Lin went out with that guy, and her outfit, accessories, and the Meta 60 in her hand no longer resembled those of a poor girl. She had become polished and radiant. This made Shangguan Li feel a twinge of envy, and he grew even more resentful that she refused to share her good fortune with him. I told you, it's none of your business. Get out of my way. Shangguan Lin frowned, the coldness in her expression deepening. TCH, who do you think you are? Before Shangguan Li could finish speaking, Shangguan Lin yanked him aside. The previously delicate and frail girl had somehow gained tremendous strength. Shang Wanli was actually thrown off before he could even react. Stumbling, he bumped into the table, knocking himself painfully. This only deepened his already foul mood, instantly directing his anger toward Shinsu. This inexplicable guy wasn't just blocking his path to becoming the boss. He'd also allowed Shang Wanlin, formerly at the bottom of the family hierarchy, to rise up and trample over him. This is absolutely outrageous. Shang Wanli struggled to his feet, rubbing his lower back as he glared venomously at the departing figure of the young woman. Soon after, he went to a building materials store and bought a small bucket of red paint. Carrying the paint can, he mounted his ghost scooter and rode to the entrance of Vanity Cafe. Looking at the newly renovated cafe, he felt his anger boiling over. Damn it, so you've got money, huh? Well, I'll make sure you regret having it. With malice surging in his heart, he glanced around to make sure no one was passing by, then pried open the paint can and splashed it all over the glass door. So when Shinsu and the other returned, this was the scene that greeted them. As if struck by a thought, a certain someone curled their lips into an inexplicable smile, yet turned to ask the visibly exasperated young girl. TSK, Shernan, how much would this door cost? No idea. Maybe we should just get someone to replace it with a new one. Though Jiang Shernan was furious, Brother Su had once told her, once something has happened, find a way to solve it. Getting angry is meaningless. So the usual approach to handling problems is, if money can resolve it, don't let emotions spiral out of control. This can reduce the risk of liver cancer and breast cancer. No. We need to make the paint vandal suffer a bit. Let's go inside first and check the surveillance footage. Shinsu went up to the second floor, took out his laptop, logged into the surveillance system, and found what he was looking for in just a few minutes. As expected, this kid finally showed up. In the surveillance footage, Shang Wanli's face twisted with malice as he violently splashed paint everywhere. Before leaving, he even kicked the stone statue by the entrance a few times. However, the statue was sturdy, and the idiot seemed to have hurt his own foot in the process. He limped away and rode off on his noisy motorcycle toward the main road. Shernan, what's coming might get a bit brutal. Maybe you should head back to the hotel first? Shinsu glanced at the girl who was adjusting the Zeppelin on her phone. She had originally wanted to buy a workstation, but Shinsu stopped her. It was better to keep the girl's belongings away from the second floor, just in case Miss Shangwan asked about them. It would be hard to explain. Jiang Shernan's eyes actually flickered with anticipation upon hearing Shinsu's words. No, I want to stay. Brother Su, stop treating me like a child. Then stay on the second floor. No problem. Shinsu wasn't worried about her being uncomfortable, he was worried she might enjoy it too much. Because anyone identified by the system as a major villain feeds on negative elements like fear, violence, and the macabre as if they were spiritual nourishment. These constantly stimulate their dark side, making them feel thrilled, excited, even triggering manic and destructive impulses. Without exception. Just look at the incident with the pirate ship ride when someone died tragically in front of Shangwanju. The bloody scene instantly triggered her anti-human mindset and immediately activated the mission. So Shinsu originally wanted the girl to stay far away. Unfortunately, Jiang Shernan had grown up. Some things just don't work well when forced. It's best to have them stay on the second floor, that way the impact will be minimized. Shinsu nodded, took out his phone, and called Zhuang Chun. Hey, old Zhuang, I'm back. Can you come by my shop? There's something I need to discuss. Zhuang Chun was free anyway, so he agreed immediately upon hearing Shinsu had returned. Okay, wait till I get off work. At 5:45 p.m., the distinctive engine roar of an Audi RS5 sounded outside. Zhuang Chun inexplicably glanced at the large smear of bright red paint on the door, scratched his head, and rushed into the small cafe. Once inside, he saw Shinsu sitting on a chair sipping coffee, with the wealthy young lady he'd previously had some thoughts about nestled beside him. He admitted he was jealous. Bro, do you have any idea how much of a failure you're making me feel like? Enough nonsense, sit down first. Shernan, get him a cup of Blue Mountain with extra sugar, this guy can't handle bitterness. Shinsu teased with a laugh. Why'd you have to go and say the truth out loud like that? Okay. Zhuang Chun plopped down opposite Shinsu. Watching the girl stride toward the bar counter on her fair, slender legs, he couldn't help but shed tears of envy in his heart. Does being handsome give you the right to do whatever you want? This is just too unfair. That guy across from me seems to have never lacked female attention since childhood. Although I'm the top dog in multiple schools, the quality of girls around me really can't compare to Shinsu's. He's complained countless times about this looks-obsessed world. Seriously, what's so great about those skinny twigs compared to my solid muscles? Are all the beauties blind or something? What's going on here? Zhuang Chun suppressed her urge to cry, masking her frustration with a puzzled expression as she asked, What do you mean, what's going on? Shinsu took another sip of coffee, his tone utterly composed. That pretentious demeanor of his made Zhuang Chun grind her teeth in irritation. He was already wealthy to begin with, so there was no such thing as watching your best friend get rich being more painful than killing yourself. But the only two things he couldn't stand were his friend being way better at video games than him, and his friend getting pursued by a sugar mommy. That shit was downright infuriating. Damn, when did you become better at acting cool than me? Fuck, I can't take this. Later at the internet cafe, I'm gonna wreck you at least 10 times. Oh, thanks. Zhuang-chan gritted her teeth, determined not to leave the game today until she'd beaten him senseless. Jiang Shernan stood before him with the distinctive aura of someone long steeped in wealth, gently setting down an intricately patterned coffee cup. Brother Zhuang-chun, try this. My brewing might not be as good as Brother Su's. No, yours is far more fragrant. Just looking at that guy makes me lose my appetite. Zhuang-chun felt utterly inadequate in the face of such an elite rich young miss. A single one of her handbags could buy his car outside with money to spare. The gap between a second-generation kid from a small county town and one from a metropolis like Shanghai was far greater than anyone could imagine. The young woman pursed her lips in a light laugh before settling back beside Shinsu. TSK. I'm guessing you didn't come here to show off your way with women or to buy me coffee. Spit it out, what do you want? Zhuang-chun took a sip of coffee, savoring the smooth texture of the premium blend, and asked proactively. He was finding it increasingly difficult to see through this childhood friend of his. Somehow, the guy had suddenly become unfathomably profound. How many school gang leaders from the county can you summon right now? Shinsu's next sentence left Zhuang-chun momentarily stunned. Why the hell would I call those idiots out? You're not trying to play some gangster game, are you? Chapter 69, Hello, we meet again. Old Zhuang, quit the nonsense. It's summer break, rounding up 7 or 8 guys shouldn't be hard, right? No problem there, but you gotta give him some incentive to come out and work. He hadn't even finished speaking. Shinsu reached into the Versace diamond-studded handbag on his left and tossed several stacks of crimson bills onto the table. The thickness of it made Zhuang-chun swallow hard. What do you mean? Did you see that piece of artwork on the door when you came in just now? Yeah, who'd you piss off? Getting your place vandalized with paint? Pissed off your little brother. Who is it? Shang Wanli. Zhuang-chun felt a surge of irritation upon hearing this. Back then, she'd given him $500 just to keep this troublemaker out of her hair. I guess Shinsu's marriage proposal really pissed off this brat. After all, he's been obsessively dreaming of becoming the top dog at number 2 high school. He's brought it up to me at least 4 or 5 times already. That bastard. I need to find time to teach him a lesson. No need for you to intervene. I'll handle it today. If we don't toughen up and straighten this kid out properly, he might well end up on the path to crime. Youngsters need to taste some hardship to understand how cruel society can be. Shinsu shook his head and smiled. Alright, then I'll listen to you. Call whoever you can, as many as possible. Zhuang-chun nodded and began gathering people. As a former underworld boss, his reputation still carried some weight. Within half an hour, the shop was packed with over a dozen eccentrically dressed, avant-garde-looking men and women. School bullies from county middle school, first high, second high, and the vocational school, along with some notorious local idlers, gathered together chatting in groups. When most people had arrived, Zhuang-chun clapped his hands to call for silence. The group treated Zhuang-chun with relative politeness, asking him questions in 2s and 3s. Brother Chun, what's the good news that made you call us? Rare to see you in such a hurry. Yeah, Brother Chun, it's been ages since you last gathered the brothers. Ahem, looks like everyone's here. Let me say a few words. Zhuang-chun stood up. At over 6 feet tall, his imposing figure towered majestically over the group, radiating undeniable presence. Regardless of whatever grudges you all might have between you, I'm asking you to do Zhuang-chun a favor today and set them aside for now. Mainly because my brother, Shinsu, the owner of this cafe, has something he needs your help with. Brother Chun's brother is our brother too. Absolutely. Brother Chun, don't stand on ceremony, just give us your orders. 2 young men in the crowd shouted this. They were the leaders from number 2 high school and the vocational school in town. The others joined in the chorus, creating a boisterous uproar. After Zhuang-chun exchanged a few more words back and forth, Shinsu felt the groundwork had been sufficiently laid, so he stood up, placing both hands on the table. Though he was smiling, his expression resembled that of a mafia don from television, deep, oppressive, exuding an intimidating aura without needing to show anger. Noticing all eyes in the room turned toward him, Shinsu remained utterly composed, leisurely stacking bundles of red banknotes on the table one by one. Every stack of 10,000 made everyone's heart tremble. He didn't stop until nearly 100,000 had been stacked up. Did you see the red paint splashed on the glass door when you came in? Shinsu pointed toward the entrance with his finger, scanned the room, then spoke unhurriedly. This morning some idiot from number 2 high school came over and pulled this stunt. No idea what wires got crossed in that moron's head to dare cause trouble at my place. The surveillance cameras caught everything. Now, money's not an issue for me. I just want to teach this dumbass a lesson. You there, kid from number 2 high, yeah, you know Shangguan Li? Shinsu pointed at the buzzcut boy wearing a cocky expression. I know him. Take these flowers. Get him here as fast as possible, I don't care how you do it. Shinsu directly grabbed a stack of cash from the table and tossed it to him. The boy caught the 3 or 4,000 yuan thrown his way, his arrogance instantly replaced by stunned disbelief, completely dumbfounded. His expression quickly shifted from shock to wild excitement, sweating profusely from exhilaration. Clutching the money, he stood up and bowed deeply to him. Thank you, Brother Su. 15 minutes at most. After saying this, he stuffed the money into his pants pocket and ran out to make a phone call. None of the people present had ever seen such methods before. They all exchanged glances, their faces filled with envy and resentment. In a small town, 3 or 4,000 yuan was a whole month's salary. Without even blinking, he just tossed it to someone he'd just met. Among this group of troublemakers, aside from the rare few trust fund kids, everyone else's eyes lit up. Yet Shinsu keenly noticed something particularly odd about a girl sitting in the far corner. Her gaze held a peculiar mix of disdain and reluctant admiration. Yet the most shocking presence in the shop was Zhuang Chun. He had initially thought Shinsu was merely bluffing. Even if offering some incentive, it would have been capped at a few hundred yuan at most. But then he witnessed Shinsu casually pulling out a thick wad of cash and handing it to that kid. I couldn't help but whisper a reminder in his ear. Bro, that's a bit much. Even if you've got money, you shouldn't spend it like this. This is just the beginning, just you wait and see. Shinsu felt quite comforted hearing this. After all, Zhuangchun was truly a good brother to have. Wait for an opportunity to give him something to do. With a bit more effort, earning tens of millions a year shouldn't be a problem. Fine, if you've got money to burn, I can't stop you, it's not like I'm paying anyway. Zhuangchun shrugged. If they didn't care, why should she waste her heartache over it? Shinsu served drinks to everyone present and chatted with each of them for a while. He gained a general understanding of the family backgrounds, ages, number of people they could mobilize, and territorial influence of these local hoodlums. He also made sure these brats knew he had deep pockets and extensive connections. Within just over 10 minutes, they were all enthusiastically calling him Brother Su, practically ready to kneel and acknowledge him as their leader. He even forgot about Zhuangchun entirely. As the doorbell rang, the school bully from number 2 high school grabbed Shangguan Li by the neck like lifting a chick, kicked the door open, and flung him inside. By the time Shangguan Li regained his senses and looked up, he was nearly scared to death. Not only was Zhuangchun present, but practically all the prominent figures from every high school in the county were gathered there. Brother Su, Brother Chun, I've brought the person you asked for. The leader of second high school spoke with great humility to the two men. Good work, have a seat and grab a drink. Shinsu pointed to the empty seat opposite them, inviting the sweaty fellow to sit for a while. I stepped forward. Smiling, I looked at Shangguan Li. Hello, we meet again. Shangguan Li wasn't stupid either. With such a grand reception waiting for him, it was most likely about the paint-throwing incident. Don't be afraid, I won't eat you. Was it you who splashed the paint on this door? Seeing him remain silent, Shinsu wasn't annoyed. Her smile grew even brighter as she patted his shoulder with one hand, making him stagger. I didn't mean to. I am sorry. Shangguan Li stammered, looking around to find everyone watching him as if he were a spectacle. Under such immense pressure, he truly couldn't hold on and immediately apologized with a tearful voice. In truth, petty troublemakers like him feared neither heaven nor earth. Parents, teachers, even police officers might not necessarily intimidate them much. Shangguanju had stabbed him once before, which only made him lay low for a few days, hardly enough to scare him this badly. But what these types fear most are the ringleaders, the big brothers and sisters, in every school. After all, the circle is right there. If he still wants to live comfortably in Dragon City, he can't afford to offend any of the people present, or he risks getting cornered in the bathroom at any moment. Offend them, and you'll be bullied and isolated at school, while outside, you might get jumped for no reason at all. That constant state of dread is what these troublemakers fear the most. Don't be nervous. To err is human, and correcting mistakes is the greatest virtue. Shinsu curled his lips slightly, withdrawing his hand from the other's shoulder as he pointed toward the entrance. This glass door, including the lintel and renovation costs, comes to about 40 or 50,000. I imagine that's beyond what you and your family can afford. What? 40 or 50,000? For just a glass door? Upon hearing the price, Shangguan Li immediately raised his head, his face filled with incomprehension. Thinking about it later, how expensive could a glass door possibly be? At most a few $1,000. So he felt no psychological pressure, figuring he'd just get scolded by his mom at worst. After all, he'd already received the deposit from selling Shangguan Lin. That old bastard definitely had the money to clean up his mess. Who knew this thing would be so expensive? Chapter 70, Window Cleaning. You there, Su Qingning, come here. Shinsu didn't respond to Shangguan Li's question. Instead, he pointed at the proud and arrogant girl he had noticed earlier, who was wearing a spaghetti strap top and hot pants, her face made up like a nightclub hostess. Among this group of hoodlums, only her aura seemed somewhat out of place. Brother Su, your orders. She was about 1.65 meters tall and came trotting over on her long legs, standing in front of Shinsu with barely suppressed excitement. Let him find out whether this door is worth 40 or 50,000. Shinsu stepped aside and gestured toward Shangguanli, who was trembling against the bar counter. Su Qingning, the young lady who held considerable social status at school, was also quite ruthless. She strode forward and delivered a sharp kick straight to Shangguanli's lower body. Wait a minute. Shinsu grabbed the foot that was about to kick him. If that hard-soled wedge shoe had landed properly, he'd have been in real trouble. TSK, she's putting quite some force into it, clearly not planning to hold back at all. My shop was just renovated, and I'm not particularly fond of watching kids roughhouse. How about you take him outside to teach him a lesson? He extended his other hand and pointed at the surveillance camera on the wall. This was installed only after those two women smashed the previous one. Who knows if Jiang Shernan did it on purpose? Alright, Su Ji, my oversight. Su Qingning gave him a sweet smile, then turned her head and instantly transformed into a different person, cursing loudly. Fuck your mother. Get the hell out here, you bastard. Brother Su, I'll go help too. Me too. A few of the sharper-minded fellows immediately stood up and, with Shinsu's tacit approval, roughly shoved the man out the door. I'll go check, don't let things get out of hand. Zhuang Chun frowned as she spoke. Alright. Shinsu nodded, watching the noisy crowd leave the coffee shop. A faint smile played at the corners of his lips. With Zhuang Chun present, he trusted these reckless youngsters wouldn't cause too much trouble. But what he didn't anticipate. At this moment, by the floor-to-ceiling window upstairs, the second daughter of the Jiang family was observing the scene unfolding in the park across from the shop. Yet I felt an extraordinarily peculiar sensation, as if receiving some sort of divine revelation. She took out her drawing tablet and stylus, scribbling furiously across the screen. Within minutes, the screen displayed a hellish landscape. A sinner was surrounded by a group of demons, each wielding terrifying instruments of torture, as they mercilessly tormented the fallen soul in hell. Before long, those unscrupulous thugs, as vicious as wolves, dragged Shangguanli back to the cafe, his face covered in bruises. It's so hot outside. After all that exercise, you need to hydrate and replenish your energy, got it? I'll treat you all to milk tea, head to the mall across the river and get the good stuff. Next time we meet, we'll hang out again. Shinsu glanced at the most active troublemakers and the young woman glistening with fragrant sweat. As he spoke, he grabbed a thick stack of red bills and distributed them to everyone involved. The seasoned troublemakers had enough sense to know it was time to make themselves scarce. They all took the money, thanked Shinsu and Zhuang Chun, then left the coffee shop in small groups. Hey, Su Qingning, and Zhang Su from number 2 high school, you two stay behind. Got it, Su Ji. Having received the largest shares of money, the two were naturally obedient and nodded immediately when Shinsu asked them to stay. Meanwhile, Shangguanli slumped by the doorway, clutching his swollen cheek as if he'd been thoroughly roughed up. Not a trace of his former arrogance remained. Shinsu hitched up his pants and squatted before him, asking with a smile, now is it worth 40 or 50,000? Su Qingning, a young woman of some social standing, was particularly concerned about this matter. Seeing Shangguanli remain silent, she flew into a rage and immediately kicked him square in the face. Fuck your mother, don't you know? Cat got your tongue. Shangguanli didn't even have time to react before the back of his head slammed against the glass door with a loud thud. Trembling with fear, he stammered, and Miss Su, I understand now, I understand. Shinsu didn't stop her this time, just gave her a thoughtful look. He felt it was a pity Su Qingning was going down this path without proper guidance. She might come to regret it later. Don't be so impulsive next time. What if you'd actually injured him? Sorry about that, I just couldn't control my anger in the moment. Su Qingning scratched her head, speaking with a mix of trepidation and the exhilaration of staring into the abyss. She always felt this generous brother Su had an aura that was both terrifying and captivating. Just like the murderer she'd seen during childhood prison visits, smiling, yet with expressions that chilled the bones. But he carried far more authority than those killers ever did. Solving problems isn't just about brute force. Persuading through virtue is better. Shinsu withdrew his gaze from Su Qingning and turned to stare at the timid Shangguanli, asking, so is it worth it now or not? Worth it, worth it, worth it. Shangguanli shuddered all over, exclaiming in fear. See, isn't he quite sensible? Shinsu appeared very pleased, then continued, I didn't say you have to compensate me, but I did spend a fortune on this renovation. You'll need to find a way to clean it up. If it's not restored to its original state by midnight tonight, Zhang Su. Yes, brother Su? Your orders? Zhang Su immediately nodded with a sycophantic grin. Please help keep an eye on him and make sure he studies hard. If he doesn't want to do manual labor, then he'll have to do mental work, and to do mental work well, he must study hard. Don't you agree? Shinsu's smile grew increasingly terrifying in Shangguanli's eyes, like a devil toying with human hearts. How could his own sister be with such a frightening person? Absolutely. Brother Su, don't worry, if this guy slacks off, I'll make sure he regrets it. Jiang Su also replied with a sinister grin. Ah, that's more like it. Jiang Su, you stay behind to supervise his work. If he needs to buy cleaning supplies or steel wool, take him to get them. If you're short on money, ask me for it. Got it, brother Su. I'll make sure to supervise him properly. Shen Su waved his hand dismissively. Jiang Su grabbed Shangguan Li by the collar, hoisted him up from the ground, and dragged him out of the shop while cursing loudly. Bro, you just socially executed him. Zhuang Chan took a deep breath and glanced at this old friend who now seemed somewhat unfamiliar to him. I'm saving him. Shen Su shook his head, his tone inexplicable. No one is born evil. Most brats just lack proper discipline. If their parents didn't teach them right, then society will have to. Once society fails to teach you properly, the only option left is to be thrown into prison and learn from inmates and guards. By then, your life would be completely ruined. It's quite ironic when you think about it. Shen Su was no saint, nor was he a bleeding heart, just a man who'd spent over 60 years doing wicked things. Doing more good deeds without losing my conscience now can provide some psychological comfort. Sure Nan, come downstairs quickly, let's go eat. Shen Su shouted towards the second floor. Okay. A voice came from upstairs, responding instantly with a cheerful tone tinged with strange excitement. As soon as the words were spoken, Jiang Shinan descended from above. She stood naturally beside Shen Su, slipping her arm through his and clinging to him. Let's go, let's eat together. Shen Su led the group to a small town south of the Yangtze River. The food at this restaurant is just average, aside from the decor and service. However, it's one of the most expensive restaurants in Longcheng, with a minimum per person cost of 300 yuan, an astronomical price in this small county town. Inside the private dining room, the four guests settled into their seats. Shen Su introduced Jiang Shinan and Su Qingning to each other. This is Su Qingning, and this is Jiang Shinan. Shinan, Qingning is a year younger than you. Hello, Qingning. Jiang Shinan stood up and extended her hand with remarkable poise. Su Qingning also rose with a smile and shook the proffered hand. Hello, Jiang Shinan. Interactions between girls are actually more delicate. After all, Su Qingning is a girl with some social status. Though a year younger than Jiang Shinan, her pride wouldn't allow her to lose face, compounded by the others' overwhelming aura of nobility. Their family backgrounds were completely on different levels. Inferiority made her feel the pressure from this social hierarchy, so she stubbornly refused to acknowledge their sisterhood. Jiang Shinan had been exceptionally well taught by Shen Su, especially in matters of social etiquette and interpersonal conduct. She keenly noticed the other person's slight dissatisfaction and inferiority complex. This reaction was also quite common among her classmates. After all, the gap between the rich and poor in Shanghai was even more pronounced, and school was the only place where they could spend time together in this lifetime. Soon, Jiang Shinan took out a pair of earrings from her bag. They were boxed, with the gilded Dior logo printed on them. She handed them over casually, saying in a nonchalant tone, "These are unworn. Consider them a welcome gift."